A bloody ambush, a pack of ravenous dog-headed men. As the newly appointed captain, he commands a mere 300 emaciated old, weak, women, and children. He must wield the wisdom from his past life along with the fearless body of the original host to lead this nearly disbanded pioneering group in a savage land rife with beasts, foreign tribes, and noble intrigues to establish their own sanctuary. This is a journey of extreme survival from the ground up, a thorny path from a dog-biter to the king of all races. Chapter 1. The Beginning, Slaying the Dog-Headed Men. From the first spark of life beneath the water, to the colossal beasts of the Stone Age, and finally to the first upright steps of humanity, you have experienced much. His thoughts, like a startled swarm of tadpoles, became chaotic and disordered. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he gradually regained focus. Liao slowly regained consciousness. The familiar voice of the game's narration whispered from afar, rousing Liao from his nightmare. An intense headache. A burning sensation coursed through his body. It felt as if his brain had been tossed into a blender, having experienced a prelude to the cremation process. Liao could not help but emit a painful groan, feeling exceedingly dissatisfied with his physical condition. Was it merely a few consecutive days of overtime followed by a session of barbaric 6? Was it necessary to faint? He had only played a brief round. Despite having been a corporate workhorse for 5 years, a chosen laborer, he had once been an athlete during his school years, possessing one of the best physical conditions in the entire institution. How could he have fainted from just playing a game? Enduring the excruciating headache, Liao slowly opened his eyes and felt the jostling beneath him, along with the metallic, rusty scent of blood. He made an effort to lift his head and finally discerned his surroundings. A howling cold wind, a muddy road, a long caravan, and refugees clad in tattered garments, burdened with their belongings. The cries of donkeys, the wails of children, and the shouts of the drivers filled the air. He found himself lying on a donkey cart, covered with a ragged blanket, amidst a heap of packages and animal hides. In his line of sight, swaying dresses and ample bosoms danced in the blurred vision. The violent jostling was somewhat cushioned by the cargo, yet still left him feeling immensely uncomfortable, nearly on the verge of retching. A golden-haired girl with emerald-green eyes knelt beside him, cradling his head in her arms to prevent him from choking on his own blood while unconscious. "You're awake?" The golden-haired girl, having kept a vigilant watch over Liao, broke into a smile upon seeing him stir and moan. She called down from the donkey cart, "Liao has awakened. Liao has awakened. Finally the bastard wakes up? He's been unconscious for 3 days. If he didn't wake up soon, I'd have buried him alive." A rough voice boomed from beneath the cart, followed by a pair of calloused hands gripping the cart's railing. A Viking with a horned helmet and a full beard appeared, elbowing himself onto the wooden cart, and with one hand clumsily examined Liao's head, twisting it left and right, exclaiming, "I've been dead for 3 days, and I don't look this pale." The donkey, already burdened to its limits, let out a pained bray, causing the cart to slow and tilt precariously. "Father, get down." The golden-haired girl pressed down on the bearded man's head, pushing him aside to save the cart from tipping over. Then, she gently wiped away the blood flowing from Liao's mouth and nose. "It hurts." Liao groaned in agony once more. His head felt as though it had been thrown into a blender, and a splash of brain matter surged forth, granting him a fleeting glimpse of a fragmented memory. In it, he saw hundreds of dog-headed men armed with short spears surging down from an ambush on the hillside towards the refugee caravan. These dog-headed men resembled large golden retrievers standing upright, albeit with sturdier and more agile limbs, possessing primate-like hands and feet combined with the claws of canines. Except for the leader of the dog-headed men, who stood at a height of 1.5 meters, the rest were generally around 1.30 meters. Most of them clustered chaotically together, while a few stragglers rushed ahead on all fours, lacking any semblance of formation. It gave Liao a sense of déjà vu akin to a school cafeteria during meal times. However, their sheer numbers created a formidable momentum. The caravan reacted swiftly, with donkey carts being herded together, and the elderly, weak, and women hurriedly seeking refuge behind the carts. Members of the militia, armed with makeshift weapons and shields, formed a line, while some civilians with bows and arrows climbed onto the carts to shoot feeble arrows at the dog-headed men. Many militia members were bandaged, clearly indicating that such attacks had occurred on multiple occasions. As the newly appointed leader of the militia, the original host Rio Mundo maintained a remarkable calm. The dog-headed men lacked considerable combat prowess and possessed even weaker fighting spirit. The well-trained militia could easily drive them away. Previous ambushes had unfolded similarly, with hundreds of dog-headed men charging towards the militia's shield wall, resulting in swift skirmishes that left only a handful of dog-headed corpses behind. The dog-headed men would flee in disarray, while the militia suffered minimal casualties. However, this time, an unexpected turn of events transpired. As the dog-headed men charged halfway, the leader let out a wild howl, prompting all the dog-headed men to unexpectedly hurl their short spears. Hundreds of spears rained down from the hillside, catching the militia off guard and sending them into disarray. Not only the militia members behind Liao, armed only with weapons and lacking shields, but also several frontline militia-wielding wooden shields were pierced and fell, leaving them riddled with wounds. With barely 50 men, the militia suffered a third of their numbers in an instant. This was due to the dog-headed men's poor aim and the leader's premature command. The follow-up dog-headed men lacked sufficient strength, causing some spears to fall short of the militia's formation. Witnessing the sudden deaths around him and the agonized cries of comrades pierced by spears, the militia's shield wall began to waver. Rio Mundo, both startled and furious, could not comprehend how the dog-headed men had concealed such a tactic. He shouted to maintain formation while retrieving a spear that lay before him and hurling it back, piercing a charging dog-headed man with precision. Yet, it was too late. The dog-headed men had already surged upon them. A chaotic melee ensued. Though dog-headed men were diminutive and widely regarded as weak in combat, this was a comparison to professional fighters. Due to their years of mining, hunting, and plundering, their muscular strength was not significantly less than that of human peasants who lived on thin gruel. Coupled with their natural sharp teeth and claws, their individual combat prowess often surpassed that of ordinary wolves. Meanwhile, the militia consisted of ordinary civilians with only basic training, wielding makeshift weapons such as sickles, pitchforks, and axes. Less than half of the militia wore leather armor, resulting in a nearly even matchup in individual strength. In the midst of the melee, most of the seasoned and calm militia members, having faced beastly invasions, managed to maintain their shield formation, barely coping with the overwhelming assault of dog-headed men. However, a few zealous or panicked recruits who strayed from the formation were swiftly overpowered and torn apart by several dog-headed men. Like calves hunted by African hyenas, once a militia member fell, they rarely had a chance to rise again. The agonizing howls and splattered blood from the struggle swiftly diminished the morale of the remaining warriors. Among them, the most fervent and reckless was the newly appointed captain of the militia. He raised his shield to deflect a thrown spear, cleaved the skull of a charging dog-headed creature with his sword, and crouched down to drag a wounded militiaman who had strayed from the shield wall. Casting a glance around, he was incensed by the dire plight of his comrades. While shouting for the militia to maintain formation, he leaped forth, shouldering his leather shield as he barreled through a few small dog-headed creatures blocking his path, making a beeline for the largest and most ferocious among them. This towering creature was the leader of the dog-headed warriors. Though it stood a head shorter than Liao, its muscular frame beneath the mottled fur was undeniably more robust, resembling a monstrous muscle-bound pit bull. From the onset of the dog-headed ambush, it had been this leader who barked orders from the rear, never daring to venture within bowshot. Liao's instincts told him that slaying this dog-headed leader would precipitate the collapse of the weak-willed dog-headed force. Upon seeing Liao charge, the leader, defying its instincts, lifted its head and howled, swinging its heavy mace toward Liao with a mighty force. One strike, and the shield shattered. The over 2-kilogram iron mace descended with a howl, effortlessly demolishing Liao's leather shield with its tremendous momentum. Seizing the opportunity, Liao thrust his blade into the leader's vulnerable abdomen, gritting his teeth against the searing pain from his fractured left hand, twisting his right wrist to churn the blade within. This creature, a hybrid of dog-headed and wolf-like physique, disregarded its previous retreating behavior and, unfazed by its injuries, retaliated. It swung its mace against Liao's chest before lunging forward, knocking Liao to the ground and biting toward his neck. Liao struggled to twist away from the lethal bite, but the leader's fangs sank into his shoulder. Fortunately, he wore a bear-hide shoulder guard reinforced with iron strips, which prevented the leader's fangs from shattering his scapula or tearing his shoulder apart. In a frenzy, Liao's left hand went numb while his right hand continued to stab at the creature's insides, attempting to weaken its grip, yet he was unable to break free from its overpowering hold. The original owner of this volatile body was evidently no gentle soul, as he instinctively retaliated by biting into the leader's sinewy neck, leading to a stalemate until he succumbed to blood loss and fainted. The memories were painfully vivid. The brief and brutal battle left Liao's scalp tingling. The injuries coursing through his body mercilessly transformed into excruciating pain, assaulting his mind. Liao, who had only ever known the life of a desk worker, had never encountered such primal and savage combat. So, did I just begin by biting a dog-headed creature to death? It hurts so much. This feels worse than a sudden death. I want to go back. Chapter 2. My name is Rio Mundo. Struggling to calm his turbulent emotions, Liao slightly shook his head, and amidst the intense dizziness, the remnants of his consciousness relayed some background information. The world in which the original owner resided was a quintessential fantasy realm. Here, deities were numerous, and races were diverse. The empire he belonged to, the Atlantis-Digua, lay in the eastern part of the Morning Light continent, bordering the Orc kingdom of the northern tundra. Several centuries ago, the Atlantis-Digua gradually rose to prominence in the southeastern corner of the continent, unifying the southern nations through advanced technology, formidable military might, and a mature military system. Subsequently, they allied with tribes from the northern regions, driving the Orc, Troll, and other humanoid races deep into the icy north. Much like the transition from classical antiquity to the medieval period in his past life, the once glorious and expansive Atlantis-Digua slowly descended into decline over the centuries, succumbing to a fragmented feudal state. The northern province is currently ruled by Duke Mitchell of the Odolov family, as the economic and military focus of the north gradually shifts southward in the struggle for imperial dominance. With the northern defenses weakening, small bands of Orc forces and Troll scouts began to reappear near the northern Ice River, raiding human villages and settlements along the southern bank. The village where Liao resided was among the first to suffer. Had it not been for Uncle Yulian's return from retirement to expand and strengthen the once ineffectual militia, their village would have met the same fate as many others, reduced to ruins. However, this situation could not persist indefinitely. After a year of enduring the raids, Uncle Yulian made a bold decision. He resolved to lead the entire village southwest, crossing 1,000 miles from the northernmost point of Earl Furlov's domain to its southernmost edge. They would establish a new home at a river bend beneath the majestic barrier. This was a place where Uncle Yulian had been stationed for many years, familiar with the local powers. There were only a few small, insignificant tribes nearby, and no high-level magical beasts roamed the area. Moreover, through connections with his military comrades, Uncle Yulian secured a charter for development authorized by the Furlov family. As long as they could establish a foothold in this unclaimed land and cultivate enough territory to pay sufficient taxes, they could be granted the title of a Knight of Expansion by the Furlov family. Years ago, he had served the Furlov family, stationed at a watchtower several dozen miles downstream from this river bend, guarding against potential dragon attacks that might come from above the majestic barrier. Of course, the so-called dragons or legendary high-level magical beasts had never been seen during his 5-year deployment. There had been no sightings in the past century either. As for more detailed background, do not inquire, for there is none. Mondo's mind cannot accommodate such extensive knowledge. The original owner, Liao Mundo, was a quintessential hothead, reckless, and a natural warrior. His mother died during childbirth, and his father succumbed to alcoholism as a result, leaving him alone with no one to nurture or teach him. Today, he stole the cornmeal of the landlord, and tomorrow, he begged for thin porridge from the neighbor. In winter, he pilfered bathwater from widows, and in summer, he tricked small children into giving him their sour plum soup. Whenever he encountered a dog on the road, he would kick it twice. He once captured a half-grown snow bear cub with his bare hands from the mountains, treated the entire village to meat, and then caused everyone to keep vigil at night to prevent the bear from descending for revenge. Well, the bear never had the chance to retaliate, as the original owner buried it alive during its hibernation. After 3 days of being buried, it was unearthed, still very much alive. By the age of 15, he had already bested every opponent in the village, only to be effortlessly defeated by Uncle Yulian upon his return from retirement. He was then inducted into the militia, honing his combat skills, charging into battle, more savage than the savages themselves. Now at 17, he had begun to gain some insight, albeit limited. As Liao stirred in her embrace, the golden-haired maiden shifted slightly, observing him intently. Olivier? Liao pondered momentarily before speaking, his voice hoarse and rasping, the taste of blood flooding his mouth. He could not discern whether it was from the dog-headed leader or his own. His left hand was bound with a wooden strip, propped aside, the state of which remained uncertain. Having been struck in the chest by the mace, several ribs were undoubtedly fractured, and if the blood continued to flow, his internal organs were likely injured as well. The shoulder bore only a minor injury, protected by a bear hide shoulder guard reinforced with iron strips. Although 2 deep puncture wounds had been inflicted by the gnashing jaws of the dog-headed leader, they had since scabbed over, and as long as rabies was avoided, all would be well. I am here, the golden-haired maiden, Ali Weiya, gently replied, extending her slender fingers to smooth the damp golden locks on Liao's forehead, which were soaked with cold sweat. What of the dog-headed creatures? They have been driven away by you. Upon hearing this question, the golden-haired maiden visibly trembled before responding. As the one directly involved, Liao could only recall the moment he had slain the dog-headed leader. However, as an observer, Ali Weiya had hidden behind the cart, witnessing firsthand how the burly, muscle-bound dog-headed leader struggled violently on the ground, tearing at the leather armor of Liao, blood splattering everywhere. Its neck remained ensnared as if caught in a massive beast trap, unable to escape until it succumbed to asphyxiation. Who could have anticipated that such a handsome, sun-kissed youth was, in reality, rather naive? As for the other dog-headed creatures, upon witnessing the fate of their leader, they could not withstand even a minute's delay before scattering in a frenzy, leaving a trail of corpses behind. That is good, Liao nodded, piecing together the memories of the original owner, yet still felt a gnawing anxiety. Dog-headed creatures were innately bullies, preying on the weak and shying away from the strong. They would only attack when their numbers were at least double that of their prey, or even more. The audacity of this pack of dog-headed creatures to ambush a convoy of nearly 50 armed militia, totaling around 300 individuals, was indeed unexpected and could lead to overconfidence. Yet, the primary reason lay with the convoy itself. When they set out, nearly 1,000 survivors from the village and neighboring settlements had gathered into a large caravan. The militia allocated for regular patrols and path clearing exceeded 100, including many veterans like Uncle Wu Liang, who had returned home from service. Moreover, not all members of the convoy beyond the militia were defenseless, they merely lacked proper weaponry. In the face of a life-threatening crisis, they could rally 200 to 300 strong men. However, the journey spanned 1,000 miles and took over a month, passing through several prosperous and peaceful towns. Those with any possessions, skills, or abilities gradually departed from the convoy. Ultimately, the remaining 300 were the ones most loyal to Uncle Wu Liang, predominantly consisting of the elderly, women, and children, with only about 100 capable young men among them. This exemplified the shortcomings of non-noble pioneers. They lacked both the material and military support of a family, as well as the binding authority of an official. The people were not subjects. They could leave whenever they wished. Unlike noble lords, who could hold them accountable for such actions. According to the memories imparted by Uncle Wu Liang, several other tribal factions, akin in combat prowess to these dog-headed creatures, existed around the river bend. Would this severely diminished pioneering team be able to endure? Liao, do not worry. Focus on your recovery, for your father is here. Ali Weiya seemed to perceive Liao's concerns, tenderly stroking his forehead and offering gentle solace. In her eyes, her father, Wu Liang, was omnipotent, capable of achieving anything. The original Liao held the same belief. Liao nodded in response with a smile, then fell silent once more. Thus, from this day forward, the identity of Liao would cease to exist. Only I, Liao Mongdua, would remain. The transmigrator, dog slayer, militia leader, Liao Mongdua. Chapter 3 The Little Mouse, Do Not Stop. We are nearly there. The leader of the caravan, Wulian, shouted intermittently to uplift the spirits of the travelers. Following the hasty map provided by Uncle Wulian, the villagers descended southward along the World Tree Avenue for 1,000 miles. After more than a month of arduous travel, upon reaching the watchtower where he once camped, they veered off the main road and advanced westward along the banks of the Anzino River. After traversing over 30 miles of primordial forest, they would finally arrive at the destination of the river bend. The current location of the caravan was at the westernmost watchtower of Count Furovo's domain, marking the final stretch into the untamed wilderness. This seemingly short journey of 30 miles proved to be more challenging than the previous 1,000 miles. Not only were they beset by various lurking beasts, but they also faced 4 ambushes from the dog-headed creatures. The last attack resulted in casualties that surpassed the total of the previous 3. Of the remaining 50 militiamen, only half retained their fighting capabilities, and even the newly appointed militia captain, Rio Mundo, was gravely injured in the fray. The persistent assaults from the dog-headed beings, coupled with the absence of a proper road, severely hampered the already sluggish pace of the heavily laden villagers. Wheels became ensnared in muddy pits, overturned, or broke axles. Donkeys bolted in fright or became obstinate. Rain fell, snow descended, and fallen giants obstructed their path. Discouraged villagers caused disturbances and fell ill. Even a small cliff of less than 3 meters could halt the caravan for half a day. A myriad of mishaps reduced their pace to a near standstill. as the entire caravan struggled in the frigid mire, battling against adversity. How much farther? When will we arrive? Can't we camp here? Cries and laments echoed among the ranks. We shall arrive by tomorrow. We shall arrive by tomorrow. Everyone, muster your strength. With a beaming smile, Woolian leapt atop a massive boulder. Brandishing his horned helmet and calling out loudly, there are plump fish within reach. Elk are roaming about. Trees await your axes. Vast fertile lands where everyone can feast. This refrain had been echoed by Uncle Woolian along the journey, even inspiring the children of the caravan to turn it into a nursery rhyme. Undoubtedly, his words served to inspire hope, sustaining the villagers' spirits. If it were not for Uncle Woolian's considerable means and authority, and the villagers' realization that there was no turning back after their long journey, this fragile caravan would have long since disbanded. Nevertheless, amidst countless promises of imminent arrival, the villagers ultimately reached the destination at the river bend, arriving at the splendid new homeland that Uncle Woolian had ardently described. This was a vast river bend peninsula, shaped by eons of sediment accumulation into an expansive plain. Unlike the dense primordial forests flanking the Great River, the River Bend Peninsula was adorned with meadows and small lakes, with only a few scattered hills bearing sparse trees and shrubs. In the winter, the grasslands were covered with knee-high dry grass, and the robust roots remained unyielding against the weight of the snow. This demonstrated the land's fertility, and even someone as inexperienced as Rio Mundo recognized its suitability for cultivation. After lying in the cargo truck for 3 days and nights, Rio Mundo managed to stand and walk with difficulty. During this time, the memories of the original owner seemed to cascade into his mind, like shards of a shattered mirror, chaotically embedding themselves within. They subtly influenced his perceptions and character, rendering him somewhat disoriented. Fortunately, the original owner was already a rather aimless individual, and his immobility on the truck went unnoticed by those around him. The caravan halted on the gravelly shore of the river bend, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, experiencing a sense of joy akin to survival after a crisis. Yet there was also a profound bewilderment about what lay ahead. Uncle Woolian leapt onto a cargo truck, vocally assigning tasks and directing the villagers, who stood in a stupor, to gather firewood, cook, and set up camp. The recently quiet campsite sprang to life under Woolian's commands. Rio Mundo departed from the chaotic campsite and seated himself upon a massive stone at the riverbank, relishing the leisure afforded by his injuries. The river before him was known as Anzino River. Originating from the depths of the majestic barrier, it cascaded from thousands of meters above, flowing northeast for over 2,000 miles, where it merged with the Northern Ice River at the northern stronghold of Olenek, eventually draining into the Icy Sea. Although a tributary, it was a large river worthy of being named on the continental map. Its gentle current and brief freezing period made it rich in fishery resources. Compared to the perpetually frozen Northern Ice River, Anzino River served as the mother river for the northern folk. The river bend area marked the upper reaches of Anzino River, where the water surface was not particularly wide. The turbulent waters began to calm as they approached the river bend, with the originally 50-meter wide channel suddenly expanding to over 100 meters, resembling a small lake. The crystal-clear waters revealed schools of fish swimming in search of food. Gazing westward, one could see snow-capped mountains, with steep, sheer cliffs rising abruptly after a few low peaks, their summits lost in the clouds, as if reaching the world's end. This was the magnificent barrier, encircling a vast circle in the center of the morning light continent, resembling a colossal tree stump upon the ground. Rio Mundo could only glimpse the tip of the iceberg. The waters of Anzino River cascaded from the clouds above, splashing down the steep cliffs of the magnificent barrier, where numerous grand waterfalls appeared in a breathtaking display. To the north of the river lay an endless expanse of primordial forest, filled with towering coniferous giants that could be embraced by several people, their crowns thickly draped in snow. A herd of elk, standing as tall as horses, were drinking from the opposite bank, with a few curious fawns gazing at Rio Mundo, emitting soft calls. According to Uncle Woolian, that area had once been a vast grassland known as Kulwanjuan, where, a millennium ago, beast folk had raised wolves, the birthplace of the beast folk wolf cavalry. The wolf cavalry corps of the beast folk was once on par with the armored knights of empires in terms of combat prowess. However, after the beast folk retreated to the snowy plains beyond the Northern Ice River, the grassland was shrouded by forests through the combined magic of beast folk shamans and elven druids. Countless remnants of the once glorious beast folk civilization lay submerged within the dense woodlands. The original owner admired Uncle Woolian not only for his military skills, but also for his captivating storytelling. Anything that came from his lips bore a long history and an irresistibly engaging tale. Before long, a golden-haired girl named Olivia approached, examining Rio Mundo's injuries. Once she confirmed there was nothing amiss, she admonished him with a stern expression, "The tent has been set up for you. If you are tired, go lie down. And do not wander about, understood?" "Understood," Rio Mundo replied obediently, nodding. After taking in the scenery for a while and shivering in the cold wind, he finally returned to the campsite and found his tent. This was a small tent sewn from various colorful furs, stuffed with a heap of skins, trophies from years of hunting. However, due to poor tanning techniques and excessive use, many of the furs had become a tangled mass of fluff. Nevertheless, it was one of the few decent tents in the entire campsite, sufficient to provide warmth. Outside the small tent, a muddy child squatted shivering. He hugged his knees, draped in a tattered blanket riddled with holes, pressing his back against the tent in an attempt to ward off the cold. Rio Mundo walked over and playfully kicked him into the tent, jesting, "Little mouse, have you found anything to eat today?" "My apologies, it was not my intention to kick you." But rather the original owner's. Years of living as a semi-wild bandit had ingrained rudeness and brutality into the original owner's blood, constantly influencing his behavior. In the fleeting moment when Liao delivered the kick, he instinctively restrained his strength, yet the child was still sent tumbling several times, ultimately rolling to the farthest corner of the tent. The child, who lay amidst the pile of tent furs, shook his head in a daze, his expression devoid of any emotion. This child, whom Liao referred to as Xiao Lao Shu, stood at less than 1.2 meters tall, clad in thin fabric and emaciated, possessing the rare combination of black hair and black eyes typical of the northern regions. Liao first discovered him over 10 days ago one morning, hiding beneath the cart of a donkey in the caravan. At that moment, light snow was falling, and Xiao Lao Shu was nestled under the donkey cart, lying on a small blanket spread out on the muddy ground. This very blanket, which he had just draped over himself, bore an uncanny resemblance to the doormat from Liao's memories, measuring less than half a square meter. Spread on the ground, it could hardly cover his body. When the original Liao found him, the child was already frozen stiff, perhaps reminiscing about his own childhood. The original Liao effortlessly lifted the frostbitten child and tossed him into the heap of worn furs in his tent, subsequently sharing his breakfast with him. To his surprise, the nearly lifeless child truly revived and began to follow the caravan, absent during the day but curling up in a corner of Liao's tent at night, managing to survive for an additional fortnight. However, although the original Liao may have had a kind heart, it was not abundant. Ever since departing from the village, he could barely feed himself, having no time to care for others, only granting a corner of space for Xiao Lao Shu to make his nest. Initially, Liao called him Xiao Yaba, but upon discovering that he could speak, he renamed him Xiao Lao Shu. It remains unclear whether Xiao Lao Shu scavenged, begged, or foraged in the fields, but he continued to survive. During the past few days of Liao's injury, he had been lying on the cart under the care of Olivia, completely unaware of how Xiao Lao Shu managed to endure. Chapter 4. The True Protagonist. Yilian. As Liao cautiously entered the tent, he was immediately overwhelmed by the nauseating stench that forced him back out. The pungent odors of greasy hair, foot odor, mildew, and decay nearly suffocated him. This was worse than a doghouse. What a wretched mousehole. Liao's face contorted in disgust, even with the protection from the original owner. The foul smell had nearly reached his limit, and he was taken aback by the horror of such living conditions. After discarding the foul-smelling furs from within the tent, Liao rummaged through the contents, selecting 2 relatively intact snow bear skins. He tossed the smaller one to Xiao Lao Shu and beckoned, "Come with me." When the boy remained motionless, Liao grasped the back of his neck and effortlessly lifted him, carrying him to the riverbank. It was midday, and the sun shone brightly, adding warmth to the crisp winter day. Liao found a sheltered spot behind a large rock and tossed the snow bear skin into the water. As he pressed down with his feet, he watched the murky water bubble forth, colorful oil slicks dancing on the surface, compelling him to marvel. After unfastening the left arm brace and struggling to remove his clothing, Liao glanced at the dazed Xiao Lao Shu standing nearby and called out, "Come help." Xiao Lao Shu approached, slowly assisting Liao in shedding his garments. Standing bare in the river, Liao shivered, picking up a rag to wipe water across his thighs. Observing the dark, murky water spreading in the river, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief as the dark hue of his skin visibly lightened. When had he last bathed? The fragments of the original's memory held no such recollection. Struggling to move, Liao sat on a stone in the water, tossing the rag to Xiao Lao Shu, promising, "Come scrub my back, and if you do well, I'll reward you with a black loaf." Upon hearing the words black loaf, Xiao Lao Shu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he jumped into the water, diligently scrubbing Liao's back with the rag. his trousers soaked in the water. The thick layer of hardened mud atop them dissolved into sludge. From the original Liao's childhood experiences, it was evident that this thick layer of mud served as Xiao Laoshu's insulation against the biting cold, for his flimsy clothing could hardly shield him from the winter winds. Perhaps after bathing, Xiao Laoshu would take advantage of the abundant sunlight to roll in some mud again. After several minutes of scrubbing, Xiao Laoshu was left breathless, his limbs growing weak. Liao gazed at his reflection in the water, golden hair, a sharply defined face, and well-proportioned muscles, embodying the quintessential physique of a northern brute. Though merely 17, he could already be considered a robust young man. Despite the original being wild and unrefined, he was undeniably formidable and industrious. Whenever there was good food, he would sniff it out and show up uninvited. No piece of smoked meat could escape his grasp until spring. The woods outside the village were filled with traps he had set, leading to the near extinction of nearby mice and rabbits. With the food chain disrupted, even larger predators were forced to migrate. When it came to meat consumption, he would claim second place in the village, with no one daring to contest his position. Observing the muddy Xiao Laoshu splashing in the water, Liao remarked disdainfully, "You should wash as well. You're filthy and reeking. Take advantage of the sun and wash your clothes too." Xiao Laoshu stood frozen in place, unresponsive. "What are you afraid of? Jump in. It's quite warm." Liao impatiently threatened, "Strip, or there will be no bread." Only then did Xiao Laoshu slowly begin to remove his tattered clothing, which had long lost any semblance of color, revealing a yellowed silk nightgown underneath. As he discarded the nightgown, the two stood opposite each other, starkly contrasting with Liao's muscular build against Xiao Laoshu's bony frame. Liao flexed his bicep, boasting, "You see, with your physique, I could take on 100 of you." In the midst of his bravado, he suddenly paused. "Where's your little thing?" He hurriedly grabbed the snow bear skin from the bank, wrapping it around Xiao Laoshu, demanding, "Where's your little thing?" Realizing how foolish his question was, he mentally chastised himself. Xiao Laoshu remained as dazed as ever, only softly inquiring after Liao had lifted him onto the shore, "Will you still give me the bread?" With one arm carrying Xiao Laoshu, Liao returned to the camp and approached the busy Olivia, sheepishly asking, "Could you please boil some hot water for me?" "What do you need it for?" Olivia questioned, leaning closer to Liao, sniffing the air before nodding in satisfaction. "Haven't you just finished washing? This little girl hasn't bathed yet. I'm afraid she might freeze in cold water." "Humph, you feed and house people, and now you're offering hot baths. You certainly know how to cater." Olivia lightly scoffed, turning away from him but leading Xiao Laoshu towards a nearby tent. Xiao Laoshu clearly recognized Olivia and, eager to please, hurriedly nestled up to her, only to have her subtly release his hand, creating distance between them. Unfazed by the neglect, Xiao Laoshu obediently followed her into the tent. Liao felt it inappropriate to enter behind them, and instead slipped into Uncle Yulian's tent nearby. As the leader of the caravan, Yulian possessed the largest tent within the entire group. Inside, there were even partitions. The inner space was for sleeping, while the outer area housed a round table with a map pinned to it by a dagger, surrounded by a circle of people. Yulian was busy organizing matters, with several key leaders of the caravan attentively listening by his side. Those called upon stood and acknowledged, with no one daring to voice a single doubt, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a military council. Yulian, a retired imperial soldier, had won the hearts of all within a year, utilizing his extensive knowledge and strategic acumen far beyond that of ordinary villagers, establishing himself as the unequivocal authority in the village. Even from a transmigrator's perspective, Yulian's series of maneuvers commanded respect and led one to ponder if he were indeed the true protagonist. Upon returning home, Yulian promptly assessed the village's current situation and conditions, immediately utilizing all his savings to procure food, recruit militia, and forge weapons, swiftly assembling a militia of around 50 individuals. After several months of fattening and training, they commenced a campaign to eradicate the surrounding beast dens and alien tribes, thereby expanding the living space of the village. They successfully persuaded a small merchant caravan to alter its route, taking an extra day's journey to pass through their village, allowing them to sell the furs, beast teeth, and herbs they had stockpiled. Regrettably, just as the small village was beginning to flourish, it was swiftly besieged by a scouting party of the beastmen. After a period of resistance, many neighboring villages were reduced to ruins. Yulian realized that holding out any longer was futile. He decisively gathered the refugees, expanded the militia, and, leveraging his 10 years of military connections, managed to obtain a development certificate. Subsequently, at great cost, he exterminated a wolf den and successfully hunted a herd of wild cattle, turning them all into provisions and warm tents. Finally, he set fire to the village and, with everyone in tow, began their migration. Prior to igniting the flames, he had sent multiple envoys to the nearby town, beseeching the Night Lord to render assistance, but, as expected, received no response. When the refugee convoy, devastated by the orc invasion, appeared outside the town, the Night Lord disdainfully barred their entry, tossing a cart of bran to them to fend for themselves. With no other options, the refugees continued their migration southward, heading towards the promising new homeland described by Yulian. Chapter 5. The Soul Transmigration. Throughout the migration, there were, of course, setbacks, conflicts, and casualties. Nevertheless, the ultimate outcome was that, whether the villagers who left midway or the 300 elderly and frail who reached their destination, the majority managed to survive. In this era, achieving such a feat with the strength of commoners could undoubtedly be deemed miraculous. The original owner, Liao, was naturally one of Yulian's staunch supporters. This untamed wildling was uniquely obedient to Yulian. Upon seeing Liao enter the tent, Yulian's bearded face broke into a brief smile before swiftly turning stern as he barked, "Have you recovered from your injuries? You have been wandering aimlessly for long enough." Liao instinctively recoiled, smoothly clutching his chest to feign discomfort, yet inquired, "What are you discussing? We have arrived, and there are still so many matters to attend to? You know nothing. Managing 300 people's needs is no trivial matter." Yulian dismissed Liao's curiosity like swatting away a fly. "Hurry and tend to your wounds. Once you are healed, take some people to scout the surroundings, ascertain the environment, and deal with any threats. This will be our home from now on. We cannot be ambushed day in and day out." He then turned to Valeri, who stood beside Liao. "Valeri, take charge of dismantling the useless carts and erecting some barriers in 3 directions. A few rows for basic cover will suffice. Once we settle in, we can fortify it further." The robust Valeri, clearly experienced, nodded in acknowledgement and went to work. "Rashka, gather a few people and burn the northern pastures clean. Tomorrow, we will begin to cultivate the land." "Understood." "Rusfew, accompany the militia and scout the vicinity for anything of value. Our savings are dwindling." The elderly Rusfew nodded in silence. He was the owner of the village's general store, practically the only person who regularly traversed between the village and the market town, facilitating the exchange of goods between villagers and outsiders. Compared to the villagers who toiled in the fields, he was undoubtedly more knowledgeable about valuable commodities. Tragically, both of his sons perished during the orc attack, leaving him with only a small grandson. Like Valeri and Rashka, Rusfew was one of those capable individuals who chose not to leave midway. Gazing at the crude map on the table, Yulian stroked his chin, confidently encouraging everyone. "I have been here before. This place has everything we need. If we work together and endure through the first half of the year, the latter half will be easier. Once we have sufficient resources, I will invite a surveying team to come and check for any mineral deposits. If we find any, we shall strike it rich." However, his words did little to uplift the spirits of those in the tent, who were the core of the pioneering team and far more aware of their dire situation than the villagers outside, who were merely puppets struggling to survive. By the time the pioneering team reached this point, they were nearly out of options, having exhausted their ammunition and supplies. In contrast, the hardships faced during the migration were merely appetizers to the feast of suffering that lay ahead. Had it been the old Liao, he would have undoubtedly been swept away by Yulian's optimism, captivated by his visions of a bright future, and filled with fervor and determination, momentarily forgetting the dire reality of their scant provisions. Yet he was no longer the same person, and thus refrained from unrestrained joy, instead scrutinizing the map thoughtfully. Yulian had deliberately chosen to migrate at the end of winter and the beginning of spring, not only to evade the impending large-scale raids by the beastmen, but also to ensure that they could clear enough land in the river bend before the thaw, in time for the rye planting season in April. With the fertile land of the river bend and a climate significantly warmer than that of the northern ice river, the pioneering team could achieve self-sufficiency in food within the first year, provided they had enough labor. The dilemma, however, was that the convoy now consisted of fewer than 300 individuals, the majority of whom were elderly, frail, and women and children, with most families lacking the means to survive and relying on Yulian's protection to remain. Those families with savings and ample labor had mostly succumbed to the hardships of migrating through the harsh northern winter, opting to settle in the affluent villages and towns along the way. Thus, even in the most ideal scenario, with 300 elderly and weak individuals striving for food self-sufficiency in the first year, they would still have to confront the pressing issue of food supply for the better part of the next 6 months before the rye harvest. Relying solely on fishing and hunting was implausible. Although Liao's small village was a naturally formed settlement, It was one of the rare agricultural villages along the northern ice river. A century ago, the village was granted to a knightly family as a fief by Lord Fulilof. Theoretically, everything on the land, aside from their homes and allotted plots, belonged to the Knight Lord. The villagers depended entirely on farming for their livelihood, even if the local lord lifted hunting and logging bans. Most villagers were so impoverished that they lacked even the tools for fishing or hunting. The best hunters in the village, aside from Yulian, were Liao, the self-taught wildling. Moreover, the villagers' self-crafted bows and bone-tipped arrows could only hunt small game such as rabbits and foxes, failing to bring down even a full-grown elk. Had it not been for this limitation, a rain of arrows could have repelled the goblin attack. Not to mention the presence of numerous alien tribes, beast dens, and even magical beasts in the wilds. For a group of underarmed villagers to hunt in unfamiliar wilderness was tantamount to courting death. Miners, what kind of minerals are you seeking? Liao pondered as he scrutinized the map. Yulian waved his hand dismissively. Anything will do, gold, silver, or even copper mines are acceptable. What are you dreaming of? Copper mines? Liao scoffed. If there are no copper mines, what about iron mines? Iron mines? What iron mines? Yulian and the others in the tent widened their eyes in astonishment, exchanging glances, incredulous about the mention of iron mines. Liao retrieved a spearhead from a box in the corner of the tent and tossed it onto the round table, proudly stating, "Is this not it?" The spearhead, aside from its tip, was covered in a thick layer of rust, yet even so, the multitude of tiny air holes was evident. This spear had been left behind by the goblins days prior and collected by Yulian. The intact spears were distributed to the villagers as weapons for self-defense, while the damaged ones had their heads removed to be repurposed into farming tools once they settled down and began to cultivate the land. The ongoing conflicts among the empire's various dukes resulted in more than just the loss of lives. An immense quantity of weapons, armor, and other war supplies flooded the battlefield. In the frigid northern realm, which is already starkly barren compared to the other regions of the empire, the scant steel resources are monopolized by the nobility, fashioned into weapons and armor, and incessantly dispatched to the battlefield. This has led to a skyrocketing price of iron among the common folk, with many villagers unable to afford even a simple hoe. Observing the confusion among the crowd, Liao patiently guided them. Where do the dog-headed creatures acquire their iron tools? Surely, they cannot be purchased. Yulian, slapping his thigh in astonishment, exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that the dog-headed creatures have discovered iron mines?" Liao pointed at the spearhead on the table, and the answer was evident. Such matters could be deduced with a modicum of thought, particularly for someone like him, deeply immersed in a world of fantasy and gaming. Terms like dog-headed creatures and mines were intrinsically linked in his mind. Liao's thoughts were consumed by the issues of mining and transporting the iron. The quality of the iron ore unearthed by the dog-headed creatures, its suitability for extraction, the availability of labor for mining, and the logistics of transporting it to market were the paramount concerns. However, the others lacked such foresight. Their attention was diverted to a different matter. Yulian stared incredulously at Liao, exclaiming, "By the gods, have you finally gained some sense?" This question ignited a commotion among the crowd, with voices rising in disbelief. "Impossible. My pig is smarter than he is. I suspect he is possessed by a dog-headed creature he killed. Perhaps a demon's soul has crossed into him. Yes. It's a soul transfer. A soul transfer." Liao looked on in exasperation, wondering why they could arrive at the truth in mere moments, yet failed to devise a solution to fill their bellies. Chapter 6. The camp kitchen. Given the circumstances, the current plan required some modification. Holding a spearhead of equally poor quality and craftsmanship, Uncle Yulian wore an expression of enthusiasm. First, they would fortify the camp to ensure everyone had a safe place to stay. Then locate the dog-headed creature's den and devise a strategy to breach it and uncover the iron mine. Everything else could be set aside for the time being. Once the others had departed, leaving only Yulian and Liao furrowed his brow and inquired, "What use is it to find the iron mine first? Iron ore is inedible, and we have no blacksmith. There are over 30 miles of impassable terrain to the west of the watchtower. We cannot transport the iron out. The immediate priority should be securing food, no?" Such doubts could not be voiced in front of the others. Otherwise, the morale raised by the prospect of iron would swiftly be diminished. "What do you know? Just focus on healing, and then scout for the dog-headed creature's lair to see if we can take it down." Yulian waved him off without further explanation. Liao, left with no choice, shook his head and exited the tent. Once the others had left, Yulian laboriously sat down, the excitement and confidence on his face gradually fading, replaced by fatigue. At that moment, the strikingly beautiful blonde girl, Olivia, entered. Seeing her father's exhausted and pained expression, she approached him with concern. Squatting down to rest her head on Yulian's knee, softly murmuring, "Father." She lifted his pant leg to reveal his pallid skin, marred by dark veins that extended from his calves into his boots, emanating a faint putrid odor. "It's nothing, just a minor ailment. I can endure." Returning to his small tent, Liao found the little mouse had finished her bath and was laboriously spreading the clean snow-bare hide on a makeshift wooden frame to dry. The tattered fur that Liao had discarded outside was neatly arranged by her, with not a single scrap lost. Even the fallen tufts of fur were gathered into a ball for preservation. She wore a tattered, thick woolen sweater, layered with a coarse burlap tunic, no longer appearing so underdressed. However, the garments lent to her by Olivia were evidently oversized, resembling a religious robe that trailed on the ground, making her walk appear unsteady and adorably comical. This was the first time Liao saw her in a clean state, after her warm bath. The little girl's face bore a hint of color, her dark hair and eyes accentuating her delicate features, while her skin was an unnatural white, contrasting sharply with the impoverished villagers. Yet, she was painfully thin. The prolonged hunger had hollowed her cheeks and sunken her eyes, creating an eerie visage. Even amid her previous dirtiness, it was easy to discern that the little mouse was indeed a girl. Yet, Liao, in his prior obliviousness, had never considered her gender. In his mind, he thought that given his original persona, he likely wouldn't have cared about race either. Today's kindness might lead to rescuing a mouse, while tomorrow, if his goodwill waned, she might end up in a stew. Liao held the silk nightgown the little mouse had shed, freshly washed and dried in his hands. A small bundle that felt as light as a wisp of cloud. Even without unfolding it, the sunlight reflected off its surface, casting colorful hues. Its silky texture exuded warmth, a quality of silk that even Liao, from the modern world, had never encountered. Perhaps this was the so-called magical fabric, the little mouse's lifeline in the harsh northern winter. This undoubtedly indicated that the little mouse's identity was extraordinary, yet Liao had no inclination to delve into it. The primary concern was survival. Such a time-consuming and energy-draining side quest could wait for later. "Hey," Liao handed the silk nightgown to the little mouse, urging her to wear it discreetly so as not to attract attention, lest it be taken from her. The little mouse clutched the gown, remaining silent and gazing down. "By the way, where have you been sleeping these past few days? What have you been eating?" Liao finally voiced his earlier questions. The little mouse opened her mouth, stammering. "Olivia, Sister Olivia, made a tent for me." Her imperial tongue was melodious and pleasant, yet her accent was distinctly not of the northern dialect. And Liao, who had never left the village, could not discern its origin. "Is Olivia really that kind?" Liao mused, recalling her apparent indifference towards the little mouse. However, this aligned with Liao's memory, as he recalled that during his time in the village, Olivia was always the one to cook the snow rabbits they caught. Yet, she often hesitated to slaughter them, particularly when food was abundant. There was a period when Liao was fortunate enough that Olivia's family had 7 rabbits and a fawn. Though the impoverished villagers clearly harbored aversion towards orphans, Olivia could not bear to let the little mouse freeze to death. Glancing at the sun overhead, the little mouse tucked away the nightgown and took Liao's hand, leading him towards the center of the camp. The camp was alive with the sounds of activity, with people setting up tents, dismantling wooden planks from carts, erecting fences, and clearing away dead branches, weeds, and debris. The villagers appeared relaxed, and the atmosphere was far more vibrant than it had been on the road. Wooden fences were being erected around the camp, with villagers setting up their tents against them. Providing a meager shield against the wind and snow, should an attack occur, these wooden barriers would serve as a temporary defense, at least capable of withstanding arrows and spears. The center of the camp was notably spacious, with only a semi-open tent set up between 2 carts, serving as the kitchen for the expedition team. Beneath the carts were several cages housing chickens, ducks, and rabbits, totaling 14 heads and 38 legs. A handful of village women of various ages busied themselves preparing food for the caravan. Meanwhile, several young girls, led by a robust woman, returned from outside the camp carrying baskets filled with unfamiliar plants that Liao had tasted before. Although it was not yet mealtime, several large pots were already boiling, bubbling with unknown wild vegetables, beans, and finely chopped radishes, while the aroma of baking bread wafted from a nearby tent. The bread is certainly not freshly baked, but rather stale bread from stock, temporarily heated. The long, stick-like loaves, which could serve as weapons, cannot be easily broken without heating, as ordinary knives are utterly ineffective against them. The so-called meat soup simmering in the pot is also intended to accompany the hard bread, without soaking in the hot broth. The bread is no different from hardwood. If one merely observes this scene, it might create an illusion of abundant food, a deliberate atmosphere crafted by Yulian, who has positioned the kitchen at the center of the camp. However, Leo, as a core member, knows that the entire team is left with little more than these 2 carts of food. Little Mouse pulled Leo to one side of the kitchen truck, where more than 10 ragged, emaciated children had already gathered, their faces alight with anticipation. Upon seeing Little Mouse, none greeted her. Instead, they clamored for Leo, calling him Big Brother Leo and Captain. These children were the offspring of villagers, many of whom had felt the sting of Leo's fist, yet the more they were beaten, the more they admired his strength. However, they dared not approach him as Little Mouse did, fearing that Leo might kick them away. Due to the hard bread laden with a mix of bran, beans, acorns, and deer horn cassava, which is difficult to digest, the younger children in the caravan were provided with different food. After a brief wait, Olivia approached, carrying a basket. Upon seeing Leo amidst the children, she displayed a hint of surprise but did not acknowledge him. Instead, she retrieved a bundle of long loaves from the locked truck using a key. These loaves, similarly dark and of indeterminate composition, were at least sufficiently fermented and soft. Olivia tore the loaves in half, distributing them among the children. Once the bread was distributed, Olivia opened her basket and gently announced that each child would receive an additional egg today. Amidst the cheers, as she handed out eggs smaller than ping-pong balls, she earnestly reminded them that during this busy period, they must be obedient, help their families with chores, refrain from wandering off the camp, and avoid fishing in the river. Those who disobeyed would face hunger if caught by her. The chickens raised by the caravan produced almost no eggs in winter, and they had only gathered a handful along the way, originally intended to be exchanged for coarse grains at the last market. However, after missing that last market, Olivia decided to offer them as a reward for the children's successful arrival at their destination. The cold and hunger along the journey had left many children emaciated. They could hardly stand without some nourishment. Little Mouse was the last to receive food, holding the soft black bread in her hands. Hesitating to reach for the egg in Olivia's hand, the little girl acutely sensed that the settlers did not favor her, not even the kind-hearted elder sister Olivia. In the harsh northern climate, no one would cherish a stray child, when one's own family could barely survive. Giving a morsel to a beggar only increased the likelihood that one's own family would starve. Does she have any? She is not one of us. Yes. She is a stray. She has no father to work. She shouldn't eat. Several children looked at Little Mouse and cried out in indignation. Do you want to die? Leo raised his arm, clenched his fist, his muscles twisting like tightly wound cables, silencing the group of children. He snatched the egg from Olivia's hand and, gripping Little Mouse's cheeks, effortlessly pried her mouth open, forcing the egg inside. Done. With the egg lodged in her mouth, Little Mouse gently pushed Leo, leading him to Olivia. During this time, she had survived on the half loaf of black bread she received daily. And such a chance at life must certainly be shared with Leo. Surely, the kind elder sister would provide Leo with some food as well. Olivia and Leo exchanged glances, she protectively guarding the truck behind her, angrily stating, "Are you going to steal food from the children too?" Leo had no intention of eating, but at her words, he retorted, "Who isn't a child? How old do you think I am?" Olivia rolled her eyes at him and turned to pull out a piece of jerky the size of her pinky finger, handing it to him. "Here, have something tasty." Leo accepted the jerky, chewing it, and found the texture akin to gnawing on tree roots. As he chewed, he watched Olivia bend down, rummaging in the truck. Olivia wore a light yellow fitted coat over a coarse cloth dress, which sported several patches. Her attire was similar to that of other village women, the only distinction being the black fur draped over her shoulders for warmth. Her well-developed figure made the outfit particularly flattering. Every movement and smile resembled a character from a video game or anime. Compared to the other villagers who toiled in the dirt, Olivia, the daughter of an imperial soldier, seemed like a lady of privilege. Her educated mother had cared for her well before passing, so Olivia had hardly worked the fields and did not possess the stout physique typical of her peers. Her gentle and kind nature avoided coarse language that would make men blush. Being literate and numerate, she naturally became her father Yulian's right hand, managing the finances and supplies of the expedition. During Leo's recovery, it was Olivia who tended to him, cleaning wounds, changing dressings, and feeding him. With her warm porridge, she ensured Leo received enough nourishment to heal and survive. It would be impossible to deny his gratitude. Yet the memories of their shared past were so familiar that their interactions were often marked by bickering. Expressing thanks was out of the question. Fragments of memories flooded Leo's mind, recalling when he had bullied her, causing her to cry and run home to her mother, who would then invite him to dinner while scolding him. What? Bullying someone and still getting food? How wonderful. After rummaging for what she needed, Olivia turned to find Leo staring at her backside for an extended period, her face flushing with anger. What are you still doing here? What? Is this it? Leo, taken aback, realized that the so-called treat was merely the small piece of jerky he had just swallowed. Humph. This is beef jerky. I wouldn't even want to eat it myself, Olivia exclaimed in exasperation, feeling that her generosity had been misplaced. This isn't even as good as a spicy strip. Leo was equally displeased, having waited so long, and turned to leave, noticing Little Mouse closely following him. Breaking off a large chunk of black bread and stuffing it into her mouth. Little Mouse, gazing sadly at the bread with a missing piece, then spat out the egg she had been holding in her mouth for a while, offering it to Leo in a conciliatory manner. Leo looked at the drooling egg and exclaimed, "Get lost." After a meal that belonged to the adults in the camp, Leo felt the weight of their predicament more acutely. Previously, lying in the truck and drinking porridge for several days, he had nearly lost his appetite, thinking that once he recovered, he would finally enjoy a decent meal. However, after consuming a mouthful of hard bread, he realized he had been living in luxury before. He stubbornly occupied a large pot, scooping with a spoon for an extended period, yet could not retrieve anything resembling a proper broth. That evening, Leo lay in his tent, staring blankly at the tent's ceiling. Fragments of fragmented knowledge from his past life and survival experiences in this life flashed through his mind, attempting to merge into a solution that would alleviate his current difficulties. If only he had a golden finger like an encyclopedia. Baidu, Wilderness Survival, Episode 1. How should I lead a group of the old and young to fill their bellies? Little Mouse cautiously crawled in, lying down in the pile of tattered fur at Leo's feet, subtly inching closer to his calf. After a few minutes, she edged even closer. In a few moments, drawing closer still, Leo felt the chill emanating from the ground beneath his feet. With a soft sigh in his heart, he lifted his foot and placed it squarely upon the diminutive creature. The little mouse, filled with joy, embraced Leo's calf and remained still. Despite being clad in what seemed to be a magical fabric of sleepwear, the warmth it provided was woefully inadequate to dispel the harsh chill of late winter and early spring. The frail vitality and meager sustenance of the little mouse were utterly insufficient to generate the necessary warmth. Leo's leg, ensconced in the mouse's embrace, felt as though it had extended beyond the confines of the tent, freezing for a full 10 minutes until the heat radiating from Leo's robust body restored warmth to it. "Leo, may I call you father?" came the barely audible voice of the mouse in the darkness. "Why? They say that having a father means there is food. Very well then. Father?" Chapter 8. Assembly. Upon awakening the following day, the little mouse had vanished. Leo searched the campsite thoroughly, but found no trace of her. He inquired of others. "Where's my little mouse?" A child timidly pointed towards the great river beyond the camp. Whispering, she seemed to have gone towards the riverbank. After searching along the riverbank for a while, he eventually discovered her on a patch of gravel shallows. There, the small mouse crouched, shivering and curled up, while simultaneously sifting through the shallow waters. To avoid wetting her clothes, she had rolled up the hem of her overly long garment to her waist, exposing her bare lower half. From thigh to foot, her alabaster skin was marred with distressing frostbite. Olivia had more than one child to care for, and she had no spare trousers to lend the mouse. At long last, she clasped her hands together, triumphantly seizing a tiny fish the size of a finger, her large eyes narrowing into delighted crescents. Fearing the fish might escape, the little mouse had no time to wash off the mud before eagerly shoving it into her mouth. The young children in the expedition could only receive food once a day, and the morning meal consisted merely of a few bites from their parents' bowls or a few cooked peas distributed among them. Clearly, no one would think to call for the little mouse. Thus, she resorted to secretly saving a few bites of bread or foraging for food in the wild. Fortunately, unlike her peers, she did not have to participate in labor alongside her family, granting her an entire day to seek sustenance. The downside, however, was the scarcity of food in the northern winter. Approaching her, Leo grasped her chin and attempted to extract the fish with 2 fingers. The little mouse, startled, struggled to swallow the fish she had not yet managed to bite through, shielding her head from the perceived assault, only to realize that the intruder was Leo. She resembled a child caught in wrongdoing, her head bowed in nervousness. "I was wrong. I should have given the fish to father first." Leo had neither the energy nor the inclination to scold her, merely stating, "Your fishing skills are far too slow. Watch me." He then moved some stones, quickly clearing a small pond and constructing a dam. Leaving an opening that connected the pond to the river, Leo clapped his hands and beckoned the little mouse, saying, "Come now, do not play alone by the riverbank. Be cautious, or Olivia may not feed you. What about the fish? It will be ready by evening. What about the bread? What bread? The one you promised yesterday. With Liao's persistent coaxing, Olivia finally relented and secretly provided him with a piece of soft bread. In the adoring gaze of the little mouse and her repeated calls of father, Liao bestowed the bread upon her. Breakfast consisted once again of hard, unpalatable bread. Only half the weight of the evening meal, accompanied by a large pot of boiling hot water. Additionally, there was a segment of a plant root resembling sweet potato, yet more akin to yam. This was the northern region's unique deerhorn cassava, able to survive in frozen soil and more filling than bread. Though its only drawback was its toxicity, excessive consumption could lead to death. After grappling with the challenging breakfast, Liao waved his hand grandly to a nearby youth, saying, "Ivan, notify the militia to assemble for training." In mere moments, the members of the militia had gathered. Only 20 individuals were present, several of whom bore bandaged wounds. The young and able-bodied laborers in the expedition were already in short supply, and the militia constituted a significant portion of them, all engaged in vital tasks during the day. Previously, when they were conscripted by Yulian in the village, they could only spare a little time for training before breakfast and after dinner. The only true soldier in the entire force was Liao, who was not required to toil in the fields. The others had initially joined the militia solely for the promise of an additional pound of bread each day. This was no trivial matter. Many impoverished farmers struggled to secure even a day's worth of rations during winter. However, through the trials of this migration, the surviving militia members had come to deeply appreciate the significance of armed strength, especially in the untamed wilderness. Thus, upon the call to assemble, aside from 7 or 8 veterans stationed to patrol the camp's perimeter, the remaining militia members quickly gathered, including the injured. Having received additional rations and training from Yulian for over a year, these militia members appeared noticeably more robust than the average villagers, their clothing substantially thicker. Half of the militia donned rudimentary armor crafted from various furs, resembling a band of hunters from the Tsarist era. Due to the lack of adequate food, the militia rarely engaged in high-intensity physical training. Most of their time was spent learning basic weapon handling, offensive and defensive techniques, and battle formations from Yulian or other retired soldiers. Many combat techniques appeared simple, yet significantly enhanced the militia's combat effectiveness and survival rate. Engaging in battle was not as straightforward as it might seem. If 2 villagers were merely equipped with weapons, they could strike each other numerous times, leaving them bloodied but unlikely to inflict serious harm. In contrast, trained and battle-hardened soldiers operated differently. Opportunities for attack in combat were often limited to 1 or 2 instances, and those moments were pivotal for victory. This explained why even disabled veterans could easily handle 3 or 5 village ruffians, beyond their superior physical conditioning. Their strikes were swifter and more lethal. Since the former militia commander had departed mid-migration due to his wife and child falling ill, Liao, who exhibited the greatest increase in combat prowess, was promoted to the position of the new militia commander. However, due to the arduous nature of the migration, Liao had yet to convene the militia for collective training. Unlike Yulian or the previous commander, with the mindset of a traveler, he held slightly different views on combat methodologies. Close-quarters combat seemed excessively crude and lacking in elegance. Ranged strikes were the true path to mastery. Having once been bitten to death by a dog-headed creature, Liao was reluctant to repeat that experience. Although the original owner's aggressive and combative temperament continued to influence him, the elegant spirit of the traveler retained dominance, fostering a strong aversion to hand-to-hand combat with cold weapons. Unfortunately, Liao's village was not renowned for archery. Its inhabitants were simple, hard-working farmers. Had it been a village reliant on fishing and hunting, merely gathering the men would have sufficed to form a formidable squad of archers. Nevertheless, there was no cause for concern. Their ruggedness and strength could still be harnessed for other skills. Liao instructed the militia to stand in formation before declaring loudly, "From today onward, we shall practice javelin throwing. My requirements are straightforward. The javelin must not touch the ground within 50 yards, and within 20 yards. 5 out of 10 throws must hit the mark. Those who fail to meet the standards will have their dinner rations halved." The militia exchanged glances, and a brown-haired youth named Vicky, only 2 years Liao's senior, hesitated to speak. "But we still have to clear the land, right? Uncle Yulian said we must cultivate at least 300 acres in these 3 months. Otherwise, we will miss the spring sowing in April." Liao paused, taken aback, and asked, "How large is an acre?" The militia members all wore expressions of disbelief, quickly followed by palpable contempt. The ignorance of their commander astonished even the illiterate. "You are a true rural dweller. Do you not have a sense of how large an acre is?" Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Liao felt equally perplexed. How was I to know your system of measuring acres? Who can tell whether it is an English acre, a metric acre, or some other haphazard measure? Moreover, the original owner had never farmed, lacking even the most basic understanding of land measurement. In Chapter 9, Javelin Throwing, through the gestures of a militiaman, Liao gradually grasped the concept of acres in this world. The area referred to by villagers as an acre is roughly equivalent to an acre in his previous life, which can be intuitively visualized as half the size of a football field. Although the agricultural techniques of this world are exceedingly primitive, and the level of land reclamation does not require the meticulous cultivation seen in his previous life. The notion of clearing nearly 300 acres of wilderness within 3 months, without mechanized equipment, relying solely on a predominantly elderly and frail group of around 300 individuals, remains unfathomable to Liao. The labor required to clear wild land is entirely distinct from that needed for planting cultivated fields. From burning brush, plowing, clearing stones and shrubs, to leveling the land, building ridges, digging ditches, and ultimately sowing, maintaining, and harvesting. The amount of labor needed for an acre of wild land far exceeds that of cultivated land by a factor of 10. This is compounded by the fact that the Heiwan Peninsula boasts vast grasslands and lakes, with flat terrain, fertile soil, and abundant water sources, making it particularly suitable for reclamation, which gives Yulian confidence. Further away from Heiwan, and across the river on the expansive plains, lies a primeval forest thick with towering coniferous trees, a landscape and vegetation that a refugee settlement like theirs cannot hope to conquer. Growing up in a modern rural environment, Liao subconsciously believed that if no taxes were owed, each person could cultivate a mere 2 mu of land and have enough to eat. However, this is the remote frontier of the Northern Territory, where the agricultural techniques employed are quite outdated even by the standards of this world, and the grains grown are not genetically modified high-yield crops. The village of the original owner could only plant 1 season of rye each year, with 200 pounds of seed sown per acre yielding a meager 800 pounds of grain. After deducting the seed, and without paying taxes, 1 acre of land could barely keep a person from starving. When calculated, Yulian's request for 300 acres is not excessive, even if achieved. It would still leave a considerable gap from true sustenance. 300 acres translates to over 1,800 mu. Even with a plowing machine, I would not be able to cultivate it all. Yet the original owner, Liao, was evidently not one to reason. Knowing these facts would only lead to further frustration and agitation. Liao cunningly exploited this advantage, declaring, "I do not care, we shall train first, and anyone who wishes to leave shall face me." The militiamen exchanged glances but remained silent. Many were not necessarily intimidated by the young Liao, yet they certainly feared his fists. Moreover, just days prior, members of the militia had been bloodied by a rain of javelins from the dog-headed men, leaving them acutely aware of the javelin's lethal power. That barrage had claimed the lives of over 10 militiamen, and several still lay in the camp tents unable to rise. This was the most devastating long-range attack they had suffered during their migration, second only to the flying axes of the beastmen and the headhunter spears of troll scouts. Thus, a group armed with various javelins, spears, and wooden sticks assembled in an empty space outside the camp. Liao gauged the distance and temporarily altered the rules. He drew a straight line at his feet, pointing to a small hillside over 20 meters away, saying, "Practice throwing from here." And hitting the trunk counts as a valid throw. Sparse small trees grew on the hillside, and hitting a trunk from over 20 meters away was no easy feat. One militiaman eagerly stepped forward, grasping a suitable javelin, and with all his might, threw it. The javelin flew crookedly, landing several meters in front of the small trees. The remaining militiamen laughed heartily and confidently took their turns, yet only a few javelins successfully reached the grove, with just one fortunate enough to embed itself at the base of a tree trunk. The results were disheartening. However, Liao was not dismayed. As a former athlete, he understood that under conditions devoid of training, without a running start, and using inferior javelins, this level of performance was commendable among ordinary people. He had seen javelins fly sideways, spin erratically, and skim the ground. The javelins collected by the militiamen resembled javelins in form. But aside from those captured from the dog-headed men, the rest were an assortment of long weapons of varying thickness, including several pitchforks, weighing between half a kilogram and 3 kilograms, with handling vastly different from standard javelins. Successfully throwing over 20 meters on the first attempt was already a sign of athletic talent. Continue. Liao allowed the militiamen to throw 2 more rounds of javelins before gathering the thrown ones, and began meticulously demonstrating the techniques of javelin throwing. He explained the grip, The mechanics of power application, the techniques for both run-up and stationary throws, and the optimal angles for throwing. As he spoke, he stepped back, raised the javelin over his shoulder, took a few slow-motion steps forward, and then released the javelin. It soared gracefully and steadily through the air, effortlessly covering over 20 meters, and struck a small tree trunk, piercing through it, with the tip emerging from the back. Perfect. Years of rigorous training as an athlete in his previous life, combined with his robust physique in this life, had elevated his javelin throwing skills to an exceptional level. All while he was in a state of injury that should have hindered movement. Liao was practically a natural athlete, not only in javelin throwing, but with his strength and athletic prowess. A bit of training in his past life would have easily made him an Olympic champion in multiple events. The militiamen present were awestruck by his display, whispering amongst themselves, "Who throws the best javelin?" The answer is Liao, who had never thrown a javelin before. The slain dog-headed leader is another possibility. But the correct answer is, it is the soul that has traversed realms. After training for about an hour, Yilian hurried over from the camp. By this time, the militiamen had begun to exhibit promising javelin throwing skills, having grasped the basic techniques, and the robust militiamen could now throw the javelins over 30 meters without a run-up, albeit with questionable accuracy. Improving throwing precision requires prolonged practice and standardization of the throwing weapons, which can only be achieved gradually. Observing the militiamen rubbing their sore arms, yet wearing excited expressions, Liao announced loudly, "The morning training has concluded, barely passing your qualifications. You must train for at least 1 hour every morning from now on." Yilian, who had been watching, expressed his surprise, clapping Liao on the shoulder, saying, "Who would have thought, young lad, you possess such skills?" Ouch! Liao slumped his shoulders, curling up his body to evade Yilian's playful pat while explaining, "I figured it out while hunting before." "Very good. This increases our confidence in eliminating the dog-headed men. Do not rush, just watch closely. I have many more tricks up my sleeve," Liao exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. "Hey, how capable are you? That I would not know." Yilian raised his foot as if to kick him. "You seem so joyful. Have you healed?" "Indeed. Now go work the fields." Chapter 10. The curved plow. The militiamen, having finished their training, wasted no time resting and spontaneously moved to the grasslands north of the camp, joining the fervent land reclamation efforts. They were the main force in this endeavor, and for farmers, cultivating the land was their primary duty. Yilian had previously promised that in the second year of reclamation, land would be allocated, granting each adult male a permanent tax-exempt acre of land. However, the actual amount of tillable land would depend on how much land the villagers could successfully reclaim in the first year. This is an unparalleled condition that has never existed in any place or territory. With the advent of the feudal lord system, the living space for self-sufficient farmers has gradually diminished, and the estates established by the nobility mean that not only the land itself, but everything upon it does not belong to the serfs. In fact, only the sparsely populated borders of the empire still have a considerable number of self-sufficient farmers. In the economically developed and densely populated southern provinces, the nobility's estate system is fully entrenched, and the traces of self-sufficient farmers have long since vanished, leaving behind only tenants and serfs. The bored Liao followed Wulian to the reclamation site, squatting on a decayed tree stump to observe the industrious scene of laborers at work. Hundreds of young men formed a human pyramid at times, and at other times, they aligned in a straight line. They wielded hoes, shovels, and pickaxes, turning over the scorched earth beneath their feet. The elderly, women, and children followed behind, carrying away the unearthed stones, while the grass roots were piled together and set ablaze. In just half a morning, several acres had already been turned over. The land was remarkably suitable for reclamation, far easier than the villagers had anticipated, and both young and old were absorbed in the task. Liao felt a wave of nostalgia in the fragmented memories of the previous owner. The land back home was still covered by a foot of snow at this time of year, and even cultivated land required a pickaxe to break the frozen soil. Though he had only migrated over 1,000 miles to the southwest, the climate was drastically different, akin to moving from northeast to North China. From the cold zone to the temperate zone, fertile land and fervent scenes of labor always stirred hope in people, allowing them to forget their sufferings. However, as Liao observed, he increasingly sensed something amiss. Suddenly, he realized and stood up, shouting, "Where are the donkeys? Where are your donkeys?" "What donkeys?" The villagers replied. "The donkeys have all been taken by the children of the Badawa family to graze. Why aren't the donkeys here to plow the fields?" Liao asked angrily. His words generated a wave of laughter. One villager mockingly replied, "Ha ha, let the donkeys plow the fields? Why don't you ask the donkeys to learn magic too?" Liao was infuriated and turned to Wulian beside him. Haven't you ever seen a donkey plow the fields? He intended to mention a plow. Yet the memories of the previous owner did not include the term for plow. He certainly could not ask Wulian in Chinese. After 10 years of military service, having traveled across the land and gained extensive experience, Wulian stroked his chin and pondered, donkeys can indeed plow, but it must be quite difficult, perhaps requiring some sort of magic. Liao was too exasperated to engage in further conversation, cursing under his breath as he marched back to the camp. How could farmers cultivate the land without a plow? This was an implement that had existed since primitive society. It was absurd for medieval farmers to have never seen a plow, akin to a 21st century recluse never having seen a mobile phone. With such a primitive level of production, Wulian dared to lead the villagers into the wilderness to reclaim land. It could only be said that the people of the north were indeed reckless. Upon returning to the camp, Liao, obstructed by Olivia, forcefully seized and smashed the best pointed shovel from their household. He then cut several branches, about the thickness of his wrist, bent them into shape, and after a simple carving, nailed them together, finally attaching the damaged pointed shovel to the bottom of the newly formed plow frame. An improvised plow was thus created. Looking at the crude and simple curved plow before him, Liao felt a sense of accomplishment swell within him. In the first week of his transmigration, I invented the curved plow. Lifting the curved plow, Liao instructed Olivia to lead a donkey back to the wasteland with him, tying the donkey's harness to the plow. Adjusting the plow's position, Liao shouted, "Go." The donkey remained utterly still. Olivia understood Liao's intention, chuckling as she tugged on the donkey's reins to coax it forward, while Liao steadied the plow, gently pressing the blade into the soil. The ground in the river bay was remarkably soft, offering little resistance save for some dried grass roots and a few pebbles. The donkey hardly exerted itself, effortlessly pulling the curved plow forward, creating a trench a foot deep behind them. The villagers, initially engrossed in the reclamation, had little interest in the spectacle. In their eyes, Liao, who had never farmed and was rather simple-minded, was unlikely to produce anything worth watching. It was only when Liao easily surpassed the sweating members of the militia within minutes that they began to take notice of the remarkable tool he had crafted. Wulian, who had witnessed Liao's operation throughout, was wide-eyed with excitement, exclaiming in the Empire's elegant tongue, "I have seen this before. It feels familiar. So familiar." In fact, this world, like Earth, had known the existence of the plow for thousands of years. In the bountiful southern provinces of the Orantis Empire, there were even 2-horse and 4-horse-drawn heavy plows, with agricultural yields surpassing those of the north by threefold. Otherwise, there would not have been sufficient strength to unify the eastern coast of the Morning Light continent and drive the fierce and battle-hardened beast tribes from the northern provinces deep into the snowy plains beyond the North Ice River. However, the cold and barren banks of the North Ice River were different. The primary sources of income for the lords here lay in the herds of cattle, sheep, and horses in their pastures, as well as the furs of wild beasts from hunting grounds, magical herbs, and rare woods from lumber yards. They had no intention of organizing their serfs to reclaim land for farming. The rye and beans collected from the serfs were merely used to feed the horses. The nobility had little interest in the coarse grains produced in this northern land. In reality, very few nobles were willing to reside on the northern side of the Anzino River. The lands they held were managed by family-trained stewards while they themselves lived on the relatively warmer southern bank of the Anzino River. The small village where Liao resided was one of the few naturally formed agricultural settlements along the banks of the North Ice River, suitable for cultivation. Before Wulian enlisted, the village lacked not only draft animals like donkeys, cattle, and horses, but many impoverished villagers did not even possess a single iron hoe. The wealthiest households barely managed to keep a few pigs and sheep. There was neither sufficient labor nor enough land to sustain an entire family. Over 1/3 of their food came from natural gifts of the nearby mountains and forests, such as acorns, mushrooms, wild vegetables, and cassava. Had it not been for Wulian's return from military service to become the village head, the villagers, even aware of the terror posed by the beast tribe scouts, would have been left to quietly await their demise, much like the other surrounding villages. In the mature estate system of the South, these free men could discard their lands and become tenant farmers under noble estates. However, in the North, they could only become vagrants, perishing in the icy wilderness. With Liao's demonstration, Wulian immediately recognized the immense benefits of the curved plow. Although he claimed to have traveled extensively and seen many things, in reality, he had only served for 5 years as a border scout at the watchtower of Count Frolov's domain and was later conscripted into the Wind God Fortress Infantry Regiment for 5 more years due to his strength and military achievements. His entire military career was spent in the barracks, progressing from conscripted infantry to regular infantry, elite heavy infantry, and finally to the highest rank of a civilian soldier in the Imperial Army. He had only caught fleeting glimpses of plows along the military routes. Immediately, Wulian called upon several of the village's most skilled carpenters, and under Liao's guidance, they produced 18 simple versions of the curved plow in one go, herding all the donkeys from the camp into the fields. Liao squatted back down on the decayed tree stump, feeling satisfied as he watched the villagers plowing at triple speed. A distant voice echoing in his mind. You have unlocked the iron plow and oxen cultivation technology, increasing farmer productivity. Grain output increased. Chapter 11. The sling. The technique for using the curved plow is exceedingly simple. The curved plow crafted by Liao lacked complex components such as plowshares, plow arrows, or plow handles. The user merely needed to use the plow's end, which was close to the ground, as a fulcrum, lifting or pressing the plow handle to adjust the depth of plowing. Under Liao's brief instructions, even children and women could master it with ease. Soon, the able-bodied men in the village shifted their focus, leaving only the elderly, women, and children in the barren land. The children led the donkey at the front, while the women guided the plow from behind, and the elders followed, collecting roots and stones. The iron plow, drawn by the donkey, glided through the soft earth, effortlessly turning up the buried roots and stones, transforming the charred wasteland into arable land at a remarkable pace. The men had all relocated to the slopes beneath the western part of Heiwan Peninsula. Clearing the land was not merely about tilling. In addition to leveling the ground and removing debris, Wulian had to lead a team to create a water channel at least 5 feet deep along the inland side of Heiwan Peninsula, connecting the southern marshes and small lakes to regulate the water levels in the fields. Although the northern wasteland chosen by Wulian had the flattest terrain, most suitable for initial cultivation, it was still naturally formed land with considerable undulations and variations in elevation, failing to meet agricultural standards. In some areas, shrubs grew several meters high, while in others, muddy puddles formed. Most areas could be gradually leveled by hand, while some required irrigation canals or ditches for drainage. After sowing the seeds, they would have to build a small dam along the riverbank before the summer floods arrived to prevent the rising waters from inundating the fields on Heiwan Peninsula. Every situation has its pros and cons. The fertile land on Heiwan Peninsula, despite its lushness, bore no trees for a reason. Although Liao was injured and unable to farm, he remained industrious, observing the iron plow at work while twisting the hemp fibers stored in the camp into rope. His decade-long semi-wild existence had equipped him with survival skills in the wilderness. Not only could he easily strip bark with his bare hands to make rope, but he could also craft a noose trap capable of ensnaring wild boars. The knowledge brought by the soul of the traveler further enhanced Liao's capabilities. For instance, the technique he used to twist the hemp rope was entirely self-invented, relying on sheer strength to achieve results, necessitating knots every meter to prevent the rope from unraveling. However, with Liao's current dexterity and mental acuity, the rope he wove was only the thickness of chopsticks, yet proved more robust and durable than the previously finger-thick cords. As he worked, a rope over a meter long, featuring a small net at its center, materialized in his hands. One end fashioned into a wheat ear shape, while the other formed a loop. Liao slipped the loop onto his right index finger while gripping the other end. He casually picked up a goose egg-sized pebble and placed it into the net. With a gentle swing of the rope, as it spun faster through the air, he released the wheat ear, sending the stone soaring across the riverbank, landing in the tranquil waters of Anzino River. A slingshot, the wisdom of his ancestors. Even in modern times, it still carries legends. After testing the feel, Liao set it aside and began weaving a second slingshot. Nearby, Olivia and the little mouse, witnessing the process, joined in to twist hemp ropes as well. However, Olivia's slingshots closely resembled Liao's prototype, while the little mouse's creations appeared akin to gigantic centipedes, utterly unmanageable. After crafting over 30 slingshots, Liao finally stood up, glanced at the sky, and called out to the villagers nearby. Militia members, come to the riverside. Once everyone gathered, Liao distributed a slingshot to each person and then demonstrated the technique of launching stones. Slingshots, much like javelins, were easy to learn and offered significantly greater power than the villagers' makeshift bows and arrows. In small-scale skirmishes, particularly against lightly armored foes like goblins and dog-headed men, they proved exceedingly effective. However, numerous drawbacks existed, the most significant being accuracy. The newly trained militia struggled to hit any target, finding it challenging to launch the pebbles accurately straight ahead. Don't use too much force, just a gentle flick. Yes, lightly. Release when the stone is in front of you. What are you doing? Do you think you're a catapult? Liao moved back and forth, instructing the militia, watching one attempt to fit a lead ball-sized pebble into the slingshot pouch, only to kick it away in frustration. Under his guidance, most militia members successfully launched their pebbles into the river before them, causing splashes across the broad surface. A few overly eager militia members sent their stones flying wildly, one pebble even hurtling directly towards Liao's forehead, leaving him seeing stars. Liao held his throbbing head in disbelief, staring at the careless militia member. How did you manage to hit a target 15 meters away while facing the opposite direction? Despite Liao's prior warnings against using too much force and his careful distancing, the pebbles launched from the slingshots still carried considerable impact. Had the militia exerted more strength, a hit to the head would have resulted in more than just a bump. For the next hour, the militia continued to familiarize themselves with the slingshots. Once they could proficiently launch small pebbles into the river ahead, Liao began teaching them the vertical throwing method, a common technique among ancient Greek stone throwers. Only after they mastered both techniques did he permit them to gradually increase their strength, launching pebbles further away. Simultaneously, the selected stones grew larger and heavier, eventually reaching the size of goose eggs. The terrifying potential of launching goose egg-sized pebbles became apparent. Initially, Liao hesitated to allow them to throw such hefty stones. A misfire could lead to serious injuries. Nonetheless, this training felt far too easy for the militia compared to the arduous tasks of tilling and digging ditches. Practicing with the slingshot seemed like a game. Yet, they could also sense the slingshot's power. None present could throw a goose egg-sized stone 50 meters by hand. But with the slingshot, it became effortlessly achievable. Nearby, the little mouse practiced earnestly with her slingshot, though her small arms limited her to launching only small stones at short distances. Contrarily, her throws were surprisingly accurate, landing within a very small area. Observing the militia scattered along the riverbank, excitedly training with their slingshots, Liao felt a surge of determination. Each day, I'll invent something new. I refuse to believe we can't survive together. Chapter 12. The small fish pond. Seeing the militia begin to master the slingshots, Liao decided it was time to leave this perilous place and called the little mouse to accompany him upstream. He intended to check on the small fish pond they had constructed that morning. Arriving at the pond, the little mouse circled it twice and peered into the crystal-clear shallow water several times before turning to Liao with wide eyes. Where are the fish? Indeed. Where are my fish? Liao echoed, equally incredulous, as the small pond, only a few square meters in size, held not a single fish. Witnessing the little mouse's disappointed and forlorn expression, Liao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This doesn't seem right. This is not how it plays out on television. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the little mouse. She instinctively took a step back, but it was too late. Liao swiftly caught her under his arm and rummaged through her pocket, extracting a small piece of bread. It was her secret stash of food, intended for her breakfast the next day. The little mouse stood helplessly, twisting her hands in place, showing no resistance and seemingly preparing for punishment. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you later, Liao reassured her while crumbling the bread into bits and scattering it into the pond. Let us go. Time for dinner. Olivia said there's thick soup tonight. I'll snag you a big bowl. As the sun dipped below the horizon, wisps of smoke began to rise from the camp. And amidst the cacophony of calls, the villagers scattered across the plains slowly made their way back, filling the camp with a lively atmosphere. Outside the central kitchen tent, 3 large cauldrons were set up, simmering with a rich broth that exuded an enticing aroma. Leo stealthily procured 2 large ceramic bowls from Olivia's cart, positioning himself in front of the cauldron, prompting not only the villagers nearby to step back, but also the village women serving the food to willingly hand him the ladle. However, unlike the usual disdain, dissatisfaction, or familiarity shown by the villagers, their gazes now held a blend of curiosity, scrutiny, and even admiration. Whispers of "it's the soul crossing" could be heard among the crowd. Ignoring them, Leo focused intently on the broth, stirring with the ladle in search of the most succulent morsels. In his eyes, the concoction was more akin to porridge than soup, primarily made from hulled barley grains, mingled with pickled vegetables, radishes, acorns, peas, dried mushrooms, and a snow hare captured by a malicious scout, all simmered to perfection over the course of an afternoon. Its appearance resembled the slop prepared by pig farmers in the 1990s. Yet for the villagers, who often faced hunger, this was indeed a rare delicacy, far superior to the nutritionally void and coarse hard bread. This meal could evoke the feeling of a grand celebration. In fragments of Leo's memories, his village had long upheld the tradition of communal cooking, a custom inherited from the northern clans. Each harsh winter, the village chief would periodically bring out a large cauldron, set it in the village's center, kindle a bonfire, fill it with snowmelt, and toss in a handful of food. Every household head would contribute whatever they could, no matter how little. Once the cauldron was filled and the food cooked, the chief would distribute it among all villagers. This not only embodied the spirit of mutual aid, but also allowed the chief to account for how many families had perished from the cold each week. In prosperous years, one might even retrieve some meat bones, while in lean years, only a thin broth would remain. Regardless, it was better than starvation. As a child, Leo eagerly awaited the arrival of the winter cauldron, for it signified a day free from begging or scavenging for mice in the snow. However, as he grew older, that anticipation waned. Leo became an outlier in the village, possessing enough survival skills to often be the one providing for the villagers. While many harbored fear and disdain towards him, a portion relied on his occasional gifts of rabbits and deer legs to make it through winter. He was not the only one in the village who wished to call him father. During the early stages of their migration, the villagers tended to eat separately. But as they reached the latter part of their journey, scarcity of resources and a need for efficiency led Urian to revive the tradition of the communal cauldron, now transformed into a daily affair. Upon arriving at the riverbend clearing, nearly all the remaining villagers had exhausted their food supplies, and the primary sustenance in the cauldron came from Urian. Those with remaining reserves silently entrusted all they had to Olivia for management. Having come this far, they had no choice but to place their unconditional trust in her. In this pioneering camp of 300, they temporarily returned to a communal clan society. While sipping on the exotic 8 treasure porridge, Leo boredly boasted to Little Mouse, "Have you ever seen a pie the size of a grinding stone? It's topped with almonds, walnuts, and raisins, drizzled with cream, and when you take a bite, the juices burst forth. And the aroma of roasted piglet, crispy on the outside and tender to the bone. Just a gentle tug on the pig's leg, and the meat slides right into your mouth." After enjoying the most lavish dinner of the month, Leo took Little Mouse to visit the small fish pond, bringing along a large wooden bucket. As they approached the pond, Leo noticed splashes of water, and in a swift motion, he blocked the outlet leading to the river. Despite his efforts, a sizable fish leaped over his arm, disappearing into the river. "We're catching fish! We're catching fish!" Leo exclaimed, jumping into the small pond, startling the wild fish into a frenzy. He seized a thrashing fish, nearly brought to tears with joy. Finally, he could indulge in some decent meat. Urian was indeed correct. There were indeed plump fish readily available to be caught here. "We're catching fish! We're catching fish!" Little Mouse, equally excited, jumped into the water, but, overwhelmed with enthusiasm, stumbled and sat down on the bank, promptly retching up the rich porridge. The evening's broth had been so delectable that she was reluctant to waste a single drop, licking her bowl clean. Watching the porridge flowing back into the water, Little Mouse seemed lost in contemplation, as if pondering whether to retrieve it. Leo playfully slapped the back of her head, urging her, "Quick, catch the fish. They're all escaping." The small dam they had built was not very high, and the startled fish were surprisingly strong, having already jumped back into the river. Leo showed no restraint. Each fish he caught was slammed against the rocks. Little Mouse, who had been unsuccessful in catching any fish, obediently collected the ones Leo had dispatched into the wooden bucket, a bucket full of fish. As they walked back, Leo warned Little Mouse, "Tomorrow, I'll treat you to grilled fish and fresh fish soup, but no stealing raw fish." That night, as Leo drifted into a drowsy state, he heard Little Mouse murmuring, "Daddy, are we having grilled fish tomorrow?" "Yes, grilled fish." "Daddy, are we having fish soup tomorrow?" "Yes, fish soup." "Daddy, is roasted piglet delicious?" Just as Leo was about to respond, he felt a gentle nibble on his calf. It turned out Little Mouse had already fallen asleep, talking in her dreams. Chapter 13. The attack of the dog-headed man. At dawn the following day, Leo was stirred from his slumber by Little Mouse shaking him awake. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by her dark hair and bright, shining eyes. Seeing him awake, she exclaimed in a panic, "We need to catch fish." "But it's too early." "Why the rush?" Leo rolled over, intending to return to sleep, only to notice that Little Mouse's sleeves were wet and her small hands had turned blue from the cold. Clearly, she had ventured to the fish pond on her own at the break of dawn. Desperate, Little Mouse began to cry, shaking Leo insistently, "We need to catch fish. There are so many." At her words, Leo felt a surge of energy, emerged from the tent, grabbed a spear, and bucket in hand, hurried to the fish pond with Little Mouse in tow. The riverbank in the early morning was exceptionally tranquil, shrouded in a light mist. The herd of antlered deer Leo had seen earlier had crossed the river at some point and now rested on the opposite bank, watching him and Little Mouse from a distance, showing no intention of moving. At that moment, the small fish pond was teeming with fish. The shallow water surface covered with the dark backs of the fish, shattering the ice crust that had formed around the pond. Leo plunged the spear into the pond and pulled up a sturgeon weighing 4 to 5 pounds. The fierce wild sturgeon, akin to a loach, was speared through by the thick spear but continued to thrash violently, easily slipping free of the barbless spear and flopping onto the riverbank. Little Mouse let out a cry and pounced on it, engaging in a fierce struggle. Leo looked around and called out loudly in one direction. Several patrolling militiamen, alerted by his call, approached, their faces lighting up with surprise at the sight of the pond filled with wild fish. And they quickly grabbed spears to join in the fishing. Unfortunately, the pond was quite small, though it appeared full of fish. The total catch amounted to only a few dozen pounds. Although insufficient to satisfy 300 individuals, the addition of yesterday's large barrel of fish would at least allow the villagers to enhance their meals. Moreover, the method of fishing employed was astonishingly effortless, akin to scooping fish from a market pool, requiring minimal manpower and time. While arranging for the fish to be transported back to the camp, Liao, accompanied by several militiamen, hastily constructed 7 or 8 small fish ponds along the riverbank, scattering breadcrumbs and other bait. He did not harbor illusions of such bountiful catches every time, yet it provided a glimmer of hope. As Liao diligently worked on the fish ponds, he and his companions were suddenly alerted by the distant sound of a horn emanating from the dense forest to the west. This was the warning signal from the militia scouts, and almost immediately, the same horn echoed from the camp nearby. The once quiet encampment erupted into a flurry of activity. Elderly individuals, women, and children hurriedly emerged from their tents, seeking refuge within the makeshift barriers constructed near the riverbank. Meanwhile, the remaining tents were forcefully torn down by the militiamen, repurposed into temporary cover. Liao swiftly grabbed a small rodent and dashed toward the camp with several militiamen. Along the way, he spotted diminutive figures emerging from the woods on the western side of the peninsula. Fortunately, the size of the peninsula was substantial, and nearly 1,000 meters of wasteland separated the dense forest from the riverside camp. The portion closest to the camp had already been scorched, leaving a charred expanse. And thanks to the scouts' warning, the dog-headed creatures could not approach the camp undetected. Upon returning to the camp, Liao set the small rodent down and called out loudly, "Militia, form ranks! Form ranks!" At that moment, the figures from the forest had crossed the dry grasslands and appeared on the scorched earth. They were a horde of dog-headed creatures, and compared to their previous encounter, this assault featured a greater number of them, albeit with noticeably uneven combat capabilities. Unlike before, not every dog-headed creature was armed with a spear. This group possessed a mix of weaponry, including small iron picks, wooden clubs, and sharpened stones. A majority of the robust dog-headed creatures surged forward, followed by a throng of unarmed or stone-wielding smaller dog-headed creatures and the elderly. They could not keep pace with the stronger ones, quickly falling behind and scrambling on all fours to chase after them. Liao found himself bewildered by the evolutionary status of the dog-headed beings, as those running like humans lagged far behind their canine counterparts. Soon enough, the older and weaker ones caught up, resulting in a somewhat comical scene of chaotic pushing and shoving. "Do not panic. Merely a group of dog-headed creatures," Yulian remarked, visibly relieved upon seeing them. Armed with a bow, he stood atop a cart alongside several archers, loudly reassuring the villagers. Stay calm. Follow my instructions." Liao gathered 20 militiamen, suppressing their impulsive urge to charge forth, and organized them into formation as per their training, instructing them to prepare their slings. Meanwhile, a group of courageous villagers brandishing hoes and pitchforks gathered at the flanks of the militia, bolstering their morale. The 20 militiamen formed a sparse line, embedding their allocated spears into the ground, shields in one hand while loading stones into their slings with the other. Having experienced numerous skirmishes, they no longer exhibited the frantic fear of their initial encounters. Those who had survived to this point were seasoned veterans among the militia. To claim they were unafraid of death would be an exaggeration, yet they were no longer paralyzed by terror at the sight of a pack of dog-headed creatures. Liao, infused with the original host's fiery spirit, felt his pulse quicken and his instincts urge him to charge forth. Fortunately, the elegance of the modern individual restrained this primal impulse. As the dog-headed creatures approached within 100 meters, Liao swung his sling and commanded, "Ready." The militiamen synchronized their movements, slinging their stones in unison. Fire! The array of stones soared over dozens of meters, falling sporadically, with only a few striking the charging dog-headed creatures. Among those struck, only one remained on the ground, struggling to rise, while the others, somewhat dazed, managed to stand again, only to be knocked down by their compatriots behind them. The resilience of the dog-headed creatures surpassed that of humans, even after suffering a concave skull from a stone. One creature still managed to rise. Liao felt no disappointment, as this outcome had been anticipated. In the absence of training and numbers, such ranged attacks could only be deemed marginally effective. To unleash the true potential of the sling required extensive training and concentrated firepower. Expecting the militia, who had only trained once, to slay enemies with slings was undoubtedly unrealistic. Yet, the slings did serve a purpose, further disorienting an already chaotic formation of dog-headed creatures and momentarily stalling their advance. Many of the dog-headed creatures armed with spears and stones seized the opportunity to retaliate. But they evidently overestimated their strength, as most of their projectiles landed harmlessly in front of the militia. Contrarily, Julian and the archers atop the cart managed to shoot down several dog-headed creatures with arrows that soared over the heads of the militia. Prepare the spears. At Liao's command, the militiamen raised their spears. Throw. 20 spears were launched, instantly piercing 7 or 8 dog-headed creatures and pinning them to the ground. Striking the charging horde proved easier than hitting the trees in the nearby thicket. Without time to relish their success, Liao bellowed, "Prepare the spears. Throw." After 2 rounds of spear throws, the remaining dog-headed creatures had closed in to within 10 meters. Liao continued to shout, "Shield formation." After launching the second spear, the militiamen swiftly raised their weapons, clustering around Liao. 20-round shields pressed tightly together, with only a few short spears and sword tips protruding outward. Leading the charge was the largest dog-headed warrior, his sharp fangs exposed as he drooled and barked, attempting to leap over the shield wall. "Die, wretched spawn." At that moment, Liao let out a thunderous roar from the center of the shield formation, swinging his mace like a sling and launching it forward with tremendous force. The heavy mace hurtled through the air like a cannonball, colliding directly with the charging dog-headed warrior. The impact sent the creature tumbling through the air, landing with a splatter of blood as its skull exploded upon contact. Faced with the imposing shield wall, the sight of humans brandishing scythes and pitchforks ready to charge, and the gruesome fate of their leader, the remaining dog-headed creatures emitted a mournful whimper, colliding into one another in a frenzy before retreating in panic. This was the true nature of the dog-headed creatures, cowardly and survival-driven, quick to flee when faced with adversity, without a commanding leader to rally them. Their disarray unfolded even more swiftly than Liao had anticipated. Watching the fleeing dog-headed horde, Liao breathed a sigh of relief. For him, successfully driving away the dog-headed creatures without casualties was the best outcome. Chapter 14. The expedition. The dog-headed creatures could be considered sentient beings, albeit with limited intellect. They possessed some degree of awareness, yet it was minimal. Their inherent beast-like tendencies overshadowed their human-like traits, as an instinctual drive for self-preservation inhibited them from engaging in desperate combat with their foes. Lacking a formidable leader's control, their brief feral fervor dissipated, leaving only the instinct to survive. Much like a wolf pack without a head wolf, they were even easier to disperse. This tendency explains why dog-headed creatures, goblins, fishmen, and other smaller intelligent races are often subjugated by other species. What was the matter with these dog-headed creatures? With such meager strength, they dared to charge forth? Observing the dog-headed people's retreat into the dense forest, alongside the 20 or so fallen bodies just outside the camp, Julian approached Liao, murmuring his perplexity. Liao elucidated. "What is so surprising? In varying numbers, they have emerged in full force, which can only indicate that we have stumbled upon their doorstep. They are in a state of urgency." He accompanied Julian, watching the dog-headed people until they vanished, suddenly resolute. "Let us eat quickly. After our meal, we shall pursue them relentlessly and eradicate them in one fell swoop." Julian scrutinized Liao with astonishment, questioning his haste. "Are you already healed?" Liao pressed on his chest, which still bore a hint of pain, and raised his somewhat stiff arm, replying with a touch of resignation, "We cannot afford to delay. It is not only the dog-headed people who may attack us. This time it is merely them. What shall it be next?" These dog-headed beings had exhausted their combat prowess through frequent ambushes, yet the other foreign tribes remained eerily silent. With a sigh, Julian revealed a hint of fatigue. "Indeed, there is an overwhelming list of tasks before us, and we cannot afford to neglect any of them. Starting today, I shall assign half of our people to fell trees. We must hastily construct shelters and erect barriers. Who knows what may come next? If we cannot cultivate 300 acres, we shall at least clear half. Survival must come first." Observing Liao's silence, Julian felt a sense of solace. In the past, such matters would have never crossed this young fool's mind. He would have merely fought when needed, eaten when hungry, and slept when tired. "You have finally matured, at least in thought. Excellent. Once I am knighted as a pioneering knight, you shall be my first knightly squire." Liao immediately expressed his discontent. After all I have done, is that all I am worth, a mere squire? Wulian glared at him, the paternal gentleness vanishing from his face. What? You think you shall be a knight while I serve as your squire? The villagers within the camp did not exhibit the anticipated unease. They seemed to have grown accustomed to the dog-headed people's raids. Upon witnessing their disappearance, the villagers promptly emerged in groups, resuming their daily routines. This assault did not incite panic. Rather, it inexplicably bolstered the villagers' confidence. After all, no lives had been lost this time, which was a significant improvement. The wilderness seemed suddenly less perilous. In the center of the camp, a large pot was set over a fire. While an adjacent table was piled with fish of various sizes, their scales and entrails discarded, tossed into the pot. Just as Liao was about to select a suitable fish for grilling from a wooden barrel, Olivia smacked the back of his hand. Ignoring appearances, Olivia plopped down on the barrel, spreading her dress to cover another barrel, glaring at Liao like a protective hen. What are you doing? Liao, exasperated, retorted. This is the fish I caught. What you caught must be shared with everyone. This morning, we only have fish soup. I just want one. Not even one. Realizing that a forceful approach would not work, Liao's demeanor shifted to one of melancholy. After breakfast, I must go cleanse the dog-headed people. I may not return. And this could be my last meal. Olivia was momentarily taken aback, flustered, while Liao seized the opportunity, swiftly reaching under her dress to retrieve a live fish from her barrel. Unfortunately, in his haste, he only managed to catch a small fish the size of his palm. With the tiny fish in hand, Liao resembled a triumphant general, accompanied by a wide-eyed little mouse eager for grilled fish. After finishing breakfast, Liao quickly organized a militia of 25 men, supplemented by 25 reserve youths, totaling 50, ready to depart with Wulian's cooperation. Under the guidance of 2 scouts, they followed the traces left by the dog-headed people, heading straight for their lair. Wulian remained behind with the remaining youths to guard the camp against potential raids. Liao had taken the core fighting force of the camp, leaving the elderly and young defenseless, as there were more than just dog-headed nests in the vicinity. During Wulian's tenure at the Western Watchtower, he often ventured upstream along the Anzino River, delving into the wilderness of the river bend for reconnaissance and patrolling, occasionally leading the Frolov family knights in purging and driving away the foreign tribes and beasts encroaching on human territory. However, those were events from 5 years past. Enough time had elapsed to alter the power dynamics of the wilderness. The current state of the river bend as frontier required thorough re-examination. According to the initial plans, the greatest challenge for the pioneering team was the migration route exceeding 1,000 miles. Although the foreign tribes around the river bend had proliferated over the 5 years, they posed little threat against more than 100 trained militiamen. Unfortunately, circumstances did not unfold as hoped. The size of the pioneering team had drastically diminished, rendering them a marginalized group. Presently, the militia within the pioneering camp numbered fewer than 30, but after extensive training and combat experience, they had nearly acquired the capabilities of conscripted infantry. Among them, 7 or 8 had been utilized by Wulian as personal guards, showcasing particularly outstanding performance. Equipped, they would be deemed competent imperial regular infantry. The Empire of Orlantis once boasted a comprehensive standing army system. However, with the rise of feudal lords, the standing army had been significantly reduced, and top-tier soldiers like Wulian could only retire to their homes. Nonetheless, military structure remained prevalent across various regions, even adopted by lordly forces. The imperial military system categorized civilian infantry into 4 tiers. The first tier consisted of conscripted infantry drawn from the lord's army, elite militia, and foresters, equipped with iron-plated armor, wooden shields, and iron swords. Those who had served for over 3 years and exhibited exceptional prowess were promoted to imperial regular infantry. The so-called professional soldiers, equipped with iron helmets, leather-lined chainmail, reinforced wooden shields, and one-handed swords. The next tier, heavy armored elite infantry, represented the core combat power of the imperial infantry. In addition to the equipment of regular infantry, they had additional components such as half armor, plate arm guards, plate shoulder guards, and steel leg armor. The weight of just their equipment could exceed 100 pounds. Only the most elite could don such heavy armor without hindrance to movement, let alone engage in combat. Centuries ago, the Imperial Heavy Infantry Regiment, composed of heavy armored elite infantry, could intercept cavalry from the plains and withstand the onslaught of beastmen infantry. The 4th tier of imperial soldiers represented the highest rank for civilian soldiers, akin to civilian officers, just below noble knights in hierarchy. Therefore, the composition of their force could be described as follows: 1 Tier 3 soldier, accompanied by 5 Tier 2 soldiers, 20 Tier 1 soldiers, and 25 conscripted farmers. The sole drawback lay in their subpar equipment, which halved their combat effectiveness. The vegetation along the banks of the Anzino River exhibited stark differences. The northern bank of the Chue Lang Plain was dominated by towering coniferous trees, their crowns blanketed in thick snow. In contrast, the southern bank near the river bend was filled with various deciduous trees, their gnarled branches clawing at the sky, creating an eerie atmosphere in winter. The ground was covered with a foot-thick layer of decaying leaves, intertwined with fallen twigs, clearly revealing the paths taken by the dog-headed people. While Liao had little faith in the organizational capability of the dog-headed people for luring enemies and ambushing them, he still exercised caution by placing several competent veterans at the forefront of the main force as they advanced carefully. Chapter 15. The surrendering dog-headed people. After traversing several miles through the forest, the terrain grew rugged, and the vegetation transformed into low shrubs, interspersed with exposed rocks. Gazing into the distance, one could see the majestic cliffs piercing the clouds. Following a stream upward for another mile, Liao and his team discovered the valley that housed the dog-headed people's lair. It was no wonder they had been so aggressive. The pioneering caravan had unwittingly arrived at their doorstep, nearly blocking their very entrance. Under normal circumstances, the dog-headed people, as a marginalized race, would never dare to attack targets stronger than themselves. Even a group of 300 pioneers would intimidate them. Even 50 militiamen standing in place would cause 100 or so dog-headed individuals to merely observe from a distance, too fearful to act. However, when their territory is invaded, the situation changes dramatically. Any group with a sense of territorial awareness will strive to expel intruders from their domain. This is a sparsely vegetated small valley, with a brook flowing through its center. The dog-headed people have constructed a haphazard array of shelters along the slopes flanking the brook, some merely sporting a roof that exposes the entrances to caves in the sloping rock walls. The valley's rock walls have been excavated by them, resembling a honeycomb, littered with chaotic piles of, or that have even dammed the brook in several places, while rusted mining debris has rendered the banks barren. It is evident that the dog-headed people possess scouts, as they had received news in advance. By the time Liao and his men entered the valley, chaos had already ensued. At the desperate howl of a black and white dog-headed individual, many of their kind were driven out and gathered in the valley's center. Excluding the pups rolling about on the ground, at least 100 dog-headed warriors posed a potential threat to the militiamen. Despite the numerical disadvantage, Liao was unperturbed by the prospect of defeat. He sensed fear and panic in the eyes of the dog-headed people. After several rounds of skirmishes, this small dog-headed tribe had depleted its core fighting strength. The strongest and most valiant warriors had perished, leaving behind a group of the old and weak. Among the dog-headed gathering in the valley, the few remaining warriors wore expressions of terror. To the dog-headed people, who averaged less than 1.2 meters in height, the sight of the towering human figures, averaging 1.8 meters, represented the apex of the food chain. Had the dog-headed leader initially rallied over 100 of their kind to breach the defenses of the militia, they might have leveraged their numerical superiority to achieve a Pyrrhic victory, driving away the intruders. Alas, there are no what-ifs. From the moment their leader was savagely slain by humans, the fate of the dog-headed tribe was sealed. Form ranks. With Liao's command, 25 militiamen, armed with wooden shields, surrounded him as they advanced steadily, followed by another 25 young men wielding scythes and pitchforks. The Northmen are labeled as barbarians for a reason. Although the militia members are merely farmers who grew up on meager rations, their excellent genetics have allowed them to reach an average height of 1.8 meters. The frontline militiamen, having received ample nourishment over the past year and donning robust fur armor, appeared particularly imposing. The crude wooden shields they carried were replicas of the heavy infantry's standard round shields, large and heavy enough to crush a dog-headed individual with a single blow. The young villagers trailing behind, though inexperienced in battle, had observed several encounters with the dog-headed people and gradually adapted, now displaying a fierce demeanor, ready to confront any challenge. The formation and steady march of the militia instilled great pressure upon the dog-headed crowd, prompting many to impulsively hurl stones and javelins. Some of these projectiles struck the ground, while others hit the militiamen's shields, yet none inflicted any harm. Unable to replicate the overwhelming barrage of javelins that once struck them, the dog-headed people found themselves nearly powerless against the militia's shield wall. Due to the distance and terrain, Liao refrained from using the sling this time, opting instead to draw a javelin. Prepare the javelins. The shield wall shifted downward slightly as the militiamen raised their javelins in unison, causing a stir among the dog-headed warriors, many of whom instinctively retreated. Throw. As 2 volleys of javelins rained down, the dog-headed morale, already fragile, shattered completely, leading to a frantic flight. Leaving behind a scene of chaos, Liao, exercising caution, refrained from pursuing, instead calling for the militiamen to retrieve their javelins and form ranks once more. In a short while, under the frantic barking of the conspicuous black and white dog-headed individual, most of their kind returned, clustering together to obstruct the militia's path once again. This was their home, after all, and behind them lay their winter provisions and a multitude of dog-headed pups. Liao felt a strange pang of empathy. This dog-headed tribe bore a striking resemblance to his own village. Having been ravaged by a band of beastmen scouts, they found themselves unable to overcome their adversaries, compelled to stand their ground, sacrificing the lives of the militia to protect their village. Ultimately, they too would have to flee for their lives. This was perhaps the best outcome. At least they still lived, unlike several neighboring villages that had been entirely slaughtered. Along the migration route, they encountered other refugees who had frozen to death by the roadside, and they had witnessed several groups of hundreds of displaced individuals who perished after a single night of snow and wind. None of these refugee groups had a leader as formidable and cunning as Yulian, who had managed to gather sufficient food, furs, tents, livestock, and carts before their migration. However, Liao had neither the inclination nor the time to pity these dog-headed people. This frontier land was not solely inhabited by them, and failing to eliminate potential threats promptly could spell doom for the camp at any moment. It was imperative to ensure that, when the camp faced an attack from other foreign tribes, these dog-headed individuals would not seize the opportunity to strike from the shadows. Just as Liao called out once more for the javelins to be prepared, the black and white dog-headed individual stepped forward from the throng. Raising its hands, it walked to the center of the clearing, emitting a series of unintelligible gurgles. "What is it doing?" asked Ivan, a militiaman beside Liao, in curious tones. "Is it challenging us to a duel?" Another militiaman, Vicky, queried. Liao signaled for the militiamen to lower their javelins and stepped out of the shield formation to discern what trick the dog-headed individual was up to. After a spell of gurgling, the black and white dog-headed individual, realizing Liao did not understand, focused its gaze on the chain mace that had been seized from the slain dog-headed leader. Its gurgles transformed into distinct words. "Surrender, you surrender." Liao was astonished to discover that this dog-headed individual spoke the imperial tongue, prompting murmurs of surprise among the militiamen as they leaned in to listen. "You can speak?" Liao inquired, emboldened to approach. "Yes, gurgle. We surrender," the black and white dog-headed replied, its voice a mix of gurgles and comprehensible imperial words. The ability to communicate was indeed a different matter. Liao felt an inexplicable closeness with the dog-headed individual, closer than the distance between the Vikings and the Anglo-Saxons. "Food, woof. You, gurgle, iron, we leave." As the black and white dog-headed spoke, the surrounding dog-headed individuals stirred, letting out a cacophony of unintelligible barks. Yet, as the black and white dog-headed issued a low, threatening growl, they fell silent. A few dog-headed individuals dragged bags from the upper mine into the clearing, placing them between the two groups. The black and white dog-headed opened the bags, spilling a heap of acorns and pine nuts onto the ground. It pointed at the bag filled with acorns, then gestured toward the valley behind it, continuing to gurgle. "Food. Iron, you give, we leave." After hearing this twice, Liao finally grasped the meaning and repeated, "You want us to give you food and iron in exchange for letting you leave?" The black and white dog-headed nodded. Liao fell into contemplation. The black and white dog-headed individual did not appear fierce. From a distance, it resembled a standing husky, even somewhat adorably foolish. In fact, when the entire dog-headed tribe bared their teeth and glared menacingly, they still appeared rather docile. Most had features akin to golden retrievers, while a few, muscular and misshapen, resembled pit bulls. After all, they were dog-headed people, not the more ferocious varieties like boar men or wirgins. As Leo gazed upon the black and white canine-headed beings, he pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile and resolutely declaring, "No." The black and white beings, temporarily dubbed husky people, instantly revealed their menacing glare, baring their teeth and emitting a threatening growl. The golden retriever people and the pit bull people behind them joined in with their barking. Leo quickly interjected, "We do not desire your food, nor do we covet your homes. We are a peaceful race." The husky people were taken aback, their ferocity waning as one murmured, "We do not trust smiles, they are deceitful. Humans are treacherous, and our common tongue is poor." Regaining his composure, Leo spoke earnestly, "Trust us, we are a peace-loving race. We can engage in trade, exchanging your iron for our food. Your homes will remain your homes." The husky people hesitated, glancing back at their kin, while a group of golden retrievers stood frozen, unable to decide. Conversely, a few notably aggressive pit bulls continued to snarl and growl, ready for a fight. Leo, undeterred, tilted his head forward defiantly, tapping his own neck. The pit bulls focused on his throat, then shifted their gaze to the chain hammer hanging at his waist. Retreating back into their ranks, evidently realizing they could not best this peace-loving human. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Leo turned to the militia, instructing, hand over all the rations. Uncertain of the distance to the canine den before their departure, Yalian had allocated 2 days' worth of food for each militia member to guard against unexpected circumstances. The gathered provisions for 50 individuals amounted to a considerable quantity. Leo tossed the collected rations onto a pile of acorns, and as the hard bread scattered across the ground, a chorus of swallowing sounds arose from the canine ranks. He pointed to the provisions, saying, "We will trade food for your iron. We can coexist peacefully. You have seen. We come here only to cultivate the land, not to wage war. You farm, and we provide iron." The husky people murmured softly, falling into contemplation. Just as one prepared to accept this seemingly harmless proposal, Leo added, "However, I have a small condition." The husky responded with a curious woof. "You must send at least 20 pups to our camp to learn our language. Only through communication can we maintain peace." The husky's teeth bared once more. Humans are deceitful. "We shall never be slaves." Woof. All meals, and lodging included. Adult canine-headed beings are also welcome, with no limit on numbers, free to come and go. Leo countered with his trump card. As he spoke, the eyes of the canine beings sparkled, reminiscent of golden retrievers catching sight of food. "If you cannot accept my terms, you must leave this place." Ultimately, amidst hushed whispers among the husky and golden retriever people, they acquiesced to Leo's demands. With remarkable reproductive capabilities, the canine-headed beings could produce 4 to 5 pups per litter, and with sufficient food and nutrition, they could quickly multiply. Moreover, they matured rapidly, reaching adulthood in merely 3 years. This small tribe of canine-headed beings had dwelled for generations at the headwaters of the Anzalua River, surviving through hunting small prey, fishing, and foraging. Their primary food sources, aside from the mice in the mines, included acorns from the oak groves on the southern bank of the Anzalua River and pine nuts from the red pine forest on the northern bank. Do not expect these tribes, with intellect inferior to that of primitive humans, to possess any awareness of their plight. During the bountiful summers and autumns, they carelessly mined and foraged, while in the harsh winters, they were forced to hide in caves, enduring hunger and watching their pups starve. The arrival of these humans in their sacred gathering grounds inevitably led to conflict. Now, as the defeated party, the canine-headed beings were mentally prepared for a severe reckoning. Thus, sending 20 pups as hostages seemed a reasonable prospect. Should they refuse the terms and choose to migrate in the winter, it was likely that the pups would perish along the way. Furthermore, the prospect of exchanging iron for food meant they would no longer need to venture out daily in search of sustenance, allowing them to mine merrily instead. Leo's offer was simply too enticing. Many golden retriever people were reluctant to leave their homeland. Centuries ago, the northern canine-headed beings had been a vassal race of the beastmen. Their presence prevalent from north of the Anzalua River, with numerous settlements in the Drivel Valley. They possessed a developed clan culture, shamanistic doctrines, and inherited spells, even establishing a city of their own. However, with the human clans south of the Anzalua River joining the Orlantis Empire, bringing with them formidable armored cavalry and elite infantry, the beastmen were driven into the northern snowfields, leading to the dissolution of canine culture. Half of the canine-headed beings perished in the war or were enslaved, while the remainder, like other vassal races, scattered into the vast primordial forests, settling at the southeastern foothills of the Grand Barrier. Centuries passed, and these small tribes regressed to a primitive state. Living as savages, the southeastern foothills of the Grand Barrier were populated with such small alien tribes, cautiously surviving in the hidden corners of human society. Only when a tribe grew too large to sustain its surplus population would they launch attacks on nearby human villages. Yalian, stationed at the western watchtower, ostensibly maintained a 1,000-year vigilance against the dragon's attacks, but in reality, the main adversaries were these small alien tribes. To some extent, the canine-headed beings longed to return to the days of centuries past, becoming vassals of a powerful race, gaining a sliver of space to survive. Ideally free to mine and forage. One could joke, the canine-headed beings shall never be slaves. Yet, humans regarded them with disdain, their first instinct being to exterminate, drive away, or capture them for profit. Even those adventurer groups newly entering the wilderness delighted in slaying canine-headed beings to hone their combat skills. The husky people, accompanied by 9 golden retrievers and 20 fluffy pups, set forth alongside Leo on the mountain path leading to the river bend camp. The linguistic aptitude of the canine-headed beings was not lacking. Half of them could speak a few phrases of the imperial tongue. Yet they lacked the courage to approach the human camp, necessitating their new leader, the husky, to guide them personally. 20 villagers, laden with 10 baskets of iron ingots and 10 baskets of selected iron ore, followed. Although referred to as iron ingots, they were still akin to heaps of scrap metal, obtained by the canine-headed blacksmiths through primitive methods of or smelting, resembling dirty, misshapen black sponges. The roughly processed sponge iron was of poor quality, laden with impurities, yet sufficiently malleable and ideal for forging. The husky explained that a piece of such sponge iron could be transformed into an iron spearhead or pickaxe head after 10 days of relentless hammering by a canine-headed blacksmith. Each adult canine-headed being was bestowed with a small pickaxe, allowing them to happily mine for their cherished glimmering treasures. Each canine-headed warrior received a hunting iron spear, akin to the javelins wielded by the militia. These primitive iron tools, crafted using the most rudimentary smelting techniques, remained formidable weapons in the wilderness, essential for their survival, enabling them to hunt prey of similar size, fell trees, extract minerals, and fend off wolves to protect their homes. Gazing at the baskets of sponge iron and iron ore, as well as the previously gathered bags of dried fruits, Leo fell into contemplation. Where did you acquire these baskets and linen sacks? Chapter 17. Fascia and Nut. This group of canine-headed beings, possessing only primitive ironworking skills, appeared to lack any notable technologies. They did not even wear clothing, being more primitive than Leo had envisioned. However, they possess an abundance of exquisitely woven willow baskets and finely crafted linen bags. Even in the village where Liao resides, the women rarely exhibit such skill. Liao harbored doubts about the craftsmanship being of the dog-headed folk. The husky-like creature gaped at Liao with a foolish expression, yet it remained silent. Liao's vigilance heightened. This was precisely why he was reluctant to allow the dog-headed tribe to depart. He certainly wished to eradicate this tribe, which was perilously close to Hewaning D, and eliminate the threats they posed. However, if 100 dog-headed beings were to fiercely resist, they would resemble an organized pack of wild wolves, not easily subdued. A bloody battle would inevitably result in considerable casualties among the militia. Moreover, half of his 50-man contingent lacked combat prowess comparable to that of the dog-headed beings, merely serving as support. Driving them away did not guarantee their peaceful departure. It was plausible that, in a moment of recklessness, the dog-headed beings might ally with other nearby tribes to launch a counterattack, or even resort to guerrilla tactics, prowling around Hewaning D and ambushing solitary villagers and patrols. The most prudent course of action, undoubtedly, was to employ the most effective tactics of Dahuasia, to cultivate relationships through relatively gentle economic and political means, enticing other ethnic groups or nations to align with them. As anticipated, shortly after the initial overtures of goodwill, a small detail unveiled the secrets of the dog-headed beings. Under Liao's increasingly serious gaze, the husky-like creature finally managed to articulate a word that Liao could comprehend. You mean, wild folk. Liao's expression turned grave. Yamin is a term that contrasts with Lingmin, subject. Lingmin refers to commoners who pay taxes, serve, and receive protection from their lords within the nobility's domain. In contrast, Yamin denotes individuals who refuse to pay taxes or serve, thereby forfeiting the protection of the lords. If Lingmin are the docile lambs in the hands of the nobility, then Yamin are the howling wolf packs of the wilderness, bearing even more formidable names in the mouths of people: Shanzai, mountain bandits; Daolao, robbers; Jiluos, plunderers. Centuries ago, the people of the north, still entrenched in a clan society, joined the powerful Orlantis Empire. The supreme king of the north, the chief of the clans, the son of the war god Tyr, transformed into the Grand Duke of the North. The chieftains of numerous large tribes became earls under the empire's feudal system, while those with armed followers, village leaders, naturally ascended to the status of knights. However, there remained a significant number of unrecognized small chieftains and village leaders who were unwilling to submit to the empire's rule or relinquish their power, unwilling to see their lands annexed by neighboring earls, which sparked countless uprisings. These so-called rebels are the ancestors of the Yamin, who took refuge in the deep mountains and forests, living off hunting and fishing while launching attacks on noble territories. Over centuries, the Yamin, lacking war potential, gradually faded into obscurity, and the term itself became synonymous with bandits and mountain thieves. The North people had long been labeled as barbarians by the Southerners due to their backward systems and culture, as well as their past alliances with beast tribes. Among them, the Yamin represented the epitome of barbarism. Thus, in Liao's eyes, the Yamin could hardly be deemed virtuous, even though he himself could easily be included among them. Whether traditional Yamin, bandits, or mountain thieves, they posed a dire threat to the burgeoning encampment. Simultaneously, he realized why this dog-headed being, resembling a husky, could speak the human tongue and was willing to engage in dialogue. It appeared this was not their first encounter with humans, and this one was considerably more astute than the previous dog-headed leader. Observing Liao's serious demeanor, the husky-like creature began to explain, Golu, Yamin, Shanliang Jiaoi, women, Heping de Zhongzhu. Wild folk, good trade, we, peaceful race. Peaceful race? Liao pondered, how peaceful could they truly be? Heping, Tia, Jiaoi, Liu Kuang Daizi. Shiwu, Ishiuxiu. Peace, iron, trade, willow basket. Bag. Food, 1 bag. Where are they? How many? Under Liao's penetrating gaze, the husky-like creature fell silent for a considerable time before finally pointing towards the distant waterfall. Who? Shanliang, Heping de Zhongzhu. Lake. Good, peaceful race. Upon returning to the camp, Liao promptly assigned the dog-headed beings to an isolated area away from the crowd. Stationed 20 militia members as guards, and then, accompanied by the husky-like creature, urgently convened Yulian and several leaders of the camp for a meeting. What? 1 willow basket in exchange for a basket full of iron ore? 1 linen bag for a bag full of iron ingots? Is this what you call goodwill? It is cruel, cunning, and merciless. I feel indignant on behalf of the dog-headed folk. Listening to the fragmented introductions from the husky-like creature, along with the information Liao had gathered along the way, the leaders in the tent erupted with fury. Yulian was also exceedingly angry, glaring fiercely at the husky-like creature. Those despicable merchants. Liars. Let us never trade with them again. Whatever they offer, we shall offer double. The surrounding leaders expressed deep disdain, nodding in agreement. Unexpectedly, the husky-like creature grew wary, stepping back and barking Wang. Renlei, Kangja, women Li Kai. Human, cunning, we leave. Liao quickly interjected. Wait, you speak first. Name your price, we can negotiate. The husky-like creature had prepared its terms along the way, clearly articulating its conditions in the imperial language. Jiaoi, Yamin, Yang. Liangshi, Idai. Guangshi, Wudai. Naimen, Bujuanjin Shan. Trade, wild folk, 1. Food, 1 bag, or 5 bags. You, not allowed to enter the mountains. Oak forest, half. Give to us. Good. Yulian slammed the table, eager to shake hands with the husky-like creature. 1 bag of food in exchange for 5 bags of iron ore. And we will grant you half of the oak forest in the west, no turning back. The husky-like creature, however, scrutinized him warily before glancing at Liao. Liao immediately affirmed. Deal struck, no turning back. The husky-like creature's gaze shifted to the chain hammer at Liao's waist, murmuring, Bufan Hui, women, Heping de Zhongzhu. No turning back, we. Peaceful race. Having achieved this unexpected delight, the mood within the tent lifted significantly. One of the leaders cast a glance at the husky-like creature and suddenly remarked. You must be a female, right? Are there no male dogs in your tribe? Wa, Sholing, Qiuzhang Nuer, Gongzhu. I am the leader, chief's daughter, princess. Another leader chuckled. Pointing at Liao, why not form a union? A marriage would ensure peace. Laughter erupted among the group, and the first speaker added, Liao, marry a dog-headed princess. And you can boast about it for a lifetime. Shut your mouths. Show some respect. Before Liao could unleash his anger, Yulian bellowed. These are allies, soon to be neighbors. Understood? The imposing military aura of Yulian caused even Liao to tremble slightly, while the leaders immediately sobered, lowering their heads to silence. The husky-like creature, startled, took several steps back, nearly retreating from the tent, but upon realizing, it slightly wagged its tail. Neighbors. Stepping out of the tent, Liao turned to the husky-like creature and smiled. My name is Liao, what is yours? Fei Sha Inuta. Fei Sha in it. Are you now the chieftain of your tribe? What happened to the previous chieftain? Liao inquired, only to pause abruptly. Died, bitten to death. The dog-headed Fei Sha in it fixed her gaze on Liao and spoke clearly in the imperial tongue. Chapter 18. The happy dog-headed folk when 10 bags of rye were laid before Fei Sha. She and the other 9 golden-haired dog-headed beings began to wag their tails excitedly. Yulian pointed to the pile of food and then to the adjacent mound of sponge iron, stating, These 10 bags of food will be exchanged for your 20 baskets of iron ingots and iron ore. The surplus will serve as an apology for the previous conflict. Our gift of atonement. In the future, we shall only require iron ore, 5 bags of iron ore for 1 bag of food, which includes the bag. The golden-haired beings wagged their tails furiously. Humans were truly generous. For the dog-headed folk, the iron ore in the valley was abundant, and mining was ingrained in their genes as both a form of entertainment and exercise. The dog-headed beings mined primarily to seek out beloved shiny treasures, considering the iron ore itself as secondary. The valley was littered with discarded iron ore, excavated as waste or obstacles, while only the highest purity iron ore was taken by blacksmiths for processing. In the eyes of the dog-headed folk, 5 bags of iron ore hold little distinction from 5 bags of mere stones. Conversely, the processed sponge iron, which requires substantial labor, time, and timber from the dog-headed community, represents the culmination of their collective effort and is indeed a precious commodity not easily relinquished. Food, undoubtedly, is the foremost necessity for any tribe's survival. The accompanying linen sacks need no further elaboration for a community unskilled in cultivating or weaving flax. These exquisite sacks serve not merely as containers, but can be repurposed into garments, bedding, curtains, and various adornments for courtship. Linen sacks are luxury items, akin to the Louis Vuitton of the dog-headed folk. Transactions in the wilderness cannot be gauged by human market prices. The worth of goods is entirely contingent upon their rarity. To the dog-headed folk, the value of a linen sack far surpasses that of a bag of iron ore. For Yulian, it was immediately apparent that the rusted sponge iron was not worth more than high-quality iron ore. Any blacksmith in a human settlement would disdain such scrap metal requiring reprocessing. On the contrary, the red iron ore excavated by the dog-headed folk is of commendable quality, boasts a stable supply, and is more abundant, thus easier to sell. A single linen sack of rye, weighing less than 50 pounds, could be exchanged for an equivalent-sized bag of iron ore weighing a staggering 200 pounds. A brief calculation reveals that 1 bag of rye could be traded for 1,000 pounds of iron ore. Fisher, elated, quickly indicated that the dog-headed folk could handle the transportation of the iron ore to the Hewan camp for trade, a stroke of fortune indeed. Several knowledgeable leaders observed the jubilant dog-headed folk with a hint of pity in their eyes, their hearts laden with guilt. Carrying 10 bags of rye, Fisher joyfully returned to the tribe to share the good news, leaving behind 20 dog-headed pups staring vacantly at the departing elders, forgotten in the process. Surely our food supplies are dwindling? Is this truly appropriate? Leo pondered as he watched the dog-headed folk vanish into the dense forest, turning back to Yulian. They had already been left with only 2 carts of provisions, and removing these 10 bags of rye had drastically reduced their supply. Fear not. Tomorrow I shall set forth to the town to enlist a few old associates and offload this iron ore, Yulian declared, his countenance bright. I am the local power. You see? Leo, resigned, found his gaze drifting toward the majestic waterfall suspended in the horizon. The wild folk, a peaceful race, soon enough. The western forest echoed with the sounds of whistles as dog-headed individuals emerged, each bearing willow baskets filled with iron ore. Approximately 20 dog-headed folk carried baskets, while the rest bore chunks of iron ore the size of their heads. These stout and diminutive golden-haired individuals did not enter the camp, but halted at the forest's edge, instinctively baring their teeth and emitting low growls as humans approached. Hostility was inevitable, given that warriors and leaders from their tribe had recently perished at the hands of these very humans. Just an hour prior, they had been enemies. Under the guidance of the husky Fisher, they set down the iron ore and carefully spread out 5 linen sacks to fill them with the ore. Due to their small stature, the dog-headed folks' baskets could carry less than 30 pounds of iron ore each, and the total amount they brought together barely exceeded 1,000 pounds. After filling 5 sacks, the golden-haired folk paused, their bright, hopeful eyes eagerly fixed on Leo. Leo approached, tossing a bag of rye at Fisher's feet. 2 dog-headed folk eagerly seized the bag, inspecting it with keen interest before vocalizing their excitement to their companions. A chorus of whines and barks erupted among the dog-headed folk, akin to a victorious battle cry. Grains. Like humans, dog-headed folk are omnivorous. Yet this tribe has evidently lost the knowledge of cultivation. Apart from gathering acorns and pine nuts, they occasionally manage to harvest edible grass seeds and wild legumes. But their taste undoubtedly pales in comparison to cultivated rye. Although rye is considered one of the least palatable grains, the dog-headed folk are blissfully unaware and entirely unpicky. A large sack of rye poured into a massive pot, mixed with some tree bark, acorns, pine cones, and rat meat, would suffice for a hearty meal for the entire tribe. What? Rye needs to be hulled? The dog-headed folk expressed that hulling the rye would be wasteful, and that it was perfectly delectable as it is. We, the dog-headed folk, can finally indulge in commercial grain. As Leo watched Fisher joyfully leading the dog-headed folk with their sacks of food, he breathed a sigh of relief, pleased to see her also retrieving her 5 bags of iron ore. The immediate threat posed by the dog-headed folk had been temporarily alleviated, yet it did not guarantee their compliance. Leo remained uncertain whether relying solely on 20 pups as hostages and a simple trade could truly solidify peace between the two small tribes. In this brief moment, Leo discerned that, aside from a few female dog-headed folk like Fisher, the majority of the tribe seemed indifferent to their young. They could not even distinguish their own offspring. Ultimately, the assurance of peace would rest upon their own strength. Upon returning to the camp, a militia member responsible for guarding the dog-headed pups approached, fretting. "What shall we do with these pups? They've already caused havoc in the pig pen." After the dog-headed folk departed, the 20 unattended pups were left to roam, leading the militia to confine them within the freshly enclosed pigsty. In no time, a hole had been gnawed through the pig pen, and the dog-headed pups scurried about the camp in a panic, with the militia chasing after them. Despite their appearance as fluffy little puppies, the weaned dog-headed pups had grown teeth, and the militia dared not let the camp's children come into contact with them. The pig pen held no pigs, as a local youth had hastily enclosed it to please the widow Agatha. Agatha had lost her husband and mother-in-law during the orc invasion, leaving her alone with 2 newborn piglets. She cherished the piglets as her own children, even tucking them into her bedding at night, which had thwarted Leo's attempts to steal them on multiple occasions. The 2 half-grown black pigs had journeyed southward with her for 1,000 miles, ultimately residing in Agatha's tent, preventing many eager suitors from making a move. As Leo approached the pig pen, he found a group of small pups gazing vacantly at the curious human children through the fence. He opened the gate and entered, tossing in a few sticks he had collected, pointing at them, baring his teeth, gesturing toward the fence, and mimicking a throat-cutting motion, coldly stating, "Understand?" The cluster of dog-headed pups huddled together in fear, nodding in agreement, demonstrating their cleverness. Chapter 19. December. Olivier, who had followed closely behind, observed Leo's antics and could not help but scoff. "How dull. You're an adult, yet still bullying children. Do you treat them like children? Do you keep your own children in a pig pen?" Leo, accustomed to banter, retorted while issuing a mock threat. "These are the pups I brought back for you. From now on, you must raise them as your own. If one of them dies, beware of a dog-headed rebellion." With that, he pointed at Olivier, instructing the dog-headed pups. "Now, call her mother." "Mother." Olivier rolled her eyes at Leo but did not disdain the dog-headed pups. Instead, she crouched down, attempting to communicate with them. Unfortunately, the pups only displayed their cleverness under Leo's threat, and in Olivier's presence, they could only babble mother without grasping any other words. At the break of dawn the next day, Yalian set off toward the nearest town, December, accompanied by 2 militia members and a bag of iron ore. Riding on a donkey, December is a small town situated at the southernmost point of the Filiuo family, thriving due to its strategic location at the intersection of the World Tree Avenue and the Anzino River, thus serving as a significant commercial hub connecting the West and North realms. The magnificent barrier encircles a circle at the center of the Morning Light continent, resembling a colossal tree stump on the map of the continent. This stump is revered by the elven race residing in the central plateau as the World Tree. The so-called World Tree Avenue is a circular road constructed around this very stump. However, this remarkable thoroughfare has existed for over 10,000 years, and even the elves find it challenging to ascertain who its builders were. Previously, Woolian journeyed with a pioneering team from a small village beside the North Ice River, traveling southwest along this World Tree Avenue for over 1,000 miles to reach the river bend's frontier. Without the existence of this avenue, such ambitious aspirations would have been beyond Woolian's reach. Theoretically, the territory west of the World Tree Avenue encompasses the eastern foothills of the magnificent barrier and the vast Chuang Plain, all belonging to the Filiuo family. In reality, however, the human populace has only established a few small towns and villages along the periphery of the forest to the east of Chuang Plain, while the depths of Chuang Plain and the eastern foothills of the magnificent barrier remain cloaked in primordial forests, teeming with an abundance of beast dens and tribal enclaves. Due to cultural disparities, the noble system in the north differs from that of other regions in the empire, with hardly any mention of barons or viscounts. Beneath the Grand Duke of the North are the 7 earls, each akin to the king of a small nation, wielding vast territories unimaginable to the southern nobility. Below the earls are their vassal knights. Several centuries ago, the empire also bestowed numerous titles of viscounts and barons in an attempt to fragment and weaken the power of the Grand Duke of the North. Yet these relatively weak minor nobles became mere lambs to the slaughter before the robust and unrefined chieftains of the North, disappearing within a century for various reasons. Their lands taken over or inherited by the surrounding earls. To this day, the North remains under the dominion of the Grand Duke and the 7 earls, ancient families with lineage spanning millennia. The Filiuo family, while not among the strongest of the 7 earls, possesses 4 small to medium towns and 7 or 8 castles along the World Tree Avenue, commanding over 200 knightly territories. Departing from the river Bend camp. Traversing over 30 miles of wilderness along the Anzino River, one arrives at the western watchtower under the jurisdiction of Yasinbower, from where one can access the World Tree Avenue. Continuing eastward along the smooth World Tree Avenue for over 60 miles, passing through 2 small villages, one eventually reaches the quaint town of Yasinbower. This town boasts the only large bridge over the 200-mile stretch of the upper reaches of the Anzino River and features an inland waterway that flows downstream directly to the grand eastern city of Eolianic, making it a crucial point for trade between the northern and western parts of the West. However, the geography and produce of these regions are quite similar, resulting in limited trade volume, with merchants from the west typically heading southeast towards the central plains of the empire to sell warhorses and furs that are not significantly different from those in the north. Since the establishment of diplomatic relations between the Orantes Empire and the islands of the Free Federation in the southeastern part of the continent, massive trade has begun to depart from the southernmost port of the West, traversing the Free Federation to reach the eastern coastal cities of the empire, rendering the North's existence seemingly optional. After Wullian's departure, as his first lieutenant, Liao confidently took over the overall command, preparing to wield authority and embark on a grand endeavor. However, others paid him no heed, as the primary tasks of logging, building houses, and cultivating the land were all managed by designated leaders, seasoned veterans who regarded Liao's suggestions as mere trifles. The camp's administration was entirely in the hands of Alawiya, who addressed everything from villagers falling ill to food distribution, down to minor disputes among children. In a sea of apathetic and bewildered illiterates, Alawiya, wielding fiscal power and the unique ability to read and calculate, appeared as the embodiment of a wise goddess, exuding an authoritative presence. It was easy to forget that she was merely a 16-year-old girl. A swarm of goblin pups clustered closely behind her, following her around the camp like chicks trailing their mother hen in search of food. Over the course of 2 days, aside from steadfastly training the militia, Liao's only achievement was coercing villagers into using the newly dug latrine for their waste, rather than defiling the camp or the area outside the tents. It was not until the afternoon of the second day that Wullian returned on a donkey. The first order of business upon his return was to lead several villagers to construct a simple wooden bridge along the river and instruct others to pile all the ore by the riverbank. Within those 2 days, the industrious goblins had transported nearly 10 tons of iron ore, successfully exchanging it for 20 bags of rye, plunging the entire goblin tribe into a frenzy over mining. Had Wullian not returned, Alawiya would have had to pause this transaction. Liao perceived Wullian's maneuver and exclaimed in delight, "Is a boat coming?" It dawned on him then that the Anzino River traverses the north, and as long as there is a boat, reaching even the nearest town of Yasinbower or the significant northern stronghold of Eolianic, or even flowing out to sea, was not beyond possibility. Of course, this was contingent on the availability of a vessel. Wullian cast a self-satisfied glance at Liao without uttering a word, instead standing with an air of calm on the makeshift bridge with his hands clasped behind his back. After enduring the cold wind from the river for half an hour, Wullian could no longer withstand it, and, shivering, returned to the camp, instructing Liao to keep an eye on the river and notify him upon the arrival of any boats. Liao, accompanied by the little mouse, fished from the bridge for over an hour, and as dusk approached, 4 small boats appeared downstream. These were 4 common fishing boats of the Anzino River, each under 5 meters long and capable of carrying a maximum of perhaps 1,000 pounds of fish. Nevertheless, this was quite impressive, as the pioneering camp lacked even a small raft capable of floating. At that moment, of the 4 small fishing boats, only the first was filled with people, while the remaining 3 were laden with cargo, manned by merely 2 fishermen responsible for rowing and navigating. Liao sent the little mouse to inform Wullian while he stood on the bridge awaiting the approach of the fishing boats. Catching the rope thrown from the boat, he pulled it close to the bridge to secure it and greeted those aboard with a smile. "Welcome." The first to disembark was a young knight, tall and slender, with golden hair and blue eyes, his sharply defined facial features unmistakably marking him as a true denizen of the North. He was donned in a form-fitting suit of thin steel plate armor, unlike the heavy medieval knight's armor Liao envisioned, but rather crafted from a combination of black hardened leather and large thin steel plates, with polished steel shining alongside the delicate soft leather lining. His shoulders were entirely shielded by a glossy black bear-hide shoulder guard, and the cuffs of his sleeves were adorned with golden embroidery. A wide-bladed knight's sword, embodying the simplistic yet robust style of the North, was strapped to his back, complemented by a dagger secured to his thigh. Liao gazed enviously at the knight's equipment, admiring the exquisite craftsmanship of the armor and weapons, which bore a lightweight quality that seemed almost futuristic rather than medieval. In contrast, Liao's own ragged armor, stitched together from multicolored furs, made him resemble a bandit from a barbaric era, akin to characters from low-budget web dramas. Despite bearing the same material of bear-hide shoulder guards, his craftsmanship resembled that of a savage's cloak. As the knight's steel-booted feet touched the makeshift bridge, the wooden planks trembled beneath him, and he surveyed the humble camp with a furrowed brow. He nodded at Liao, disregarding the latter's impolite demeanor, and proceeded directly toward the approaching Wulian. Although the waters upstream of Yisemble flowed gently, the riverbed is strewn with rocks, making navigation perilous. Larger cargo vessels dare not approach, leaving me no choice but to summon a few small fishing boats. The young knight expressed his respect for Wulian with a simple nod before beginning to explain. It matters not, as long as people have arrived. I have only just settled here, and the conditions are quite rudimentary. No worries, I am not of noble birth. He added. The young knight immediately shook his head and chuckled. When I was with the captain, I often slept in tents. Ha ha ha, fine lad. You are one of my soldiers. Wulian responded with a laugh, his earlier awkwardness dissipating as he led the young knight towards the camp while introducing him to others. This is Sir Roman Petahov of the Petahov family, a comrade in our ranks. The Petahov family is an established knightly lineage in Yisemble. When Wulian served as a scout at the Western Watchtower, he was under the command of Sir Rigolov Petahov, Roman's father. Later, after Wulian was summoned to become a squad leader in the Wind God Fortress Heavy Infantry Regiment, Roman, arranged by his father, became Wulian's subordinate. Though the knightly class in the north shares the same inheritance rules as the noble ranks, the lands they hold are not their families, but rather bestowed by the Earl of the North to whom they owe allegiance. Unlike the Earl, they lack the vast clans and armies to secure their inheritance rights. The lesser knight lords must rely on their martial prowess to maintain their status, and weaker knightly descendants are often dismissed in the name of the god of war, Tyr, in favor of more formidable warriors. Although the laws of the Orlantis Empire do not explicitly define noble hereditary rights, theoretically, the Grand Duke of the North could likewise dismiss an earl, albeit he would first have to contend with the earl's thousands of vassal soldiers and tens of thousands of conscripts, along with the earl's numerous relatives. The Petahov family, as an ancient vassal knightly family of the Froilov family, has diligently upheld their estate for over a century, with several members serving in the military each generation, earning military accolades and gaining the earl's favor through their valor. Today, the Petahov family possesses 4 knightly fiefs near Yisemble, ranking among the prominent knightly families in the area. This is my daughter, Olivia, Wulian said, gesturing towards her. The young knight's gaze had long been fixed on Olivia, who, in stark contrast to the surrounding beggars and wild villagers, resembled a freshly bloomed orchid, captivating him. Good day, my lady. Sir Roman extended his right hand to his chest and bowed slightly. Olivia, startled like a frightened rabbit, hurriedly nodded and bowed, but, feeling it inappropriate, hesitated and extended her right hand. Sir Roman smiled gently, choosing not to address her misstep in etiquette. Elegance, composure, and an air of nobility emanated from Olivia. She quickly retracted her hand and hid behind her cousin, Liao. This is my nephew, Rio Mundo. Hello, Sir Roman. Liao exclaimed, expressing his enthusiasm. Sir Roman glanced back at Liao and nodded in acknowledgement. The impolite gaze and lack of decorum from the uncouth youth could be easily disregarded. After a brief tour of the camp, they finally settled in Wulian's main tent. Sir Roman frowned and remarked, Captain, is this your newly established fief? Yes, Roman. What do you think? Wulian gazed at him with hopeful anticipation. It differs somewhat from my expectations. The captain mentioned in the letter that nearly 1,000 subjects would settle here, and the militia was well trained to withstand the incursions of foreign tribes and beasts. However, as I observe, there seem to be discrepancies. Indeed, it is difficult to part from one's homeland, and many choose to remain in the north. I cannot force them. Wulian awkwardly explained, promptly waving his hand, but rest assured, once I establish my foothold, the second and third waves of settlers will soon arrive, and we shall easily reach a population of 1,000. In a few years, the Hewan fief will become the largest knightly fief in Yisemble, and your father's investment will reap tenfold or even 100-fold returns. His words were mere exaggerations, had it not been for the invasion of the beast men, who would willingly venture into this perilous wilderness to settle. Even the refugees of Yisemble would shake their heads at such notions. However, my father will not easily support the captain based on mere words, Roman replied with resignation. Of course, I have complete faith in the captain. In addition to the food and tools stipulated in our agreement, I have personally sponsored 20 steel swords, which I have saved for 2 years. What a good lad. It was not in vain that I cared for you. Wullian exclaimed joyfully, clapping his hands and advising, you must speak highly of me to your father, saying that my troops are strong and well-equipped, and that I only lack a bit of funding. A son can tell a few little lies to his father. It is nothing out of the ordinary. Roman's face flushed slightly with embarrassment, and he reluctantly replied, I will certainly choose my words carefully. But my father is not easily deceived. He will send someone to investigate. Isn't that why you are here? Wullian said, placing his arm on Roman's shoulder, his face betraying a mixture of flattery and grease. As he turned to his daughter, what do you think of my daughter? You two should get to know each other. Upon noticing Liao's disdainful expression beside his daughter, he immediately scolded, you little rascal, why are you dawdling here? Hurry and unload the cargo. Chapter 21. The former him Liao, expelled from the tent, was filled with indignation. In his mind, Wullian was a charismatic leader, the savior of the villagers, a strong man, a tyrant. Yet, he had never witnessed such a sycophantic display, resulting in a significant psychological contrast. Although these ingrained impressions stemmed from the simple-minded memories of the original Liao, the current Liao understood that Wullian was a man of ambition and capability, adept at bending and stretching, and such behavior was not surprising. In truth, as an adult in the workforce, Liao fully comprehended Wullian's actions. Seeking investment is not shameful. One must simply appease the nobles, ensuring that when the supplies arrive, he too would benefit. Yet, a sense of discomfort lingered in his heart. Of all the unfortunate souls to traverse realms, none suffered as he did. Others emerged as noble heirs, knightly lords, while he found himself as nothing more than an unpaid laborer after his arrival. Even the most unfortunate of transmigrators often possess a system, an attribute template, or an old man to guide them. What did he have? A stubborn disposition? An intellect-diminishing lineage? Sitting on a wooden plank by the riverbank, watching the villagers cheerfully transport grain and tools, Liao fell into a reverie. As a transmigrator, Huwunti yearned to turn the tide and rescue the people from peril. However, the reality was harsh. Even after crossing over, life remained a step-by-step journey. Although the waters of the Hewan Fi flowed gently towards Yisemble, the river was littered with rocks and shallow spots, not to mention numerous tributaries, making it a treacherous natural waterway yet to be tamed by human hands. Only small fishing boats, manned by seasoned fishermen accustomed to these waters, could navigate safely. Thus, in the early stages of the Hewan development, river transport was destined to be unsuitable as a major artery. In contrast, the 30-mile stretch of riverside forest offered greater potential for establishing a land route. Once the path from Hewan to the western watchtower was cleared, the fief could trade via the World Tree Avenue with Yisemble and exchange goods with neighboring knightly fiefs. However, before that, the pioneering team must first survive, and Sir Roman was their salvation. Unable to endure the awkward atmosphere in the tent, Olivia sought an excuse to escape. As her gaze fell upon Liao, she made her way towards the riverbank. As Olivia settled beside Liao, she cast a fleeting glance at his gradually defined profile, feeling an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity. This strangeness caused her heart to flutter anxiously. The former Liao had been reckless and impetuous, his thoughts laid bare upon his countenance, engaging in playful banter with her in a manner that fostered intimacy. After her mother's passing, and with her father still serving in the military, the memories of those 2 years remained etched in her mind. The village's young men were undeterred by the fact that her father was a soldier stationed far away. Encounters with intruders scaling the walls of her home were not infrequent. Yet, those who dared to invade Olivia's sanctuary invariably found Liao's fists poised to confront them. Now, however, he had begun to conceal his thoughts, his emerald eyes growing deep and tranquil, obscuring the depths of his emotions. During this time, Olivia often caught glimpses of him lost in contemplation, a sight that would have been unimaginable in the past. Previously, in his idle moments, he would roll on the ground, crawl in the shadows, ambush the village children, or poke at anthills for hours. Why not attend to your noble knight? Liao exclaimed, his eyes widening as Olivia approached. And in that instant, the familiar boy returned. Olivia stared at him and suddenly exclaimed with a grin, "You are jealous." "Jealous of you, my dear?" Liao retorted. "I hear that the hand-kissing is a custom for married women, or perhaps for one's betrothed. Oh dear, it seems someone has taken an interest in you. Perhaps Uncle Wullian intends to sell you off." "Humph, that's not it. It was I who made a fool of myself." Olivia brushed off Liao's remarks, knowing that despite her uniqueness, she remained an unsophisticated country girl, unable to grasp the intricate customs of the nobility. The absurdity of the hand-kissing tradition was merely a whimsical fantasy shared with her village friends while washing clothes. In a moment of nervousness, she had extended her hand. Feigning regret, Olivia declared, "To mistakenly offend the noble knight upon our first meeting is truly a breach of etiquette. How shall I atone for this? The handsome and elegant knight, perhaps marrying him wouldn't be such a bad idea." Liao immediately felt at a disadvantage, pretending to seize her hand. "No. I want to kiss too. Ha ha ha, get away." Olivia propped herself against a stone, lifting her foot to kick at Liao in defense against his playful assault. After a bout of laughter and frolicking, Olivia composed herself, adjusting her attire as she scrutinized Liao once more, confirming he was still the same as before. With a hint of shyness and newfound courage, she extended her hand again. Observing her delicate hand, Liao's eyes narrowed dangerously. Before Olivia could react, he delivered a swift slap to her hand, and then burst into laughter as he made a hasty retreat. Olivia's fingers tingled from the impact, and in her irritation, she lifted her skirt and chased after him, shouting in the refined language of the Empire, "Scoundrel! Where do you think you're going?" Meanwhile, within the tent, Wullian and Knight Roman continued their intimate discourse. As the contemporary head of the Petahov family, Ligaraf had once relied heavily on Wullian's prowess as a soldier, and their bond was far closer than outsiders might presume. However, leading 1,000 men southward, venturing into the wilderness as a commoner was a daunting prospect, causing Ligaraf to hesitate before placing any bets. Should he wager on success, a swift failure might be preferable, allowing him to cut his losses promptly. The fear of plunging the Petahov family into an abyss loomed large. "Captain, do you know how the third knightly territory of Petahov came to be?" "It is the area south of the Western Watchtower." After exchanging updates on their respective situations, Roman hesitated several times before finally mustering the courage to inquire. "Yes. You mentioned that your uncle received commendation from Grand Duke Mikhail Odilov during his service in the Gale Knights, and upon his retirement, Count Frolov awarded him this territory." "Indeed. But do you recall the origins of this knightly territory?" "I'm not too sure. I recall visiting it about 7 or 8 years ago. It was a modest village. And I believe the lord at the time was named Miski? It was Knight Misvich," Roman corrected. "The Misvich family is an old knightly lineage from Isambol, but alas, they have fallen into decline over the past 2 generations. His father, old Knight Misvich, chose to support the younger son, Haikovai, during the count's succession 20 years ago, resulting in the loss of their fief. After losing their fief, old Misvich endeavored to establish a new territory, and over 2 decades, the father and son managed to cultivate a village of 100 households. Yet, upon old Misvich's death, this territory was granted to my uncle." Wullian found it hard to believe and asked, "Did no one oppose this? Who would dare to intervene?" "For the past 20 years, Misvich has nearly squandered his family fortune on the new territory. Moreover, young Misvich has failed to awaken and advance by the age of 30. No one would support a fallen, knightly family devoid of any ascenders. Your father's reluctance to support your pursuit of becoming a pioneering knight is largely rooted in this. Without backing, even if you succeed in pioneering, it may not even belong to you." Roman's words were clear, hinting that Wullian was merely a commoner without familial support, lacking both the strength and wealth, and with only a daughter and no prominent heirs to attract investment from other families. The reality was stark. Without power or connections, even a successful endeavor could not be sustained. Chapter 22. No choice. Wullian remained silent for a moment before bursting into laughter, saying, "You are overthinking this. None of this matters to me. I have never aspired to be a so-called noble." "What?" Knight Roman looked up in astonishment. "But do you know the current state of the North Ice River? Numerous orc clans are descending southward, plundering like locusts. While what is the Empire doing? Cutting military expenses, disbanding the standing army. The garrison at Wind God Fortress has been reduced from a minimum of 5,000 to less than 1,000. With so few, we cannot even man the battlements. Perhaps Grand Duke Mikhail is aware of the impending crisis and is constantly reallocating troops from various counts. Yet those damned southerners remain indifferent, waiting for the orcs to invade in force so they can launch a surprise attack from the south and seize a share of the spoils. The north holds no hope. I can only lead my kin southward. This is as far as I can go. My goal has never been to become a pioneering knight or a noble lord. I simply wish to secure a safe haven for my daughter and my people in my lifetime. Even if the territory is granted to another, it is still better than being slaughtered by the orcs." Roman quietly listened to Wullian's words, refraining from further comment. Others may not understand, but he knew well that with Wullian's capabilities and the wealth accumulated over a decade of service, he could easily take his daughter and escape to a southern town, living comfortably as a wealthy gentleman, leaving behind a substantial dowry for her to marry well. However, when it comes to bringing along hundreds or even thousands of people, everything becomes uncertain. At least Roman did not dare to contemplate whether he possessed the courage or ability to do so. Although Roman hailed from a knightly family in a town and held little fondness for the ignorant and apathetic rural folk, he was not foolish and could comprehend Julian's perspective. In the freezing cold of the North Ice River, how far could familial ties stretch? In the same village, many were related, closer generations were cousins, while more distant ones were second cousins. Including the surrounding villages, there were always a few relatives to be found, and as a soldier of the empire, the leader of a village, or perhaps the de facto chief of a clan, how could one bear to abandon them? The people of the North place immense importance on blood ties, and the enduring rule of the Aedalafu family for a millennium is primarily founded upon its lineage as the offspring of the war god Tyr. Consequently, all Northerners, as descendants of Tyr, have historically rebelled not to overthrow this lineage but rather to contest its authority. Even Roman himself, should the day come when Yizanbu becomes indefensible, could never abandon his kin to flee alone. After articulating these thoughts, Yulian patted Roman's shoulder and remarked, "While you ponder whether this investment bears fruit, I am preoccupied with how to ensure the survival of my people. We have no alternative." Roman fell silent for a moment, then solemnly stated, "Captain, I understand. I shall do my utmost to persuade my father to concur." The following day, under Yulian's guidance, Roman conducted a thorough inspection of the camp. Listening to Yulian's boastful accounts of his formidable presence and the reverence bestowed upon him by the dog-headed folk, he then cautiously introduced some suggestions from the locals before embarking on a fishing vessel laden with iron ore drifting downstream. The transactions concerning the iron ore's pricing and projects were entrusted to a steward specializing in such matters, who would communicate with Yulian. The iron ore from the Dog-Headed Valley would be categorized into 3 grades based on quality, each equivalent to a weight of food ranging from equal to double. Although the Husky people, represented by Fascia, might worry that cunning humans would find fault, deliberately selecting only the finest iron ore for delivery to the Hewan camp, the other less astute dog-headed folk were driven by greed. Some would even transport rocks with negligible iron content, simply because they were large and heavy, hoping to exchange them for more food. The rocks deemed unsuitable by the villagers responsible for receiving them were not entirely without merit. They served as excellent materials for constructing river dams and building foundations. The selected high-quality iron ore would be transported to the Yizanbu blacksmith shop, fashioned into agricultural tools, components, and weapons, then sent back to Hewan for further trade. This exchange was remarkably equitable, for the North was not truly deficient in iron or resources. Rather, it lacked productivity, miners, and transportation. The intrinsic value of the iron ore was but a fragment, with the costs of transporting it back and forth over 100 miles in small fishing boats comprising a substantial portion of the expenses. Therefore, until the 30-mile road leading to Hewan was properly repaired, this trade was destined to occur only on a small scale. Were it not for Yulian's connections with the Petahov family, no one would show interest in such a risky and cumbersome small-scale transaction. Roman had brought nearly a ton of wheat and a boat filled with iron agricultural tools, rivets, and saw blades for cultivation. Observing the replenished grain carts, the villagers were filled with exuberance, their spirits buoyed as they worked. Ding! Due to the surplus of food, the happiness of your residents has increased. The grain here was not the bitter, coarse rye that is difficult to swallow. Rather, it was the high-quality wheat abundantly produced along the banks of the Anzino River. As for rye, Petahov's steward subtly indicated that the proportion of rye among the grains cultivated in Yizanbu was minimal, and generally, before it could even reach the ear, the stalks and leaves would be harvested to feed donkeys and horses. 1 ton of wheat may sound substantial, yet when divided among 300 individuals, even with the most frugal rations, it would scarcely last a week. The true value lay in the iron tools and steel swords brought by Roman, which were the most urgently needed and scarce resources in the camp. Especially the steel swords gifted by Roman, which were of military grade, sturdy, single-handed swords embodying the essence of the North, far surpassed the iron swords forged by rural smiths or the worn-out steel blades that had changed hands countless times in value by more than tenfold. In the market of Yizanbu, such a steel sword could be traded for a ton of wheat. As Yulian's chief enforcer, Leo was the first to receive a steel sword, significantly enhancing his regard for the knight Roman. If only he would part with that armor and gift it to me, I would support Uncle in selling, no, marrying him. Sitting atop a large wooden barrel in the camp's kitchen, Leo gripped the steel sword, flicking his fingers along the blade to feel its weight and the rapidly dissipating vibrations. involuntarily expressing his admiration. The sharp edge and point could effortlessly sever or pierce the hides of beasts and foes alike. Two deep blood grooves not only reduced the weapon's weight, but also adjusted the balance of the blade. The robust, yet flexible spine ensured that the blade would resist bending or breaking easily. In contrast, his cherished iron sword often bent from excessive use, necessitating a foot stomp to straighten it for further use. Leo even hesitated to wield it with force. Frequent strikes against bones and other hard substances would hasten the deterioration of the iron sword at a pace akin to the melting of wax. Had he possessed such a steel sword at the outset, and donned Roman's lightweight armor, he would not only have dared to confront a mere dog-headed leader, but even challenge Yulian himself. Humph, with your character. Olivia, uninterested in conversing with him, busied herself with counting supplies. The dog-headed pup hidden beneath her skirt seemed to sense its mother's mood, poking its head out to bark at Leo before retreating in fright at his stern gaze. Chapter 23. The Wild Hunter with the aid of Roman's iron tools, which masqueraded as trade but were, in reality, assistance. The progress of the camp's construction accelerated significantly. Prior to this, the endeavor to establish the camp had barely provided each person with a single hoe, let alone longer saw blades, iron drill bits, woodworking axes, and other steel implements. Half of the elderly and infirm had to toil with bare hands or wield the small iron picks and spears discarded by defeated dog-headed foes. Just days prior, the villagers had managed to cultivate farmland along the riverbank, but when it came time to fell trees for shelter, the lack of tools became a dire impediment. Villagers without suitable tools found themselves at a loss when faced with trees large enough to embrace a person. Such trees were considered small in the western forests, with most trees being of a girth requiring at least 2 people to encircle. With Roman's shipment of iron tools, Leo felt a surge of enthusiasm for labor, eagerly joining the villagers in the woods early in the morning to pull the great saw. However, after spending nearly the entire morning with a group of villagers to fell a large tree, cut it down, and transport it back to camp, Leo's zeal for work was utterly depleted. Unable to endure the inefficiency of such labor, Leo resolved to scout upstream along the Anzino River. This was by no means an attempt to shirk responsibility. According to intelligence provided by the dog-headed Fascia, a wild tribe existed beneath the waterfall at the river's source. However, the armed forces of the camp were only capable of intimidating weaker dog-headed folk. Facing a fishing and hunting tribe deep within the mountains and forests, Leo, still recovering from his injuries, dared not act recklessly. The frigid north was hardly conducive to agriculture. Over half of the villages north of the Anzino River relied predominantly on fishing and herding, with spears and hunting bows being the standard equipment of the villagers. The wild folk hiding in the dense forests were even more formidable. Leo harbored serious doubts that if he led a contingent of farmer-origin militiamen to confront them, they would not be turned into pincushions along the way. Nevertheless, based on Fascia's descriptions, this wild tribe did not seem as savage and brutal as he had imagined. Perhaps peaceful coexistence through communication and trade was achievable. Until the camp firmly established its footing, Leo had no intention of provoking any conflict with them. He even instructed the scouts patrolling the camp's perimeter to refrain from venturing more than 10 miles upstream while conducting their reconnaissance. Even if the two parties happened to encounter one another, they were to avoid conflict at all costs. The scouts capable of patrolling independently were all trained by Yulian himself, and the loss of even one would be a grievous setback. Yet, the more capable these scouts became, the greater the likelihood of conflict with the wild folk. Any casualties on either side would inevitably escalate tensions, leading to an irreparable situation. In their first encounter, it was essential to leave a favorable impression on the other party. As the second voice of the expedition team, with Yulian being the first, Leo resolved to take matters into his own hands. Departing from Hewan Bandao, one follows the winding source of the Nze Nuo River, where the terrain gradually becomes steep. The waters cascading from above splash against the exposed rocks, occasionally obstructed by small waterfalls, 4 to 5 meters high. In some areas, the riverbed is split by jagged stones into several turbulent ravines, which flow separately for hundreds of meters before merging downstream or disappearing underground. After traversing more than 10 miles along the fragmented river, Liao suddenly heard a commotion. He quickly crouched down, concealing himself in the shadows of the forest to observe discreetly. On the stony riverbank ahead, several diminutive dog-headed humanoids were scattered in the water, brandishing short wooden spears while intently watching the surface of the river. One of the dog-headed creatures abruptly thrust its spear into the water, only to retract it in delight. Discovering nothing on the tip, letting out a frustrated bark, it then heard the jubilant calls of a companion nearby. Turning around, It saw another dog-headed creature withdrawing its spear from the water, impaled upon which was a foot-long black fish. The victorious dog-headed creature let out a gleeful yelp, immediately biting into the fish's belly and tearing off a substantial piece of flesh. Its companions, instinctively drawn in, pounced upon it, grappling over the fish. Within 10 seconds, the entire fish had vanished into their mouths, leaving only a few streaks of blood dissipating in the water beneath their feet. Having interacted with dog-headed creatures several times, Liao could discern from their size and equipment that the ones before him were not seasoned warriors, but rather young adults. The simplistic minds of these creatures lacked the concept of industrious wealth. Thus, once their basic food needs were met, many grew weary of hauling iron ore. Some returned to mine for their shiny baubles, while others slipped away to hunt for meat. These youthful dog-headed beings had yet to grasp the harsh realities of the wilderness, retaining a naive fearlessness and a pressing desire for fat and protein, which prompted them to risk departing from the main group to fish in this secluded riverbank. A surge of malevolence welled up within Liao as he crouched down, picked up a pebble, and prepared to impart some wilderness survival wisdom. Just then, he felt a sudden palpitation, an instinctual sense of danger, rendering him motionless. Raising his gaze, Liao beheld a towering figure standing atop a massive rock above the river. Coldly fixated on him, draped in garments stitched from animal hides, a helmet fashioned from a complete wolf skull cast a shadow over much of his face, making him appear as a standing giant wolf should he lower his head slightly. Adorning his wrists, shoulders, and waist were various sharp beast fangs and bones as embellishments. These formidable objects served not merely as decoration, but could also function as armor or weaponry during combat. 2-hand axes hung from his waist. A massive longbow rested on his back alongside a quiver of arrows, and a white-boned spear was thrust at his side. This attire instantly reminded Liao of a barbarian from a certain game. Yet despite the apparent similarities to various cinematic portrayals, the essence and physique were strikingly dissimilar. Liao's own garb was not vastly different, yet the other exuded a raw wilderness ferocity, a palpable aura of danger that starkly contrasted with Liao's own presence. Akin to the distinction between herbivores and carnivores, the two stood in a tense standoff, with several dog-headed creatures blissfully continuing their fishing in between them. After a few moments of silence, observing that the figure had no intent to attack, Liao relaxed his grip on the pebble, slowly raised his hands, and stood up, displaying a radiant smile to convey his lack of hostility. The pebble rolled down the stone and splashed into the water, causing the dog-headed creatures to glance up warily. Whereupon they spotted the wild hunter atop the boulder. Instinctively, they took a few steps back, concealing their wooden spears behind them, too intimidated to point at him. One diminutive dog-headed creature, less than a meter tall, mustered the courage to show its teeth at the wild hunter, only to be swiftly silenced by a companion's blow to the forehead with a wooden stick. The wild hunter paid no heed to the dog-headed beings, waving his hand dismissively. The creatures, as if granted amnesty, scurried away into the forest like frightened birds. Liao found the scene amusing. The dog-headed creatures exhibited a sense of reverence towards the wild hunter, though not an overwhelming fear. Akin to a group of children caught misbehaving by a stern elder, fearful of reprimand but assured of their safety. Once the dog-headed beings had retreated, the wild hunter scrutinized Liao anew before gradually stepping back and vanishing behind the great stone. Regrettably, no greetings were exchanged, nor inquiries made about meals shared. Watching the figure disappear, Liao had no inclination to pursue. Instead, he stood in place for a moment, then turned back along the path he had come, concluding his day's reconnaissance. Like a tiger disturbed by a lone wolf intruding upon its territory, there was no need for verbal communication. A single cold glance sufficed to convey intent. As the master of this domain, the wild hunter exuded a primal aura, communicating to Liao through mere eye contact that this was as far as he could venture. Should he return, he would not be met with such courtesy. Liao harbored no desire to provoke the individual, having been raised among half-wild people. He possessed an intuition that allowed him to sense the inherent danger posed by the wild hunter. Within the sprawling wilderness of Chu Lang Yuan, rife with foreign creatures and large predators, and even the occasional appearance of monstrous beasts, it was inconceivable that a tribe capable of survival in such an environment would lack sufficient martial prowess. Each member of the wild tribes was a jungle hunter adept in both ranged and close combat, and those daring enough to patrol alone were the elite among them. To speak of their capabilities, the wild hunter's 2-meter-long bow made from Tsuga canadensis, coupled with heavy arrows thick as a finger, were instruments capable of taking down a brown bear. Liao's oak shield, pilfered from Yuliyang, was a full inch thick. Crafted to the standards of the Empire's regular infantry, yet could not withstand the close-range fire of such a powerful bow and heavy arrows. In the ensuing days, aside from training the militia, Liao devoted the remainder of his time to patrolling and scouting near the upstream river, familiarizing himself with the terrain to guard against incursions from foreign entities or wild beasts. However, he never dared cross beyond the massive stone where the wild hunter had appeared, wary of unwarranted arrows. As his scouting range gradually expanded, Liao's footfalls began to delve deeper into the forests across the river. The environment here was far more intricate than near Hewanling, with an increasing abundance of wildlife and the emergence of tracks he had never encountered before. Could this be a wild boar? Did wild boars grow hooves? Were the wild tribes pursuing wild boars? Crouching down, Liao scrutinized the deep footprints in the soft, decaying matter of the forest floor, mumbling to himself while recording his observations. It mattered little that he had not seen such creatures before. He had Yu Liang at home, well versed in the ways of the world, to whom he could return and inquire for clarification on each drawing. What was this? Cautiously following the trail of footprints, Liao came to a halt before a massive claw print. Before him lay a gigantic impression resembling a human hand, but with sharp claws, each measuring nearly a foot long, exuding an aura of terror. Exercising prudence, Liao resolved to cease his advance and return to the camp to inform Yu Liang. Despite his imposing stature and training, he understood that in the wilderness, without preparation, he might not stand a chance against an adult brown bear. This unknown creature, whose footprints inspired more fear than even a snow bear, was not something Liao could confront alone. He would have to seek help to devise a means of driving it away. As soon as Liao turned around, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, accompanied by the rustling of trees in the distance. Without hesitation, he climbed up a large tree, ascending more than 10 meters before peering down. The ground tremors intensified, causing even the thick pine trees to sway, and a colossal creature emerged from the forest. It was a bizarre, brownish-yellow bear, over 3 meters in length, that stumbled past beneath him. As its robust rear brushed against the tree Liao was perched upon, the entire tree shook violently, nearly dislodging him. Following closely behind were 4 horned wild boars, resembling rhinoceroses, grunting as they pursued the bear. Why don't you turn around and confront it? 4 of you combined weigh less than it does, Liao thought, observing them rush past below. Though the horned wild boars were significantly larger than the wild boars he had envisioned, they appeared as mere piglets trailing behind a sow in comparison to the bear, which resembled a van. Liao could not comprehend what the bear was frightened of. After remaining in the tree for a minute, he noticed 4 muscular humanoid figures hastily following the bear's footsteps. These beings stood around 1.78 meters tall, with stout, slightly hunched bodies covered in coarse, short, curly black hair, and adorned with a tuft of spiky mane on their heads and backs. They wielded bone spears or large stone hammers, with makeshift crossbows strapped to their backs. One of them paused beneath the tree, lifting its head to sniff the air, allowing Liao to get a clearer view of its face. Wild boar men, he thought, noting their hefty, dark, hairy forms with short limbs and pig-like heads. Holding his breath, Liao quietly watched them retreat. This was the second non-human species he had encountered after the dog-headed men. However, these creatures were far more perilous. Armed with primitive weaponry and crude crossbows, their sharp tusks far more intimidating than the dog-headed men's spears and stones, posing a severe threat to him. After waiting a few more minutes to ensure the danger had passed, Liao prepared to descend the tree. However, just as one foot touched the ground, the forest trembled again as the bear, followed by the horned wild boars, returned. I give up. Fight among yourselves, but could you do it a bit farther away? Liao swiftly scrambled back up the tree, settling onto a branch while watching the bear dart about, pursued by its hunters. Gauging the distance to another pine tree, Liao dashed forward and leaped to the adjacent tree. With repeated motions, he moved through the branches like Tarzan, leaping across more than 10 trees. As the foliage thinned, his view expanded. Ahead, the frantic bear was cornered at the base of a small dirt slope. Though the slope was not steep, standing at 7 or 8 meters high, the soft earth could not support the bear's immense weight, causing it to slip back down after 3 attempts to ascend. Its limbs dug into the ground like an excavator, yet its body remained stationary, the displaced dirt nearly burying it. With the 4 horned wild boars and their masters closing in, the bear stood upright, pressing its back against the slope, flailing its front paws in a panic, then letting out a high-pitched scream. Don't come any closer. Hearing this sharp, childlike cry, Liao finally understood why the bear seemed both familiar and strange. This was no bear at all. It was a giant groundhog. Its enormous and corpulent form rendered it nearly indistinguishable from a bear, but when it stood upright and revealed its claws along with its sizable incisors, The features of a groundhog became unmistakable, a shrieking groundhog that could speak human language. After crossing into this world, Liao felt the atmosphere had turned fantastical. Chapter 25. The Elven Druid. Is this what the legendary magical beast is like? Yet why is it being hunted by the wild boar men? It seems to lack combat prowess. Observing the besieged giant groundhog, Liao felt a twinge of suspicion. The 4 wild boars pawed at the ground, emitting grunts, yet hesitated to charge, while the wild boar men stood back, loading their crossbows to shoot. However, the groundhog's panic was genuine. It hugged its head with its forepaws, covering its eyes, opting for submission. The powerful crossbow bolts struck its forehead, merely bouncing off like chalk, failing to even dislodge a single hair. Liao, unable to contain himself, unsheathed a short spear, ready to intervene. Groundhogs are gentle, herbivorous, and easily tamed. The wild boar men hunting the groundhog were more distressed than the creature itself. Their crossbows could effortlessly slay wolves and snow leopards and inflict severe damage on bears, yet against this groundhog, they found their weapons ineffective. In close combat, they were utterly overpowered. Even the 600 to 700-pound horned wild boars could not budge the groundhog's massive form, let alone the wild boar men. The giant groundhog could swat a 200-pound wild boar man 5 meters away with a casual swipe of its paw, making them reluctant to approach. However, this groundhog was terribly bothersome. It had consumed the deer antler cassava planted by the wild boar men in the nearby mountains, which was crucial for their tribe's winter food supply, and had dug a 2-mile-long tunnel from the opposite cliff to steal their stored provisions. When they tried to strike it, it would flee, wailing in distress, only to return a few days later, having forgotten the pain. Fortunately, the groundhog was exceedingly timid and almost entirely non-aggressive. One of the wild boar men set down his weapon, retrieving a torch and flint, intending to frighten the impervious groundhog with fire. Just then, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air as a short spear flew from the woods, accurately piercing the thick neck of one wild boar man, its sharp tip protruding from the other side. With the tenacity characteristic of wild boars, the injured man found himself unable to recover from such a grievous wound. He dropped the torch and flint, one hand clutching the gushing wound while the other attempted to remove the spear. This action lasted but a second before he staggered and collapsed, convulsing in death. The remaining 3 wild boar men were taken aback, retreating behind a large tree. Peeking out cautiously, one of them called to the horned wild boar he had tamed, pointing toward the direction from which the spear had come. The horned wild boar, larger and more fearsome than regular wild boars, dashed into the woods where Liao was hiding, sniffing the air. After a few sniffs, it seemed to catch a scent and followed it toward one side of the woods, observing his pet searching for the enemy. The wild boar man saw his horned wild boar turn back toward him and grew alarmed, quickly retreating behind the tree. Unfortunately, it was too late. Another short spear flew from over 20 meters away, pinning the wild boar man's foot to the ground. He let out a howl akin to that of a slaughtered pig, raising his crossbow before forcefully pulling out the spear and scuttling backward. Meanwhile, the cornered giant groundhog sensed the commotion. It seemed to find its backbone, becoming ferocious as it threatened with its childlike voice, waving its sharp, curved claws in the air, causing the 3 horned wild boars encircling it to retreat in haste. The wild boar man, caught between 2 fronts, began to panic. The remaining 2 wild boar men hesitated no longer. One supported the injured comrade while the other dragged the lifeless body of their fallen companion into the forest. Once the wild boar men vanished into the trees, Liao descended from the tree, greeting the surviving groundhog with a smile. "Hello." The towering, bipedal groundhog grinned, revealing its large front teeth, and then, as if struck by a sudden thought, shouted in terror, "Run." Without waiting for Liao to react, it sprinted away, and the sounds of the unicorn wild boar echoed once more in the direction of the departing wild boar men. Over a dozen unicorn wild boars surged out of the woods, followed by even more wild boar crossbowmen. Turning back, Liao saw that the giant groundhog had already galloped away, disappearing into the forest. After fleeing to the banks of the Anzino River and putting considerable distance between himself and the wild boar men, Liao finally exhaled, slowing his pace. The hide shield he carried was still embedded with 2 thick crossbow bolts. Earlier, a rain of arrows had descended upon him from tens of meters away, but luckily, being in the forest had offered some protection. Had he been in an open area, the 70-centimeter round shield would have been inadequate to shield his entire body. Even so, the whistling and thudding sounds of arrows nearby made Liao's scalp tingle with fear, preventing him from daring to look back. Thankfully, having foraged in the forest since childhood, he grew up pursued by grizzlies and wild boars. Running was his forte. Navigating over mountains and across valleys was as effortless as walking on flat ground for him. Although the unicorn wild boars charged swiftly, they quickly slowed and hesitated once outside the command range of the wild boar men, allowing Liao to gradually increase the distance between them, ultimately escaping the conflict. After catching his breath on a stone by the riverbank, Liao's gaze swept around until he spotted the giant groundhog, engrossed in drinking water not far upstream. "Hello," Liao approached, calling out from a distance to avoid startling it. "My name is Liao, and I am a human." The giant groundhog stood upright, curiously examining him, and with an adorably childlike voice, responded, "I am Freya, and I am an elven druid." The bipedal groundhog towered over 3 meters in height, its short, dense fur concealing a substantial layer of fat that quivered with its movements. Gathering courage, Liao stepped closer, gazing up at this colossal creature. Goodness, it resembled a small car. Its weight must be nearly 2 tons. However, as it was not a magical beast, Liao felt a pang of disappointment and scoffed. "Elven? Is this how all elves look?" It is well known that druids cannot be captured as pets, thus diminishing their rarity. A flicker of frustration crossed the groundhog's eyes as it turned 90 degrees. Sitting down without a glance at Liao, in a muffled voice, it stated, "I am an elven druid. This is my bear form." "Are you sure it's a bear?" Liao asked incredulously. "I am a bear," Freya enunciated vehemently. "All right, an elven druid in bear form. Where do you live? Would you like me to take you home?" Liao, eager to avoid offending her, quickly sought to appease. Upon hearing this, Freya strained to lift her head and gazed longingly at the distant waterfall. Her expression melancholic as she replied, "I cannot go back." Under Liao's watchful gaze, the groundhog seemed hesitant to elaborate. Was it a sorrowful past that was difficult to articulate? Indeed, NPCs often bore tragic backstories. Liao stood on tiptoe, affectionately stroking Freya's soft fur, offering consolation. "Then come to my home. I'll treat you to a feast." Regardless of whether she was an elf, a bear, or a talking groundhog, he would first bring her back and figure things out later. Freya abruptly turned around. Quick as a mouse, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What delicious food! Upon returning to the camp, the colossal beast following Liao instantly caused a stir. Even the mightiest snow bear of the northern ice river could not compare to such size. It was evidently a magical beast. In this world, magical beasts were as rare as large predators on Earth, not as ubiquitous as depicted in literary works. They, too, were integral to the biological chain. But due to their greater strength and expansive territories, they were even scarcer. The primary reason for this rarity, however, was the presence of humans. In the eyes of adventurers, a magical beast was a treasure trove. The profit from hunting one far exceeded that of 10 large predators. Whenever news of a magical beast surfaced, throngs of adventurers would rush in, leaving the area barren of its magical creatures. As of now, not only ordinary magical beasts, but even legendary dragons could only hide in volcanoes, snowy mountains, or remote wilderness, far removed from human realms. For ordinary people, the chance to encounter a magical beast typically meant being devoured before they could escape. Unexpectedly, the enormous magical beast Liao brought back was even more timid than the villagers, constantly shrinking behind him, as if wishing to bury its head under Liao's armpit before daring to peek outside. Members of the militia and the young men brandished their weapons, observing from a distance, too fearful to approach. Only a small mouse mustered the courage to run towards Liao, curiously inspecting the giant groundhog while clinging to Liao's leg. The 2 mice, one large and one small, stood before Liao, exchanging glances filled with trepidation and curiosity. Seeing that the villagers did not seem inclined to attack, Freya relaxed. And amidst the gasps of the crowd, she stood upright like a human, awkwardly striding into the camp. Under Liao's guidance, Freya joined him at the campfire's center, where she noticed several large pots, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she obediently squatted down, behaving like a well-mannered child waiting for dinner. Noticing Olivia's frightened and inquisitive gaze, Liao waved his hand, instructing, "Extra rations. Extra rations. I want to treat my new friend to dinner." Olivia felt a bit reassured. At least it wasn't a human meal he was preparing, and upon observing the size of the groundhog, she quietly inquired, "How much extra?" "Just add another pot." "Oh." Olivia replied somewhat reluctantly, but complied nonetheless. Sitting beside Freya at the campfire, Liao had to tilt his head to the utmost to see her face, forcing him to shift to a more distant position. "Can't you transform back into an elf? You're scaring the children." Freya replied with a pout, "I can't help it. My teacher hasn't taught me the spell to change back." Liao was at a loss for words. "Then where is your teacher? Where do you live?" Freya pointed a paw towards the distant waterfall, replying despondently, My home is on the cliff. I accidentally fell down and can't get back. That is impossible. From such a height, even a giant could be deformed from the fall. Freya retorted indignantly, I can fly. As she spoke, she began to puff herself up, then proudly twisted her body to show Liao her back. See, I have wings. From her back sprouted a pair of small, furry wings, identical to those of a little yellow duck. Liao stood dumbfounded, approaching to touch Freya's wings, which were so small they were nearly invisible from the front. Can this thing really fly? Freya became upset, standing up to vigorously flap her wings, leaping into the air, only to crash back down with a thud. The groundhog looked at Liao with sparkling eyes, eagerly awaiting his praise. Did you fly? Liao asked uncertainly. I landed. Freya explained angrily. The speed of my descent slowed, so I didn't crash. All right, you can fly, Liao said, covering his face with his hands. But under these circumstances, it seems you can't return for now. Unexpectedly, Freya showed no signs of worry. Instead, she confidently declared, Don't worry, my teacher will come to find me. Once he wakes up, he'll know I'm missing. And how long does your teacher usually sleep? The teacher stated that mastering advanced transformation techniques requires a thorough understanding of the various behavioral habits associated with different forms. Thus, he diligently adheres to his hibernation ritual each year, awakening only when spring arrives. Leo yearned to inquire further, yet Freya's attention had already shifted to the food. At the center of the campsite, 3 large cauldrons were typically placed, one an ancestral ceramic pot, and the other 2 robust iron cauldrons forged with great care by the Yulian. These cauldrons were not the semicircular vessels commonly seen at feasts in rural Huaxia, but were instead large, flat-bottomed pots akin to the inner pots of an electric rice cooker, each capable of holding over 100 liters of food, sufficient to feed nearly 100 individuals. However, it was not customary to fill all 3 pots for every meal. Often, only 1 or 2 cauldrons of thick soup were prepared, accompanied by some dark bread and cassava, barely enough to satisfy the villagers' hunger. Since the goblin miners had exchanged their iron ore for grain, the food supply at the campsite had become abundant, leading to the cauldrons being filled for every meal, with the soups growing ever thicker. Olivia even began using precious wheat flour to make large pancakes for the young laborers who were digging ditches and chopping wood in the village. This was once unthinkable. Even the wealthiest landowners did not indulge in daily pancakes made solely from wheat. At this moment, in addition to the 3 main cauldrons, a 4th backup pot was set up, boiling a variety of ingredients as the village women stirred it with pinewood sticks, releasing a delightful aroma that wafted throughout the campsite. Freya, along with a group of children from the camp, united in their efforts to savor the enticing smell of food, ensuring it did not waft away and go to waste. Meanwhile, Leo, unwilling to be left out, began preparing live fish, eager to showcase his culinary skills in roasting and steaming fish. At long last, dinner was ready. Olivia ladled a generous portion of thick soup into a large ceramic bowl and placed it before Freya, her smile radiating warmth. Freya, with a sense of decorum, carefully cradled the bowl, which appeared as a teacup compared to her colossal head. With a swift tilt of her head, she consumed the entire contents in one gulp, then deftly licked the bowl clean with her tongue. She modestly set the bowl down and pushed it gently back toward Olivia, then sat obediently. Delicious. A small mouse approached Freya's bowl, staring in envy at its immaculate state, cleaner than before the soup was served. Olivia stared in astonishment at Freya's fluid movements, and then hesitantly suggested, why not just use the pot directly? Then I won't hold back. Freya joyfully shook her head, almost wishing to call the goblin pups her mother. After consuming a pot of steaming porridge, Freya contentedly rubbed her soft underbelly with her forepaws, her gaze falling upon Leo. Subsequently, under Olivia's anxious watch and Leo's playful nudges, Freya demonstrated her unique style of eating, consuming a 1-meter-long black bread in a single bite, as well as showcasing her skills in chewing barley and cassava. She lifted a foot-long steamed fish high, tilted her head back, and effortlessly stuffed the entire fish into her mouth, then gently tugged on the fish's head, leaving only the head and the spine behind. Amidst the children's gasps of amazement, Freya triumphantly consumed the fish bones with a few chews. The children were in awe, exclaiming about how much she could eat, and how she had fish to eat. Unable to halt Freya's gluttonous antics, Leo watched with reluctance, feeling his status among the children threatened. After satisfying their hunger, the group sprawled languidly before the campfire, watching the village women tidy up in the fading light of dusk while awaiting the arrival of night. In contrast, the other villagers were not as leisurely. After dinner, the veterans prepared to switch shifts with their patrolling companions, while the militia members diligently practiced their javelin throwing, slingshot techniques, and sword and shield skills. Aspiring young men eager to join the militia would gather to observe, even mustering the courage to approach and seek guidance, often receiving a light beating in return. Many villagers hastened to fortify their tents, piling collected stones, branches, and bark around their small shelters to enhance safety and warmth. After some time, many tents had transformed into semi-burrow-style dwellings, shielding against the elements while ensuring that in the event of a foreign attack, no stray spear or arrow would pierce through and chill those inside to the bone. At the highest point of the river bend campsite, a circular stone foundation was gradually taking shape, marking the construction of the Lord's Manor. This was not an extravagant endeavor by the Yulian, seeking to create a marvel from the outset. Rather, the Lord's Manor served as the core of the northern village. It was the village's courthouse, where, under the organization of the village head, the community would regularly gather to resolve conflicts and injustices. It also functioned as the village's granary, the only two-story structure in the village, better suited for storing grain and valuables. Moreover, it served as a sanctuary for villagers. Whenever faced with foreign invaders, beast hordes, or bandits, the village's elderly, women, and children would seek refuge within the Lord's Manor, securing the heavy doors and waiting quietly for the battle to cease. In contrast, the villagers' own shelters and small wooden doors offered little protection against pillaging. Across cultures and throughout history, the human attachment to one's homeland is a sentiment deeply ingrained in the soul. For the caravan to establish roots in River Bend, the construction of a Lord's Manor was imperative. Leo tended the fire, consuming his meal while idly grooming the long black hair of the small mouse, straightening a strand atop her head. This is your receiving antenna, akin to a third eye or a third ear, enhancing your intelligence, you know? The small mouse sat dazed as he petted her, raising her gaze to see the strand of hair begin to droop, hastily reaching up to straighten it. Really? I want one too, Freya exclaimed with keen interest, lowering her head and extending her forepaw to attempt to straighten the short black fur on her forehead. Unfortunately, her paws were too short to reach, and her fur was too short to stand upright. That night, Leo arranged for Freya to sleep in the pigsty. To accommodate the 20 goblin pups, the pigsty had been expanded, resembling a stable, complete with heightened walls and a roof made of branches to shield against the wind and rain. Inside, a thick layer of leaves and hay was laid down, and Olivia even took some of her stockpiled pelts to provide bedding for the goblin pups, ensuring her adopted sons would not freeze during the night. Freya curiously stood outside the enclosure, observing the dense cluster of foolish goblin pups within, regarding Leo with disdain. "Oh, you humans actually eat goblins." Leo, disinclined to explain, opened the door for her to enter. "Want to try? One bite for each little friend. It's quite delicious." The goblin pups, who understood some of the conversation, were frightened, their faces contorting in fear as they huddled together, whimpering. Freya squeezed her way in, sprawling on the floor and occupying most of the space. Not bad. Leo watched Freya lying sprawled out and could only shake his head in bemusement, having lost the energy to critique her. After leaving the pigsty, Olivia, who had been by Leo's side, tugged at his sleeve and irritably warned, "Don't bring just anything home. Bringing a little girl to raise in your tent? The other women will say you're looking for a wife." Though Olivia was angry upon hearing this, she eventually relented, as at least a life had been saved. After meticulously cleansing the little mouse and nurturing it for a while, it transformed from its previous state of being caked in black mud, emitting an unpleasant odor, and having sunken eyes that betrayed its hunger due to overeating toxic insects and roots, to a much more presentable creature. Who wouldn't be fond of a charming little girl? Moreover, the mouse's clumsy yet earnest attempts to endear itself deeply touched Olivia's heart. What a peculiar situation with the dog-headed creature. It seemed to eat and excrete incessantly, yet it appeared to be quite obedient and endearing, often trailing behind Olivia, calling out "Mama, Mama," in a delightful manner. Now, there was yet another mouth to feed. A large pot of groundhog was required for a meal. Leo, with a nonchalant demeanor, asked, "Is there anyone you wish to send away?" Olivia found herself in a quandary, enveloped in inner conflict and guilt. The following morning, while Leo was still lost in slumber, Olivia roused him with a firm tug. As she angrily grasped his ear, she exclaimed, Look at what you've brought back." "What now?" Leo, still groggy, was pulled out of his tent, hastily donning his clothes as he followed her out of the camp. Outside, beside the farmland, Freya's enormous form sat dejectedly on the edge of a furrow. Her head hung low, ears drooping, paws clasped over her belly, and her body was smeared with dirt, resembling a misbehaving 4,000-pound husky. Before her lay the freshly cultivated farmland, now utterly transformed. The field was riddled with large pits and holes. The soil that had been turned by the plow was now compacted even tighter. The villagers, young and old, were busily filling the holes and loosening the compressed ground. They harbored fear of this unfamiliar giant beast, refraining from voicing their grievances, silently absorbing the losses. Yet, this only amplified Freya's sense of guilt. Leo stared in disbelief at the devastation, a thought flickering through his mind. A cold fact: groundhogs are pests. What have you done? He questioned Freya angrily, wishing he could tug at her ear too, were it within reach. Freya, feeling wronged, replied, I just wanted to help. It turned out that before dawn, the ever-energetic Freya had awoken early, and with her night vision, she saw the expansive farmland outside the camp and felt compelled to contribute. Having consumed so much grain, thus, she attempted to mimic the farmers and loosen the soil, but with her front paws digging up the ground, her back feet compacted it, leading to a chaotic expansion of her destruction. By the time dawn broke, she had already ruined at least 2 acres of land. When the villagers discovered her, Freya was blissfully unaware of her initial intentions, happily playing in the mud within one of the holes she had dug. Leo immediately labeled her as a mischievous child in his mind. However, reprimanding her was out of the question. What if she retaliated? So, he waved her over with a friendly demeanor, asking, Have you eaten? Freya sprang up, her eyes sparkling with excitement, inquiring eagerly, What about food? Chapter 28. The proper method to handle a groundhog, leading the large groundhog away from the camp. They made their way to the slopes at the northwestern edge of the Riverbend Peninsula. This location marked the beginning of the irrigation channel, with the upstream river channel of the Anzino River merely 5 or 6 meters across the slope. Once the channel was completed, it would allow the river water to flow smoothly down, traversing the peninsula and irrigating the thousands of acres of land upon it. At this moment, a channel of over 500 meters had already been dug at the base of the slope. This channel, shaped like an inverted trapezoid, measured approximately 2 meters wide at the top, 1 meter wide at the bottom, and was about 2 meters deep. The terrain of the Riverbend Peninsula was relatively flat, facilitating the construction of the channel, which required digging only 3 meters deep in elevated areas and about 1 meter in lower areas, using the excavated soil to raise the channel banks. If completed, the irrigation channel planned by Julian would connect the upstream and downstream of Riverbend, effectively slicing the peninsula in two and transforming it into an island. By continuously deepening the channel and raising the banks, or even constructing a wall beside the channel, the entire Riverbend Peninsula could become a secure large farm. A few patrolling individuals would suffice to alleviate villagers' concerns about wild beasts from the forest attacking their settlement or ruining their crops. However, the scale of this project was somewhat impractical given the current population, as Julian had originally planned based on 1,000 inhabitants. Therefore, in the first phase, Julian only needed to dig a 2-kilometer-long channel to connect several small lakes in the peninsula's central region, draining excess water from the marshy areas to the north. The geological conditions on the peninsula were relatively soft, and while most of the channel could be compacted using yellow clay, some sections were loose and sandy, requiring reinforcement with stones and branches. Consequently, the pace of the channel's construction was less than ideal, even with a full crew of 50 laborers working tirelessly for a week. They had only managed to dig 500 meters. Were it a well-established small town, and if Leo were a noble with some spare funds, he could have already begun researching cement formulas. However, in Riverbend, the entire village lacked even a competent craftsman and was utterly impoverished, forcing them to make do with what little they had. Do you see? Can you continue digging from here, all the way down to the base of that mountain? Leo asked Freya, gesturing toward the distant mountain foot. Excavating? That's my specialty, she replied, tentatively digging a few times before looking up at Leo to ensure she wouldn't be scolded. Keep going, Leo encouraged her. With that reassurance, Freya relaxed and threw herself onto the ground, her paws swiftly digging into the soil before her. Whether the earth was dry and clayey or soft and sandy, beneath her sharp claws, it crumbled like plastic foam, easily uprooted and subsequently kicked behind her with her hind legs. The channel visibly progressed forward. Leo, watching from the bank, beamed with joy. This was no pest. This was a veritable excavator. This was the proper way to utilize a groundhog. I have an excavator in the Middle Ages. Compared to a mechanical digger, Freya resembled a reaper, her forepaws creating a blur as hard soil and sedimentary rocks swiftly vanished before her, turning into debris splattered behind her. Dig, dig, dig. How delightful! Freya joyfully exclaimed, her tongue lolling out and her features animated, akin to a jubilant husky. By the time the villagers working on the channel arrived, Freya had already excavated several dozen meters. A group of them stood dumbfounded, observing the bear-like giant with only a line of black fur visible on its back, mud flying through the air like a splash zone, while they, as a cohesive team of 50, with well-structured tasks, struggled to keep pace with this groundhog. What are you all standing around for? Get moving. Julian, who had snapped back to reality, immediately scolded the able-bodied villagers, urging them to follow behind the groundhog, transporting the excess soil and reinforcing the channel walls before the cold underground water seeped through, preserving the fruits of the groundhog's labor. Just the previous night, he had pondered how to send this edible druid away, and today, he only wished to feed her more, satisfied with the fervent scene of labor. Julian approached Leo with hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he asked, "Young man, where did you find this groundhog? Quite remarkable indeed. It is a giant bear." "A giant bear druid." Leo corrected him seriously. Yes, a giant bear." Julian eagerly echoed. "As long as it can work. It matters not if you call it a giant bear or a cat." Leo recounted the tale of how he encountered Freya, detailing the boar people's physique, adornments, and weaponry in meticulous detail. Do not be deceived by Oliang's appearance, resembling that of a rustic elder. He is, in fact, an elite scout who has been stationed at the Wilderness Watchtower for 5 years, possessing an intimate understanding of the cultural and living habits of numerous foreign tribes. From Liao's descriptions alone, Oliang could roughly gauge the military strength and level of civilization of the wild boar tribe. Consequently, the more details Liao provided, the more accurate the intelligence Oliang could obtain. After listening to Liao's report, Oliang instinctively maintained a demeanor of complete control, and upon realizing that no one was paying attention, he let out a slight sigh, revealing a hint of gravity. This could pose a significant problem. These are not mere dog-headed creatures. Liao, feeling dissatisfied, inquired how troublesome it could be. Relying solely on their efforts would be insufficient. Observing the approaching villagers, the two ceased their conversation and turned their gazes towards the distant waterfall. With the addition of an excavator, the progress of the water channel accelerated dramatically, to the point where the 50 individuals responsible for transporting soil and constructing the channel wall struggled to keep pace with Freya's rhythm. However, this excavator displayed a rather distinct personality. Upon encountering a tree root, it would gnaw at it, and when it unearthed a particularly attractive stone, it would pause to play with it. At one point, it even lay down to rest, and when Liao approached to investigate, he discovered that it had buried itself in the mud, already fast asleep. What could be done but to continuously promise it delicious treats? Within a mere morning, Liao had pledged all of the camp's provisions to Freya. The excavation continued until they reached the base of a small rocky hill, which jutted out into the peninsula for hundreds of meters, obstructing the path of the water channel. Liao was about to approach Freya to explain the next steps of their work. According to Oliang's plan, the water channel would adjust its direction along the rocky ridge and curve eastward along the base of the hill before flowing into a small lake to the south of the ridge. This would certainly increase the length of the channel significantly, but the current excavation team lacked the capability to tunnel through the rocky hill. It would be illogical to attempt to dig a stone tunnel. Unexpectedly, the exuberant excavator showed no signs of stopping upon reaching the rocky cliff. It lay against the stone face, clumsily extending a claw to trace a circle on the cliff, and then gently poked at the gap along the circle with both claws. The hard stone wall crumbled under her powerful grip, breaking apart to reveal a basin-sized hole. Following this opening, Freya continued to expand its area and depth, and in less than 5 minutes, her head had already burrowed into the rocky wall. What an indomitable tunneling machine! Liao felt a pang of envy. Chapter 29. The Wild Boar Tribe. While Freya was busy digging, Liao returned to the camp to instruct Olivia to prepare more large flatbreads for Freya. Such a valuable helper could not be dismissed with a single meal. She needed something substantial. What? Cheese in the baked flatbread? Olivia was incensed. There was no cheese. No cheese. Then what is this? Seizing the opportunity while Olivia was distracted, Liao peered into the transport cart, skillfully retrieving a small wooden barrel. What is this? Pine nuts? A sprinkle. Almonds. A sprinkle. With one hand fending off Olivia's frustrated attempts to reclaim her treasures, he rummaged through the cart to unearth the food she had been hoarding. Anything that smelled delightful was fair game. Fearing that this mischievous child might squander the food in his absence, Liao felt compelled to return to the construction site to oversee the situation. Upon his return, he found that Freya had indeed stopped working. She stood at the edge of the channel, staring blankly across at the opposite bank. There, a large group of dog-headed creatures had gathered, with Fisha, distinguished by her black and white fur, standing out prominently. These dog-headed beings were transporting iron ore, and the water channel was an essential route for them. After the initial fervor had subsided, the quantity of iron ore being transported by the dog-headed creatures began to decline significantly. This was due in part to the dwindling supply of readily available ore in the dog-headed valley, with the remaining stock mostly being of inferior quality, as they now traded only the iron or freshly mined by the dog-headed folk. Additionally, many of the dog-headed creatures had ventured off to mine or hunt, resulting in fewer available to transport the iron ore. Nevertheless, Fisha steadfastly brought her followers to deliver iron ore to the River Bay camp twice daily, eagerly exchanging it for food. There was never enough food to go around. According to the dog-headed tribe's food distribution tradition, the elderly, weak, and children received less than a third of the food allotted to adult dog-headed creatures. While the adults were well fed, the vulnerable were left to endure hunger. As the transporters approached the newly excavated water channel, they were startled to encounter a gargantuan beast, halting in their tracks, too frightened to cross, despite Oliang's attempts to explain. Freya, having spotted the dog-headed creatures, dared not return to work in the channel, fearing they might rush over and nip at her backside. Let's head back for a meal, Liao called to Freya. Upon hearing the call for food, Freya's small ears perked up immediately, and she disregarded the dog-headed creatures, sprinting back towards the camp. Once she had dashed away, the dog-headed creatures finally dared to step onto the makeshift wooden bridge across the water channel. Liao warmly beckoned Fisha. Would you care to join us for a bite? Fisha hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Through their regular exchanges over this period, Fisha had become quite familiar with the human camp. Unlike other dog-headed creatures who remained wary and reluctant to engage in further communication with humans, Fisha exhibited remarkable boldness, linguistic talent, and adeptness in conversation. During this time, she not only facilitated the iron ore trade with her kin outside the River Bay camp, but also boldly entered the camp to check on the well-being of her dog-headed pups. On one occasion, at Olivia's invitation, she even stayed in the camp for several meals. Back at the camp, Freya, who had returned earlier, was joyfully munching on the large barley flatbreads specially prepared for her. The flatbreads, as thick as a pot lid and sprinkled with pine nuts, dried dates, and almonds, exuded a freshly baked aroma. The little creature had 3 of these delightful treats. A group of children at the camp watched in envy, drooling as they gazed longingly at Freya. Olivia had anticipated this and brought out the leftover scraps of baked flatbread to share with the children, accompanying it with a lengthy admonishment. Each person gathered around the campfire received a flatbread the size of a human head, even without any additional ingredients. These wheat flour flatbreads, which contained a substantial amount of bran, were far more palatable than the sour, unpalatable rye bread. As he nibbled on his flatbread, Liao inquired of Fisha, "What do you know about the wild boar people across the river?" Freya, happily wagging her tail while enjoying her flatbread, froze momentarily, taking her time to formulate a response. The wild boar people are very powerful, very frightening. There are many of them across the river. Dog-headed folk do not cross. In just a week, Fisha's command of the common tongue had noticeably improved, and through her account, Liao gained further insight into the wild boar tribe across the river. The region of Songyuan on the opposite bank of the Anzino River, formerly known as the wolf-repelling plain, hosts several wild boar tribes, with the nearest tribe situated approximately 30 miles away among a cluster of stony hills. This particular tribe consists of around 200 members, 1/3 of whom are wild boar warriors, while the remainder mostly comprises wild boar hunters, with only a small number of the elderly and weak. Due to the distance, which exceeds the wild boar's hunting range, conflicts between Fisha's dog-headed tribe and the wild boar people are relatively rare. Such encounters typically occur once a year when the pine nuts ripen, and the dog-headed folk secretly cross the river to gather them, only to find themselves hunted by the wild boar people, resulting in the loss of 7 or 8 dogs. Such casualties are negligible for the dog-headed tribe. Over the years, it has been relatively peaceful. However, the wild tribes beneath the great waterfall frequently engage in battles with the wild boar people, and the mountain paths leading to the wild tribes are adorned with the skulls of wild boar warriors. Previously, Rio had heard from Yulian about the social structure of the wild boar people. In a wild boar tribe, there is typically only one leader, either a chieftain or a shaman. Beneath the leader are the most elite wild boar warriors, followed by hunters, and finally, the elderly and infirm. Like the majority of wild tribes, the hierarchy within the wild boar tribe is quite strict, manifesting itself most evidently in the distribution of food. The warriors of the wild boar tribe receive full rations, and due to their ample sustenance and prolonged combat, plundering, and hunting, they grow tall and robust, with muscular physiques that surpass even those of the northerners. Without considering weaponry and combat skills, the physical prowess of wild boar warriors is comparable to that of the Imperial heavy infantry, at a level akin to that of Tier 3 soldiers. Wild boar warriors don the tribe's finest fur armor, wield primitive heavy weaponry, and carry crossbows. A hunting party composed of 10 wild boar warriors can traverse the wilderness with ease. Below the warriors are the wild boar hunters, comprised of somewhat weaker wild boar individuals. Female wild boars and injured warriors. They were the tattered remnants of warrior attire and wield crossbows, one-handed hammers, and bone spears as their rudimentary weapons. Their usual tasks involve gathering food, hunting small beasts, and guarding their nests, and they may also provide fire support or serve as expendable troops during collective engagements. Given that their daily rations amount to only half of what the warriors receive, their physiques appear considerably weaker, although they remain robust compared to humans. They weigh a third less than the wild boar warriors. The elderly and infirm receive merely half of what an adult wild boar receives, equating to a quarter of the warriors' rations, barely sustaining them above starvation. Most alien races operate under similar food distribution systems, which may seem quite unreasonable. Yet in the wilderness, it effectively ensures the combat capability of the tribe. The wild boar people are exceedingly barbaric and hostile, often at odds with virtually every other race, including their own kind. As omnivores, they consume whatever they can find. Wherever a wild boar tribe appears, no flora or fauna within a 30-mile radius can find peace. In Chapter 30, has Grandma also crossed over? Rio learns from Facia that conflicts frequently arise between the wild tribes and the wild boar people. Wild boars are formidable, while the wild tribes are incredibly powerful, wielding longbows that are unmatched. Facia's eyes sparkle with admiration as she describes it, momentarily forgetting her bread and excitedly gesturing. Internally, Rio scoffs, recalling that her initial intention to surrender and leave was likely to seek refuge with the wild tribes for vengeance. However, he maintains a cordial facade and asks, "Can you introduce me to the leader of the wild tribe? We might strategize together against the wild boar people." The swiftest way to cultivate friendship is, of course, to identify a common adversary. In the wilderness, a 30-mile direct distance is neither excessively far nor particularly close. If one fails to find the appropriate path, the actual distance could triple. Yet, given enough time, the wild boar people will inevitably come knocking, making conflict unavoidable. Unlike the dog-headed people, the wild boar people are not easily deceived. In other words, the wild boar people lack the intelligence for manipulation, while one contemplates communication. They are solely focused on how to consume you. They do not comprehend the common tongue. Facia, the dog-headed person, appears troubled. Their relationship with the wild tribes is not nearly as close as Rio imagines. The wild tribes regard this dog-headed tribe similarly to how rural folk perceive a few dogs at the village entrance, neither particularly friendly nor overtly hostile. They trade iron or once every month or two, and on a good day, might extend a helping hand or provide some care. Ultimately, it is a matter of power and balance. The wild tribes do not regard the dog-headed people with much importance, allowing them to exist merely as a forward outpost or a shield. Reflecting on it, did the wild tribes have no intelligence regarding Rio's expedition to the dog-headed tribe? Perhaps they were secretly observing, waiting for developments. Meanwhile, the ever-busy Olivia approaches, noticing the little mouse covered in crumbs from the bread. She casually takes a towel and wipes the mouse's face clean. Nearby, Freya quickly leans down, extending her large head into Olivia's embrace, closing her eyes in anticipation of being pampered. This large groundhog has been easily tamed by Olivia, showing more affection towards her than her own mother. Rio dares say that if both he and Olivia fell into water simultaneously, Freya would undoubtedly save Olivia first. Olivia, however, is not as familiar with Freya and still harbors some trepidation towards the enormous beast. Nevertheless, seeing Freya's submissive and harmless demeanor, she musters the courage to wipe the groundhog's head clean of crumbs. Taking a step further, Olivia locks eyes with the dog-headed Facia. Observing the food-stained face of the husky-like creature, Olivia hesitates for a second, but ultimately cannot resist and wipes Facia's head with the towel. Facia stands there in a daze, bewildered by the sudden display of maternal affection. Rio watches Olivia's graceful actions in astonishment, nearly convinced that his grandmother has somehow crossed over into Olivia's form. Content after finishing her bread, Freya reclines before the campfire, comfortably rubbing her belly, and speaks to Rio. "Do you wish to visit the village beneath the great waterfall? I can take you there." Taken aback, Rio replies, "You? Have you been there before?" He soon realizes the implication. Did they expel you for overeating? Freya, indignant, retorts, "I may have eaten too much, but I was not expelled. I left of my own accord." "Why?" Because they were too good to me." Freya unhappily explains. Rio is left speechless. "They treated you too well, so you left? What kind of logic is that? Am I to beat you every few days to keep you around?" "Oh, you'll understand once you go." Freya dismisses further explanation, turning her back to Rio in a defiant gesture. The campfire where Rio sits, due to its fantastical atmosphere, rarely attracts other villagers. Most gather around different fires to dine. Observing from afar. When Olivia approaches, several peers quickly gather to whisper among themselves. That groundhog is enormous. It talks so cutely, it seems under 10 years old. The little mouse is the most adorable, but it doesn't talk much. Indeed, it's dazed, almost seems not very bright. That dog-headed person seems the smartest. She greeted me last time. As they converse, someone makes a startling observation. Don't you think Rio has a remarkably wide circle of friends? A mouse-like being as daft as a groundhog, a large groundhog as lively as a husky, and a mature, composed husky. All females. Olivia turns back to the scene, incongruous with the rest of the village, and laughs. What are you all worried about? Are you concerned that Rio is starting a circus? Agatha, the widow with the most authority as an experienced individual, grasps Olivia's hand seriously and says, when a man remains single for too long, he begins to find even the most common donkey attractive. Rio and the little mouse are always together. While it may seem harmless now, what happens when the little mouse grows up in a couple of years? Olivia shook her head and remarked, that stubborn fool. Liao, what thoughts could he possibly have? That was in the past. Now, Liao has awakened to his potential. Do you see him still as the same foolish lad he once was? Agatha gazed at Liao with a look of deep yearning. In earlier times, Liao would sneak into her bed at midnight merely to steal her pig. What a waste of his muscular physique. Olivia silently observed Liao, who was wholly consumed by his ambitions of conquest, neglecting matters of the heart. He had convened a brief meeting with Yulian and several leaders of the camp to finalize details for negotiations with the wild men. The following day, he set out once more toward the great waterfall, accompanied by Freya, Faye, and offerings. Initially, Faye was reluctant to join, but she found herself unable to resist Liao's persuasive rhetoric, ultimately agreeing to accompany them. Such notions of united fronts and driving out the barbaric to embrace civilization weighed heavily upon her, shouldering a historical burden that her kin should not have to bear. Bringing Faye along was undoubtedly Liao's rationale. The wild men were not easily persuaded. A single moment of displeasure could lead to Liao being struck down by a hidden arrow. Given the stakes of life and death, Liao was eager to have as many acquaintances among the wild men as possible, even if it came to a confrontation. The sight of familiar faces on his side might deter the conflict. Chapter 31. The Wild Men's Tribe Departing from the River Bay Peninsula. The trio proceeded upstream along the river. Just yesterday, Freya had toiled all day digging a water channel, yet she showed no signs of fatigue. At times, she would leap into the icy waters, startling small fish into the air, devouring them as snacks. Other times, she would embrace a large tree, shaking it vigorously to see if any squirrels or foxes would fall. Observing Liao carry a wooden box at the front, she suddenly felt a pang of jealousy and deliberately threw herself to the ground. Oh no, I've fallen, she exclaimed, raising her short front paws in a mock display of pain. I want a hug. When Liao did not even glance back, she reluctantly stood and continued to follow. Faye watched Freya darting about, her massive frame evoking a sense of envy. With such size, strength, and thick fur, surely one could live fearlessly in the wilderness? Why then, did the heavens favor her over another husky? They arrived at the giant stone where they had previously encountered the wild men as hunter. And Liao set down the wooden box, pausing to survey the surrounding woods in search of traces of the wild men. Soon, a sharp whistle echoed from afar, followed by several replies from the riverbank. Liao discerned that the wild men were relaying messages, likely confirming whether any anti-bandit forces were trailing them. According to the Empire's laws and beliefs, the wild men's status was akin to that of foreign races, even lower than that of slaves, devoid of any human rights. Killing a wild man or foreigner was no different from slaying a beast. It did not violate imperial law. The capture of wild men and foreigners for slavery was a legitimate profession in the Empire. Moreover, many pioneering knights, supported by familial military might, often resorted to exterminating and expelling wild men to seize their villages and farmlands, capturing populations and rapidly advancing their territorial conquests. Consequently, the exposure of wild men's villages posed a significant risk, as their insular and conservative nature was inevitable. In the next moment, atop the stone upstream, a wild men's hunter appeared, his wolf-like cold gaze surveying the trio below on the riverbank. Liao recognized that this was not the same hunter they had encountered previously. Yet the fierce wildness and palpable murderous intent compelled him to quickly suppress any frivolous thoughts. Surrender first. As Liao raised his hands, the wild men's hunter lowered his longbow and asked coldly, "Are you alone?" His imperial dialect was somewhat awkward, but it was certainly more comprehensible than that of a goblin. Liao glanced at the goblin and groundhog beside him, who mimicked his raised hands, and nodded. Just me. The wild men's hunter leaped down from the stone, approached Liao, and locked eyes with him for a full 10 seconds before bowing respectfully to Freya. Addressing her as Master. Master? Liao looked at Freya, his expression one of bewilderment. Freya proudly thumped her chest and explained, Druid Master. That's me. Surprisingly. The wild men's hunter did not inquire about Liao's intentions, but instead gestured for them to follow him upstream along the river. Throughout the journey, the wild men's hunter maintained his silence, only breaking it during a brief rest to say to Freya, The villagers miss you dearly. I miss them too. Freya shyly replied. The path ahead, steep and seemingly endless, wound through the mountains as they traversed deep ravines and climbed over ridges, covering at least 20 miles. No, it wasn't even a true mountain path. They were led by the familiar terrain of the wild men, navigating through relatively accessible woods. Without the wild man's guidance, outsiders would likely find themselves thwarted by cliffs or deep gorges, or worse, trapped in a dead-end canyon. In the final gorge, Liao spotted a stone wall across the creek, pockmarked with numerous cavities filled with various animal and foreign skulls. The entire wall resembled a honeycomb, evoking the feeling of stepping into a scene from a horror film or a sacred place of some religion. Upon closer inspection, Liao noted that the skulls of boar men comprised half of the collection, their size and formidable tusks indicating they were fierce warriors. The weathering of some of the boar men's skulls suggested that the conflict between the wild men and boar men had persisted for a considerable time. Upon exiting the gorge, they finally encountered a path that showed signs of human alteration, climbing up a low peak to reveal an expansive view. Standing atop the low peak, they beheld a massive lake, with the waterfall cascading from a towering cliff at its far end. The source of the Anzinhuo River, which typically hung in the sky, now appeared before Liao after trekking through the mountains for 20 to 30 miles. Surrounded by 4 low peaks like a crown, the waterfall formed a basin that captured the rushing river, creating a vast lake between the peaks and the Grand Barrier. This immense lake was situated at least 1,000 meters above the River Bay Peninsula and the Kalongyuan, resembling a luminous pearl suspended in the sky. Overflowing, the lake's waters flowed through the valleys between the low peaks, cascading down in multiple waterfalls, some merging into the Anzinhuo River, while others flowed in different directions. Looking back from the low peak, Liao could easily see the entire River Bay Peninsula. As he gazed into the distance, he could even spot the villagers of the camp moving like ants. A sense of alarm washed over him, despite having mentally prepared for this. The complete exposure of the River Bay camp to the wild men's gaze was still unexpected. Liao felt akin to a fish in a small pond, believing it to be well hidden, while in reality, those on the shore could see everything clearly. In light of this, Fei's assessment of the wild men's tribe was remarkably astute. It was indeed a benevolent tribe. At least, they had not launched a surprise attack to seize their food and people before the River Bay camp had even settled. Many pioneering territories faltered for 5 or 10 years without achieving self-sufficiency, ultimately falling into ruin, primarily due to the abundance of nearby bandits. In the basin formed between 4 low peaks and a Grand Barrier, aside from a vast lake, there lies a quaint village nestled against the mountains and by the water. The shores of the lake are adorned with sprawling willow trees, and narrow fields have been cultivated, accompanied by wooden cabins near the water's edge. The corridors and piers of these cabins extend into the lake, where small fishing boats are moored beneath the bridges. In essence, this is a modest agrarian community, primarily reliant on fishing and hunting for sustenance, a veritable paradise that exists solely within Liao's imagination. As Liao gazed upon the lakeside village and the distant thundering sound of a waterfall, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Surely, the inhabitants of this place must suffer easily from rheumatism. Chapter 32. The elder of the wild folk as Liao and his companions descended the low peak and approached the outskirts of the village. A considerable gathering of villagers had already assembled at the entrance. Clearly, the hidden wild folk hunters had forewarned the village of their arrival. Leading the assembly was an elderly man adorned with a crown of antlers and draped in a colorful feather cloak. His face and exposed chest bore the marks of dark skin etched with a multitude of battle scars. With the spread of imperial culture, tattoos had gradually come to be regarded as a barbaric custom, and the people of the north rarely adorned their faces or hands with such markings anymore. Even among the traditionalist northern nobles, family battle scars were typically reserved for the back or chest, while more commonly, like their southern counterparts, they were depicted on cloaks and banners. Were it not for the remnants of the original Liao spirit, one might easily mistake this elder, with his deeply lined face and grizzled hair, for a man in his 70s or 80s. Yet, the original Liao's experiences informed him that such an elder was, in truth, merely in his 50s, much like Yulian, the old codger, who was not yet 40. In the wilderness, however, 50 is a venerable age, signifying not only a respected status, but also a guarantee of survival. It indicates that in his youth, he was formidable enough to endure countless battles without suffering severe injuries. Aside from him, most of those welcoming Liao and his group were elderly, weak, women, and children, scattered at various vantage points on the rooftops, stone walls, and watchtowers of the village stood wild folk hunters, each tall and robust, with thick beards and curly body hair, their faces painted with mud. They donned wolf or bear helmets, clad in thick fur armor, and adorned themselves with decorations made from animal bones and sharp claws, exuding an aura of fierce martial prowess and wildness. Liao had heard from Yulian that many wild folk tribes still adhered to the ancient coming-of-age rituals of the north, which involved sending their newly adult children into the wilderness. These wild folk lived off raw meat and blood, leading a beast-like existence until they fully adapted to the wilderness and hunted down sufficiently powerful beasts to prove their valor, thereby earning the right to return home. Every adult wild folk hunter is a remarkable warrior, forged through relentless trials in the harsh wilderness. Even in one-on-one close combat, Liao would not dare to claim victory, and in a guerrilla scenario, he would likely be turned into a sieve in mere moments. The original Liao had some experience with archery, but he typically used a self-made soft bow with a draw weight of only a few dozen pounds, which lacked the range and power to hunt anything larger than rabbits and small deer. Wolves and bears would be alert before he even came within range, and the latter's tough hide rendered his small hunting bow ineffective. It was not that he did not wish to use a heavier hunting bow. Rather, he lacked the skill to craft one and could only experiment, resulting in bows that either broke easily or lost accuracy, rendering them little more than toys. In contrast, the wild folk hunters wielded longbows with draw weights approaching 200 pounds, capable of killing a grizzly bear from dozens of meters away. An untrained individual would find it arduous even to draw the bowstring or hold the longbow at arm's length, unless absolutely necessary. Liao had no desire to make enemies of the wild folk. "Greetings, esteemed elder," Liao said as he hastened to join the assembly of villagers, discarding any airs of superiority. He was the first to bow respectfully, with genuine reverence. This humble gesture momentarily startled the elder, who was taken aback. In the eyes of the wild folk, the imperial frontier and foreign tribes were indistinguishable, both having seized land through force, driving out or enslaving other groups. To prepare for this encounter, the elder had summoned all hunters to showcase the tribe's military strength, intending to warn this outsider that they were not to be trifled with. He anticipated that this imperial envoy or scout would certainly arrive with an air of arrogance, perhaps issuing territorial proclamations or coercing the village into paying taxes or providing service. As a man who had lived for half a century, he had witnessed the gradual expansion of the imperial town of Yusember, with its surplus population spilling into the wilderness, as the knights below the mountains established one outpost after another. In the mere span of 50 years, at least 10 new frontier territories had sprung up along the banks of the Anzino River west of Yusember. Naturally, they had attempted to resist. Over 20 years ago, the wild folk had repeatedly gathered hunters from several tribes to raid and burn those unstable villages or logging camps. However, the consequence had been a crackdown by the Freilov family's knightly order, led by formidable awakened knights, armed to the teeth with well-equipped imperial infantry and seasoned mercenary bands, which crushed the wild folk's tribes and drove the surviving wild folk deeper into the forests. Now, they found themselves retreating into this basin, backed by the Grand Barrier and the mighty waterfall, with nowhere left to flee. When the bonfire at Riverbend Camp first blazed to life, the young wild folk hunters had suggested a surprise raid to scare off these outsiders. Such thoughts mirrored the elder's own youthful impulses. But as he stood atop the low peak and observed the rising smoke from the cooking fires below, he contemplated that the outcome would likely be the same as it had always been. Violence could provide a temporary solution, but it was not a path to longevity. This was the reflection of an elder who believed in the teachings of the Druids and had grown increasingly contemplative. "May you also be well, child." Liao's demeanor influenced the elder's response, and upon witnessing this, the elder revealed a kind smile, replying gently. Indeed, this initial interaction was marked by smiles and warmth. Liao felt a sense of relaxation wash over him as he opened the wooden chest he had carried, saying, "This is a gift from our chief." In the north, the leaders of villages and tribes are referred to as Tudorin or Zhonglao. Titles such as lord, knight, or noble are customs imported from the south, and are synonymous with enemies in the ears of the wild folk. Referring to their leader as Tudrin sounds much more harmonious to the wild folk. Inside the wooden chest lay 2 steel swords wrapped in oil-soaked linen, the very ones gifted by the knight Roman. These steel one-handed swords, crafted in the grand workshops of the south, boasted a level of craftsmanship that was a century ahead of the north. It was uncertain whether even the blacksmiths of Ysimber could forge such weapons. A fine sword, a splendid gift. The elder lifted one of the steel swords, flicked the blade, and expressed his admiration with audible appreciation, putting on an act of delight before finally accepting the offering. The North has no custom of refusing gifts, as there is always an expectation of an appropriate return, and the elder found himself momentarily troubled by the lack of a suitable reciprocation. After exchanging a few words with Liao, the wild folk elder, known as Zolwyn, turned his attention to Freya, whose demeanor was clumsy as she lowered her head awkwardly. Zolwyn stepped aside, allowing the elderly, weak, women, and children behind him to surge forward. Several elder women held aloft food presented on dried lotus leaves, raising them above their heads in reverence, before placing the offerings respectfully before Freya. A number of women and children knelt behind their elders in reverence, while a few clever wildlings exchanged mischievous glances at Furia as they bowed. Furia stood there with a certain restraint, accepting the worship of these druidic followers. It was the first time Leo had witnessed her maintain her composure in the face of food. Observing this scene, Leo began to comprehend why Furia had chosen to leave this tribe. She was far too constrained, unable to liberate her true self. At last, a young mother carefully placed her swaddled infant before Furia. The baby was asleep, with a faint breath and a pallid complexion. Furia fixed her gaze on the infant, resolutely shaking her head. "I will not consume a child." Leo, standing nearby, silently suggested, "Is it possible they do not wish for you to eat it, but rather to heal it?" "Ah," Furia exhaled in relief, nodding with a hint of disappointment. She extended her front paw, beginning to gather energy, her fur standing on end as it gradually emanated a verdant light. This green luminescence converged towards her outstretched paw, forming a sphere of light the size of a soccer ball. As she released her grip, the green orb plummeted, crashing onto the wildling infant, bursting forth in a radiant display. The baby's complexion quickly regained its color, and then it opened its eyes, wailing loudly. The infant's mother wept tears of joy, cradling her child as she bowed repeatedly to Furia. Furia bent down, gently tapping the young mother on the forehead with her paw, prompting her to gratefully withdraw. Leo was astonished. He hadn't expected this seemingly clumsy groundhog to possess such abilities. This was indeed magic. Yet it made sense. A druid elf capable of transforming into a bear would naturally be adept at healing or curing ailments. Once the villagers dispersed, Leo quietly mocked, "Accepting the elder's reverence will shorten your life." Furia wiped away non-existent sweat from her brow, filled with a sense of accomplishment after successfully casting a druidic spell, her entire demeanor becoming more animated. Hearing Leo's jest, Furia placed her hands on her hips. "Elders? I am 80 years old." "You are 80? Leo was taken aback. At 80 years, she still possessed the intellect of an 8-year-old? Furia proudly patted her ample belly, explaining, "Elves typically live for 800 years, you ignorant human child." Following Zowan into the village, they arrived at the Grand Lord's mansion, where Leo encountered a 3-meter-tall statue at the entrance. This statue, carved from a tree thick enough for 2 people to embrace, bore a resemblance to a massive bear, yet its details, the head, claws, and teeth, unmistakably revealed it to be a groundhog. It depicted a groundhog standing upright, roaring. "This is my mentor, the leader of the wild tribe, the guardian of the forest, the grand druid, Bobuk Maramodasai." Furia proudly introduced, then pointed to herself. "And I, the future leader of the wild tribe, the future guardian of the forest, the future grand druid." Hee. It sounded impressive. Indeed, the caliber of a teacher reflects in their disciples. Leo generously praised her. Furia beamed with joy, but in her excitement, a bundle of lotus leaves she was holding fell, scattering food across the ground. She hastily scrambled down, extending her tongue to lick up the mess. Through casual conversation with the elder Zowan, Leo learned the origin of the groundhog statue. It turned out that Furia's mentor, the elf druid Bobuk, had visited the Wolfbane Plains decades ago and had aided this wildling tribe. The northern regions have long upheld ancestor worship, rooted in the same origins as the shamanistic beliefs of beast tribes, and they do not reject the druidic faith of elves. The wildlings' living conditions naturally aligned with the teachings of the druidic wild tribe. Thus, during Bobuk's stay at the Wolfbane Plains, Some of his druidic knowledge and concepts were embraced as tenets by the wildlings, who developed a considerable following over the decades. Of course, these followers were general adherents who, like most northern folk, simultaneously revered the ancestral spirits of shamanism and the nature deities of druidism. For the wildlings, an elf druid capable of transforming into a beast was undoubtedly a manifestation of the divine. When Furia descended from the heavens into the wildling tribe, Zoan initially believed it was Bobuk returning, only to realize it was Bobuk's disciple, Furia. So, you fell because you were stealing honey near the cliff and got stung by bees? Upon hearing Zoan's account, Leo was speechless. At first, he had thought Furia had a tragic backstory. It turned out she simply chose not to mention her folly. Furia mumbled defensively, her expression one of grievance. My mentor has been hibernating for 2 months and has not prepared any food for me. I have not eaten for 2 months. Those bees are dreadful. They stung my nostrils. Once settled in the Lord's mansion, Leo gradually explained his purpose. I have come as a neighbor, seeking no ill intent. The Riverbend camp is not a knightly domain, but merely a gathering of homeless refugees, the only place we could find to take shelter. I believe you have seen that our military strength is not formidable. We struggle even against kobolds. Zoan scrutinized Leo, his gaze seeming to penetrate his soul. Seeking the truth within. No one reveals weakness before a negotiation. Even the most disadvantaged will attempt to present themselves favorably. Leo recounted the reasons and processes behind his village's migration to Riverbend, detailing the turmoil and death along the banks of the Northern Ice River, as well as the tribulations faced during their journey, releasing the fearful images embedded in the original soul's fragments. Now, after finally settling down, they discovered the threat of the wild boar men. The wild boar men are our common enemy. If we join forces to defeat them, our survival will undoubtedly be more secure. Elder Zoan regarded Leo and said, Child, your sincerity has moved me. I am grateful that adversity has not destroyed you. The Basaka people welcome your arrival. However, we will not join your battle. In the ancestral legends of the North, the war god Tyr has 100 sons, who spread across the North, forming 100 clans. Aside from the eldest, Odilov, and a few others such as Frelov and Yishalov, who became the surnames of the North's thousand-year families, there are others like Basaka and Laade, also revered as ancestors by many clans. Basaka, meaning warrior clad in bear skin, is the self-designation of the wildlings in the vicinity of the Wolfbane Plains. Chapter 34. The situation why? Leo felt puzzled. Would it not be more beneficial for your tribe to eliminate this threat together and expand your living space? Child, the enemies of the wild are never-ending, Zoan said earnestly. If we drive away this wild boar tribe, another, even stronger enemy will set its sights on this land, whether it be more wild boar men, wolfmen, or even the Empire. Forcing conflict will only result in mutual destruction, benefiting a third party. What we can do is reduce their numbers, balance their strength, and maintain a state of equilibrium. Leo fell silent. Zoan's words held merit. The foreign threats in the Wolfbane Plains were not limited to wild boar men. And even the wild boar men had more than one tribe. Any war would incur casualties. The wildlings were few in number, and while wildling hunters were fierce, each loss diminished their ranks. What would happen when they defeated the wild boar men, only to face wolfmen next? Even if they could truly cleanse the wilderness of foreign threats, who would then claim this land? It would inevitably be the eager Empire pioneers rushing into the wilderness. Any wildling or foreign tribe that grew powerful and sought dominance over the wilderness would ultimately face the fate of being purged by the Empire's army. On the contrary, it is the remote and concealed wild tribes of Zurawan, devoid of any resources, that even slave-hunting squads and mercenary bands overlook, making them unworthy of military mobilization. They deliberately control the number of their enemies by hunting surrounding foreign races, and even allow some smaller foreign tribes to survive, thus creating a buffer zone around their territory to isolate the prying eyes of distant foes. They protect themselves through their enemies. The wild tribes have lived here for centuries and have developed their own means of survival. Elder, the times have changed. Just as Zurawan believed that Liao was about to abandon the dialogue, Liao spoke again. He took a handful of sunflower seeds from the low table before him, scattering them across the surface. These represented the Basaka people. He then grabbed a handful of almonds, casting them beside the sunflower seeds, symbolizing the foreign races. Finally, he took a handful of dried jujubes and scattered them on one side of the almonds, representing the orcs. He pushed the jujubes with his palm, causing them to crush and mix the sunflower seeds and almonds together. The orcs have indeed commenced a large-scale southward advance. The Empire may one day drive them back to the northern bank of the Ice River, but that will not be accomplished in a day or two. Perhaps in a year? Or 3 to 5 years? 10 years? The orcs do not merely plunder the human race. The foreign tribes, and even the magical beasts of the wolf-driving plains will also be displaced, migrating southward just like the humans. As long as the Empire cannot expel the orcs, the entire foreign population of the wolf-driving plains will continuously surge southward. The strong will survive, while the weak will be eliminated, leading to a complete reshuffling of the wilderness powers. Perhaps in half a year or a year, the wild boar tribes in the north could expand from 200 to 1,000, or they could be overtaken overnight by even stronger foreign races. Elder, are you prepared to face them? Zhuoruan gazed at the dried fruits on the low table, pointing out the flaw in Liao's words. These sunflower seeds should belong to you, not the Basaka people. If the orcs truly advance southward and the foreign races of the wolf-driving plains sweep in, the first to suffer will not be the wild tribes hiding beneath the great waterfall, but rather the River Bay territory, with its fertile lands and expansive forests. Is there a difference? Before the foreign races, we are all of the human race. If the River Bay territory falls, the Basaka people will be isolated and helpless, facing the same fate. After laying the groundwork, Liao finally articulated the true purpose of his visit. My expectations are not high. The River Bay territory will continue to absorb refugees, strengthening its military might to withstand the onslaught of the advancing foreign races. Moreover, we have the support of Yaisenbal. I merely hope that when the warriors of the River Bay territory face the enemy's charge, the Basaka people will shoot arrows from the side, rather than standing idly by. At that time, the Basaka people will still be the Basaka people, the River Bay territory will still be the River Bay territory, and both will still be alive. Zhuoruan, regarding the dried fruits, appeared unmoved. Half a century of survival wisdom had equipped him with a resilience against being easily swayed by the words of a stranger. No matter how reasonable they might be, conditions must be verified before they hold weight. The news of the orcs advancing southward had yet to be confirmed, and there were no clear signs of movement in the wilderness, so no matter how sincere Liao's words were, they remained open to debate. Observing this, Liao did not rush. He had never anticipated that a few words could sway his counterpart. Establishing a connection, engaging in rational dialogue, and presenting the broader situation to the wild tribes had already fulfilled his purpose for this visit. By this time, dusk had fallen rapidly in the valley basin of the northern spring. After enjoying a bonfire dinner filled with exotic flavors, Liao settled in for the night under the arrangements of the wild tribes. That evening, 2 wild maidens climbed into Liao's bed, one of whom appeared quite experienced. In their secluded mountain home, the wild tribes, cut off from external communication, had no laws or morals when it came to preserving their bloodlines. Some tribes near the Empire's villages would even dare to capture women to bear children back in their lairs, while the more remote tribes, like the one beneath the great waterfall, could only participate in marriage exchanges or casual unions with nearby tribes, or resort to consanguineous marriages. Naturally, the wild tribes could not let a quality specimen like Liao slip away. To be safe, they even paired him with a maiden who had given birth before. Liao could only decline politely. Although he was tempted, he lacked the audacity to engage in such acts under the curious gazes of Feisha and Philia. Indeed, the 3 of them slept by the fireplace in the Lord's great hall, with a thick layer of fur spread across the floor. This was already the best accommodation within the tribe, a privilege reserved for esteemed guests. After spending a night in the wild tribe, Liao departed the next morning. Before he left, Elder Zhuoruan presented him with a purple yulongbow and a pouch of heavy arrows as a gift in return. The ever-present dog-headed creature, Feisha, also received a blanket made of bear skin. Philia, on the other hand, was offered numerous pleas to stay and food from the wild tribes. Although deeply touched, Philia ultimately chose to decline, expressing her longing for Olivia's bread. Upon reaching the low peak, Philia stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing down at the vast wolf-driving plains, where the Anzino River wound like a silver ribbon. Turning back to look at the magnificent barrier that vanished into the clouds, she instructed Liao and Feisha to stand back. Further back, once Liao and Feisha retreated 10 meters, they witnessed Philia take a deep breath before letting out a piercing scream. Ah! The sharp, dolphin-like sound echoed like a bewitching melody, causing Liao and Feisha, standing 10 meters behind her, to instinctively cover their ears. After a couple of cries, Philia joyfully exclaimed, "The teacher's ears are so keen that they can hear my voice from 100 miles away." Chapter 35. The 2 fools beneath Liao returned to the River Bay camp and reported the results of his journey to Yulian. Not bad. At least we don't have to worry too much about these wild tribes taking advantage of us. Yulian nodded, stating, "For now, train the militia, gather some equipment, and enhance vigilance across the river to prevent attacks from the wild boar tribes." "Yes, Keep a close watch on the wild tribes. Agreed. Liao had no objections. Watching Liao's departing figure, Yilian sighed repeatedly. Ah, he has truly grown up. The old man, Ruzuf, beside him, tapped his pipe and jested. Why not hurry and marry off your daughter to him? Get those grandkids early. His pipe had long been emptied, as the northern smokers relied on homegrown tobacco. And Ruzuf was no exception. The tobacco he brought from his hometown had been completely consumed along the way. Impossible. What conditions would he need to marry my precious daughter? Yilian shook his head. Seeing Ruzuf laugh, he asked, if you had a daughter, would you dare let her marry this rascal? Absolutely not. Too reckless, too reckless. Ruzuf shook his head repeatedly, as if avoiding a venomous snake. However, after a moment, Ruzuf suddenly remarked, Olivia is truly a good girl. It would be a pity if she didn't marry Liao. Without mentioning the hushed conversations of the camp's old men, Liao had his own matters to attend to. He needed to continue enticing and coaxing the groundhogs to dig ditches, overseeing the militia's training, and cracking down on the rampant issue of defecation around the camp. Particularly regarding the latter, Liao even established a scout troop, ordering that anyone caught relieving themselves in the camp or its vicinity would receive a discreet poke in the backside with a stick. Consequently, the camp often echoed with the shouts of both young and old, along with the screams of women. During militia training, Liao would draw his purple yulongbow, practicing archery under the envious gazes of the militia members. This 2-meter-long yulongbow, with a draw weight nearing 200 pounds, required even the naturally strong Liao to exert considerable effort to pull back the string, while being cautious to avoid straining his tendons. Thus, at first, he only practiced drawing the string to strengthen his waist, waiting until his body adapted to the heavy bow before attempting to knock an arrow and shoot. This type of longbow, while seemingly simple, was actually difficult to produce. Achieving such high draw weights while ensuring practicality required significant advancements in both material selection and craftsmanship. Even the purple yew trees, known for their abundance in Kalongyuan, do not guarantee that every specimen can be crafted into the exquisite longbow wielded by Liao. Furthermore, its kinetic energy conversion is rather poor, ranking almost at the bottom among all types of bows, emphasizing sheer strength to launch arrows with great force, thus demanding a comprehensive physical prowess from the archer. A robust young man like Liao, standing at a height of 1.80 meters, is more than capable of serving as a third-tier heavy infantryman. However, to ascend to the status of a third-tier elite longbowman of the Empire, he must still grow taller. When Wulian observes Liao practicing archery, he offers his guidance. Although Wulian is a sergeant of heavy infantry, he frequently witnesses the training of numerous elite longbowmen at Function Fort. He possesses a longbow of his own, albeit with a significantly lower draw weight, and since his legs have become less agile, this bow has already taken down a considerable number of prey. The shooting posture and force application of longbowmen differ from those of ordinary hunters. Without proper instruction, one would indeed traverse a convoluted path through self-exploration. With Wulian's mentorship, Liao rapidly becomes adept at wielding the purple yew longbow. Yet to reach the proficiency of wild hunters or elite longbowmen of the Empire, he requires time for refinement. The iron ore continuously delivered by the dog-headed folk is exchanged for food at Yasinboer through the small fishing boat provided by the Paidahau family, temporarily alleviating the camp's food shortages. The arrival of Fulia has also liberated a substantial amount of labor. She excels not only in digging ditches, but can handle any arduous task that humans find difficult. She can shatter boulders weighing several tons by ramming her head into them, and then roll the massive stones around as if they were mere snowballs. The originally planned 3-foot stone foundation for the Lord's Manor has been raised to an impressive 2 meters. However, her reckless behavior poses a risk. Without supervision, she could easily cause accidents. Seizing the opportunity, Wulian crafts a batch of shields, expanding the militia to 50 men, lacking standardized weapons. The newly enlisted militia members carry their usual one-handed axes and short spears, while another 50 able-bodied men are selected as reserves to train alongside the militia. As the camp's food supply stabilizes, under Wulian's guidance, Aalawiya strives to provide villagers with additional meals, visibly improving their health and dispelling the emaciated appearance they bore upon arrival at Heba. Many of the young villagers, after a day's labor, still possess ample energy in the evening. Rather than engaging in brawls or harassing women, it is more prudent for them to learn the art of true combat. Each evening, hundreds of militia members and reserves gather for drills on the riverbank, creating an impressive spectacle and providing the populace with a sense of security. During Liao's time in the camp, the little mouse consistently followed closely behind him, never straying. In his absence, the little mouse would assist Aalawiya, working diligently. Under the influence of Liao and Ayalawea, the other village children have also become less averse to the little mouse when they notice her quietly approaching during play. They no longer scold or chase her away, opting instead to ignore her. Yet, she remains the timid little mouse, wary and fearful of unfamiliar things, often preferring to curl up in Liao's small tent in a daze or wander alone to the small fish pond to catch fish. Only when Liao teases her does she respond with a delighted giggle. Although she still hides leftover bread under her blanket, she no longer stashes uneaten porridge in her clothing. After Philia arrived at the camp, as Liao's trusted companions, the little mouse and Philia quickly became friends. Philia even offered to carry the little mouse and Ayalawea on her back, taking along Ayalawea's 26 adopted sons, to explore the oak forest west of the camp and drive away the evil dog-headed folk residing there. Wait, why are there 26? Liao counted the dog-headed pups in the house 3 times, identifying several that were obviously malnourished, then turned to Facia, questioning, "Are you certain you haven't thrown any of your sons in there?" The husky woman, initially protesting against the groundhog's antics, averted her gaze and, lacking confidence, feebly replied, "They followed on their own." Then, summoning her courage, she asked, "You said that adult dog-headed folk could also come to the camp, right?" "Yes, they are welcome. But only those willing to work shall have food." Liao, of course, was indifferent, whether they came to the camp to be slain or to be appeased. That was Wulian's concern. The camp was still short on labor, with much to be done and a lack of hands. Even the dog-headed folk, if they could work, would not be unwelcome. Facia's eyes sparkled as she began to ponder what tasks her pups might undertake. Chapter 36. The dog-headed blacksmith on one side of the Lord's manor. The bald, giant Valieri, accompanied by several others, is constructing a furnace against the outer wall of the manor. This furnace, towering at 3 meters high, resembles a colossal water bottle. Wulian, Lucifu, and several leaders stand nearby, gesturing excitedly. Liao approaches and, observing the bizarre contraption before him, inquires, "What is this?" "This is a smelting furnace. You haven't seen one before, have you?" Wulian proudly explains, taking the opportunity to impart knowledge to the younger generation. "This is a remarkable creation." Valieri served as an apprentice blacksmith for 5 years in his youth, making him somewhat of a blacksmith himself. "If we can make this furnace operational, we will be able to smelt the iron ore delivered by the dog-headed folk into ingots ourselves." Liao shares in the excitement. In Yasenboer, the price of qualified pig iron ingots exceeds 5 times that of the equivalent weight of iron ore. This implies that once this furnace is functional, the iron ore from the dog-headed folk could be sold for 3 times its initial value. However, the condition is that it must be operational. Liao holds little hope for a furnace constructed by an apprentice blacksmith. His disdain is evident. An apprentice blacksmith after 5 years? Wulian and the other leaders chuckle, disregarding Liao's naivete. Becoming a blacksmith is no easy feat. In the north, blacksmithing is regarded as a prestigious profession, with the techniques and recipes for smelting iron being closely guarded secrets. For a rural lad like him, if his master refuses to teach him, he may toil his entire life and still remain merely an apprentice blacksmith. In his youth, Valieri spent 3 years operating the bellows at a blacksmith shop, chopping wood, making charcoal, and cooking, before he finally earned the chance to wield a hammer. After 5 years, he could independently forge iron ingots. Yet the intricacies of forging were never imparted by his master. He learned solely through observation and experimentation. In any given blacksmith shop, there are typically 5 or 6 apprentices like him. Those who stay long enough may acquire some skills, capable of crafting simple farming tools or making nails. But to inherit the blacksmith's craft, it would require the master to have no sons. Then, in his 6th year, his master, the old blacksmith, received a summons from the Lord to forge weapons and armor for the Lord's army. This was a significant opportunity, yet he did not take Valieri along. Valieri is indeed a capable individual. Having not mastered blacksmithing, he turned to carpentry and stonemasonry, and now possesses a broad array of skills, making him the most skilled craftsman in the village. It is thanks to him that a group of villagers, who scrape by in the fields, can construct the expansive Lord's manor. Intrigued, Liao and the others gather around the primitive iron smelting furnace, yet they ultimately fail to offer any constructive suggestions. When it comes to the various techniques and history of iron smelting, Liao could impress the villagers with his knowledge, but when it comes to specifics, he finds himself at a loss. As he observes, Liao suddenly exclaims, "Don't the dog-headed folk have blacksmiths? Why not bring one over to exchange experiences and learn from each other? Perhaps we won't even need to purchase farming tools in the future. We could simply forge them ourselves." Wulian clapped his hands, exclaiming, "That's right. Why are you still here? Why should it be me?" Liao protested. "If you don't go, who will?" The dog-headed folk know you best and respect you the most. I struggle to get through to them. Didn't you say last time? After 3 consecutive instances of lurking outside the lavatory, one could supposedly summon the clever strategist, Go-To Junshi? Why not the blacksmith Go-To Taijiang? A perplexed Liao pondered. When had he ever made such a claim? Reluctantly, he set off under the urging of Yu Li-un and several chieftains. Upon reaching the vicinity of the oak grove, Freya, who was still digging a ditch, abandoned her work, clamoring to join in the fun. The valley inhabited by the dog-headed folk was not far. A well-trodden path had emerged up the hillside, leading directly to the Hewan camp due to the incessant passage of the dog-headed mining teams. The dog-headed beings spotted Liao and Freya from afar, barking in alarm. Some scurrying back to the valley to sound the alarm, while others brandished their weapons in a bid to repel the intruders. However, as Liao and Freya approached, these guardians of the lair hastily concealed their weapons behind their backs, shrinking back like a group of wayward schoolchildren. In the valley, the elderly and feeble dog-headed folk regarded the mighty groundhog with trepidation, some even fleeing in panic. The colossal beast was finally here to devour the dog-headed inhabitants. Freya found this amusing, deliberately standing tall and brandishing her arms to intimidate the surrounding dog-headed folk. Liao was quite pleased with this situation. The judicious display of strength could better ensure peace and dispel any improper thoughts from the adversaries. However, he astutely noted that many of the dog-headed folk had upgraded their equipment. Following several skirmishes with the Hewan camp, the ranks of the dog-headed warriors had significantly dwindled, and the current main force consisted of leaner adult dog-headed individuals. These adult dog-headed beings wielded small shields fashioned from bark or wood in one hand, while the other grasped a short spear or iron pick, with a pouch tied around their waist containing stones the size of eggs. A few dog-headed warriors even carried 3 or 4 short spears slung across their backs. Almost every dog-headed individual possessed a slingshot. They resembled a ragtag militia of the Hewan camp. Although they were intimidated by Freya and dared not approach, they instinctively gathered at a distance, forming a shield wall for defense. Previously, the dog-headed folk had relied on their numbers, but their lack of discipline was evident. Even an outsider like Liao could see they would crumble under a single blow. To his astonishment, Fei Sha, the husky, seemed somewhat foolish. Yet within a short time on stage, she had managed to organize the dog-headed tribe commendably. She had fully developed their internal governance. By the time Liao and Freya entered the valley, Fei Sha had already arrived upon hearing the news. Frequently traversing the Hewan camp, Fei Sha was well acquainted with Liao and Freya, approaching them with an air of calmness, entirely devoid of tension. This demeanor was extraordinary in the eyes of her kin, who perceived their new leader as brave and formidable. Once Liao explained his intentions, Fei Sha readily nodded and said, "You come." With that, she led Liao and Freya deeper into the valley, straight to the iron smelting furnace of the lair. The dog-headed furnace bore little resemblance to that of humans. It appeared as diminutive earthen mounds, each less than a meter in height. Of the 10 or so mounds, half were still emitting smoke, while a group of dog-headed beings tended to the fires, using bellows to stoke the flames. One of the cooled mounds had been excavated, revealing 2 small dog-headed individuals, their fur blackened with soot, searching for the smelted iron. These were small iron beads akin to grains of sand, which were packed into clay pots. And once sufficient quantity was amassed, they would undergo a second heating to form blocks of sponge iron. On one side of the furnace, 4 robust dog-headed individuals surrounded 2 anvils, rhythmically hammering the glowing sponge iron into the desired shapes. An elderly dog-headed being, adorned with a headband woven from grass roots and draped in a cloak of feathers and leaves, danced and sang nearby, offering prayers for the blacksmithing endeavor. Immersed in this scene, Liao felt as though he had returned to a primitive society. Fei Sha spoke, "Our blacksmith, you may take one." Unlike other dog-headed folk who regarded this primitive iron smelting technique as a mystical art, Fei Sha viewed it as quite simple and devoid of any technical complexity, thus deeming no need to conceal it. Chapter 37. All are striving. Liao approached the 4 dog-headed blacksmiths and inquired, "Among you, who is the most skilled at blacksmithing?" The dog-headed blacksmiths paused their work, staring blankly at Liao, until he repeated his question, at which point they all pointed toward Fei Sha. Not only they, but the surrounding busy dog-headed folk also ceased their tasks, collectively indicating Fei Sha. A dog-headed elder, attempting to speak in a convoluted version of the imperial language, proclaimed, "Fei Sha, princess, most skilled, all most skilled." Liao could hardly believe it. "You are the most skilled at blacksmithing?" Fei Sha wagged her tail and replied, "A dog-headed chieftain must either be powerful or wise. I, as a princess, am both clever and strong." I learned by observation. Although Fei Sha was the daughter of the former dog-headed leader, according to the traditions of the dog-headed tribe, her claim to the chieftaincy did not rank within the top 30. A dog-headed tribe does not solely rely on a singular powerful leader. It also encompasses a sagacious shaman, a blacksmith with a legacy of forging skills, and several captains of hunting teams, accounting for nearly one-third of the dog-headed warriors. These individuals, possessing personal strength and influence, vastly surpass mere bloodline considerations. For Fei Sha, a naturally disadvantaged female dog-headed individual, to ascend as the tribe's leader, she had to outshine her male counterparts significantly. Of course, the circumstances at the Hewan camp played a role. Many of the strong dog-headed warriors had perished in previous battles. The old shaman, incapable of casting even a fireball, was merely a waste who could only teach songs and dances. She refrained from mentioning that even the little mounds were inspired by her visit to the wild folk at the Great Waterfall. Originally, the dog-headed smelting process lacked even a furnace. It consisted merely of a mud pit where iron ore was crushed into powder, rolled into clay balls, placed in a pit filled with charcoal, and set ablaze for 3 days and nights. The outcome of producing iron beads relied entirely on fate. Simply adding an insulating clay mound had doubled the likelihood of extracting iron. Furthermore, the skillful Fei Sha crafted the sturdiest and most durable ironware, making her the best blacksmith in the lair. Additionally, her linguistic aptitude was exceptional and her courage unmatched. She not only dared to trade with the wild folk, but also negotiated with fearsome humans. She even reorganized the hunting teams, adopting human tactics and weaponry, ensuring every dog-headed individual had a role. She even attempted to construct walls in the valley. Were it not for these accomplishments, how could a female dog-headed individual, lacking in combat prowess, be allowed to lead a tribe where status was dictated by strength? Liao, witnessing Fei Sha's astute self-praise, could not help but feel genuine admiration. Devoid of any mockery, Fei Sha's performance was far from that of a mere tribal dog-headed being, and the significant transformation of the dog-headed valley had not escaped Liao's notice. This black and white dog-headed individual was clearly of a different breed from the golden-haired ones, with a striking disparity in intelligence. Even among the villagers of the Hewan camp, few matched her intellect. After retrieving Freya, who was frolicking and causing a ruckus in the dog-headed valley, Liao decided to take one dog-headed blacksmith with him. Selecting Fei Sha was out of the question. He relied on her cleverness to maintain the governance of the dog-headed tribe and prevent the emergence of another mindless individual solely focused on battling humans. The dog-headed blacksmith he brought back had a limited understanding of the imperial language, making communication with Valerie quite challenging. Moreover, had it not been for Fei Sha's reassurance, this dog-headed individual, harboring both hostility and fear toward humans, would have fled back to the lair in an instant. However, there was no rush. They would allow the dog-headed individual to acclimatize to the human environment, and once the furnace was repaired, they could communicate at a later time. Liao was confident that after a few meals from the camp kitchen, this dog-headed blacksmith would be reluctant to return. The unfortunate dog-headed blacksmith was utterly inept at anything other than forging metal. The unfamiliar surroundings left him disoriented, as he sat all alone in the center of the camp, utterly at a loss. Olivia attempted to bring some dog-headed pups before him, hoping to offer a modicum of solace. Yet the male dog-headed creature exhibited no interest in the young ones, baring its teeth and growling threateningly to drive them away. The pups could only whimper back to their mothers. Why was it that others traversed to alternate realms only to encounter dwarf masters of the forge, bowing before them in reverence? Here, not a soul was present. The only half-hearted blacksmith could merely produce iron ingots, requiring one to capture a dog-headed smith merely to fill the void. It felt as though every trivial task had to be undertaken personally. Resting his head upon Olivia's thigh, Leo muttered to himself. The alternate world he found himself in seemed too realistic. Olivia, accustomed to his ramblings, placed a ledger atop Leo's forehead, recording the day's transactions and expenditures. As she observed the ever-increasing figures in the ledger, a sense of joy filled her heart. The village's provisions were sufficient for a month, and the forthcoming iron ore could be traded for a greater variety of goods. 15 pounds of cheese, 10 pounds of nails, 2 spinning wheels, 20 logging axes. In the distance, the able-bodied men hoisting the beams shouted in unison under Valeri's command, "Yo-hey, lift!" With the foundation of the Lord's Manor completed, the first floor was beginning to take shape. Fresh from digging ditches, Freya lay sprawled in the center of the camp, covered in mud, her short limbs flailing about as she declared, "I refuse to get up. I want a hot bath." Listening to these sounds, Leo's troubles gradually dissipated. He realized he was not the only one striving. Everyone was fighting for their homeland. That night, just as Leo was about to fall asleep, He noticed the tent flap being lifted, and Olivia, clad in nothing but a linen nightgown, slipped inside. The nightgown, having been washed numerous times, was thin and sheer, resembling a gossamer veil. The flickering firelight illuminated her exquisite form, rendering it translucent. "What are you doing?" Leo exclaimed, his eyes widening. Lying beside him. Due to the cramped confines of the tent, Olivia could only lie on her side, clutching Leo's arm. "I fear you may bully the little mouse. I am here to supervise you." "Supervise me? It seems you are willingly walking into the jaws of a tiger and courting danger." Leo turned, pinning Olivia beneath him. Though he propped himself up with his arms, he could still feel the softness of her bosom. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, a sudden shriek from the little mouse watching below interrupted them. A massive beast's head poked into the tent. "Out! Out!" The three of them, with 6 feet, pushed against the groundhog's forehead, desperately trying to shove her out. "I also want to stay in the tent," Freya insisted, resolutely squeezing into the already precarious tent. With a resounding crash, the pitiful tent finally succumbed, collapsing in a heap. Chapter 38. Battle. After a few days of rest in the camp, Leo could no longer endure the monotony of life. He packed his gear and once again ventured into the wolf-driving plains across the river. The riverbend camp, gradually settling into a routine, was filled with laborious tasks, and no new occurrences emerged. Yelian had no intention of sparing him from hard work, either urging him to repair the dam or compelling him to assist the able-bodied men in hoisting beams. As a future night squire, what status do I have to engage in such menial labor? Leo declared as he set off early in the morning. The terrain of the wolf-driving plains was far from flat, featuring numerous hills and mountains, particularly near the majestic foothills of the Great Barrier Mountain, where streams had carved out ravines and deep gorges. This land would be their future abode, and now, it was poised to become a battleground against the Boormen. Although the wild folk had not agreed to join in attacking the Boormen, Leo would not sit idly by waiting for them to discover and launch an assault on Riverbend Camp. Thus, he needed to familiarize himself with the terrain in advance. Seizing the advantage of time and place, continuously ascending nearby heights, Leo memorized the layout of the land. Outside the valley, he caught sight of the Boormen's tracks. He was very close to the Anzino River, and if he were familiar with the area, he could reach Riverbend in less than 2 hours. Stealthily approaching, Leo, from hundreds of meters away, spotted a group of Boormen warriors appearing in the valley. 5 of them were sheltered from the wind in the valley, gathered around a campfire to rest. Beside them lay 4 robust one-horned wild boars. Scanning the surroundings, Leo also noticed 3 Boormen warriors stationed at the valley's high ground, armed with crossbows, surveying the area for any signs of danger. The scene suggested that this was a hunting outpost for the Boormen. Estimating the distance to the nearest Boorman guard, Leo drew forth his longbow, preparing to sneak closer. He intended to shoot an arrow and flee, relishing the thrill. Just then, a faint whistle reached his ears, causing Leo to turn alertly. 20 meters away, a bare-headed figure stood before him. The bare head tilted back, revealing a face adorned with a bushy beard. It was a wild folk hunter. The wild folk hunter gestured for Leo to halt. Leo quietly approached and noticed 2 more wild folk lurking nearby. Their stealth skills were exceptional, hidden in the woods, with their brown bear or gray wolf skins. They blended seamlessly with the pine needles and dead leaves, nearly invisible beyond 20 meters. The wild folk hunter raised his longbow, signaling Leo to follow him as they crept toward the valley. As they neared the Boormen's campfire, Leo suddenly heard the distant sound of bowstrings snapping. The 3 Boormen on guard atop the hill were struck by arrows simultaneously, tumbling down into the valley without a sound. Before the Boormen in the valley could react, the 3 wild folk hunters beside Leo swiftly drew their bows, unleashing 3 arrows that flew through the air, striking 3 Boormen warriors. 2 of the heavy arrows pierced through the skull and chest of the Boormen, the thick iron tips emerging on the other side, slightly deformed. The final arrow, due to the Boorman's quick reflexes, only grazed his palm as he rolled to the side, resulting in his hand bursting open under the tremendous force, fingers flying in disarray. The surviving Boorman warrior let out a blood-curdling scream, yet did not lose his fighting spirit. Instead, he picked up his heavy weapon and charged forward alongside the remaining comrades. Leo was astonished. These wild folk hunters were akin to keyboard warriors from his previous life, each capable of hitting a target from 100 paces. Although Leo practiced with the longbow, even with decent talent, he could not achieve such accuracy beyond 100 meters. He could barely guarantee a hit within 50 meters. The attacking wild folk hunters showed no signs of slowing down. Their heavy arrows flew with fluidity, raining down upon the Boormen warriors from all directions, creating a veritable storm of arrows. The remaining 3 Boorman warriors charged forward a mere 10 meters, only managing to fire their crossbow bolts before they were riddled with arrows. Collapsing to the ground, Leo also loosed an arrow, but in the haste of the moment, his heavy arrow narrowly missed the Boorman warrior, disappearing into the woods. In the blink of an eye, an 8-member hunting party of Boormen was completely eliminated, leaving only 4 frenzied one-horned wild boars. The wild folk were exceptionally skilled at dealing with these wild boars. Before they could approach, they all climbed up the tall trees, clinging tightly. Liao emulated his surroundings, nimbly climbing a grand tree. After ascending merely 5 or 6 meters, the entire tree trembled violently, nearly dislodging Liao. A robust unicorn pig crashed against the trunk, its nearly 1-foot-long horn embedding itself deep into the bark. Remarkably, the unicorn pig appeared unscathed, merely struggling to extract its horn from the tree. Liao drew his steel sword, gripping it with both hands. The blade pointed downward and leapt down. Utilizing the force of his descent, the steel blade plunged deeply into the unicorn pig's neck, almost piercing through. Habitually, Liao twisted the sword and then pulled sideways. The pig's neck was severed halfway, blood gushing forth, and its thrashing movements quickly slowed before it became rigid. The other 3 wild hunters, armed with bone spears, swiftly coordinated to slay the remaining unicorn pigs. Once the battle concluded, the leader of the wild hunters approached Liao, casting a glance at the unicorn pig he had dispatched, then gazing at Liao's sword, envy flickering in his eyes. "I am Bjorn." The wild hunter extended his right hand. "I have seen you before." "I am Liao." He promptly returned the gesture, grasping Bjorn's arm, an act rooted in the traditions of the northern folk. "What brings you here?" Liao inquired, noting the proximity to the river bend. Yet the distance to the great waterfall was substantial. "The number of wild pigs has been increasing. We need to eliminate some," Bjorn succinctly replied, seemingly anticipating Liao's thoughts. "Not every battle proceeds as smoothly as this one. At times, we suffer significant losses, especially in larger skirmishes." Liao understood the situation. While the wild hunters were skilled archers, their armor and weapons were rudimentary, whereas the wild pig warriors possessed immense strength, naturally overpowering the hunters. In close combat, the wild hunters would indeed be at a disadvantage. Should their numbers swell, the wild pig warriors could command the unicorn pigs to charge, disrupting the hunters' aim, and once embroiled in chaos, the hunters would be forced to retreat. Chapter 39. The plan in such minor skirmishes, the exchanges were never akin to the dramatic encounters depicted in films. Matters of life and death compelled both sides to exert their utmost. A fleeting moment determined fate. If the wild pigs were to assault the hunter's stronghold, it would likely unfold similarly. Liao discerned the weight in Bjorn's words and immediately suggested, "If you find the wild pigs troublesome, consider my proposal. The Hewan territory can contribute as well." Bjorn resolutely declined, stating, "Elder Zurwan has his own considerations." Liao refrained from pressing further, aware that continued persuasion might incite discord among the wild hunters. While they conversed, the remaining wild hunters busied themselves clearing the battlefield. The wild pigs wielded heavy weaponry, each exceeding 20 pounds, which ordinary humans could scarcely manage. Nevertheless, they could not be disregarded, and thus were discarded into the creek. The remaining crossbows, leather armor, were gathered for transport. Bjorn pointed to the unicorn pig at Liao's feet, declaring, "This pig is yours as you slayed it. You may take it." Liao observed the pile of crossbows and inquired, "May I exchange them for these weapons?" Bjorn glanced back at the crossbows, responding, "The Basaka people have no need for such refuse. I can give them all to you." The wild hunters preferred longbows. They found crossbows challenging to manufacture and maintain. Bjorn intended to reclaim the metal and sinew from them. "How could I accept such generosity?" Liao rubbed his hands together, a broad smile emerging, revealing the advantages of his audacity. The craftsmanship of these crossbows was not intricate, and their quality was notably poor. Liao estimated their effective range was less than 50 meters, far inferior to standard equipment in every aspect. It was unrealistic to expect a primitive tribe to share advanced technology. Yet, they possessed their own merits, particularly their high poundage, significantly surpassing that of ordinary bows. A close-range shot would be sufficient to obliterate an enemy's head. If mass-produced and equipped to the militia, they would still serve as formidable weapons in the wilderness. Before departing, Bjorn, dragging a unicorn pig, turned back to say, "Though Elder Zurwan is reluctant to instigate war, the Basaka and wild pigs are mortal enemies. Should you engage in battle with the wild pigs, the Basaka will gladly unleash their arrows." Liao waved goodbye with a smile. "I understand." Elder Zurwan, who adhered to the Druids' doctrine of balance, held absolute authority within the wild hunter tribe. But that did not imply all the wild hunters shared his foresight. Wild hunters, who fought on the front lines, lost comrades to wild pigs each year, making it impossible to claim there was no animosity. However, the wild hunters were limited in number and could not sustain significant casualties, making Zhuowan's decisions undeniably the most prudent. Yet, if the Hewan militia could take the lead, it would allow the wild hunters to unleash a rain of arrows without restraint. Just imagining such a scene made Bjorn's heart race. Naturally, the wild hunters' hostility towards the Empire was no less than that towards outsiders. The Hewan territory posed a similar threat to them. To contemplate joint operations would necessitate a period of observation and communication to establish sufficient trust. Gazing at the 600 or 700-pound unicorn pig, Liao found himself in a quandary. However, discarding it was not an option. The Hewan camp was impoverished, and he could not bear to waste such a substantial piece of meat. He proceeded to dissect the pig on site, removing its entrails and draining the blood to lighten the load. He then fashioned a rudimentary sled from branches, enabling him to drag it over hills, returning to the Hewan camp before nightfall. Upon seeing the crossbows Liao brought back, Wu Yan and Valeri engaged in animated discussion, shaking their heads in dismay. Difficult. Not feasible. Liao, incensed, demanded, such a simple contraption? You cannot produce it? It's not that we cannot make it. It's that we cannot mass produce it. A carpenter takes 10 days to make one, and even then, it is this inferior item, wasting precious time, they retorted. Moreover, the materials are an issue. Without proper materials, a crossbow will fall apart after a few shots, rendering it useless. Once the village is established and manpower is sufficient, we can revisit the matter, but for now, it's impossible. With neither bows nor crossbows feasible, Liao's aspirations for firepower were dashed once more. In the ensuing days, Liao wandered the pine groves across the river, even daring to approach the rocky hills where the wild pigs dwelled, observing their numbers and activities. Conflicts between wild hunters and wild pigs erupted sporadically, most often. The wild hunters' strong bows and sharp arrows held the advantage, yet instances of hunters being pursued and encircled by wild pigs also occurred. He even witnessed a wild hunter, unable to escape the wild pig's ambush, gruesomely impaled on a stake, displayed at a frequently contested hillock. This was precisely why Liao preferred to embark on solitary adventures rather than bring along members of the militia. Not all Hewan militia could embody his agility in the wilderness. Even the wild hunters occasionally faltered. What chance would farmers from Hewan have in a direct encounter with wild pigs? As his familiarity with the terrain grew, a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. Days later, he encountered wild hunter Bjorn in a river valley. The wild hunters, possessing an intimate knowledge of their homeland, surpassed Liao, the outsider, in familiarity. The seemingly few hunters appeared omnipresent in the wilderness, serving as a deterrent to intruders. Bjorn bore good news. Elder Zhuowan has accepted your proposal, but on the condition that the Basaka will only be responsible for archery. That is sufficient, Liao replied. Liao nodded with delight and inquired, if we engage in battle with the wild boar people, how many of you can participate? Bjorn looked at Liao, remaining silent for a long while before responding, 50 archers, who will not take part in close combat. Such a number of wild hunters exist in this tribe? Liao was inwardly astonished. A village of just over 100 people concealed so many wild hunters. How shall I contact you? Liao asked. Bjorn replied, when the battle begins, the Basakans will appear. Upon returning to the camp, Liao conveyed his plan to Yulian. Yulian shook his head repeatedly, saying, your plan seems utterly unreliable. Is it not too risky? Liao, feeling anger rise within him, retorted, am I the sort of person who is unreliable? Perhaps you should take a look at yourself? Yulian, accustomed to banter, noticed Liao's silence and hesitated to ask, even if you are reliable, are these wild folk trustworthy? Is Freya dependable? The matter of trustworthiness can only be determined through experience. Chapter 40. The joint operation commences. At dinner, Liao suddenly approached Freya with a flattering demeanor. What are you doing? Freya asked warily. Removing the little mouse that was diligently grooming her fur, Liao said earnestly, tell me, if someone bullies you, shouldn't you retaliate? Without a moment's thought, Freya replied, you should tell the teacher. Liao gently coaxed, but your teacher is not here, is she? Look at how those wild boar people torment you. Your teacher cannot help you. Shouldn't you fight back? Upon hearing this, Freya curled her plump body, drawing her limbs close. And with downcast eyes, she glanced around, stammering, but I am just a weak little groundhog. Liao grew agitated. Aren't you a giant bear? You must stand tall. Freya lowered her head, refusing to speak, resembling a schoolchild caught in wrongdoing. I do not need you to fight. You simply need to. Liao laid out his plan. Could we not send someone else? Little mouse, you go? Freya attempted to evade the responsibility, just as her enormous flatbread was finished baking. Liao snatched the large flatbread from her, taking a huge bite out of it, consuming 1% of its entirety. Will you go? I will go, won't I? Freya hastily agreed, clutching her beloved flatbread, gazing at the small bite taken out of it, tears of sorrow welling in her eyes. After dinner, Liao gathered 50 militiamen from Hiwan, detailing his plan thoroughly. The militiamen had already been aware of the wild boar people's existence, and their recent training exercises had primarily focused on them as hypothetical foes. However, the sudden proposition of an offensive still left them hesitant and fearful. They were not born brigands with an innate aggression. They were merely farmers who had yet to put down their hoes. If not for Yulian's relentless training and leadership, they would likely not dare confront even the goblins. Though Liao had painted the threat of the wild boar people in dire colors, these ordinary militiamen were reluctant to face them without having seen the danger firsthand. Trust me, as long as you follow my orders, this battle is not perilous. Consider it a practical training exercise. If we win, we shall feast on meat at every meal. Liao endeavored to encourage them, but to little avail. Seeing their lack of morale, Yulian could no longer stand by. He stepped forward and bellowed, "You timid turtles, what is there to fear from the wild boar people? In my day, I could slay a brood all by myself. Steel your courage. For every wild boar person you kill, a plot of land shall be your reward." Those unwilling to fight, stepped back from the militia. With Yulian's promises and threats, the militiamen began to muster some resolve. The following morning, Liao set forth with Freya and the militia, intending to swim across the river upstream. Prior to departure, Liao instructed Olivia to stoke the campfire to its maximum height as a signal, ensuring the wild folk would not overlook their movements. Before they could cross the river, a large group of goblins emerged from the woods. The militiamen almost mistook them for an enemy attack, instinctively raising their shields and drawing closer together. Leading the goblins, Facia proclaimed loudly, "We, the goblins, wish to join the battle. Neighbors, allies, the wild boar people are our enemies." Liao frowned, glancing at them with a hint of disdain. There were not many warriors left among the goblins. While the ordinary adult golden-haired goblins had been well fed during this period and appeared more presentable, their improved appearances belied a lack of combat prowess, rendering them foolish and simple-minded in appearance. Facia led a contingent of 60 or 70 goblins, all equipped with makeshift wooden shields, slings, and short spears, boasting significantly better weaponry than before. This force represented the entirety of the Goblin Valley's combat capability, clearly indicating their willingness to abandon their homes. Very well. Maintain your distance and heed my commands, understood? Adhering to the principle of the more, the merrier, Liao did not refuse Facia's request for participation. A few dozen goblins tossing stones and spears would still lend some support. However, Liao did not dare to allow the goblins to merge with the militia, having witnessed their combat spirit firsthand. Should they be intimidated by the wild boar people and flee, they could easily cause the militia to collapse. Good. Facia wagged her tail excitedly. As Liao observed Facia cheerfully leading the goblins to follow the militia, a militiaman named Ivan muttered in discontent. "Are we truly joining forces with the goblins? What is it? Do you have an issue?" Liao inquired. "My elder brother was killed by a goblin spear," Ivan whispered. Liao was taken aback, patting Ivan on the shoulder, though he found no words of comfort. The wild boar people's tribe was said to be over 30 miles from Hiwan, but the actual distance was indeed further. And this was with Liao having scouted the route beforehand, attempting to select the most direct and passable paths. Halfway through, Liao spotted Bjorn accompanied by several wild hunters, standing upon a massive stone beside the necessary route, observing the advancing militia. Clearly, the number of militiamen did not satisfy this wild hunter. As Liao approached, Bjorn spoke. "With so few people, you cannot breach the wild boar people's den, nor can you withstand their charge. I understand. You need only to focus on archery. If the battle turns against us, you may withdraw," Liao replied confidently, then asked, "Could you lead your people ahead to eliminate any wild boar scouts and ensure they do not discover our movements?" Bjorn regarded him for a long moment before nodding, gesturing for his companions to vanish into the woods. Liao led the militia forward another 7 or 8 miles before halting the main force in a valley. He surveyed the surroundings, muttering to himself, "This is the place. Freya, it is time to work." Several hours later, a muddy Freya appeared outside the wild boar people's lair. She crawled cautiously, moving stealthily forward. However, the 1.5 meter high stones in front of the wild boar people's den could not conceal her massive frame. The sentinels among the wild boar people were terrified, thinking, The giant beast has returned after half a month. What shall we do? One wild boar asked the nearby squad leader in a hushed tone. Act as if we have not seen it. Let it pass, the squad leader replied helplessly. Hurry and inform the chief. Aside from one wild boar hastily departing, the rest simply gazed skyward, seemingly oblivious to the groundhog's presence. Observing their indifference, Freya grew anxious. She looked around and suddenly had an idea. Taking a few steps, she grasped a rock the size of a grinding stone. With the rock clutched in her paws, she spun around twice before hurling it with all her might. The heavy stone soared through the air, traveling over 100 meters before crashing down upon the watchtower of the wild boar people's den. The massive rock struck with terrifying force, collapsing the entire watchtower and sending the wild boar sentinels flying in all directions, howling as they fell. Mouse-powered trebuchet. The wild boar chief, arriving hastily, had initially planned to endure in silence, but upon witnessing the destruction, he could no longer restrain himself, bellowing, "Charge out and kill it." The den of the wild boar men suddenly became a cacophony of activity, as nearly 100 wild boar warriors and hunters drove out, over 20 unicorn wild boars, surging forth towards the encampment outside. Realizing her objective had been achieved, Leah did not hesitate. She shrieked and fled. After sprinting for more than 10 meters, she remembered she was a groundhog and quickly dropped to all fours, darting into the forest with remarkable speed. Chapter 41. Ambush in the valley. The 20-odd unicorn wild boars closely pursued Leah, while the slightly slower wild boar men followed closely under the leadership of their chieftain. After chasing for 7 or 8 li, the massive creature ahead seemed to tire, occasionally slowing its pace to glance back, which thrilled the panting wild boar men. This time, they were determined to capture this menace. Once the groundhog darted into a secluded valley and vanished from sight, the wild boar men harbored no suspicions, allowing the unicorn wild boars in the lead to follow her inside. Upon entering the valley, Leah paused for a few seconds, waiting until the unicorn wild boars were nearly upon her. Then she dashed forward, leaping over a 5-meter-wide pit, and without looking back, she sprinted deeper into the valley. The unsuspecting unicorn wild boars were caught off guard, stumbling into the pit one after another. In the once familiar valley, a massive pit measuring 5 meters wide, 5 meters deep, and over 10 meters long had suddenly appeared. This trap had taken Leah, and the militia several hours to excavate. Over half of the unicorn wild boars tumbled into the pit, while the remainder huddled together, attempting to turn around. "All of you, down you go." Leo, leading the militia, emerged from the trees on either side of the valley, blocking the path of the unicorn wild boars, forming a dense wall of shields. Seizing the moment while the unicorn wild boars struggled to maintain their footing, they shoved them one by one into the pit. However, the unicorn wild boars possessed immense strength. Despite the efforts of 50 militiamen pushing and prodding, they only managed to topple a few of the unsteady ones into the pit. Still, 5 or 6 unicorn wild boars managed to rudely shove past the blocking militia and turned to flee. Leo delivered a swift kick to one of the unicorn wild boars, hoping to halt its retreat. With his strength, even a brown bear would have been knocked over, yet the unicorn wild boar merely staggered and sped away even faster. These were no mere wild boars. They were akin to a herd of diminutive rhinoceroses. Without the time to relish their achievements, Leo quickly signaled the militia to regroup. Facing the valley entrance, bracing for the impending assault, the wild boar men finally charged in, and upon seeing the relatively small militia, they showed no fear, raising their weapons to launch an attack. During their charge, the crossbows in the hands of the wild boar men did not cease. A deluge of crossbow bolts rained down upon the militia. The bolts struck the militiamen's round shields, with only a few penetrating the gaps to find their mark. The reloading of the wild boar men's crossbows was painfully slow, and through the shield gaps, Leo observed that they did not intend to fire a second round. He shouted, "Prepare! Up!" Several militia members pulled vigorously on the ropes hidden beneath the grass, raising sharpened wooden stakes to form barriers at 5, 10, and 15 meters ahead of their shield line, angled to obstruct the advance of the wild boar men. Simultaneously, from the left side of the valley, the sound of bowstrings snapping echoed, followed by the piercing shrieks of countless arrows. The rain of arrows from the wild folk hunters descended like a storm. Unlike the slow-firing crossbows of the wild boar men, the villagers could unleash 6 or 7 arrows per minute. The arrow barrage was relentless. 50 wild folk archers unleashed a volley equivalent to the might of several hundred. In a single exchange, more than 10 wild boar men fell, riddled with 5 or 6 long arrows each, collapsing in their charge. These arrows, as thick as a finger and a meter long, possessed terrifying power. effortlessly penetrating the wild boar men's fur armor, their naturally thick skin, and their musculature, deeply embedding themselves into vital organs. Many arrows even pierced through their bodies, shooting out the other side. Without the interference of the unicorn wild boars and the retaliation of the wild boar men's crossbows, the elevated wild folk hunters had no reservations, pouring forth their arrows with abandon. On the right side of the valley, the voices of the dog-headed folk rang out as they emerged from the woods, wielding slings to launch their attacks against the wild boar men. The dog-headed folk hurled polished mirror iron stones, weighing nearly twice that of pebbles. They struck with the force of iron balls, delivering devastating blows. Leo clearly saw one charging wild boar man have its massive tusk shattered by a mirror iron stone, the splintered tooth causing a ricochet that crushed his nose. Although not as lethal as the long arrows of the wild folk hunters, the stones still inflicted grievous wounds, leaving the wild boar men bloodied and howling, unable to continue their charge. With the wild boar men's advance halted, they reloaded their crossbows and exchanged fire with the dog-headed folk. While the dog-headed folk's small wooden shields blocked some of the bolts, they could not withstand them all. Seeing casualties, the morale of the dog-headed folk wavered, and they began to retreat into the forest. However, their distraction led to even more wild boar men falling beneath the longbows of the wild folk hunters. Meanwhile, the wild boar chieftain, leading over 30 wild boar men warriors, continued to surge towards the militia. Their hunting companions were still trapped in the pit, crying out for help. Leo and the militia had underestimated the strength of the wild boar men. The stout wooden stakes only slightly delayed their charge. The foremost wild boar warriors, wielding their double-headed hammers and wolf-toothed clubs, smashed through the sharpened stakes with a few powerful blows, clearing their path. However, the 3 rows of stakes did buy the militia some precious time. Spear ready. Throw. 2 volleys of spears flew forth, taking down over 10 wild boar warriors just 10 meters away from the militia's shield line. A particularly rotund wild boar warrior, with a spear lodged in his belly, staggered forward, swinging a nearly 30-pound stone hammer down upon a militia member's shield. The tremendous force shattered the 1-inch thick oak shield, sending the splintered remnants crashing into the militia member. Blood spewed from the wounded militiaman's mouth and nose. His arm twisted as he was sent flying by a single blow. Before the wild boar men could capitalize on their success, the comrades behind quickly dragged him away, filling the gap in the shield line. The militia was not merely waiting to be struck. Before most of the wild boar men could raise their heavy weapons, they surged forward, thrusting their shields against the wild boar men, restricting their movements, and entering the grappling phase. The combat techniques instilled in the militia by Yelian were derived from the heavy armored infantry of Wind God Fortress, trained to face foes even stronger than the wild boar men, green-skinned orcs. Orc infantry averaged 2 meters in height, with arms thicker than human thighs, wielding double-headed axes weighing over 30 pounds. In one-on-one combat, the human infantry struggled due to their height and strength disadvantage. Yet, in battle, the human heavy infantry could engage equally matched orc legions through tight shield formations, specialized combat techniques, and close coordination with comrades. The militia led by Yelian was a simplified version of the heavy infantry from Wind God Fortress, and their relentless training proved invaluable in this moment. They braced their round shields against the bellies of the wild boar men, limiting their movements, while their other hands wielded one-handed swords and short spears, thrusting fiercely to eviscerate the wild boar men. One wild boar man seized the edge of a militia shield, yanking it and its wielder out of the shield line, knocking them to the ground, and placing a foot upon the militiaman's chest. Just as he was about to raise his hammer to crush the militia's skull, he found his limbs growing weak. The weapon he was accustomed to wielding suddenly felt unbearably heavy. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that his abdomen had been pierced by several deep wounds from the adversary's short sword, leaving him with a significant loss of vital organs. Raising his head once more, he noticed several short spears and one-handed swords had simultaneously plunged into his chest and neck. As the last wild boar warrior fell before the militia, the remaining 20 or so wild boar hunters, who had not yet charged, began to turn and flee. However, these wild boars could not outrun the arrows of the wild hunters. Within mere minutes, the ground was strewn with corpses. With the battle concluded, the vast valley was left with only a few frenzied unicorn wild boars, chaotically chasing after the dog-headed people. Chapter 42. Victory. Bjorn emerged from the forested hillside, surveying the desolate valley littered with the bodies of wild boars, internally rendering his judgment. This was a flawless ambush. The battle had erupted with such rapid ferocity that from the moment the wild boars charged into the valley to their retreat, scarcely a quarter of an hour had passed. The quivers of the 50 wild hunters were nearly emptied, with no less than 1,000 arrows having rained down upon the wild boars. Had more wild boars survived, Bjorn would have been compelled to lead the wild folk in a charge. The notion of avoiding close combat was merely for Leo's ears. Once absolute superiority was established, the wild folk would eagerly slay as many wild boars as possible. In terms of close combat prowess, the wild hunters were actually superior to the militia. The wild folk emerged from the woods, brandishing longbows and bone spears, erupting in victorious cheers. Leo keenly observed that among the wild archers were several elderly men with graying hair and wrinkled faces, as well as young maidens with youthful visages. Clearly, the 50 archers Bjorn referred to did not consist solely of wild hunters. The wild folk were all warriors, each practicing archery. Those young wild maidens dared to accompany their elders on hunts, capable of drawing back a 100-pound longbow and hitting their target within 100 meters. Meanwhile, the old hunters who had survived to see their hair turn gray might lack the stamina of the youth, yet their skill and mindset were undeniably more seasoned. Bjorn approached Leo, gesturing towards a massive wild boar carcass. This is the chieftain of the wild boars. The beast stood at least 2 meters tall and weighed at least 3 times Leo's weight, lying 7 or 8 meters away from the militia's line, face down and unrecognizable. Its back was pierced by 6 or 7 long arrows, but due to its thick fur armor and the addition of a rusted chainmail piece donated by some adventurer, the arrows had not penetrated deeply, barely a mere 10 centimeters. For the robust wild boar chieftain, this depth had not breached the muscle layer of its back, rendering it non-fatal. As Leo turned the chieftain's body, he discovered 3 short spears embedded in its chest, their wooden shafts broken upon impact, leaving the remaining sections deeply lodged within its form. This prominent wild boar chieftain had received priority attention from both the wild archers and the militia. It had barely reached the militia's front lines before meeting its demise. While inspecting the chieftain's corpse, Leo idly remarked, "Why do these wild boars not carry shields?" Bjorn retorted, "Who hunts with a shield? Hunting should involve a shield." Leo proudly patted the round shield on his back. Militia member Vicky approached, expressing concern to Leo. "What should we do about these wild boars?" A dozen unicorn wild boars were still struggling in a pit, causing the walls to collapse and nearly burying them. A few militia members stood guard at the edge of the pit, striking down any unicorn wild boar attempting to escape. The directive was clear: capture them if possible, or slaughter them for meat. Vicky scratched his head and walked away. Only about 10 wild boars had successfully engaged with the militia, yet each was an elite warrior among their kind. Despite the militia's numerical advantage and seamless coordination, dispatching these formidable wild boars proved to be quite a challenge. 2 militia members had been severely injured by the wild boars and lay on the ground, unaware of their fate, while over a dozen others sustained various degrees of minor injuries, tending to their wounds. The remaining militia began to join the wild folk in searching for spoils of war. The collected spoils were gathered into a pile. Leo and Bjorn swiftly allocated the items. All crossbows and bolts were designated for Huan Ling, while armor was assigned to the wild folk. The wild folk had no need for meat. Not a single unicorn wild boar was claimed. As for the dog-headed people, they received the heavy weaponry that neither Leo nor the wild folk desired. Leo dared not question their interest in such primitive stone tools, weighing 10 or 20 pounds. Among the 3 factions, the dog-headed people seemed the most pleased, wagging their tails as they walked. Feeling a pang of guilt, Leo generously gifted the few wild boars that were darting about the valley to the dog-headed people. If captured, they are yours. Bjorn, accompanied by the wild folk, severed the heads of the wild boars to bring back to their tribe as trophies. The head of the wild boar chieftain was presented to Leo. "This is rightfully yours." In front of all the militia and wild folk, Leo accepted the head without hesitation. It was a mark of recognition from the wild folk. In a moment of respite, Leo looked up to search for the groundhog, spotting her sitting alone on a hillside distant from the battlefield. She stared blankly at the battlefield strewn with corpses, observing the militia and wild folk scavenging the bodies of the wild boars, devoid of the expected joy. Upon seeing Leo approach, she did not exhibit her usual excitement. Instead, she lowered her ears and turned her back to him. "I miss the teacher." Leo felt a wave of guilt wash over him. This massive creature, seemingly powerful, was, in essence, merely a spirit younger than a small mouse. Moreover, she was an elven druid, her thought processes and values vastly different from those of humans. The elves of this world were a peaceful, life-loving race, harboring an even deeper aversion to war than he had imagined. Thousands of years ago, elves had roamed the corners of the continent, but as other races grew in strength and wars escalated, they had nearly vanished, retreating into the grand barriers of their ancestral homeland. Their primary response to threats was to flee, while humans reveled in the violence of war. Basking in the thrill of victory, the elves only beheld a landscape of corpses, flowing blood, and the decay of life. Previously, he had heard Freya mention that in her homeland, the most common method of resolving disputes among kin was through sleep competitions, determining who could sleep soundly and for the longest. The first to awaken was obliged to concede. Many elves diligently practiced transformation magic, allowing them to become some slumber-loving creature, thus maintaining their advantageous position within their community. Freya's mentor could easily sleep for 3 to 5 months, causing no one to harbor grievances against him. Gently stroking Freya's back fur, Leo offered her soothing words and promised her the camp's food supply for the 3rd time, which finally lifted the groundhog's spirits. After clearing the battlefield, Leo led the main force closer to the wild boar's lair. They were met with a barrage of arrows. Though the main force had been decimated, over 100 wild boars remained within their lair, armed with crossbows, prepared to resist to the death behind the defenses of their stronghold. Feza, do you speak the language of the wild boars? Leo, in a moment of desperation, asked. Please go and persuade them to surrender. If that fails, tell them to pay tribute, and you shall receive half of the spoils. Feza shook her head. I cannot. What now? Leo exchanged glances with Bjorn. Retreat. Chapter 43. Good news. What else could they do? Wait for the wild boars to invite them to dinner? The wild boar tribe, having lost its main force, was indeed no match for the united coalition. However, Leo realized that eradicating this tribe would come at a considerable cost. Would the militia possess the strength to storm the wild boar's lair and engage in close-quarters combat? Are the wildlings willing to lose their advantage in long-range strikes? The dog-headed men, on the other hand, are brimming with enthusiasm in this triad of forces. Brandishing 30-pound stone hammers, they fear no one, embodying the audacity of a deity arriving to smite all in their path. If not for the suppression by Fascia, they would eagerly lead the charge. Given the disparity in size and strength, the fierce and battle-hardened wildlings might trade blows 1 for 1 with the boarmen hunters. Yet the militia would require pairs to contend with a single foe. Both Leo and Bjorn remain pragmatic in this regard. Elder Zolwyn speaks the truth. Treating the enemy with respect is no deception. The once formidable threat of the boarmen has diminished significantly, and now it is they who must cower in fear. From the perspective of the boarmen, the once formidable cleansing army, which had surged forth, was repelled by a barrage of arrows and hastily retreated in disarray. Each group returned to their respective homes bearing their spoils, unable to bear the sight. The wildlings assisted the dog-headed men in slaying 2 unicorn boars. The dog-headed men expertly dismembered the carcasses into sizable chunks of meat, several of them working together as if they were a band of mischievous spirits returning with a prize. This expedition of the dog-headed men would surely be etched into their annals, if they possessed any such records. Together with the humans, we have laid waste to the boarmen. Ultimately, only 6 of the unicorn boars were captured alive from the great pit. The rest, either deceased or injured, were processed on-site and carried back by the militia. By the time they returned to the camp, it was already midday the following day. The village women rushed forward to seize the chunks of unicorn boar meat. Some parts were sliced into strips for drying, while others were crafted into sausages, and the meaty bones were chopped into large pieces to be simmered in a cauldron, yielding a rich broth. The camp was adorned with strings of drying meat, an impressive haul of several thousand pounds. A group of dog-headed cubs squatted beneath the drying racks, drooling and leaping with fervor, attempting to snatch a bite of the meat. Some of the more agile cubs managed to catch the end of a meat strip and were left dangling, swinging like pendulums until the village women, wielding rolling pins, knocked them down. The 6 surviving unicorn boars were confined within the Lord's manor. Ordinary huts and wooden fences could not contain them. Only the nearly 2-foot thick, 6-foot-high stone foundations of the Lord's manor could withstand their assaults. At this moment, the Lord's manor was nearing completion, with only the uppermost ventilation section still under construction. The building crew had disbanded, leaving only Valerie with 5 or 6 assistants working on the roof. The entire Lord's manor bore resemblance to a Viking longhouse, yet hinted at the form of a stone castle. It spanned nearly 300 square feet, ample space to accommodate the village's elderly, women, and children during times of war. The main entrance was set atop a 6-foot-high stone foundation, accessible only via a wooden staircase constructed from the outside. In the event of an invasion, the villagers could seek refuge within the manor, and once the half-foot-thick oak door was shut and the external staircase dismantled, any siege engines would be rendered impotent, forced to rely solely on the invaders' axes and hammers to breach their defenses. Other lords' manors in the northern villages lacked such luxury. many being rudimentary constructions of mud and wood, little more than oversized huts. However, Urian's military background allowed him to disdain such antiquated architecture. Not only the Lord's Manor, but the entire layout of the camp radiated a strong military aesthetic, emphasizing a balance of offense and defense, with safety and practicality prioritized over comfort. Observing the chaos of unicorn boars within the Lord's Manor, Urian lamented, "I haven't even had the chance to reside here, yet these creatures have taken over." Although the Lord's Manor was officially designated as 2 stories, it was, in fact, 3. The center featured a fire pit, surrounded by wooden steps constructed from planks that extended to the hall's beams, ultimately aligning with the 6-foot-high stone foundation, connecting to the entrance and other rooms. The 6-foot drop from the wooden floor to the ground constituted the manor's lower level. This lower level was originally intended by the northern folk for the husbandry of pigs and sheep. Thus, housing the unicorn boars there seemed reasonable. However, the territory had yet to amass enough timber to create numerous planks, leaving the hall largely barren, save for a few beams resting on the stone foundation. The hall's corners had been partitioned to create several rooms, which would serve as the future residence of the Lord. "Where will I sleep? Where will I sleep?" Leo exclaimed, excited at the prospect of no longer residing in a tent. Urian, casting a glance at Leo, recalled his daughter's affectionate demeanor towards him, and suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort, his expression turning unfriendly. Leo showed no signs of yielding. "What are you staring at? What's it to you?" Just as the tension between the two was about to escalate into a confrontation, militia member Vich entered. "Uncle, the Knight Roman has arrived." The lightly armored Knight Roman stood at the center of the camp with 2 attendants, observing the drying meat strips and the bustling village women. During this period, the camp's kitchen had undergone expansion, with a sturdy little wooden cabin appearing behind the wagon, filled with sacks of wheat and other provisions. Several large cauldrons now had coverings, no longer exposed to the elements, and were all simmering with food. A few robust village women rolled up their sleeves, stirring the pots with pinewood sticks. The mouth-watering aroma of meat wafted through the air as children squatted nearby, practicing breathing techniques. They were simultaneously practicing the breath control method Leo had taught them while curiously observing Roman, the outsider. When Urian approached, Roman smiled and remarked, "It seems you have had a bountiful harvest." Urian, brimming with pride, recounted the tale of the dog-headed men's submission, albeit with the boar men as the new subjects of his narrative. "So it seems the territory is temporarily secure," Roman nodded, filtering out the embellishments of his former superior's boasting. "I also bring good news. My father has agreed to provide assistance to the Riverbend territory over the next 3 years." "Excellent. The old man still has some sense of loyalty." Urian rejoiced, genuinely surprised that his persistent appeals to Roman's father, Rigolov, had yielded a positive response. Roman chuckled wryly. He knew his father well enough to understand that even if he felt a sense of loyalty, as the head of a family with fortnightly fiefs, he could not unconditionally support an outsider. "If I send 1 sack of grain to Urian, how many must I send to my own uncles? Let us go. Tonight, we drink until we drop." Urian and Roman linked arms. "By the way, did you bring any wine?" Chapter 44. New tidings seated by the campfire. Roman frequently cast sidelong glances at Freya, who had just returned from digging the canal. This enormous bear, with her timid demeanor, was undoubtedly the most striking presence. No matter where she chose to settle, 2 village women wielded large wooden brushes, vigorously scrubbing Freya, removing dirt and stones from her fur as she munched on pre-dinner snacks. After dinner, the women would boil 4 large cauldrons of hot water for Freya's bath. Through her tireless efforts, Freya had surpassed Leo, successfully ascending to the title of the Labor Emperor of Riverbend, enjoying the highest level of treatment. The villagers were nearly worshipping her as they would a wildling. With Freya's 5-fold digging speed, the first phase of Urian's plan had been completed, successfully linking the upper reaches of the Anzino River with the small lake nestled between the Riverbend Peninsula. Nearly 500 acres of land in the northern part of the Riverbend Peninsula now benefited from irrigation and drainage. Meanwhile, the villagers' relentless toil had cultivated over 100 acres of land, awaiting the spring for planting. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Leo would scarcely have believed that such a vast expanse of land was primarily cleared by a group of elderly, women, and children. Yet Urian was far from complacent. Adhering to the principle of maximizing utility, he devised various methods to entice Freya to continue her canal digging. In just a few days, the southern segment of the waterway was nearing completion. Furthermore, it is far more direct than the plans laid out by Wullian, as if plowing straight through rocky soil. Viewed from above, the irrigation channel resembles a precise incision, delivering a harsh blow to the Heiwan Peninsula. The entire Hiwan Peninsula appears as though it has been cleaved from the southern land, transformed into an island. Compared to provoking the wild boar people and engaging in war, Philia undoubtedly prefers this work that aligns with her nature as a groundhog. It is during moments of laziness and folly that she finds it somewhat difficult to restrain herself. Although Woolian explains that this is a druid of giant bear form, Roman still does not dare to turn his back to her, fearing that this colossal beast might devour him, a stranger, in one gulp. While keeping a wary eye on the groundhog, Roman states, "My father has promised to provide continuous support to the Hiwan territory over the next 3 years, primarily in terms of food, fabric, and some weaponry, as well as a certain degree of military assistance. This is a document signed by my father, and I will be responsible for its specific implementation." When I arrived, I had already delivered my father's handwritten letter to Knight Noisius at the Western Watchtower. Knight Noisius is the commanding officer stationed at the Western Watchtower, with 15 cavalrymen and 50 regular infantry at his disposal. In times of necessity, the captain can seek aid from Knight Noisius, who will also keep an eye on the Hiwan territory. Listening to Roman enumerate the items of support, Woolian's face brightens, and he rubs his hands together in delight. A large family is indeed different. Either they do nothing or they make grand gestures, with the Petahov family as a backing. As long as the Hiwan territory does not face an unexpected calamity, it can generally weather minor disasters. When your father served as the commanding officer at the Western Watchtower, I was the infantry captain under his command. Woolian rubs his hands together, forging camaraderie while continuing to extract information. What is the background of this Knight Noisius? Noisius Hobart is a scion of the old Banner family Hobart of Isenball, and well, he is also the husband of my distant cousin, my cousin-in-law, one of our own. Woolian feels greatly relieved. Due to the arrival of Knight Roman, dinner becomes extraordinarily sumptuous. Not only are there crispy baked flatbreads and aromatic thick soups, but the members of the militia also receive a substantial portion of bone-in meat from a unicorn wild boar, as a reward for their valiant combat. Moreover, Woolian promises that due to the resounding success in the campaign against the wild boar people, regardless of whether they have slain any, every member of the militia will receive an acre of land as a reward. Once the Hiwan territory is successfully developed, Woolian will be promoted to a pioneering knight, and the outstanding members of the militia will become the territory's first professional soldiers. Leo, on the side, holds a roasted pig leg, eating while observing the lively scene. If one were to view it solely from the perspective of the original Leo's half-soul, they would witness Woolian's tearful gratitude in the face of unexpected aid and Knight Roman's mature composure, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, from the perspective of the other half-soul of the traveler, one sees a cunning, rough character toying with a young man. Every dialogue and subtle expression is filled with theatricality. Throughout the evening, under Woolian's gentle persuasion, Knight Roman divulges all his secrets without finding an opportunity to mention the conditions set by his father. The little mouse crouches beside Leo like a puppy, staring at the roasted pig leg in his hand. Whenever Leo sets down the leg to chew, she pounces to take a hearty bite, tearing off a chunk of meat. Other children mimic her, hovering near their brothers or fathers, seizing the chance to nibble on roasted meat. Children without fathers or elder brothers can only gather around Olivia, competing for affection with the dog-headed younglings. Philia, holding her flatbread, gazes longingly at Leo's roasted pig leg, her eyes darting back and forth, suddenly realizing the flatbread has lost its appeal. She angrily asks, "Why can you eat roasted meat while I can only have flatbread?" Leo replies leisurely, "A giant bear does not eat roasted meat. A giant bear eats roasted meat. Can a giant bear start a fire? Can it roast meat?" Leo looks around. The villagers, noting Philia's large belly, hastily hide their food behind them, shaking their heads in unison. What a joke. One bite from you is worth an entire meal for others. Leo speaks earnestly. Your master is right. To practice shape-shifting, one must learn the various habits of the transformed creatures, including their diets. With that, he waves his hand and exclaims, "What are you all standing around for? You are disturbing the druid master's meal." As soon as he finishes speaking, everyone scatters, leaving the groundhog clutching the flatbread, questioning the meaning of life. In addition to the aid, Roman also brings the latest news of the orc invasion. In less than 2 months, the orc incursion has spread 300 miles deep into the southern bank of the Northern Ice River, with hundreds of human villages plundered and a large number of refugees heading south. The Freylo family, controlling the World Tree Thoroughfare, has assembled their forces in the town of Valanger, 200 miles south of the Wind God Fortress, temporarily halting the advance of the orc main force on the western front. However, Numerous small orc clans are seizing the opportunity to breach the human defense lines and retreat into the wilderness. In the wilds north of the Anzino River, many alien tribes and beast herds have been disturbed and are beginning to migrate further south, with several villages already under attack along the way. Because Count Freylov's forces are concentrated in the north, only a small garrison remains to the south, unable to attend to all the villages, forcing many remote villages, lumber yards, and mines to contract back to the towns. Eisenball has already begun to see the emergence of refugees. Chapter 45. The Old Father's worries against this backdrop. Rigolav still agrees to support the Hewan territory, even though it appears unwise to both Leo and Wulian, the two beneficiaries. The old man is anxious. Once Knight Roman departs, several minor leaders in the village gather together, drooling over the aid list while discussing the imminent challenges. Blacksmith Valerie, Quartermaster Ruzov, Treasurer Olivia, and Agricultural Supervisor Rashka. As for the militia captain Leo, he has been called by Wulian to escort Knight Roman. You have no idea. The Petahov family currently possesses 4 knightly territories, one held by the head of the family Rigolav, another by his younger brother, another by his younger brother's eldest son, and the last by the third brother. Rigolav had his son late, and his younger brother's son is already 30. The two fathers, in addition to managing their own knightly territories, exchanged military achievements for a pioneering document a few years ago. And now they have developed a territory south of the Western Watchtower, supporting over 500 people. The old man is also anxious when he is gone. Who will inherit the Petahov family's legacy? Is it Roman or his younger brother? The level of civilization in the northern territories is far inferior to that in the south. Still steeped in strong clan traditions, where the law of the jungle prevails, embedded in everyone's bones. No one would willingly toil for the family just because they were born a second son. Given the chance, who wouldn't want to be the eldest? Even if the second son of the Petahov family has no ambitions, Rigolav must find ways to bolster his strength and silence the murmurs. The chief blacksmith of Hewan, Engineer Valerie, rubs his bald head in confusion. But what does this have to do with us? You don't understand, Ruzov, tapping his pipe, speaks grandiosely. They are dreaming, thinking that if Knight Roman comes, marries Olivia, once Wulian passes away, the Hewan will change its surname to Petahov, right? Wulian nods. That is probably the case, which makes things tricky. He then turns to Olivia, expressing his concern. Why don't you just marry Roman? That young man is one of my subordinates, a good match. And moreover, he is a legitimate knight. Marrying him would make you a knightess lady. Olivia rolls her eyes, too lazy to respond. Rashka on the side chuckles. Your daughter has someone in her heart. You won't be able to persuade her. Wulian exclaims in anger. What is so good about that little Leo? Without a father or mother, just a reckless man. If war truly breaks out, he would be the first to perish. Aoliweya could not contain her frustration. Knowing he is reckless, why do you still send him to fight? Do you wish for him to meet his doom? With that, she went to tug at Wu Liyang's ear. Stop! Wu Liyang bellowed, momentarily stunning his daughter. This was to train him. If he cannot handle such trivial matters, how will he defend Hewan in the future? If he is truly incompetent, then let him perish. Lu Sifu hastily intervened. Liao has become much more sensible lately. Just look at the tasks he has accomplished during this time. Each one executed splendidly. Sensible, my foot. He lazes about all day, lacking any decorum. Give him a hint of authority, and he thinks he can rule the world. He even meddles in others' affairs. Wu Liyang's scorn resonated, and La Shirka seized the opportunity to chime in. Aoliweya, you should keep an eye on him. Don't let your Liao stare at the village women's backsides all day, or he might lead my grandson astray. Lu Sifu immediately recalled the incident when Liao's scouts had caused him embarrassment and nodded in agreement. I retract my earlier statements. He then shifted his focus to Wu Liyang. At your age, once you become a knight, it would not be unreasonable to find a mother for Aoliweya, but by then, if you wish to cultivate a son to inherit the estate, it might be a tad late. Regardless of how much you disapprove of Liao, in the end, you will still rely on him. Trust me. Arrange their marriage sooner to prevent unnecessary troubles. Upon hearing this, Wu Liyang's face contorted with displeasure, yet he found himself unable to refute. According to imperial law, a knight's domain is a fief granted by a noble lord to loyal knights, ensuring they possess sufficient resources to maintain their warhorses and armaments for battle. In certain circumstances, a fief can be reclaimed, such as in cases of rebellion, crime, or if an heir is weak and unable to fulfill the knight's duties. Thus, to ensure the inheritance of the fief, one's offspring must be exceptional, with knighthood being the most secure path. Logically, this equates to a noble lord reclaiming the fief from the incumbent knight and granting it to the next knight without a fief. Without the knightly status, One must pay a hefty land inheritance tax to continue claiming the land. In unfortunate circumstances, the land may even be reclaimed by the lord and granted to another knight. For a commoner like Wu Liyang, ascending amidst a sea of envious competitors, the challenge of passing on the domain to his descendants is daunting. If he were to decide, Wu Liyang would prefer to marry his daughter to a capable knight of noble birth, such as Luo Meng. As for who inherits He Wan after his demise, it is of little concern to him. However, deep down, he knew that his daughter had set her sights on Liao, and it was unlikely he could change her mind. If he did not marry her to Luo Meng and wished to pass down He Wan, he would have to cultivate a knight himself. The mere thought of entrusting his beloved daughter to that scoundrel made Wu Liyang uneasy. He wished to treat Liao like a son, yet he hoped Ao Li Wei could find a better fate. While Ai Li, meanwhile, was preoccupied with a list he could not decipher. So, should we accept this aid or not? Ao Li Wei had already read through the first batch of supplies, sufficient to launch his blacksmith shop. His furnace, after 2 modifications, had successfully melted iron and begun producing pig iron ingots. However, the conditions at He Wan camp were exceedingly rudimentary, with the sole anvil being salvaged from the Dog-Headed Man Valley to craft farming tools. Many more tools and equipment were necessary. I want the supplies, but I won't give away any people, Wu Liyang decided. Tomorrow, I shall visit Isan Boer to discuss matters with Li Gula Fu in person, aiming to preserve our relationship. The reason he had spent the entire night thwarting Luo Meng's attempts to present conditions was that he wished to negotiate personally. It was easier to discuss without conditions. If the other party proposed terms, outright refusal could sour relations. Though 300 people seemed isolated in the wilderness, the most significant risk to He Wan still stemmed from human society. Lu Sifu nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must handle it this way. Moreover, we have her covered. Even if negotiations falter and we reject the supplies, we can still manage, but we must not let this relationship sour. Just as their discussion concluded, Liao strode in from outside, boldly inquiring, "What are you all discussing? Can't you sleep?" The group glanced at him, none wearing a pleasant expression. Chapter 46. The craftsman. The next day, Wu Liyang set off for Isun Boer with 2 companions, returning 2 full days later. Upon his return, he was accompanied by several individuals and 2 horses. Wu Liyang excitedly introduced to Wa Li. These 2 are craftsmen from the Tuhua family, here to assist us in constructing the water mill and sawmill. Greetings, masters, Wa Li greeted them, scratching his bald head in an amiable manner. I entrust these masters to you. Gather more hands and assist them well, Wu Liyang said, winking at Wa Li. Wa Li instantly understood. It was about leveraging the craftsman's skills for free, a practice he was quite familiar with. He had acquired all his skills in this manner. It was unclear how Wu Liyang had negotiated with Li Gula Fu, but not only did he secure material aid, he also managed to agree to several additional requests. Before leaving, he borrowed 2 craftsmen from the Tuhua family and stealthily acquired 2 horses under Luo Meng's cover. Although these horses had not yet reached the level of war horses, they were still excellent riding horses, sufficient for daily riding purposes. The Western Watchtower was nearly 30 miles from He Wan. In times of need, traveling on foot to deliver messages would clearly be too slow. Moreover, as a pioneering knight, he could not be without a horse. Without a horse, he would simply be an infantryman. The 2 riding horses were carefully housed in the newly constructed stable, joining the donkey, dog-headed pup, groundhog, and unicorn wild boar as new members of the He Wan menagerie. The newly built stable and blacksmith shop flanked the Lord's stone house, each with a small door leading to the main building. After all, livestock and iron tools were classified as strategic resources for a small village domain. Wu Liyang had long envisioned constructing a hydraulic sawmill across the river at He Wan, even if it could only power a single saw blade. It would be equivalent to the output of 20 men. Had there been a sawmill from the outset, not only would the Lord's house have been completed, but the framework of the villagers' homes could have been erected as well. Wu Liyang could have even constructed several watchtowers in advance, transforming the He Wan camp into a small military encampment. Unfortunately, in such impoverished areas, exceptional craftsmen and blacksmiths were scarce. They were either vassals of various lords or affluent burghers, none willing to follow him into the wilderness. Liao had indeed suggested utilizing water power, but merely stating this was easy. Even Wa Li, the most knowledgeable, dared not guarantee that constructing a water-powered saw would be feasible. It had taken 5 or 6 men a week to successfully build a small iron smelting furnace, having collapsed twice before achieving success. To design a hydraulic saw independently would require assembling 10 or 8 able-bodied men, laboring for a month or 2 while also bearing the risk of failure. Everyone had ideas, but unfortunately, they lacked the necessary skills. The reason for choosing to build across the river was that the opposite bank was closer to the pine forest. Processed logs could be tossed directly into the water, sending them to the camp or downstream. Most importantly, the opposite bank served as an eroded shore, where the water was deeper and the current was swifter. In contrast, the peninsula side was a sedimentary shore with shallow waters and gentle currents. And the eddies formed at Hewan occasionally pushed small boats upstream. Not to mention that even a shallow draft fishing boat could not reach the shore. Consequently, to facilitate the transportation of oars and goods for small fishing boats, the camp had to construct a 10-meter-long dock extending into the river. Apart from the sawmill, Wu Liang also requested the craftsmen to construct a mill. The craftsmanship required for a water mill is considerably less challenging than that of a water saw for seasoned artisans. It merely entails the addition of a water wheel and several bearings. Once the mill is established, the village women in the camp will no longer need to rely on hand-operated grinders to mill wheat, thus freeing up a substantial amount of time that can be devoted to land reclamation, weaving, knitting, and leatherworking. After arranging for the craftsmen, Wu Liang discreetly pointed out a frail youth he had brought back to Rizfu, sighing, "Do you remember old John's family? Old John, that old rascal has come back?" Rizfu exclaimed, tapping his pipe heavily. "No, he has passed away." Wu Liang's expression remained impassive. "The entire family is gone, leaving only his grandson Hallie." Rizfu fell silent, suppressing a thought of good riddance. Old John was a refugee who fled to Wu Liang's village after his own village was destroyed. His household, though not a small landlord, was well off, belonging to the wealthier peasant class. With a family of over 10, they traveled over 100 miles with Wu Liang's caravan, only to insist on parting ways, settling in a small town before the city of Walanga. Shortly after, the caravan was besieged by a beastman attack. The entire town was slaughtered, with only old John's family and young Hallie managing to escape. Fortunately, Hallie remembered the caravan's destination and followed the stream of refugees to Yasenboer, where he had already stayed outside the city for 7 or 8 days. Surely, he was not the only one of his kind. During this trip to the city, Wu Liang intentionally wandered around the refugee camp, preparing for the future influx of refugees into Habong Ling to strengthen their numbers. It was there that he immediately spotted the nearly starving Hallie. Feeling pity for the poor lad, he decided to bring him back. This once robust youth, akin to Liao, had now become emaciated, his gaze vacant. Let us feed him a few hearty meals to help him recover. The other villagers had no intention of mocking Hallie. 2 village women busied themselves changing his ragged, mud-stained clothing and serving him food. As he gazed at the wheat cakes and a rich, oily soup in his hands, Hallie began to question the reality before him. In his imagination, coming to the pioneering camp with Wu Liang meant surviving on meager rations and perhaps a few bites of deer horn cassava. Anything more was beyond his expectations. How could it be that in just 2 months, Habong's camp had access to such fine provisions? During Wu Liang's absence over the past 2 days, through the indiscreet chatter of the older men, news of Alawiu's rejection of Sir Loming for Liao spread rapidly throughout the village. What news could possibly emerge from such a remote wilderness camp? Most of the gossip likely stemmed from Liao's own escapades. Several of Alawiu's close friends, hearing the news, became indignant and urged her to reconsider her decision. The dashing Sir Loming, clad in splendid armor, was the dream suitor for these village beauties. He was a man of the city, from the upper echelons of society, a nobleman. Everyone else longed for him. Why had she chosen to refuse? As for Liao, he had temporarily fallen to second place. At that moment, the very Liao they were secretly disparaging stood not far away, wielding a large manure fork, staring blankly at a pile of dung. He was clad in a tattered linen shirt, sleeves torn, filthy as if he had just escaped from a dungeon. His cropped golden hair shimmered under the sunlight, still dazzling. His well-defined and muscular physique was mostly exposed, with even the parts covered by the thin shirt displaying clear contours. Alawiya watched with curiosity as her friends gulped nervously while disparaging Liao. Chapter 47. Hu Isnta Princess. Liao, with his manure fork, was engrossed in studying composting techniques. The northern lands were not devoid of fertilization concepts. Farmers would collect dung from cattle, horses, donkeys, and sheep, drying and crushing it to scatter in fields as fertilizer, or simply grazing livestock in fallow fields. Some remote forest villages or wild tribes would practice slash-and-burn agriculture to its fullest extent. However, the use of human waste as fertilizer was rare, as their ancestors warned them that it was toxic and would kill the wheat seedlings. As a 30-year veteran of the workforce, Liao considered himself somewhat of an intellectual, yet upon arriving in this foreign realm, he realized he was merely a man of knowledge. He knew a great deal, but could accomplish little. The notion that human waste could kill wheat seedlings stemmed from the fact that dung, when applied to soil without proper fermentation, could undergo secondary fermentation in the fields, generating heat that would scorch the seedlings. Thus, all that was needed was simple compost fermentation. However, even the simplest high-temperature composting techniques could not be mastered merely by typing on a keyboard. Liao had to search through his childhood memories while gradually experimenting. One village beauty grew increasingly suspicious and suddenly grabbed Alawiya's arm, exclaiming in terror, "Liao wouldn't he be thinking of eating dung, would he? Alawiya, you must stop him." Finally, unable to endure any longer, Alawiya concluded her brief respite and returned to work with her 32 adopted sons. Regarding the increasing number of Alawiya's dog sons, Liao had once diligently investigated. He had secretly observed Fei Sha interacting with the dog-headed youngsters after entering the camp. Under the pretense of checking her clan's living conditions, Fei Sha crouched outside the stable's fence and conversed with the dog-headed children, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. She suddenly pulled a small puppy from beneath her clothes, tossed it into the pile of dogs, and turned to leave. Indeed, after frequent interactions with humans, Fei Sha had learned to wear clothing. She had commissioned Alawiya to convert her bear skin blanket into a bear fur coat, which not only showcased her status, but also allowed her to smuggle puppies into the human camp. On one occasion, Liao suddenly emerged, ruthlessly exposing Fei Sha's little trick. Fei Sha was furious and did not return to the camp for 3 consecutive days. Sitting beside the newly constructed canal, Fei Sha, Filia, and the little mouse swung their legs, watching a group of villagers laboriously transporting logs under Wu Liang's direction. They were preparing to build a watchtower on the rocky outcrop in the middle of the canal. The 7 or 8 meter high rocky outcrop, combined with a 3 meter high small watchtower, would provide a vantage point sufficient to survey the surrounding plains, ensuring that any intruders to Habong would not escape the sentinel's gaze. Situated over 1,000 meters from the camp, once the horn was sounded, it would at least allow time for the militia to return and don their gear and weapons. The militia also had to work during the day and served as the primary labor force, making it impossible for them to labor while fully equipped. Not only was this rocky outcrop planned for a watchtower, but Wu Liang also intended to construct watchtowers and gates at both ends of the canal to enclose the entire peninsula within protection. As for the plan to build stone walls and wooden fences along the inner side of the canal, the workload was not any less than that of digging the canal, and its priority was insufficient. Thus, it could only be attended to during leisure hours. Meanwhile, another team of over 30 individuals had set off toward the other side of the peninsula to prepare the 30-mile road connecting Habong to the western watchtower. The so-called road construction was certainly not as extravagant as paving a concrete or stone road. This path, adjacent to the riverbank, had already been traversed by the pioneering caravan, establishing a basic route and outline. In the first phase, it merely required clearing away obstructive large trees and shrubs along the path, leveling some 2 to 3 meter high small slopes, and moving aside any blocking stones. Additionally, simple wooden bridges would need to be constructed over several streams feeding into the Anzinyo River. Wu Liang's requirements were not high. As long as the cargo vehicles could barely pass through without tipping over or falling apart like the last time, that would suffice. Aside from miraculous roads like the World Tree Avenue, many roads in the territories of knights were similar, with moving merchant caravans often serving the role of road maintenance. The road is difficult to traverse or perhaps even damaged. Should we simply turn back? It is more prudent to pause and make repairs rather than forcing our way through. As the population of Hewan increases and trade flourishes, this mountain path will naturally become more navigable. The dog-headed man, Fei Sha, gazes enviously at the industrious activities of the humans. In comparison, the dog-headed folk appear rather clumsy. Most of the dog-headed creatures, apart from mining, are reluctant to engage in any other tasks unless coerced by whips or starvation. Fei Sha compelled them to construct a wall at the valley's entrance, only for it to be washed away by the creek within days. Even while standing in the water, she remained unwashed away. A quick learner, she visits the human encampment daily to observe and clandestinely absorb their techniques, later returning to instruct others. In just a month, she has covertly acquired knowledge of slingshot construction, militia training methods, human culinary skills, and the art of iron smelting. She has even begun crafting crossbows. Yet, in stark contrast to the rapid development of Yuan, the dog-headed valley seems to remain stagnant. In her memory, there has been no significant change. Were it not for her relentless efforts to maintain trade with the humans, the dog-headed folk would soon revert to a life of foraging for rats and enduring hunger. Unwilling to accept this fate, Fei Sha stands and proclaims, "I, the dog-headed princess, chieftain, leader, the clever Fei Sha, shall strive Beside her, a massive groundhog is attempting to mimic the leisurely posture of a small mouse and Fei Sha. But her short legs are trapped beneath her ample belly, rendering her unable to move. Earlier, Yulian approached, hoping to enlist her assistance in transporting logs to expedite their project, but she declined, citing the lack of shoulders. Upon hearing Fei Sha's declaration, Fu Lei rises. Determined not to be outdone, I am also a princess of the elven race, the clever Fu Lei. The small mouse, observing the proud duo, musters her courage to softly declare, I am a princess of the human race, the clever Gu Erwei Gu. Unfortunately, her timid voice fails to reach her friend's ears. On the fourth day of their mischief, Liao suddenly senses something amiss. He cautiously lifts his head and spots a remarkably tall stranger standing on the embankment outside the camp. This stranger is an imposing figure, nearly 2 meters and 20 centimeters tall, adorned with massive antlers atop his head. His dark green hair and beard cascade down like a waterfall. Bare-chested, he wears only a pair of animal skin shorts, and his rock-like physique is adorned with intricate green tattoos. The villagers laboring in the fields nearby, as well as the militia stationed farther away, seem oblivious to his presence. When Liao's gaze meets his, an overwhelming sense of pressure causes his spine to stiffen, his focus sharpening to the point where the surroundings begin to blur, leaving only the two of them in existence. It is Ma Fa Liao's wrath. No. It is the druid Boba Kuma Liamotasi, resembling Ma Fa Liao. Without a moment's hesitation, Liao instantly deduces the identity of the towering figure. Chapter 48. The Great Druid Boba Kuma Liamotasi. Aside from Liao, the first to notice Boba Ku is his disciple, Fu Lei. This groundhog straightens its forelimbs, diligently scurrying with its short legs, its large rear swaying, creating a tremor in the ground. As she shouts for her teacher, she rushes over, her voice tinged with a cry. Since the weakening of the wild boar people, Fu Lei has evidently been homesick, climbing nearby hills at dawn to wail louder than a rooster's crow. Whether her master hears her or not is uncertain, but the surrounding beasts have certainly taken notice. The brown bears and snow leopards, usually found a few miles from Hewan, have all vanished. Just as a mishap seems imminent, Boba Ku reaches out, grasping the groundhog's cheek with a firm grip, bringing her to a halt. Fu Lei immediately buries her massive head into her teacher's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Please, don't cry like that. It's as if I have mistreated you, Liao thinks, feeling a sense of unease at Fu Lei's mournful cries. Indeed, her tears cause Boba Ku's gaze towards Liao to grow even colder. In response, Liao can only offer an awkward smile. Master, I have missed you dearly. After a spell of weeping, Fu Lei finally calms down, her mood swiftly transforming into joy and excitement as she nudges Boba Ku's rear while leading him back to the camp. Teacher, let me take you to have some wheat cakes. Sister Ao Liwei bakes them for me every day, and they are delicious. Teacher, have I grown taller? Teacher, have I become stronger? Upon reaching Liao's side, the towering druid extends his hand towards him, introducing himself as Boba Kuma Liamotasi, the elven druid. Liao promptly returns the gesture, clasping arms with him. Master, I am Liao, a friend of Fu Lei. Other identities are of little consequence. It is essential to convey that he is an ally, not an adversary. Yu Lian, Ao Liwei, and others soon arrive, greeting Boba Ku in turn. The villagers working nearby observe from a distance, curious about the unfamiliar figure with enormous antlers. I apologize for the trouble my disciple has caused you during this time. Not at all, Yulian replies, waving his hands with a smile. In the presence of the teacher, Yulian lavishes praise on Fu Lei. She has been quite industrious since arriving at the camp, truly a tremendous help. She is both obedient and capable, loved by all who meet her. This causes Fu Lei to beam with joy as she sits properly, awaiting her teacher's commendation. Boba Ku merely pats Fu Lei's back gently and nods, saying, that is good. Those few words bring Fu Lei immense delight. She wags her tail rapidly, her eyes squinting in contentment, relishing her teacher's affection, almost wishing to topple over and invite him to scratch her belly. After residing with the dog-headed children, Fu Lei has increasingly taken on canine traits. Once settled in the camp, Yu Lian, as the host, engages in polite conversation with Boba Ku, but their exchanges remain superficial, lacking substantial content. Ultimately, he is merely a seasoned veteran, though his experience may overshadow that of a farmer who has never left his village. He pales in comparison to a 500-year-old elven grand druid who has traversed the continent. Surprisingly, it is Liao, the young brash one, who manages to converse with Boba Ku for a few moments. Your composting technique is indeed remarkable. In the days before the rise of the Orlandes Empire, Utilizing the guano from the islands within the kingdom, combined with heavy plowing, enabled the average grain yield to exceed 3 times that of neighboring nations, leading to a population boom and the swift ascendance of what was once a peripheral nation into the mightiest human empire on the continent. Liao nods, stating, "Agriculture is the foundation of a nation. The prosperity of a nation hinges on how many mouths a farmer can feed. For every additional mouth a farmer feeds, another individual can engage in weaving, cultivating land, and so forth, leading to further contributions in mining, metallurgy, military service, and warfare." Liao refrains from employing textbook knowledge to elaborate on the relationship between agriculture, light industry, heavy industry, and military strength. Instead, he simply agrees and inquires, "I have heard that druids possess the ability to manipulate plants. Could this not enhance crop yields?" Liao's insights, which seem uncharacteristic for a mere mountain village dweller, catch Boba Ku off guard, prompting him to share more knowledge. Indeed, druidic magic can increase crop yields, but each druid's magical capacity is limited, preventing them from tending to too many crops. The most practical method remains the continuous cultivation and improvement of crop seeds to achieve higher yields. Liao sighs regrettably. Humans do not possess the same proficiency in plant cultivation as the elven druids. A significant portion of human conflict arises from the scarcity of food. Bobek chuckled softly, shaking his head as he remarked, "Human conflicts are not inherently linked to food scarcity. Rather, they stem from an innate avarice. If we assert that half of all wars arise from the lack of sustenance, the other half emerges from an overabundance of it. Whether one is famished or satiated, they covet what belongs to others." After laying such groundwork, Liao finally revealed his true intentions. At least in the north, most wars are indeed born from food shortages. If the elven druids could contribute by cultivating higher yield seeds, perhaps the conflicts would diminish significantly. "How can you be certain that the druids have not exerted their efforts?" he countered. "A millennium ago, southern wheat was sown on the northern banks of Enzinoha, yielding seeds far fewer than the weeds. Consequently, the beast folk could only survive through hunting and pillaging, while the human clans were confined to the southern banks of the river." Liao inquired curiously, "Did the elven druids enhance the wheat strains?" Indeed, it was the great elven lord, the grand druid Chisircasajalanda, who, unable to bear the suffering of his beast folk friends, sought to prevent their mutual raiding by improving the wheat strains of the southern humans to adapt to the northern soil, and generously bestowed them upon the orcs. Unfortunately, the outcome did not improve. The surplus of food led to a population explosion, and the burgeoning beast folk began to invade the elven forests, clashing with the humans, thus igniting warfare. Ultimately, the elves retreated to the Talaxier highlands. The orcs were driven north of the glacial river, and the human empire occupied vast territories before descending into internal strife. Bobek sighed. It is not merely humanity. Any race marked by greed and a propensity for reproduction, once it flourishes, inevitably brings about its own destruction. He glanced at his disciple, noting that even the groundhogs of the Talaxier highlands, once devoid of natural predators and with ample food, would proliferate uncontrollably, wreaking havoc upon the entire ecosystem of the highlands. Liao felt a twinge of disappointment. All this discourse was merely to persuade the druid master before him to procure something beneficial for the camp. He would gladly accept any produce boasting a yield of 2,000 jin per mu, or trees laden with loaves of bread, or livestock that grew meat without the need for sustenance. Chapter 49. An all-night dialogue with the Grand Druid upon first laying eyes on Bobek. Liao's mind conjured an image of Teacher Yuan, along with the bountiful golden rice fields behind him. In stark contrast, the memories of his predecessor revealed a dismal view of the wheat fields in his northern homeland, where sparse rice stood crooked, each ear barely bearing a handful of shriveled grain. The yield was less than the weeds found in the rice paddies of his past life. The rudimentary agricultural techniques and crops ill-suited to the environment were significant impediments to the development of the north. In this sparsely populated region, not every area was suitable for cultivation. Apart from the expansive farmland in the plains of the Anzino River Basin, much of the land further north consisted of grasslands and forests. In many parts of the north, 1 acre of land could sustain only a single person, while the labor cost to cultivate an acre far exceeded the benefits it could yield. It was not only the self-sufficient farmers with limited grain who could not bear this burden. Even the village leaders and minor knights were unable to manage, thus forcing them to rely on a life of herding and fishing for generations. Much like the desolate farmlands of the past, geography, society, climate, and religion all constrained the advancement of agricultural civilization. But can one truly claim that the desolate lands are unfit for farming? It is merely a matter of inadequate technology and productivity. Bobek could easily see through Liao's underlying thoughts. Throughout his centuries of existence, he had encountered many individuals and scenarios akin to this. Every ambitious and capable person, upon meeting him, invariably sought to utilize his knowledge for their own ends. If upon entering an unfamiliar settlement, he were to be easily swayed like Fulia, tirelessly laboring for others, then his 5 centuries of life would have been in vain. Moreover, his extensive life experience and the ancient tomes of the elven race had taught him that the more humanity learned, the quicker the world approached ruin. Yet, this young human's insights and thoughts were indeed intriguing. Thus, he abandoned the notion of leaving with Fulia prematurely and instead continued to engage Liao in pleasant conversation. They conversed from day into night, and from night until dawn, transitioning from the campfire to the hearth of the Lord's great hall, where they partook in a dialogue encompassing various fields of knowledge. The erudite Bobek possessed profound understanding of the histories, geographies, and cultural practices of all races, and his straightforward explanations rapidly illuminated Liao's situation as an outsider. Previously, he had harbored no concept of his whereabouts, his position, or his standing within the food chain. All his efforts were merely aimed at survival. For someone from the modern era, this lack of understanding was profoundly distressing. Without a correct worldview, one cannot cultivate a proper outlook on life. If one possesses no knowledge of the world, finding one's place in life becomes exceedingly difficult, leading to a sense of aimlessness and a tendency to drift along with the currents. Why did the farmers of remote mountain villages in the last century not venture into the bustling world? Because they lacked any understanding of it and possessed no means of survival. If Liao remained oblivious to the world around him, he too would be condemned to languish as an old farmer by the river bend. Furthermore, Liao's occasional utterances of theoretical knowledge and logical reasoning, absent from this world, inspired new insights in Bobek. Their all-night conversation continued until dawn, while Yilian could no longer bear the fatigue and returned to sleep. Away and the little mouse, however, persisted in accompanying Liao, dozing beside him. As for Fulia, she had fallen asleep by the campfire and was carried off to the stable by her teacher. At the break of dawn, the well-rested Fulia burst in, exclaiming, "Teacher! Teacher!" Her excitement was palpable as she rushed into the great hall, only to hear the wooden planks groan ominously. Liao and Bobek cried out in unison, "Get out! Get out!" The sawmill was still under construction, and the Lord's hall lacked sufficient planks to create a proper floor, leaving the interior quite empty. Only around the hearth had they built steps and constructed some temporary corridors using old planks and branches salvaged from the cart. Had it not been for Bobek's calming magic, Liao would have had to endure the raucous sounds of the unicorn boars racing and shouting around the stone walls of the hall while conversing. These flimsy planks and branches were clearly unable to support Fulia's considerable weight, and as she balanced precariously with one foot raised, she froze in place. At their simultaneous admonition, she reluctantly took a step forward. With a resounding crash, the entire wooden bridge leading to the hearth collapsed, and Fulia let out a scream as she tumbled into the dark depths below, where she was immediately besieged by 6 ravenous unicorn boars. Liao and Bobek could only facepalm in exasperation. In response to Liao's concerned gaze, Bobek reassured him, "It's all right, she won't be harmed." "So, is this the reason you taught her to transform into a giant bear?" Bobek nodded silently. Teaching her the bear transformation without instructing her on how to revert ensured she would be impervious to harm, even if she fell, and losing her way would not matter. Perfect. Due to Liao's influence, Bobek remained in the river bend for 3 whole days. Although he did not bring about the earth-shattering changes Liao had envisioned through spells, knowledge, or artifacts, he was not entirely unyielding in his teachings. At the very least, he shared with the villagers how to soothe and tame the unruly unicorn boars. He even provided healing to the injured and disabled militia members and reinforced the Lord's Hall with druidic magic. The 300-square-meter Lord's Hall posed some challenges beyond the capabilities of Valeri's craftsmen, and the villagers under his command were unable to fulfill all his requirements. Consequently, Bobek readily identified various illogical structures and flaws within the Lord's Hall. He extended his finger and gently waved it, causing numerous vines and roots to emerge from the beams of the Lord's mansion, writhing as if they were living beings, swiftly intertwining into the structural framework of the entire house. He also informed Liao that the land in Hewan was sufficiently fertile, requiring no fertilization in the first year, but rather emphasizing drainage and aeration. In the second year, they could excavate humus from the nearby forest for fertilizer, and in the third year, they could harvest peat from the marshlands. Only after several consecutive years of cultivation, if the soil fertility proved inadequate, would it be necessary to use manure to improve the soil. Liao felt disheartened, wondering if all his efforts over the past few days had been in vain. However, he understood that farming was not merely about applying more fertilizer. Various factors were crucial, and everything must be tailored to the local conditions. In this regard, he realized that he could offer far less assistance than a seasoned farmer. On the second day after Bobuk's arrival, the wild tribes received news that Elder Zerwin had arrived with a group of wild hunters and druids to pay their respects to their Earthwalker. Thanks to the presence of Bobuk and his disciple, Freya, both the wild tribes and the villagers of He-Won displayed a spirit of camaraderie, exchanging numerous gifts, resulting in a delightful gathering. Over the course of 3 days, Liao and Bobuk quickly became acquainted. Unlike the preconceived notions Bobuk held about humans, this intelligent and humble young man exhibited a rare civility among the human populace of this world. One's worldview is easily revealed through everyday discourse, especially in the presence of a sage who has lived for 500 years. No matter how much one tries to conceal or disguise, it can be discerned in just a few words. Although Liao often displayed the rough and unruly behavior typical of a village youth, engaging in playful mischief, his inadvertent expressions and attitudes earned Bobuk's admiration. Not just him, but also the dog-headed Fesha, the groundhog Freya, and the wild hunter Bjorn rapidly grew to trust Liao through their interactions. The dog-headed valley and the wild tribes maintained peace with He-Won, united through Liao, as they sensed his sincerity, inclusiveness, equality, and respect. It is a jest. For a person who has genuinely absorbed the essence of socialist core values, how poor can their character truly be? These admirable qualities align profoundly with Druidic teachings, prompting Bobuk to transition from initial caution to a willingness to share more knowledge. Were Liao not a human, Bobuk might have even considered taking him as a disciple. Alas, humans are short-lived and fickle. While some may embrace superficial Druidic doctrines, they cannot journey far along the Druidic path. Elves take a century to alter their beliefs, whereas humans change their minds daily. All short-lived races exhibit such flaws. Millennia ago, elves attempted to spread Druidic faith among trolls and orcs. Yet today the trolls and orc tribes have retained only a warlike interpretation of the original doctrines. On the 4th day, Bobuk formally announced his departure. Liao made a final plea, anxiously asking, "Master Bobuk, can I truly not learn Druidic spells from you?" Bobuk shook his head, replying, "To learn Druidic spells, one must not only be intelligent, but must first study the Druidic doctrines and become a qualified Druid." Liao retorted, "Freya can, so why can't I? She is an elf, naturally believing in the Druids, which is not the case for you. If necessary, I can believe too." Bobuk chuckled, gazing intently at Liao, as if his eyes could pierce through to his very soul. Locking eyes with Bobuk's deep green gaze, Liao felt as if his soul was magnifying, revealing secrets nestled deep within. Just as Liao anticipated Bobuk would label him a non-believer, the Grand Druid instead remarked, "Interesting. I did not expect you to possess such unwavering faith, one that no miracle could shake." Liao was taken aback, internally exclaiming, "What faith do I possess? How am I unaware of it?" Bobuk paused, inquiring, "Is it the ancestral faith of the Northerners?" Liao scratched his head, pondering, "I suppose so." Bobuk nodded, stating, "The ancestral veneration of the Northerners originates from the shamanistic traditions of the orc tribes, which is far more rational than the prevalent faith of the Holy Light in the South. Perhaps you could become a shaman." As if recalling some unpleasant memories, Bobuk shook his head repeatedly and refrained from elaborating further. Meanwhile, Olivia busied herself tying a large sack of baked flatbreads to Freya's back, incessantly reminding her to stay safe and listen to her teacher. Having long participated in managing various camp affairs while also serving as the head of the nursery, Olivia had transformed from an innocent girl into a 16-year-old matron. Little Mouse, wringing her hands and standing beside Olivia, dared not speak but implored her good friend with her sorrowful eyes. In truth, Freya's psychological age was even younger than Little Mouse's, and she was timid and accustomed to relying on others. She depended on Liao when he was present and turned to Olivia in his absence. When neither was around, she would even lean on Little Mouse. In their interactions, Little Mouse often took on the role of the older sister. With tears welling in her eyes, Freya embraced Little Mouse, resting her large head atop her friend's, gazing at her teacher with a pitiful expression. Looking at his disciple, Bobuk sighed. "During this time, I will travel the north with my apprentice and will not return to Telashir immediately. When we do return, we will pass through here again." The groundhog and Little Mouse felt a tad happier upon hearing this. As they spoke, Bobuk extended his finger, tracing several runes in the air before pointing at Liao. A peculiar symbol illuminated on Liao's forehead, glowing for over 10 seconds before fading beneath his skin. This was the shamanic soul-linking spell, should he ever encounter an insurmountable crisis. He could call upon Bobuk's name within his heart, and Bobuk would hear his voice from 1,000 miles away. Adhering to a pragmatic approach, Liao unabashedly tapped his forehead with his finger, concentrating as he called out, "Master Bobuk Malamotus, please open the microphone for communication." Soon, Bobuk's voice resonated in his mind. "I am here." Freya's voice also faintly echoed, "I am here too." Bobuk continued, "The distance of the soul-linking spell depends on the strength of both souls. Should you one day embark on the path of the extraordinary, the stronger your soul becomes, the further I shall be able to hear your voice." Liao was filled with elation, initially believing that their parting meant they would be worlds apart. Yet now he had obtained a means to reach out to a mentor in times of need. Yet, parting was inevitable under Bobuk's guidance. Freya turned back multiple times as they ventured into the wilderness. Observing the duo fade into the distance, Liao felt a deep sense of loss and wonder. This world indeed harbored extraordinary beings. Deities of various races, demigods of the wilderness, ancestral spirits, and legendary heroes. If these were too distant, even in the mundane world, numerous extraordinary individuals existed. Beyond figures like Bobuk, many formidable knights, warriors, and renowned adventurers must have awakened extraordinary powers to attain their status. In the Orlandes Empire, upon becoming an extraordinary being, one inevitably ascended to the knightly class. However, becoming extraordinary was no simple feat. Among humans, naturally awakened extraordinary beings were exceedingly rare. Besides ancient training methods passed down through families or sects, one must also complement them with awakening potions to stimulate their potential. Awakening potion, anciently referred to as the elixir of magic, is a concoction derived from various magical materials, capable of significantly enhancing the human capacity to absorb magical energy, thereby shattering the confines of the physical body and ascending to the extraordinary. Even the most inexpensive awakening potion remains beyond the financial reach of commoners like Liao. Many knightly lords, after a lifetime of saving, find themselves unable to procure such a potion for their sons. Chapter 51. Freya's subtle assistance. With the departure of Freya and her apprentice, Huan Ling returned to tranquility, transforming once more into an unremarkable newly established village. Aside from the scuttling goblin pups, the number of goblin blacksmiths was steadily increasing. Like all newly developed territories, the villagers began to fret over a colossal 2-ton boulder obstructing their path and trembled at the mere thought of a common cold. The Night Watch militia would intermittently sound alarms, intimidating the wolves and brown bears that dared to approach. The children who had previously roamed with Freya on adventures were now confined to the encampment, studying imperial script and basic arithmetic under the guidance of Olivia. It was during this time that Liao realized he was illiterate. He could not comprehend a single character of the written language. Thus, alongside his lessons in horsemanship with Yulian, he endured the torment of learning imperial script and the elegant tongue with Olivia and the little mouse. To the astonishment of all, the little mouse proved to be well-versed in imperial history, language, and noble etiquette, though her timidity often rendered her an inadequate instructor, responding only after much hesitation. Liao endeavored to uncover her past, but any mention of her history caused the little mouse to turn pale with fear, trembling even in the depths of night. To date, Liao had only learned that the little mouse, whose true name was Gao Welge, had escaped from a slaver in the northern territories. As time passed serenely, Huan Ling evolved rapidly. With the establishment of a sawmill, a substantial quantity of timber was delivered daily to the encampment, forming the structural framework of the villagers' wooden houses. Several small rooms in the Lord's Manor were prioritized for flooring with thick wooden planks, and Yulian, along with his daughter, moved Liao and the little mouse into their new home. Liao was allocated a small room adjacent to Olivia's, furnished with a large bed, a wardrobe, and a desk crafted by Valerie. Overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing the thickly furred, 2x2 bed, Liao could not help but shed tears of joy. Excitable, jumping onto the bed with the little mouse, rolling around in sheer delight. After so long, he finally had a bed to sleep in. Yulian, the reluctant lord of this burgeoning territory, was finally able to enjoy the benefits befitting his station. The gravel path leading from the Lord's Manor to the camp kitchen had begun to sprout 2 rows of small wooden houses, forming a quaint little street. The number of small fishing boats transporting iron ingots and grain had also gradually increased, as the industry transitioned from raw ore to pig iron, creating a surplus that allowed many villagers, who had never left their village and were accustomed to barter, to see imperial currency for the very first time. In addition to essential supplies, the fishing boats occasionally brought along 1 or 2 craftsmen seeking a livelihood in Huan Ling, having found life in Yaisenbal unbearable. These individuals were not the nameless drifters of the city, but rather local freemen introduced by fishermen. Most were younger sons of local free farmers or artisans, whose meager family businesses could not sustain them all, thus compelling them to seek their fortunes elsewhere. Although plans for absorbing these drifters had been in preparation, Julian and his companions hesitated due to the stability of Hewanling. The resettlement of drifters and the villagers' potential rejection were minor concerns. But the greatest issue remained the inherent restlessness of the drifters. If a significant portion of the wild folk could be likened to bandits and robbers, then a substantial number of drifters could equally be compared to rogues and brigands. They possessed no noble moral compass and would not easily express gratitude towards Hewanling or develop a sense of belonging to their new home. It was entirely possible that among 10 drifters, half were genuine refugees with nowhere to go, while the other half consisted of fugitives unable to return home, spies for nearby brigands, and aspiring petty thieves. Adhering to the principle of prioritizing safety, Julian remained reluctant to accept drifters, cautiously permitting the inclusion of a few local freemen instead. Some opportunistic traders would risk their fortunes by accompanying the fishing boats to Hewanling, bringing goods and seeking to acquire furs and herbs. The journey from the western watchtower to Ysenball, spanning over 60 miles, was not solely wild and desolate. There existed several long-established villages along the way, some near the Anzino River with docks for fishing boats. However, once one crossed the western watchtower, they ventured beyond the patrol zone of Lord Freylauf's forces, and not all fishermen and traders possessed the courage to traverse the 30 miles of wilderness in a Hewanling. Freya, traveling with her teacher, would frequently call Liao. During the day, she was too preoccupied with merriment to remember her dear friend. However, in the stillness of the night, Liao would hear Freya's distant and faint call echoing in his mind. Liao, Liao, I am here. Please tell the little mouse that I miss her. Liao responded. Little mouse, Freya says she misses you. The little mouse crawled over, pressing her small head against Liao's forehead, but could hear nothing, so she replied, I miss her too. Liao relayed, Freya, the little mouse says she misses you as well. Liao, Liao, tell Olivia that I miss her. Olivia is not here. She is sleeping next door. Then tell her to sleep with you tomorrow. All right. Liao, Liao, I want Olivia to bake me a large barley cake every day and hide it under your bed. When I return, I can have several. All right. Liao, Liao, I've thought it through. When the teacher isn't paying attention tonight, I'll sneak back to Hewanling and eat the barley cakes you saved for me. Have you considered that your teacher can hear us talking? Liao, help me. Liao, Liao. Hey. Liao, feeling exasperated, found Freya less endearing. Is this never-ending? Go to sleep. The following night, after Julian had fallen asleep, Olivia stealthily crept into Liao's room and lay beside him, stifling laughter as she asked, Are you certain it was Freya who summoned me and not you? After receiving Liao's invitation during the day, Olivia had turned to confide in her close friends. As they condemned Liao, they also expressed envy and jealousy. One married sister, and the widow Agatha, even pulled her aside to impart many secret teachings, eager to demonstrate herself. Liao retorted, It was Freya who called for you. She wanted to speak with you. Then where is she? Perhaps she has fallen asleep? Olivia climbed atop Liao, supporting herself with her hands on his chest, and casually inquired, Where have you sent the little mouse? The little mouse's head peeked out from under the bed, weakly responding, I am here. Olivia hastily covered her bare body, playfully pinching Liao's side, while smiling broadly at the little mouse. Can I swap rooms with you tonight? Reluctantly, the little mouse crawled out of the room, lingering at the door and watching for a long time, before finally leaving, realizing neither of them intended to keep her there. Chapter 52. A father has arrived in the village. As dawn broke, Julian rose early, passing by his daughter's room. He was suddenly struck by the sight of Olivia emerging from Liao's room, dressing herself. Enraged, Julian's eyes reddened, and he nearly charged in to confront Liao, but then turned to see him peacefully sleeping in his daughter's room, nestled against the little mouse. Julian was momentarily bewildered, questioning whether he had mistakenly remembered the rooms. Am I losing my mind? He had no time to ponder further as he bellowed, You lazy rascal, how can you still be in bed at this hour? Get up. What nonsense is this? The little mouse, Gulu, quickly sprang up, hastily donning its clothes and shoes, obedient to the core. Yet, Liao remained unfazed, lazily turning over and inquiring, Pray tell, what time is it? Julian found himself momentarily stumped. There were neither churches nor clocks in the river bend, and no one knew the time, as everyone slept until they naturally awoke. Julian rolled up his sleeves, ready to reprimand the indolent junior. Alas, 3 days without a beating, and he had indeed grown bold. Before he could advance to engage in a scuffle, Olivia seized Julian's arm and gently urged, Father, are you not to visit the great waterfall? I have prepared everything. come with me to fetch it. Today, Yalian intended to visit the wild folks tribe, to meet the elder Zerwan, and present gifts as a token of reciprocity for their previous visit to the river bend. With Bobek's influence still lingering and no animosity between the two settlements, Yalian naturally aimed to strengthen relations. Failing to act decisively and enhance communication could lead to misunderstandings, potentially escalating into conflict. No one wished for a war between two villages merely over the felling of a tree or the theft of a game animal. If he, as the chief of the river bend, could forge a friendship with the elder of the wild folk, many matters could be resolved with a mere word. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Yalian set aside his trivial concerns and, alongside Olivia, exited the large house. Harnessing a donkey and bringing along 2 militiamen and the gifts as they made their way toward the great waterfall. Once Yalian departed, several sisters surrounded Olivia, eager to inquire about the events of the previous night. After much hesitation, Olivia shyly revealed, "It hurt too much. Liao said I am still too young and should wait another 2 years." The group of sisters looked at the shapely and alluring Olivia in disbelief, doubting Liao's judgment. The widow Agatha expressed her discontent. 16 is still too young? Others are already mothers at that age. She relished the thought and queried, "Does he prefer older women? How about 20? The village beauties regarded the 20-year-old Agatha with disdain, their hearts filled with envy. Both Olivia, whose emotions were in turmoil, and the towering Liao had spent a restless night together, exchanging knowledge. Liao, concerned for the little mouse, could not resist peering into Olivia's room. Indeed, the little mouse was huddled under the covers, trembling and drenched in cold sweat, and as Liao entered, she clutched his arm as though it were a lifeline. After a sleepless night, Liao rose late in the morning. After riding briefly in the livestock pen behind the large house, the militiaman Ivan rushed over to report, "Captain Liao, a father has arrived in the village." Liao, perched upon his steed, looked down at Ivan as if he were a simpleton. Ivan, feeling uneasy, stammered in explanation. "He claims to be a father. He wishes to speak with our lord." "How audacious! Come, let us meet him." Liao raised his whip but did not dismount. Ivan had no choice but to lead the horse carefully out of the pen. Previously, when Liao had ridden out alone, he was unseated, and the once docile horse had run amok, causing chaos in the camp. Henceforth, he always rode with someone leading the horse, yet even so, those around him felt uneasy, regarding him as they would a cattle thief entering the village. As the horse trotted into the village square, upon seeing the newcomer, Liao immediately grasped Ivan's meaning. The visitor was a middle-aged man, less than 5 feet tall, clad in a white robe that marked him as a religious figure. His robe was adorned with golden patterns, and a particularly striking golden cross was emblazoned upon his chest. Under the sun's rays, the golden embroidery shimmered, casting an aura of sanctity that elevated the portly figure. Accompanying him were 2 armed attendants, donned in exquisite chainmail and polished plate armor, complete with iron gloves and visored helmets. Their attire, so extravagant in the eyes of the impoverished villagers, was almost beyond comprehension. Were it not for the villagers of the river bend venerating their ancestral war god, some might have knelt in reverence. After conversing with Bobek for several days, Liao had garnered some understanding of the world's religions, and from his elevated position on horseback, he inquired, "Are you a priest of the Holy Light Church?" In the imperial tongue, the terms for priest and father were synonymous, yet the northerners, who worshipped their ancestors, had no knowledge of the term priest in this context. Ivan, being somewhat ignorant, was unaware of the dual meanings of the word. Indeed, the short and stout priest replied, gazing up at Liao with a hint of displeasure, "I am Father Lawrence of the Holy Light Church. Where is your lord? I wish to speak with him." Standing before the towering Liao, who was mounted on a horse of northern breed, Father Lawrence appeared almost dwarfed. This disparity further disinclined him to engage with the arrogant and exceedingly rude youth. Liao dismounted and smiled. "Our lord is absent. I shall handle everything." "And you are?" Father Lawrence cast a sidelong glance at him. Liao replied casually, "I am the local militia captain, magistrate, constable, tax officer, and the lord's personal guard and son-in-law, Rio Mundo." What a remarkable array of titles he held, encompassing administration, judiciary, military, and finance, while also being the lord's son-in-law. Ivan stood wide-eyed, having never heard such a plethora of terms before. Father Lawrence, too, regarded Liao with newfound respect and extended his hand, saying, "Young Mondo, I am Father Lawrence, stationed here in Isenpaul. You may call me Father Lawrence. Honorable Father Lawrence. To what do we owe your visit to our humble abode?" Liao inquired straightforwardly. "The Lord of the Holy Light has commanded me to spread his gospel. Where his light shines, there must be a church," Father Lawrence replied with a slight smile, an aura of sanctity beginning to emanate from him. Has the holy light already reached this place? Liao inquired, somewhat astonished. Father Lawrence gestured towards the sun, his expression inscrutable. This is the manifestation of the holy light, executing the Lord's majesty, and like myself, spreading his gospel. He spoke in the imperial formal language, akin to classical Chinese, which was the official written language of Orantis. Had it not been for Olivia and the little mouse teaching him some imperial formal vocabulary and his own agile mind from a previous life, Liao would have struggled to comprehend his words. At least Ivan, standing nearby, felt vaguely enlightened, perceiving Father Lawrence as noble and elegant, shrouded in an awe-inspiring halo. Having discussed religious beliefs with Bobuk, Liao understood that the worship of ancestors in the north, the shamanism of the orcs, and the druidism of the elves all stemmed from polytheistic faiths, characterized by a remarkable inclusivity that welcomed and accepted the deities and doctrines of other religions. However, this very trait could be a flaw in the face of religious expansion, particularly against the incursion of monotheism, which could prove fatal. Just as the northern ancestral worship was loose and disorderly, lacking theoretical foundation, many northerners who venerated their ancestors were indifferent to the addition of a powerful deity on their altar, yet none were willing to share their ancestors. Adhering to a pragmatic principle of better to believe in something than nothing, the northerners worshipped their ancestral spirits, the demigods of the elven druids, and the elemental spirits of orc shamans. When the worship of the southern deity of holy light reached the north, many were willing to explore this belief. However, no northerner would introduce a southern friend by saying, "This is my ancestor, exceedingly powerful. You should also pay homage." Having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, Liao was well versed in these matters and easily grasped Bobuk's explanations, following his train of thought, and thus gained his admiration. With such foundational knowledge, Father Lawrence's persuasion fell somewhat short. Leo chuckled and said, "So, you intend to establish a holy light church in Iwan?" "Precisely," Father Lawrence replied with a satisfied smile. "I have come from Ysenbal, guided by our Lord, to construct a church here and spread the gospel." "But do you not already have a church in Ysenbal? Why venture to Iwan?" Father Lawrence hesitated and responded, "The priest of the Ysenbal church is not me, it is Father March. The Lord has said that the church I am responsible for shall be established here. So you are not a father, but a brother," Leo remarked expressionlessly. As a holy light monk, to manage a church and become a priest, one requires the endorsement of the local bishop. In the empire's tongue, the words for priest and father are synonymous, just as monk and brother are. According to the regulations of the Holy Light Church, a monk must undergo an assessment by the local bishop and secure legal documentation to become a priest and possess a church. Of course, regulations are merely regulations. Throughout the Orlandese Empire's countryside, small, makeshift churches abound. This is because the vast majority of knightly lords are blissfully unaware of the intricacies involved and can be easily swayed by a few words. Furthermore, most southern knightly lords are adherents of the Holy Light and are eager to welcome the establishment of churches. Many noble families designate the eldest son to inherit the land and the younger to inherit the church, thus taxing the same territory twice and strengthening their dominion. Perfect. Unfortunately, this is the north, Leo's domain. My holy light brother, if you wish to be a father, please present your documentation. Chapter 53. The Holy Light never said that. Father Lawrence was visibly taken aback, completely unprepared for such a turn of events. This young fellow, had he just returned from studying at the Imperial Cathedral? How could he seem more knowledgeable than himself? The lords of Ysenbal had never been this difficult. In his habitual thinking, in a newly developed territory, the lower-class villagers urgently needed the support of faith, and the lords required someone to help consolidate the people's hearts. Moreover, these simple folk were exceedingly easy to persuade. In previous villages, he had strolled around with 2 attendants, and without uttering a word, many villagers had approached to pray and kneel. Alas, the villages were too impoverished, offering little in terms of wealth. Unlike the bustling scene before him, where people were constantly on the move, constructing and working, a veritable hive of activity. The lord's manor in the distance resembled a small castle, clearly the work of a wealthy individual. If the lord agreed to his demands, he could fundraise under the pretext of building the church, securing initial capital. If the donations were substantial, it would indicate a rich source of income, justifying further investment. Once the church was constructed, it would yield a steady stream of revenue. If not, he could simply abscond with the funds. A church typically receives donations and taxes comparable to those of the lord. In the case of a devout lord, he might even contribute personally to the church. Even if the returns were meager, he could sell it to another monk, ensuring a profit. What? A wolf in sheep's clothing? The esteemed monk's time and energy spent dealing with these rural folk were not a cost? Father Lawrence, unwilling to concede so easily, patiently explained. The guidance of our Lord is infallible. Once the church is built, the documentation will follow. That is acceptable, Leo suddenly conceded. He crossed his arms, resting his chin on his hand, surveying the area before pointing to a vacant lot in the distance. Construct it there. Father Lawrence was overjoyed. The location Leo indicated was merely 100 meters from the Lord's manor, positioning the church at the village's center, allowing for a lucrative resale when he no longer wished to remain. However, there are two conditions. Speak. Father Lawrence nearly used formal language. First, the funds for building the church cannot be sourced from Hewan. You must provide them yourself. Second, the church must not only honor the holy light deity, but also pay homage to the war god Tyr of the north. Absurd. How could a church honor two deities? Father Lawrence's anger flared. Moreover, what? Leo's hand instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword, his gaze turning perilous. And nothing. Father Lawrence suddenly regained his composure, hastily shaking his head. He had intended to assert that the Lord of Holy Light was the one true God. But this was not the south, this was the north. The true deity of the north was the war god Tyr. This was a stipulation enshrined in the empire's laws when the north joined the Orlandese Empire, a fact acknowledged by the Pope of the Holy Light Church, to unite the various tribes of the north and unify the eastern continent. The emperor of the Orlandese Empire and the contemporary Pope of the Holy Light personally traveled to the holy city of Anserst in the north to sign a covenant with the supreme king of the north. The specifics of the covenant need not be elaborated. The crux of it was that the supreme king of the north relinquished his throne, lowering himself to the Duke of the North, leading his people into the Orlandese Empire. In return, the empire would grant the north far greater autonomy than other regions and acknowledge the war god Tyr's status as the one true god. Naturally, only a select few were privy to this knowledge. The average person would not bother to study such distant matters. For centuries, as a means of beautification and concealment, many high-ranking clergy of the Holy Light deity have depicted the war god Tyr of the north as an incarnation of the Holy Light deity or as one of his archangels, or even remained silent, avoiding the topic altogether, not branding him as a heretic as they would with other deities. Upon seeing Leo's cold gaze, Father Lawrence suddenly understood. The other party was fully aware. Whether from a religious or a pragmatic perspective, he understood the nuances just as well as Father Lawrence did, and he conveyed his stance clearly with a few words that only an insider would comprehend. Father Lawrence immediately dropped the pretense, glaring fiercely. Without the protection of the Holy Light deity, darkness will consume all, including your insignificant Hewan. I hope you ponder this well. With that, he turned and departed. Leo watched him leave and coldly retorted, "The Holy Light deity never said that." Father Lawrence paused in his stride but continued on his way. Their conversation was not lengthy, and Ivan, standing by, finally grasped some of the context, irritably muttering, "What is this? He wants everyone to call him father for building a house. Uncle Julian is not this ruthless." Leo, disinterested in his complaints, earnestly instructed, "Do not slack off during this period. Practice diligently and enhance our patrols. If there are any signs of trouble, sound the horn or beat the drum without fear of a false alarm. Consider it a drill, understood?" Yes. As Leo's trusted aide, Ivan was quite obedient. Upon hearing this, his expression turned serious, and he nodded before proceeding to relay the orders. Leo gazed in the direction where Father Lawrence had departed, a subtle unease stirring within him. It is likely that any traveler from another world would harbor wariness towards the monotheistic church of the medieval era, and Leo was no exception. Though he dared not let his guard down, he would rather it be a false alarm. With the completion of the major projects in Hewan, labor was released, granting the militia more training time. Every morning and evening, Leo made it a point to lead the militia members in running laps around the shores of Hewan. This served to improve their physical fitness and also to drive away nearby wild beasts. The lone wolves, wild leopards, and brown bears lurking in the forests, as well as even magical beasts, found no opportunity to ambush, as they observed scores of fully armed men running about. Over time, they would vacate the area, marking it off from their hunting grounds. The crossbows seized from the wild boar men also became part of the militia's arsenal during this training period. Although these crossbows were powerful, second only to the longbows of the wild hunters, their craftsmanship was exceedingly crude, lacking even the capability to ensure accuracy at 50 meters. Leo held the attitude that having them was better than not, never expecting the militia to evolve into a long-range force like the wild hunters. In the small skirmishes of the wilderness, facing an enemy charge, being able to unleash a few waves of arrows is indeed quite commendable. In addition to the crossbows, Each militia member is equipped with a 1-inch thick, heavy round wooden shield, a one-handed iron sword, and 2 short spears. They employ crossbow firepower for long-range suppression, while close combat involves throwing spears for explosive kills. When the clash ensues, they form a shield wall and use their short swords to gut their opponents. The slingshot, which has not proven to be of great utility, remains a life-saving weapon for every villager, often worn as a belt and practiced for amusement in their leisure time. Even the village children can use it to hunt birds, with the exceptionally talented little mouse excelling in this regard. Chapter 54. The Rise of the Dog-Headed People. Just as Brother Lawrence departed, the dog-headed warrior Fascia arrived at the camp. Since the last incident involving the lost pup and the trickery revealed by Leo, Fascia had not visited the river bend for quite some time. Even the dog-headed mining team had suddenly become disorganized and lax. Leo began to suspect that the dog-headed valley had changed leaders. After all, the dog-headed people are not a civilized race, and no matter how clever Fascia may be, she could not withstand the brute force of her subordinates. Had it not been for Julian's pressing commitments, Leo would have prepared to investigate the situation in the dog-headed valley himself. The iron ore from the dog-headed valley is currently the primary economic resource for River Bend, and should any misfortune arise, Leo would not hesitate to lead the militia in another campaign. Seeing Fascia, accompanied by several robust dog-headed guards, strutting into the camp with tails wagging, Leo finally felt reassured. In the past, when the little mouse and the groundhog collaborated, their main task was to study the styling of their distinctive fur. Unlike the little mouse, who could always smooth her hair with her hands, the short-limbed and short-haired Freya had reached an impasse in this area. Ultimately, it was the ingenious Fascia who provided them with a solution, utilizing the pine resin from the forest to style their hair. Consequently, Freya often roamed the camp sporting a flamboyant crest. What to do when the distinctive fur isn't long enough? Simply increase the quantity. Not only does Freya sport a crest, but the entire line of dark fur along her spine has been styled into a similar formation. The groundhog transformed into a saber-toothed creature. This look rapidly gained popularity among the strong-willed dog-headed people. At this moment, Fascia and her dog-headed guards all donned similar crests, clad in fur armor, carrying small round shields, short spears, and crossbows, resembling a miniature version of the River Bend militia. It must be said that the once seemingly honest golden-haired dogs appeared much wilder with their unique crest hairstyles. Moreover, they seemed to have gained height, as if elementary students had suddenly transformed into middle schoolers. Striding proudly into the River Bend territory, Fascia approached Leo, wagging her tail and exuding excitement, exclaiming loudly, "I, the clever Fascia, king of the dog-headed people." Leo glanced at her askance. "Are you looking for a fight?" Fascia, with pride, placed her hands on her hips and declared, "No." Fascia, attack. Another group of dog-headed people, surrender. Realizing what she meant, Leo was left momentarily speechless. "So, during your absence, you were off fighting?" "Indeed. Fighting. Victorious." It turns out that the determined Fascia had gathered her armed dog-headed warriors and trekked over 10 miles to assault another dog-headed tribe. Under the remote strike of Fascia's replicated iron projectiles, spears, and crossbows, the larger number of dog-headed warriors crumbled in disarray. By the time Fascia and her dog-headed troops entered the opposing stronghold, forming a shield wall and advancing steadily, ready to reenact the events of the past in the dog-headed valley, the opposing leader decisively surrendered. Just as Leo had advanced into the dog-headed valley, it was akin to a confrontation between an equal number of riot police and a mob of ruffians. One could discern the outcome merely by observing their military demeanor. The only difference this time was that both sides consisted of dog-headed people, and the act of surrender carried no psychological burden. The naturally strong-willed, yet intellectually limited dog-headed individuals do not possess the complex thought processes of humans. They simply submit to the stronger party without much contemplation. Fascia's father, the former dog-headed leader, had been slain by Leo, and it seemed she had all but forgotten this event. Some dog-headed tribes on the brink of extinction would even offer their elderly and weak as sacrifices to nearby ogres or dire wolves in search of protection. Many adventurer groups approaching would believe that a dog-headed tribe capable of taming an ogre must possess considerable strength, oblivious to the fact that they had merely resigned themselves to becoming sustenance for the ogres. Leo was not particularly interested in the conflicts between two elementary school classes, but Fascia's actions piqued his caution. The bloodshed and annexation in the wilderness were far more intense than he had anticipated. How long had it been since he conquered the dog-headed valley? Already, thoughts of attacking another tribe were forming. While Fascia's intelligence played a significant role, the strength of the dog-headed tribe and the support of her followers were equally vital. In the wilderness, Any tribe with even a modicum of strength would either expand their influence voluntarily or be forced to do so to avoid detection by stronger forces, thus evading invasion and enslavement. Furthermore, with the orc invasion currently causing turmoil across the wilderness of the wolf-driving region, as Leo had articulated to Elder Zhuang, it was a time of upheaval where the larger fish devour the smaller, and mere evasion is insufficient. It seems that upon Yulian's return, a discussion regarding the reception of refugees must be held. Feisha's recent expedition brought back over 100 new dog-headed individuals, with a commendable ratio of able-bodied warriors surpassing even those in her own tribe. Not every dog-headed tribe is fortunate enough to have a good neighbor like Riverbend. Most are surrounded by more savage races like gnolls or boar men, or are simply situated near the lairs of beasts. This naturally disadvantaged race finds survival in the wilderness exceedingly difficult. Even with a gold mine, many dog-headed individuals perish from starvation each winter. During this early spring season, it is the time for culling the inferior members of their tribes. Feisha's population expansion did not overly concern Leo. With Riverbend and the Dog-Headed Valley less than 10 miles apart, any news could be easily gleaned. If Feisha remained in power, her intellect should guide her to recognize the necessity of maintaining trade with Riverbend. If a new leader were to rise, however, and instigate trouble, Riverbend could use it to practice their military skills. Yet Leo must also devise ways to expedite Riverbend's development. After all, no one knows when the astute Feisha might embark on another expedition. It would be unacceptable to come all this way and be outdone by a mere husky. Feisha did not come solely to boast about her achievements. She also put forth a request for a joint military operation. An alliance? To attack whom? Ogres. Feisha animatedly gestured with her hands, drawing large circles. Ogres, enormous ones, as big as Freya. Leo could not help but laugh, finding the dog-headed people genuinely brave. It seemed that the battles against the boar men and this recent expedition had inflated Feisha's confidence. Do you dare to challenge the ogres? Can you breach their defenses? Ogres. To the west, very close, significant threat. Feisha fervently described, then meticulously searched on Yulian's tattered map, suddenly pointing to a location. Here. Leo gazed at the map, falling into silence. This location lies about 10 miles southwest of the Dog-Headed Valley, not far from Riverbend, forming almost a triangle. Comparatively, the Dog-Headed Valley is concealed within the northwest mountains of Riverbend, while the latter, although slightly further from the ogres, is easier to detect. It is indeed close. How many ogres are there? 2. Feeling slightly reassured, Leo nodded. That's manageable. I will prepare, and then we shall go and dispatch them together. Good. Neighbors. Allies. Feisha, who received the promise, wagged her tail with great enthusiasm. Chapter 55. The Attack of the Horse Thieves. Although Leo had consented to Feisha's request, he could not recklessly deploy his forces. An adult ogre, towering nearly 3 meters and weighing over 600 pounds, rendered human warriors comparable to mere children in a kindergarten. Even an awakened extraordinary warrior would need to exert all their strength to contend with an ogre warrior. After a period of training and practical experience, half of the militia in Hawan had attained the combat standards of regular imperial infantry, yet they would still be no match for the crushing blow of an ogre. Moreover, the threat posed by the monk Lawrence still lingered in the air, and Leo, ever cautious, preferred to assume the worst of beings from other realms. He resolved to remain vigilant and wait for Oliang's return before making any decisions. The retaliation came swiftly, the very next morning. Just as Leo concluded his morning exercises and was preparing to practice archery at the target range beside the main house, he heard the urgent sound of a horn in the distance. The lookout tower that Oliang had constructed by the waterway proved its worth, as the sentry stationed there detected the enemy at the earliest opportunity. However, this time, the assailants were not the feeble goblins, but a band of horse thieves. No sooner had the horn sounded than a swarm of over 40 horse thieves emerged from the woods on the opposite side of the waterway. Clad in tattered and filthy fur armor, wearing turned-up felt hats, they rode swift horses and effortlessly leapt across the 2-meter-wide waterway, howling terrifyingly as they charged toward Hawan. Leo's heart sank as he grabbed his shield and shouted to the dazed little mouse beside him, "Get into the main house." These marauders from the western territories were the most despicable of beings. They were skillful with both bow and steed, and they came and went like the wind. Impossible to eradicate. Whether in agrarian villages or nomadic settlements, there was no effective means to counter them. The knightly lords in agrarian villages possessed only a handful of horses, and their retinue and militia, unable to pursue the horse thieves or outshoot them, could only passively endure attacks while holed up in their enclaves. In contrast, while nomadic villages could muster a greater number of herders to form a light cavalry force equal to that of the thieves. Their dispersed population made it more challenging to respond to sudden assaults. Only those fishing and hunting tribes and villages nestled in the mountains had no fear of horse thieves. The terrain was unsuitable for the rapid charge of horses, and the longbows of the hunters posed a formidable challenge against the marauders. The response from Hawan was equally swift. Ivan, who had been at Leo's side, quickly picked up his small horn and sounded the alarm. Villagers from the northern fields rushed toward the camp in a frenzy, seeking refuge within the Lord's house. Olivia appeared at the entrance of the Lord's house, standing on the wooden staircase, anxiously observing the elderly and weak villagers entering while maintaining order and directing the militia reserves to retrieve those still attempting to transport grain and leather. The militia, previously engaged in hauling logs for construction, hastily armed themselves with nearby weapons and assembled around Leo in the village's center to ensure the defense of Hawan. Leo had instructed all but the patrolling militia to focus solely on tasks within the camp, keeping their weapons and equipment close at hand for immediate mobilization against the enemy. The construction projects in Hawan had dwindled. The main militia was responsible for building houses in the village, while reserves worked on fortifying the riverbank to the north of the peninsula, and others continued to cultivate the land. This progress was largely due to Philea, the immensely strong groundhog, who, under Leo's coaxing, had single-handedly advanced the construction timeline by at least a month. The horse thieves moved with astonishing speed. Nearing the village within 2 minutes of their appearance by the waterway, they shouted and raised their short bows, firing arrows at the militia. In such a brief span, the militia had not yet fully gathered. Those who arrived first were busy reloading their crossbows to engage the marauders. Leo drew his longbow and loosed 3 arrows, successfully toppling one horse thief. "Raise your shields! Raise your shields!" The militia member, having just finished firing a crossbow bolt, was interrupted by Leo. The accuracy of the wild boar's crossbow was poor, and it was far too slow to compete with the horse thieves. At a distance, luck could play a role, but as the marauders closed in, attempting to exchange fire would be tantamount to courting death. In the midst of shouting, the horse thieves reached the village entrance, and several militia members, unable to raise their shields in time, were struck by arrows, letting out pained groans. Fortunately, the short bows of the horse thieves lacked great power. After piercing the thick fur armor of the militia, the arrowheads did not penetrate deeply, and thus the injuries were not immediately fatal. Once the horse thieves reached the village entrance, they scattered, darting into the settlement from all corners, abandoning their short bows to wield curved sabers and spears as they charged at the militia. The village was littered with construction timber and obstructed by buildings, creating a complex terrain unsuitable for the horse thieves' long-range skirmishes. Moreover, an increasing number of militia were converging from all directions. The experienced marauders understood they could not allow the militia to coalesce into a formidable fighting force. In a typical assault, the horse thieves would wreak havoc and cause sufficient chaos and casualties before the militia could regroup, thereby shattering their morale. No militia had ever succeeded in fending off an attack from horse thieves when left to fend for themselves or fleeing in disarray. One marauder, cackling madly, raised his curved saber and charged at a nearby militia member who had yet to form ranks, swinging his weapon with deadly intent. Under normal circumstances, the impact of his charge, combined with the speed of his mount, could render his sweeping strike as devastating as a cleave from a two-handed weapon, easily severing heads or limbs, creating a gruesome spectacle that could terrify the surrounding villagers. Even striking a shield would suffice, in his mind. The thin wooden shields of the militia could only offer minimal protection against arrows. However, the militia member before him did not choose to evade. Instead, he boldly raised his wooden shield. The marauder, with a menacing grin, swung his blade without hesitation, intent on cleaving the militia member in half along with his shield. Yet this time, the militia's shield absorbed the brunt of the fierce strike. The surface of the round shield bore a deep gash, yet it remained intact, and the shield bearer merely staggered slightly, completely unharmed. The oak shields of the Hawan militia were a full inch thick. The round shield in the hands of this militia member was part of a batch that Oliang had commissioned Valerie to forge anew. It featured an exterior of soft pine and an inner layer of dense oak. This dual-layered construction, mimicking the round shields of the Imperial Regular Infantry, allowed the shield to better withstand slashes and blunt strikes, significantly reducing the impact felt by the militia. Had time and materials permitted, Oliang even contemplated adding a layer of thick leather to the shields. The marauder, having failed to inflict harm, was enraged and prepared to turn his horse for another strike. Before he could pivot, he caught sight of another militia member hurling a short spear toward him. The sharp spear flew over 10 meters, accurately striking the marauder in the chest and impaling him, with at least half of the spear's shaft protruding from his back. A torrent of blood gushed forth as the marauder fell from his horse, lifeless. Meanwhile, the 20-odd militia members who had formed ranks also began to launch their short spears. Chapter 56. The Counterattack of the Militia. Many horse thieves had already charged to the front of the militia lines, almost within striking distance to sever the heads of the militia. Yet their curved sabers were still a moment too slow compared to the spears hurled by the militia. Over 20 short spears, propelled with terrifying force, flew through the air and struck down the first 7 or 8 marauders, sending them tumbling from their mounts. The consequences of the militia's powerful throws against the rapidly advancing horse thieves were all too predictable. The tattered leather armor offered no semblance of protection. Regardless of the location of the strike, it penetrated directly through. Even the swift steed beneath him was not spared. A short spear struck the horse's neck, piercing through and subsequently impaling the belly of the bandit. The bandit, who had initially thought he had evaded the spear, found himself with the weapon lodged in his abdomen, each jolt of his mount exacerbating the agony as the spearhead twisted within. As his steed collapsed, the bandit's innards were left in a grotesque state, spilling onto the ground. Only a handful of astute bandits managed to rein in their horses, ducking low and successfully avoiding the spear, flanking the militia on either side. Within Leo's heart, a sense of reassurance took hold. He was exceedingly pleased with the militia's performance. A month prior, these men would have lacked the courage and composure to hurl their spears at bandits charging within 10 meters. When faced with galloping marauders, many would have instinctively retreated like ordinary villagers, resulting in a disarrayed shield formation. Others would raise their shields high, cowering like turtles. Even those who managed to launch their spears would have been hindered by fear and panic, rendering their aim inaccurate. Indeed, real combat proved to be the finest training method. After witnessing bloodshed a few times, the once timid militia members, who would have faltered at the sight of dog-headed foes, now faced the charge of the bandits with unwavering resolve. Some veterans among the militia could even disregard the bandits' howls and the flashing blades, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike with precision. The initial wave of bandits suffered devastating losses, compelling the subsequent marauders to steer clear of the militia. Only a few audacious bandits dared to attempt to breach the militia's shield wall, wielding their curved sabers. But their assaults were met with the steadfast defense of the calm militia, who expertly blocked with their shields. The marauders, having plundered countless villages, quickly recognized that this was not an easy target and decisively abandoned their attack, making a beeline for the Lord's manor. They were not there to engage in battle, but rather to pillage, and there was no need to entangle themselves with the tightly knit militia. Creating sufficient carnage and chaos was their primary objective. Observing all the bandits surging toward the Lord's manor, Leo commanded loudly, "Spread the formation, advance forward, maintain your ranks. Do not act impulsively." At his stern admonition, several impatient militia members, eager to pursue the fleeing bandits, suppressed their restlessness and returned to formation. An increasing number of militia members arranged themselves into 2 lines, shields raised, marching determinately toward the Lord's manor. A few of the most daring bandits, intent on pursuing isolated villagers, were suddenly met with the relentless sound of bowstrings snapping. A barrage of crossbow bolts erupted from nearby buildings. The roof of the Lord's manor, and small windows on the 2nd floor, transforming the marauders and their horses into pincushions. Not only the militia, but also 50 reserve militia members were equipped with crossbows seized from the wild boar men. Due to his exemplary performance, the militia member Vichy had been appointed as a reserve instructor by Leo, and he boldly positioned himself with a handful of crossbowmen on the balcony corridor of the manor's 2nd floor, targeting the approaching bandits to draw their attention. Where in this destitute village did so many militia come from? The bandit leader exclaimed in frustration, casting a quick glance at the steadily advancing militia shield wall before turning his gaze to the half-closed door of the manor. With a reluctant roar, he commanded, "Charge in. Kill them." Prior to the attack, he had discreetly sent scouts to observe the situation at Hewan, assessing the strength of both sides. Unfortunately, his scouts had failed to witness the bustling scene of the militia and reserves training. Thus, the number of militia in this village exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, he had not anticipated the militia's well-organized equipment, their formidable strength, and the abundance of crossbows. As he observed the militia remain composed, with an air of calmness, he began to suspect that this was a regular army returned from some military lord. Perhaps it was a trap. The elite forces assembled by the lords to combat bandits were of this caliber. Yet the bandit leader, bound by his mission, was unwilling to retreat easily. If the marauders could breach the manor and seize control of the entrance, using the elderly and weak inside as leverage, they would regain the upper hand. A bandit near the manor dismounted and ascended the wooden stairs, hoping to intercept the closing doors of the manor. In such fortress-like manners, once the doors were shut, it would be impossible for the bandits, armed only with short weapons, to force them open. Suddenly, a diminutive figure burst forth from within, colliding with the bandit. The bandit sneered in derision, readying to kick the intruder away, but before he knew it, the figure was upon him, delivering a powerful uppercut to his jaw. With a resounding crack, the bandit's jaw shattered, his skull rattled, and he was launched into the air, landing unconscious. Another bandit, witnessing this, leaped from his steed onto the wooden platform at the manor's entrance. Before he could raise his weapon, sensing danger, he abruptly turned to face the door. From within the darkened entrance, pairs of blood-red eyes approached, revealing 7 or 8 similarly sized dog-headed blacksmiths charging towards him. The sight of these muscular, fur-covered beasts tackling a man to the ground and tearing him apart sent shivers through the hearts of the remaining bandits. Other marauders hastily dismounted, rushing to provide assistance. However, the crossbows in the hands of the reserve militia finally demonstrated their lethal potential at close range. Once struck, survival was unlikely. Some bandits fell before they even reached the manor's platform, shot down in the open space surrounding the lord's manor. The mounting casualties among his companions pushed the bandit leader past his threshold of tolerance. He circled his steed in the clearing before the manor, shooting down 3 militia crossbowmen in quick succession, and with a reluctant whistle, summoned his comrades. All the bandits heard the signal, abandoning their assault, remounting their horses, and retreating hastily from the village. Chapter 57. A gentleman's revenge should not be delayed. The battle concluded, as Leo watched the bandits retreat like a tide. Some reserve militia members futilely pursued with their crossbows. His expression darkened. Despite his utmost caution, the bandits' attack had exceeded his expectations. In a typical raid, with a watchman's warning, the militia would have been able to form ranks before the bandits entered the village, allowing villagers ample time to take refuge in the manor. Relying on the stronghold of the lord's manor for defense, Leo felt confident he could repel an enemy force twice their number. However, this time, they were marauders on horseback, and their speed far surpassed the militia's ability to assemble. Even by the end of the battle, many villagers had not managed to seek refuge within the manor. In this conflict, the bandits left behind 18 corpses, but also claimed the lives of 1 militia member and 7 or 8 villagers. These unfortunate villagers fell victim to the marauders' swift blades during the attack. Utilizing the momentum of their mounts, the sharp sabers inflicted fatal wounds regardless of where they struck. Moreover, 7 or 8 militia and reserve crossbowmen sustained injuries during the exchange of fire with the bandits and were now receiving treatment. Fortunately, the bandits had initiated their assault from the southwest. The villagers of Hewan primarily inhabit the northern expanse of the village, cultivating the land. Should bandits emerge from this direction, pursuing the villagers across the flat fields and severing their access to the village, it would indeed be a massacre. Observing the militia's exuberance and jubilant cheers, Liao found himself unable to empathize. Perhaps to them, this appeared as a resounding victory. Yet in Liao's heart, no matter how many adversaries were vanquished, any loss equated to a grievous defeat. Slaying 100 bandits bears little consequence if even 1 villager perishes, resulting in tangible diminishment of strength. This is not a game. The villagers and militia are not expendable commodities. They possess flesh and blood, each with their own lives. The fallen militia member was one whom Liao had personally selected from among the village's able-bodied men, seemingly just yesterday, seeking his guidance in swordsmanship. A bandit, struck by an arrow and still clinging to life, was forcibly dragged to Liao's side by the militia. Witnessing the blood pouring from his mouth, his face a mask of desperation, yet unable to articulate his pleas, Liao, feeling an inner agitation, dismissed any interrogation with a mere wave of his hand. Finish him off, strip him of his clothing, and drag the corpse to the canal, propping it up with stakes. He mounted his steed and commanded, all remaining militia, assemble immediately. Take provisions for a day, and under Ivan's command, follow the markers I leave. Yes, Vich, postpone the repair of the dam. You will guard the camp with the reserves until Yulian returns. Understood. The entire village stirred again, while Liao hastened on horseback, pursuing the direction from which the bandits had fled. A gentleman's vengeance must not wait until the morrow. This recent bandit raid had failed. Yet next time they would surely gather greater numbers. Liao aimed to strike before they could regroup, to decisively cripple them. Furthermore, Lawrence had only departed the day prior, and the bandit assault occurred today. Liao held no belief that this was mere coincidence. To resolve trouble, one must first address its source. Bandits are not elite soldiers. They cannot traverse the wilderness overnight and launch an immediate attack the following day. The speed of horseback travel in the wilderness is not swift. Thus their encampment is likely not far from Hewan. As he tracked them on horseback, Liao periodically dismounted to search for tracks and climbed into the treetops to observe, ensuring he did not lose their trail or be detected by the advancing bandits. Once in a hunting mindset, Liao's instincts, honed since childhood, melded perfectly with the meticulous caution of his other half, leaving no detail overlooked. After trailing them for over 20 miles, he caught sight of an abandoned watchtower. This structure, not particularly large, could accommodate 50 soldiers for defense, a common sight in the northern territories. Centuries ago, after the Orantis Empire defeated the beast tribes, the northern regions experienced a period of extensive expansion, with clans from the southern bank of the Anzino River migrating en masse to establish strongholds. However, with political reforms and ensuing conflicts, countless settlements and military fortifications gradually fell into ruin, ultimately consumed by the wilderness. The small watchtower before him may have been constructed by the Imperial Standing Army centuries ago, intended to intimidate nearby wild tribes. Or perhaps it served as a border outpost erected by Count Frolov in subsequent centuries to repel the encroaching wild folk. Yet now, it lay in complete disrepair. Its stones shattered, drawbridge rotted, overtaken by vines. In the sheltered area beneath the tower, a haphazard cluster of animal skin tents had been erected, with wisps of smoke rising from several campfires, above which iron pots and skewers were propped. A few bandits roamed listlessly atop the tower, wielding short bows. Liao secured his horse beneath a nearby tree and stealthily approached, evading the gaze of the bandits above, until he reached the wall of the tower. "Father, we must discuss the remuneration." The bandit leader's voice echoed from the opposite side of the stone wall, laced with anger and menace. "The village of Hewan is far more complex than you suggest. The 20 gold coins you previously provided are insufficient to compensate for my fallen brother. If you do not offer something more, I fear I shall be unable to quell the fury of my comrades. By the holy light, a band of brigands dares to discuss compensation with me? When did you acquire such terminology? Perhaps during your time as a soldier under Talhan Bark? Have you ever received compensation?" The leader's words only drew scornful laughter. "Lawrence, this is not Isambal. The holy light cannot protect you here." Lawrence's tone softened slightly. "We have collaborated before. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? You have witnessed that grand hall. Could a mere lord construct such a structure? It must contain vast treasures. A village capable of sustaining 300 souls cannot possibly fail to support your band of brigands." The leader sighed in resignation. "Yet there are far too many militia, each armed with crossbows. My limited numbers cannot breach their defenses. That is your concern. If you lack manpower, seek allies. You are not the only band in this region. Harold to the south has dozens at his command. If you are interested, I can introduce you." The bandit leader mocked. "I did not expect the father to have such extensive connections." Through the vast crack in the stone wall, Liao observed the bandit leader seated cross-legged on a woolen blanket before the campfire. Across from him sat the rotund and slovenly Lawrence, clad not in the sacred white robes of the church, but in the garb of a merchant, flanked by 2 armed retainers, resembling a wealthy, itinerant trader. After watching for a time, Liao returned to his horse, quietly resting and regaining strength. Soon, a commotion arose ahead as a militia scout emerged. Upon spotting Liao, he whistled back to the others. Moments later, Ivan arrived with the militia. Chapter 58. The Siege of the Bandits. Liao glanced at the militia behind Ivan and quietly inquired, "How many have arrived?" "Including me, there are 40 in total." Ivan continued to explain that several who had been struck by arrows wished to join, but he had denied them. "You did well. 40 is more than sufficient." Liao patted his shoulder and summoned a few key members. Pointing at the distant watchtower, Liao began outlining the battle plan. "Eugene, take 10 men to stealthily approach from the left woods and conceal yourselves behind that large rock. When you see anyone emerge, strike hard. Moros, you take 5 to guard the right. When the fighting begins, secure the horses and prevent the enemy from mounting. The rest will follow Ivan to that location. When I signal, rush in to block the entrance." After providing instructions, Liao observed the group, still feeling a twinge of concern, and added, "The bandits number only around 20, but each is formidable. Thus, use crossbows for concentrated fire. Avoid one-on-one confrontations and do not pursue. Losing a few is inconsequential. Just follow our usual training, understood?" The subordinate leaders displayed slight hesitation, but ultimately nodded in agreement. To them, these bandits, numbering merely 20, could easily be confronted head-on and vanquished. Fueled by vengeful fury, They were determined to eradicate the foe. Liao disregarded the militia's misgivings, and upon seeing their nods, he waved them off to disperse. Liao himself retraced his steps to the wall of the watchtower. After waiting quietly for a while until the sentry bandit moved away, he grasped the crevices of the stone wall with both hands and swiftly scaled it like a lizard. Upon reaching the top, he found a robust bandit idly seated on the battlements, fiddling with his short bow. This tower lay more than 10 miles from the World Tree Avenue, having been abandoned for 2 or 3 centuries, with the path now engulfed by forest. In such desolate wilderness, the likelihood of enemy ambush was exceedingly low. The primary purpose of the bandit on guard was merely to deter nearby wild beasts from startling their horses. They foresaw the impending expulsion, understanding that even the ordinary brown bear and leopard could not confront the multitude of marauders head-on. This assault on Hewan resulted in the loss of 18 comrades. Yet not a single horse was seized in return. Throughout 5 years of a life as a marauder, such a catastrophic raid had never transpired. Perhaps an opportunity had arisen to stir up discord among a few brothers and vie for the position of leader. The marauder, languishing in ennui, envisioned grand ambitions. Suddenly, he heard a subtle rustle behind him. Before he could react, a hand covered his mouth and nose. A sharp steel sword swiftly glided across his throat, and with a tremendous force, half of his neck was severed. Blood gushed forth like a ruptured pipe, splattering against the stone wall below. Liao released the marauder, allowing him to tumble to the ground, while he took a few steps back, leaping onto the stone wall with his sword raised high, striking down fiercely. On a slightly lower section of the stone wall, a marauder, alerted by the noise, turned just in time to see Liao descending upon him. The raised longsword, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind, was aimed directly at his head. The narrow space atop the wall left the marauder no room to evade. He could only raise his short bow in a futile attempt to defend himself. However, this was in vain. Due to the height and strength advantage, the standard steel sword favored by the Northerners weighed a hefty 3 kilograms, with both the hilt and blade extended. A weapon derisively referred to as a hybrid sword by the Southerners. In the South, this type of sword was wielded as a two-handed weapon. At that moment, the 3-kilogram, 1.2-meter-long thick-bladed steel sword, wielded by Liao in midair, was unstoppable. The marauder's short bow, along with his wrist adorned with a fur guard, and his entire head, were cleaved in twain. Had the marauder not instinctively leaned back while raising his bow to block, Liao would have effortlessly bisected him like a pig. Amidst the splattering of blood, Liao sheathed his long sword and, with composure, drew his longbow. He expertly notched an arrow and shot, piercing the chest of a marauder on the third stone wall. It was only at this moment that the remaining marauders realized they were under attack, erupting into loud cries of alarm, raising their bows to shoot back at Liao. Having swiftly dispatched the sentinels atop the stone wall, Liao then bent low, retreating behind a nearby wall while blowing a whistle. 4 or 5 arrows flew toward him. One narrowly missed his head, while the others struck the stone wall, causing sparks to fly and leaving marks before rebounding and falling away. Beyond the watchtower, Ivan let out a roar, leading over 20 militia members into a charge. The structure of the watchtower limited the attackers' approach, but simultaneously restricted the defenders' escape. The Marauder Chief and Friar Lawrence, eager to assert their unique status, occupied the relatively intact room within the tower, leaving the other marauders to set up tents outside. The enclosed area within this small watchtower was limited, compounded by the portions occupied by collapsed stone walls, accommodating only a handful of tents. Therefore, some marauders opted to pitch their tents in the sheltered area behind the watchtower. As the attack commenced, those inside the tower brandished their weapons, wary of Liao's formidable bow shots from above, while marauders outside, upon hearing the shouts, circled around the outer wall to investigate. These marauders, stealthily approaching the entrance, were suddenly met with a volley of crossbow bolts from the opposite side, resulting in 4 of them collapsing instantly. From behind a nearby boulder, a group emerged, 10 militiamen led by Wu Jing, facing the unsuspecting marauders. The militia fired with the ease of target practice. As the number of marauders dwindled to 5, Wu Jing, forgetting Liao's earlier admonitions, discarded his crossbow, drew his short sword, and shouted, "Annihilate them." Contrary to the anticipated fear and retreat, the remaining marauders exhibited fierce resolve, their eyes glinting with malice as they let out wild howls and charged at the militia brandishing their curved blades. Meanwhile, at the front of the watchtower, with the marauders hesitating and Liao sniping, Ivan successfully blocked the main entrance. 7 militia members formed a shield wall, raising their round shields to deflect arrows fired from within the tower. The rear militia, armed with crossbows, exchanged fire with the marauders. Despite the marauders' rapid-fire short bows, They posed little threat to the militia. Conversely, a single bolt from a militia crossbow could incapacitate a marauder instantly, witnessing their comrades fall. The remaining marauders sought refuge within the tower, relying on its thick stone walls for protection. The militia advanced steadily while firing, soon entering the open space within the tower's walls, effectively suppressing the marauders, who dared not show their heads. Liao, perched atop the stone wall, continued to rain down arrows, toppling 3 more marauders until they were all forced to retreat within the tower, obscured from view by the walls. Only then did he descend, landing beside Ivan. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from within the tower. Friar Lawrence declared, "Cease all hostilities." Chapter 59. Who among us does not have an elder? The sounds of battle came to an abrupt halt, with militia and marauders facing each other through the narrow passage of the tower. To bolster defenses, the entrance to the stone fortress was connected to the main hall by a narrow corridor measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, allowing only 2 individuals to pass side by side. The walls on either side housed interconnected rooms, with small windows for shooting, designed to thwart enemy advances. However, most of the rooms within the tower had collapsed, leaving the marauders clustered in the main hall. After the fierce skirmish, only the marauder chief, for others, and Friar Lawrence with his 2 armed attendants remained. Lawrence, having concealed himself in the main hall, hurriedly donned his sacred white robe adorned with golden patterns. Holding a tome of scripture, he appeared at the opposite end of the corridor, emanating a soft golden glow, his demeanor grave and solemn, commanding, "I am a follower of the holy light, your father. To those who believe in me, I shall grant mercy to your souls. Those who do not believe shall face the wrath of the holy light." Both the militia and the marauders silently observed his performance. Lawrence was incredulous at the unexpected silence. In his subconscious, he believed that fear of the holy light surpassed that of death, and that the crowd should be retreating or kneeling in prayer. Yet, he soon realized that this was the North, where faith in the holy light was scarce. The Northerners were heretics. Determined, he began to recite lengthy prayers in an incomprehensible whisper. The faint golden glow surrounding him began to recede, and not only that, the light and shadow around him dimmed rapidly, rendering him pale, as though he had faded from a portrait. The already dim main hall seemed to plunge into night, obscuring even the faces of those present. With a thunderous command, Friar Lawrence shouted, dark words of spiritual whip. Pointing a finger, Liao suddenly felt as though he had been cleaved by a sword, an intense pain radiating from his forehead, as if his very soul were being shattered. This was a world imbued with magic. In the midst of the excruciating pain, a thought burst forth in Liao's mind. Moreover, I am acutely aware of him casting the spell. In an instant, a perplexing voice echoed deep within his consciousness, followed by a surge of profound, inexplicable mental energy. Like a gentle breeze caressing his face, the searing agony of his soul dissipated, leaving only a refreshing coolness. The previous torment felt like a mere illusion. Understanding the situation, Liao exclaimed internally, Master Bobak, I adore you. The gentle voice of the great druid Bobak responded, You are welcome. In the distance, Freya's childlike voice chimed in, Liao, I love you too. Initially, Liao believed that the soul-linking spell cast by Bobak was solely for communication. But he was astonished to discover it also possessed a remote dispelling function. In the face of Bobak's formidable soul power, such a rudimentary curse spell dissipated like wisps of smoke in the wind. Leo, momentarily filled with delight, mused that everyone has their grandfather. To an outsider, Leo merely furrowed his brow before resuming his usual demeanor, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It was akin to suffering a mere scratch, and that too from the antics of a lovesick partner. The curse's caster, Brother Lawrence, was incredulous. Even an awakened extraordinary being would succumb to the mental shock and soul burn of his dark incantation, losing their combat efficacy in an instant. How could this seemingly ordinary lad be entirely unscathed? According to the natural progression of events, he should have dropped his weapon, knelt in anguish, causing his militia to surrender in terror. The bandit leader regarded Brother Lawrence with a look of sheer disbelief, as if he were a fool peddling nonsense. At this juncture, who could still be led astray by such trickery? It was time to reveal true prowess. Shoving aside the still doubting Brother Lawrence, the bandit leader stepped forward. He shouted at Leo, You, cursed be you for leaving my men strewn like corpses. Shall we settle this one-on-one? In terms of a duel. He feared no one beneath the awakened rank. The previous leader had met his end in such a manner. Leo, struggling to comprehend the bandit leader's peculiar accent, glared at him with a stern countenance and uttered, Woof? He seized Ivan's crossbow from the side and pulled the trigger at the bandit leader. Still woofing? The bandit leader, in disbelief, stared at the bolt embedded deep in his chest. one hand clutching his wound while the other pointed accusingly at Leo. You dare to. Before he could finish, he collapsed. What audacity to bark at me. Even the kobolds would not be so brave. Leo regarded the lifeless form of the bandit leader with indifference and commanded the remaining men, lay down your arms, come forth to surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Observing the hesitation among the remaining bandits, Brother Lawrence shouted, do not heed him. We shall hold the passage. They cannot breach our defenses. Under his command, 2 armed retainers raised their fan-shaped shields, blocking the corridor's exit. The militia attempted to shoot at the bandits inside with crossbows, but were thwarted by the seasoned armed retainers. Leo had no intention of sacrificing the militia's lives for a siege. He simply waved his hand and declared, burn them alive. Immediately, half of the militia continued to block the entrance while the other half scurried to gather firewood, tossing it into the passage to prepare for a direct incineration of the bandits within. The main hall inside was not large, comprising only a few rooms, and lacking any other exits. After half an hour of burning, the smoke would be suffocating. At this moment, Wu Jin entered with a squad of militiamen who had been lying in ambush outside. Upon joining Leo, they lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. 11 militiamen bore wounds. One had his fur armor split open, revealing a gaping wound. Though bandaged, his pallor was ghastly, nearly unable to stand. What transpired? Leo inquired, frowning. Wu Jin stuttered. We exchanged blows with the enemy, but rest assured, none escaped. We killed them all. Leo scrutinized him and swiftly deduced the reason, whispering, I shall deal with you later. It turned out Wu Jin, seeing only 5 remaining bandits, felt confident with his 11 men and charged ahead. However, the bandits were seasoned killers, their combat experience vastly superior to that of the militiamen. Previously, they had appeared lackluster against the barrage of spears and crossbows, even appearing somewhat clumsy. But in close combat, the disparity in fighting prowess became evident. In a single exchange, several militiamen sustained injuries, their shields proving ineffective against the bandits' cunning blade work. Yet, the bandits slipped away like eels, the militiamen's short swords failing to land a hit. Fortunately, Leo's daily training bore fruit. The militiamen instinctively maintained their formation even while charging, quickly regrouping after the initial setbacks. In the face of their shield wall, they provided mutual support and coordinated their attacks, ultimately slaying the 5 bandits. In the courtyard of the watchtower, the militiamen gathered firewood and, with some of the bandits' tents and blankets, tossed them into the passage and ignited a blaze. Thick smoke billowing forth. As the flames erupted, the remaining bandits finally panicked, prompting Brother Lawrence to frantically shout, charge out. Fight them. Chapter 60, The Gallows. The remainder of the battle held no suspense. Had the bandits rushed out together before Leo set the fire, they might have posed a threat to the militia. However, with the flames spreading, merely attempting to dash through the fire caused chaos among the bandits, forcing them to swing their blades blindly. Some slower bandits became engulfed in flames. Their fur armor was easily ignited, and their unwashed bodies for 30 years, matted with oil and dirt, rendered them human torches. The militia stood guard at the entrance, toppling one bandit after another as they emerged, swiftly dispatching them with a thrust of their swords. Only 2 armed retainers posed a challenge, requiring considerable effort from the militiamen. Possessing the strength of elite heavy infantry, they were formidable, clad in full iron armor, nearly impervious to blades. Under ordinary circumstances, 2 such retainers could easily dispatch 20 bandits, which was why Brother Lawrence felt emboldened to venture into the wilderness. Had he immediately ordered these 2 armed retainers into battle during the earlier skirmish, it would not have been so easy for the militia to overcome the bandits. However, now, with 5 or 6 militiamen lying in wait, even the elite heavy infantry struggled to make their mark. As one armed retainer emerged, he rolled on the ground, using his shield to block the militia's thrusts, countering with a swing of his sword, only to be repelled by the militia's shield. Just as he regained his footing, 2 short swords lunged toward his waist. Unfortunately for the retainer, he wore thick chain mail, with hardened leather armor beneath. The militia's strength was formidable. Had they struck a bandit, they could easily pierce the fur armor and inflict a grievous wound. Yet when the short swords struck the retainer's chain mail, they merely sparked and slid away. Seeing they could not harm the retainer, the militiamen ceased their attacks and instead pressed forward with their shields. The retainer found himself overwhelmed, his weapons rendered ineffective. And as he attempted to retreat, 2 militiamen shoved him forward with their shields. 6 or so militiamen pressed in, pinning the retainer down, and with deft strikes, they plunged their short swords through the gaps in his armor, ultimately slaying him. After vanquishing all the bandits and armed retainers, Brother Lawrence, in a state of disarray, finally burst forth from the passage. His hair and beard were singed, his once pristine white robe now marred with charred patches, the fabric ignited and burning towards his rear. Ignoring his appearance, the singed brother Lawrence rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames. Sitting amidst the carnage, he gazed despairingly at the bodies strewn around and the encroaching militiamen. "You desecrate the holy light. This is heresy. The holy light shall judge you." Leo approached, crouching to look down at Lawrence, coldly stating, "Revered brother, the holy light has never uttered such words." Rising to his feet, Leo proclaimed loudly, "Turs Lawrence. A cleric of the Holy Light Church has engaged in deception, colluded with bandits, and attacked the territories of Huan, resulting in the deaths of numerous subjects. His crimes are egregious and unforgivable. I, Rio Mundo, in the capacity of the sheriff of Huan, hereby sentence you to the gallows." With Leo's pronouncement, two militiamen stepped forward, producing a rope and securing it around Lawrence's neck, disregarding his frantic struggles, and promptly hanged him at the entrance of the watchtower. As Lawrence struggled for breath, Leo instructed Ivan to scour the battlefield for any valuable items. "Understood." Ivan enthusiastically nodded and set off with his men to gather the spoils. An hour later, Leo mounted his steed, trailed by militiamen leading 24 horses, each laden with a plethora of goods. Although these swift steeds could bear marauders into battle, they were not yet of warhorse caliber, thus merely classified as fast horses. The Empire's warhorses come in two specifications. One type is the light warhorse, adept at long-distance pursuits and carrying light cavalry weighing up to 300 pounds for short charges, while the other is the heavy warhorse, capable of bearing heavy cavalry up to 500 pounds for similar engagements. Clearly, the minimum requirements of both categories were unattainable for this batch of fast horses. The Western Plains are rich in light warhorses, and the nomadic peoples are skilled in archery and equestrianism, making the Western Light Cavalry Corps the most formidable in the Empire. Most marauders infiltrating the northern and southern realms are criminals and deserters from the west. Ironically, while the northern plains produce heavy warhorses, there are virtually no heavy cavalry units, with most being light cavalry instead. This is largely due to the towering stature of the northern folk. Any elite soldiers from the north are typically over 6 feet tall and weigh more than 200 pounds, clad in heavy armor and wielding swords, shields, and lances. Along with their steeds adorned in armor, their combined weight often exceeds 600 pounds. Ordinary heavy warhorses cannot sustain such burdens, risking broken legs or even spinal injuries after a single battle. Moreover, the premium heavy warhorses or those with beastly bloodlines are beyond the financial means of even the most affluent local knights, let alone equipping heavy cavalry units. In contrast, the southern people are generally shorter, with cavalry averaging between 5'3" and 5'11". Additionally, the South boasts advanced metallurgy, allowing for armor that is a third thinner yet equally protective, fully equipped with weapons and horse armor. They precisely match the 500-pound capacity ideal for heavy warhorses from the north. Most importantly, the southern nobility is wealthy. They are willing to pay handsomely for the northern-bred warhorses, which their owners are often reluctant to ride themselves. Aside from the 24 fast horses, the cargo they bore was of little value, consisting mainly of foodstuffs, fabrics, and the gathered tents, fur armor, and felt blankets from the marauders. The impoverished militiamen of the river bend were unwilling to part with a single strand, scavenging even the marauders' barbecue grills and battered pots. The most valuable items were a handful of imperial gold and silver coins and the full suits of iron armor belonging to 2 armed retainers. This type of mercenary gear, comprising leather-lined chainmail shirts, steel pauldrons, visored helmets, and iron gauntlets, is more flexible than the heavy armor of elite infantry and more imposing than the standard equipment of imperial foot soldiers. The entire Riverbend territory has not a single suit of chainmail. With these 2 suits of iron armor, Julian, the pioneering knight, and Leo, the knightly retainer, would appear quite formidable. As Leo sat atop his horse, casually perusing the sacred text of the monk Lawrence, he relished the moment. His companion Ivan led his horse, lost in thought until suddenly his eyes brightened. Could it be possible? Did the marauder leader truly wish to challenge you to a duel? Leo paused, processing the Western accent of the marauder, and finally grasped the implication. Ah, what a pity, we missed the chance for a proper spar. The two shook their heads in regret as they continued on their way. Chapter 61. The Bold Maiden. As the procession passed a waterway, Leo caught sight of the marauder corpses nailed to wooden frames by the militiamen. 18 bodies were lined up, stripped of clothing, and displayed on crucifixes. Their wounds exposed to the air, flesh torn and intestines spilling forth, the blood nearly drained, leaving their skin a pallid gray devoid of color. As the rage and battle fervor within him subsided, The elegant spirit of modernity took precedence, leading Leo to find these corpses particularly horrifying. Reminiscent of scenes from American horror films. So barbaric, so cruel. After a few glances, he shook his head and shouted for them to move on. The militiamen trailing behind exchanged glances, powerless to comment. "Wasn't that your own command?" One asked Ivan softly. "Should we not take them down? Bury them?" Ivan shot him a glare. "What concern is it of ours? If you have the time to ponder that, perhaps you should dig your own grave first." The militiamen considered this and found Ivan's reasoning sound. Upon returning to the river bend, Leo observed the villagers' bodies laid out in the clearing outside the Lord's Hall, with the survivors gathered in silent mourning. Olivia, aided by Ruth, was comforting the families of the deceased villagers. Overall, the villagers did not exhibit excessive sorrow, some even appearing somewhat relieved, with only a few young women and children quietly weeping. In Leo's fragmented memories, whether it was the bandit raids or the harsh winter snows, death always visited the small northern villages, becoming a part of their existence. Especially since the orc invasions, every attack had resulted in the loss of 10 to 20 lives, necessitating the eventual migration of the entire village under Yulian's leadership. Moreover, this time, despite the marauders' mass assault, leaving 18 corpses, only 9 villagers had perished, a notion previously deemed unimaginable. A few burly dog-headed smiths lounged on the wooden platform of the Lord's Hall, bored, observing the humans' peculiar gathering, eager for it to conclude so they might return to their forge. The dog-headed folk harbored none of the complex emotions or customs. When a companion died, they merely abandoned the body in the wilderness. Not consuming the remains while fresh was already a testament to their civility. Upon seeing Leo return from outside the village with the militia, Olivia hurried over with the little mouse in tow, concern etched on her face. Instinctively, she produced a towel to wipe the blood from his clothing, checking for injuries. The blood of the marauders had splattered all over Leo during the previous battle, and now it had dried, making it impossible to remove. He was covered in grime, the collar of his fur armor matted with clumps, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. In their past interactions, whether hunting in the wild or fighting alongside Yulian, Leo's recklessness often placed him at the forefront, returning home each time bearing numerous wounds. Olivia's superior medical skills, far exceeding those of the other villagers, had been honed through her care for Leo. Seeing the frightened expressions on the faces of the 2 girls, Leo smiled reassuringly. "It's nothing. It's just marauder blood. Not a scratch on me." As he walked further inside, he boasted, "Just a bunch of marauders. They were utterly weak. None could withstand a single blow from me. I cleaved through them as easily as slicing vegetables." The little mouse, filled with admiration, followed closely behind. Olivia, however, was unfazed by his bravado, scolding him like a concerned wife as she walked. "Father warned you long ago, but you never listen. Now that you're a militia captain, you should command from a safe distance, not always charge head first." Leo dismissed her with playful banter. "You nearly got bitten by a dog-headed one last time. Have you learned nothing?" Olivia, exasperated, stamped her foot and started to punch his back, exclaiming, "You're going to drive me to madness." Leo showed no mercy, responding in the refined imperial dialect he had learned from the little mouse, while deftly evading Olivia's playful strikes. "How bold! A mere maiden dares to be rude to me." He tossed aside his weapon and shield, ducking beneath her legs and lifting her up on his shoulder. "Put me down." Amidst the envious gazes and cheers of the onlookers, Leo paraded around the camp with a blushing and struggling Olivia on his shoulder, resembling a lion surveying his territory. As night fell, Yulian finally returned from the wild tribes. For savage hunters had accompanied their group to Ling, watching them cross the waterway before vanishing into the wilderness. Although the large beasts in the vicinity had significantly diminished due to the recent expansion, they were not entirely absent. Should a ravenous brown bear or a fierce tiger emerge unexpectedly, Yulian's party, consisting of merely 2 militia men and a donkey, would undoubtedly face casualties. To express his respect for Yulian, Elder Zhuang had specially arranged for 4 savage hunters to escort them home. This was a privilege that neither Leo nor Freya had experienced. During their initial encounter, despite Leo's genuine sincerity and goodwill, Elder Zhuang had seemed superficially amiable yet harbored an underlying wariness and rejection. Indeed, communication between individuals is paramount. As Ling consistently extended goodwill towards the wild tribes, adhered to regulations, and engaged in equitable coexistence, a reciprocal gesture finally emerged. In this world, there is no such thing as unconditional generosity, akin to an employer sketching out grand promises without disbursing wages. Over the past 2 days, Leo recounted the happenings in Hewan in meticulous detail to Yulian, from the arrival of Brother Lawrence to his execution beneath the entrance of the abandoned watchtower. After hearing Leo's narrative, Yulian nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Indeed, it should be thus. These accursed missionaries, do they have no ancestors?" After the influx of transient populations in Hewan-Ling, many peculiar individuals had set their sights on this newly developed territory. But previously only merchants dealing in holy relics had been involved. For instance, feathers plucked from the six-winged seraphim's wings could be acquired for 30 silver coins, ensuring that placing them beneath one's pillow would ward off malevolent spirits. Similarly, a staff crafted from the wood of Bishop Ethanball's wand could be purchased for 2 gold coins, promising immunity from ailments when held. The desiccated blood of the first pope, St. Peter, could be obtained for 10 gold coins, and applying it to a church's cross could protect the territory for a century with favorable weather. Regrettably, the impoverished inhabitants of Hewan could scarcely produce a single copper coin, with some even unaware of the appearance of the empire's gold and silver currency. Furthermore, there was not even a small church to be found. Particularly in encounters with Leo, it was a dismal situation, akin to facing a specter, where survival seemed a challenge. These deceitful merchants, having fallen victim to Leo's anti-fraud and reverse scam tactics, found themselves bankrupt, questioning their lives on the way back. However, it was the first time a figure of Brother Lawrence's stature had emerged. Yet Leo was somewhat concerned and inquired, "Are you not worried about retaliation? After all, it is the church. The death of a monk, especially one skilled in magic, will surely prompt an investigation." Having witnessed much in his previous life regarding Western religious powers, Leo held a far more profound apprehension than Yulian and his companions. "My boy, this is the North. Teal holds sway here. What does the holy light amount to?" Yulian remained unfazed. After pondering for a moment, Yulian suddenly remarked, "However, faith indeed poses a dilemma. Consider the villagers who have lost loved ones. Their families lack a place to mourn." Leo nodded in agreement, suggesting, "Then let us construct a small church to honor Teal." If they were to honor the war god Teal, they might as well pay homage to Odolov, Freilof, Lawad, and Basaka as well. This could not merely be called a small church, it must be deemed a temple. Listening to their discourse, the chief craftsman Valerie, standing nearby, grew anxious. This may not be prudent. The flooring of the great hall remains unfinished, and many are still residing in tents. Yulian, undeterred, waved his hand and issued a command. "This is splendid. You may manage it as you see fit. The village must have a temple, regardless of its size. Let us first honor our ancestors and prevent those nefarious influences from swaying the hearts of the people." The Northmen's beliefs are often rather haphazard. Regardless of whether it is a church or temple or an unfamiliar deity, they will always pay their respects when passing by. Even ancient, peculiar trees, uniquely shaped boulders, or daunting mountains are often venerated. The theoretical foundation of the Holy Light Church is remarkably robust, far more enticing than the chaotic teachings of Wild Fox Zen. Failing to establish a temple promptly to solidify their ancestral faith could render the villagers, devoid of spiritual support, susceptible to brainwashing and exploitation. The names Odolov, Freilof, Lawad, and Basaka that Yulian mentioned are all sons of Teal in Northland mythology. The first 2 names were originally Odolar and Freyra. During the latter days of the Northland clan society, clans such as Odolar and Freyra rose to prominence, each declaring themselves kings, ushering in the era of the Northland monarchs. Ultimately, the Odolar royal family ascended to supremacy, with Odolar becoming the firstborn son of the war god Teal. The ancestral name of Odolar evolved into Odolov through a millennium of inheritance. Similarly, other ancient noble families underwent transformations, such as the Freyra royal family becoming the Freilof Count family, and the Aisha royal family evolving into the Isharov Count family. As for Lawad and Basaka, the former is an ancestor of Leo's village, while the latter is an ancestor of the wild tribe. The naming conventions in the north differ significantly from other regions. Ordinary individuals typically use their first names and only adopt surnames in formal situations or when encountering namesakes. However, in impoverished, backward villages, there are not enough intellectuals to create names, and the community often recycles a few old names. Just as every village in Huaxia has a certain way, every village in the north has an Ivan, with a saying that goes, "Those with names are Ivans, those without are fools." Leo's friend Ivan, known as Little Ivan, shares his name with his father and grandfather, all named Ivan. When encountering an Ivan from the neighboring village, he would introduce himself as Ivan Ivanov, meaning Little Ivan, son of Ivan. If the Ivan from the neighboring village also introduced himself as Ivan Ivanov, he would further specify himself as Ivan Ivanov Lawad, indicating he is the son of Little Ivan from the Lawad clan. Alternatively, he might append his grandfather's name to his patronymic, initiating an infinite nesting doll of names. The full names of Northland nobles often comprise a lengthy string, sometimes exceeding 100 characters, for this very reason. They include all notable figures from their ancestry to showcase their family's glory. The highest form of respect for a noble is to recite their full name, as it signifies your acknowledgement of their family's illustrious history. As for descendants of lesser surnames like Lawad and Basaka, who come from modest backgrounds, such elaborate naming is rare. Establishing a temple dedicated to the war god Teal and their ancestors not only solidifies their rule and soothes the populace, but also symbolizes their ascendance into the nobility. For a temple also serves functions akin to an ancestral hall, and only nobles possess the means to maintain their own ancestral halls. When the day arrives that Leo inherits Yulian's title of pioneering knight and bears his own offspring, he will be able to proudly proclaim before all in the temple, "This is my son, so-and-so, Leo Yulian Lawad." As for the inclusion of Basaka in the temple's veneration, Yulian's ulterior motives are plainly written across his face. When he flourishes and attracts a lively crowd, he is confident that the wild tribes will come to honor their ancestors. This is how a sense of belonging is cultivated. In addition to discussing the construction of an ancestral temple, Leo also planned to commend several dog-headed blacksmiths. Before the bonfire, in front of all the villagers of Hewan Ling, Leo announced loudly that, in recognition of the dog-headed blacksmith's valiant efforts to protect Hewan, he hereby bestows upon all dog-headed blacksmiths the title of dog-headed warrior, officially granting them the status of citizens of Hewan. Leo kindly noted that this title is a rank above that of a dog-headed warrior. Each dog-headed blacksmith is rewarded with an iron apron and a warrior's hammer, which is an ordinary blacksmith's hammer inscribed with the words warrior's hammer. This seemingly playful gesture surprisingly earned the favor of the dog-headed folk. The dog-headed blacksmiths stepping onto the stage to receive their awards stood tall and proud, wagging their tails excitedly, reminiscent of a group of schoolchildren receiving their little red flowers. Below, a cluster of dog-headed pups barked exuberantly, filled with envy and yearning. The old man Luzfu, tapping his pipe, marveled. The thoughts of the dog-headed folk are beyond our comprehension. It is indeed thanks to Liao. Many nodded in agreement. After Liao's intervention, the dog-headed blacksmiths appeared to undergo a transformation, their demeanor noticeably altered. Previously, they had come to the Hewan blacksmith shop solely due to Facia's orders, working for room and board, plus an additional 2 bags of grain as wages, which of course went to Facia. They spent their days solely focused on forging and eating, unwilling to step outside the blacksmith shop or engage with any villagers other than Valerie and the human blacksmiths. Some dog-headed blacksmiths even harbored wariness and hostility towards humans, reluctant to share their forging knowledge, fearing they might be slaughtered and consumed. Even with Facia's repeated assurances that humans do not eat dog-headed folk, they remained unconvinced. However, after this day, these dog-headed blacksmiths began to actively attempt communication with the people of Hewan, even daring to scold inattentive apprentice blacksmiths instead of ignoring them. At this juncture, the remarkable talent of the dog-headed blacksmiths in forging began to unfold. They could discern the quality of metal purely by scent. In Chapter 63, Heaven does not give birth to the dog-headed folk. The craft of blacksmithing endures like the night. The previous dog-headed blacksmiths would simply forge what they were instructed, a spearhead when asked for one, a pickaxe head when requested, without any additional effort. Now, the dog-headed blacksmiths would point at the iron pieces crafted by human apprentices and assert, "This won't do. Continue forging. You fool, woof woof." Valerie scrutinized the pickaxe crafted by an apprentice, but could not discern any imperfections. Suddenly, a dog-headed blacksmith snatched the pickaxe and forcefully struck it against the anvil. Sparks flew, and the pick's tip shattered. With such quality, it is unfit for mining. It wouldn't even last a few days in clearing land. The scent was wrong. Nearby dog-headed blacksmiths sniffed the air and nodded, barking in agreement. Brittle. Temperate. Woof woof. Continue forging. Woof woof. Humans, fools, woof woof. Observing the blacksmith shop filled with their excited yelps, Valerie keenly sensed an important turning point. He promptly summoned Oliang and Liao. Watching the dog-headed blacksmiths sift through a pile of iron, effortlessly selecting pieces that looked almost identical yet failed to meet quality standards, the group was left in awe. One promising spearhead was selected by a dog-headed blacksmith, yet no flaws could be found. 2 dog-headed blacksmiths leaned in to sniff it, and one suddenly seized the spearhead and bent it forcefully. The spearhead immediately transformed into a hook. Too soft. Overforged. Woof woof. So, you also rely on your noses for blacksmithing? Liao asked incredulously. Woof woof. After a challenging exchange, Liao and the others finally understood why Facia could train so many dog-headed blacksmiths in such a short time. Those unfamiliar with traditional blacksmithing often assume that it merely requires strength and relentless pounding. However, transforming a block of iron into a tool or weapon involves complexities that are immeasurable. Material selection, heating, forging, shaping, tempering, quenching, and annealing. Each process takes human apprentice blacksmiths at least a year to master, assuming their masters are willing to teach. Apprentices like Valerie, who were on the fringes, spent years swinging heavy hammers without ever getting a chance to forge. Conversely, the dog-headed folk had an extraordinary ability. With a mere sniff, they could ascertain the quality of the iron and whether it needed to be reheated. A sniff could determine if the metal was too brittle or too soft, indicating whether further forging, quenching, or annealing was required. With their inherent experience, they would then continue processing. Essentially, every dog-headed apprentice, after learning the basic procedures of blacksmithing, could master the critical information after forging each tool 10 or so times, with the remainder being a matter of following the steps in order. Human apprentices, lacking such an extraordinary sense of smell, depend solely on intuition gained through relentless practice and the experience accrued over time to assess the quality of metal. They started 3 years behind the dog-headed folk. In the eyes of dog-headed blacksmiths, this was utterly unfathomable. They simply did not possess the qualities to be blacksmiths. When Feisha arrived at Hewan, Liao shared these discoveries and questioned why Feisha had not informed them sooner. Feisha, reveling in her triumph, feigned surprise, exclaiming, "What? Humans? Cannot do it. Humans are so foolish, woof woof." It turned out that the dog-headed folk possessed not only extraordinary olfactory senses, but also remarkable visual and auditory capabilities. They could see clearly in pitch-black mines, spotting the shapes of mice, and discern beasts 100 meters away under moonlight. Their hearing was astonishingly acute. They could detect the breathing of nearby mice to locate them and hear the distant howls of wolves, understanding the messages they conveyed. They could even perceive the emotions of targets through their heartbeats and breathing. Thus, whether Liao was lying, feeling disdain, or expressing genuine emotion was easily discernible to Feisha. Most astonishingly, the dog-headed folk's sense of smell surpassed all. Beyond simply assessing distances and evading danger through the sense of wild animals, they could also detect minerals, herbs, and even diseases with proper training. Experienced dog-headed blacksmiths could even identify the various components within iron, allowing them to optimize their work. Listening to Feisha's descriptions, Liao's eyes were finally opened. Although he had never owned pets in his past life, he enjoyed watching videos of animal companions, particularly those showcasing the incredible capabilities of search and rescue dogs. Merely using their noses, these dogs could detect bombs, toxins, and cancer. He often wondered why humans lacked such abilities. And now, the dog-headed folk had emerged. Perhaps this was the true reason the dog-headed folk, as a marginalized group, could survive in the wilderness and had not faced extinction. Feeling victorious, Feisha eagerly sold her race down the river. While listening to her boast incessantly, Liao's gaze fell upon the group of bewildered, dog-headed pups beside Olivia. These pups, meticulously cared for by Olivia as if they were children of Hewan, possessed a digestive system far superior to that of humans. They seemed to grow exponentially. In just over a month, they had increased from a few pounds to several dozen. In addition to the food provided by the Hewan camp, they foraged for roots and insects to supplement their diet, sometimes even joining forces with little mice to tend to a small pond and snatch up fish and shrimp. The bounty they acquired was far richer than what they would find in the dog-headed valley. Some of the older, earlier arrivals had already reached nearly a meter in height, their fluffy baby fur replaced by sleek golden coats. These pups, raised by Olivia, received 2 meals of premium feed daily and had developed habits of bathing, grooming, and wearing clothes, making them far more appealing than their dirty and disheveled kin in the dog-headed valley. Each one was a handsome specimen among dogs. Having spent an extended period in the company of the small mouse, I have unwittingly adopted her habit of silence, finding solace only in the presence of Aloia, drifting into daydreams and gaining weight, appearing rather dim-witted. Thus, Liao's smile gradually took on a sinister quality. After nurturing you for so long, it is time to begin contributing to the sustenance provided by Hewan. Upon seeing Liao approach with a menacing grin, Aloia, as if sensing his intentions, immediately grasped what he sought. "What do you intend to do?" she inquired, setting aside her task, gathering the 7 or 8 smallest dog-headed pups into her arms, much like a protective hen shielding her chicks from harm. "These are my pups." Chapter 64. It is time to repay the nurturing of Hewan. Clutching a bundle of pups, Aloia was not as agile as Liao. With a feigned maneuver, he deftly circumvented her protective stance and seized the hind leg of the largest pup. Goodness! It weighed at least 50 pounds, nearly rivaling the small mouse. Due to genetic factors, dog-headed creatures grow at an astonishing rate, reaching maturity within 3 years. An adult dog-headed individual stands approximately 1.2 meters tall, and as they mature, their growth shifts from vertical to horizontal, resulting in a more robust physique. In the wild dog-headed tribes, food distribution is uneven, and the young pups often lack proper nutrition, resulting in the newly matured individuals appearing rather thin, resembling upright golden retrievers. Once they attain adulthood and food becomes more plentiful, they begin to bulk up, transforming from lean golden retrievers into muscular pit bulls. Some individuals who consume ample food and develop well can grow an additional 20 to 30 centimeters in height and even triple their weight. The blacksmiths of the dog-headed tribe in Huon, who partake in 2 hearty meals a day while laboring tirelessly at the forge, exhibit significant increases in both height and weight, their strength surpassing that of their peers. With arms thicker than the calves of humans, the leader of the dog-headed tribe is typically the strongest individual, with the highest food allocation, virtually monopolizing the tribe's meat supply. Facia's father, the previous dog-headed chieftain, had nearly transformed into a werewolf. The pup in Lieo's grasp was among the first batch of dog-headed younglings sent to Huon. It was likely just over a year old, but due to the excellent provisions in Huon, its size was already nearing that of an adult. This large dog-headed lad, however, still cowered behind Aalawea, pretending to be a pup, which Lieo found utterly contemptible. "Why are you doing this?" Aalawea cried, concern etched on her face. Lieo succinctly articulated his intentions, which brought her some relief. She set down the whimpering younglings and reassured the rest of the half-grown pups, fearing that Lieo's curiosity might lead him to slaughter one for a taste. There is nothing that Lieo could not do. Thus, with the largest dog-headed pup in tow, Lieo brazenly divided the dog-headed younglings into 2 groups, disregarding those who had sought refuge beneath Alawea's skirt. He commanded the selected 15 pups, "Follow me." The fear of Lieo among the 15 young dog-headed creatures was more profound than that of their father, and they obediently trailed him to the riverbank of Huon. This area served as the militia's training ground, equipped with numerous archery targets and props such as wooden swords, shields, and spears. At this time, the militia had dispersed. Yet a dozen young human boys remained engaged in practice. From the northern lands to Huon, the village had suffered its share of casualties, resulting in a significant proportion of women and children among the villagers. Apart from a few children who often required Aalawes care, there were many youths aged 10 and above, yet under 15. In the Northern Territory, individuals in this age group could no longer be considered mere children. They labored daily like adults, and some, having lost their fathers in battle, had become the pillars of their households. During this period, several projects in Huon were reaching completion, entering a phase of stabilization. And Lieo had organized these youths into a reserve force to assist in the militia's training. Having been a sports student in a previous life, Lieo understood the importance of nutrition and exercise during adolescence. Compared to the adult militia members, these youths undoubtedly possessed greater potential for growth and adaptability. While the militia could train and develop into the Empire's regular infantry through continuous practice and combat, fewer than 1 in 10 would ultimately evolve into elite heavy infantry. After all, the foundational skills were lacking, without targeted training from a young age. It would be arduous for an ordinary person to carry a 100-pound weapon and heavy armor into battle. Upon arriving at the militia training camp, Lieo gathered the individuals together and called forth a young lad. This boy, not yet 15, displayed maturity and composure, coupled with commendable agility, and was typically responsible for training the youth team. "From now on, you shall be the 3rd Squadron of the Huon Militia, Nuis. You are now promoted to captain of the 3rd Squadron. These 15 dog-headed pups will also join the 3rd Squadron and train alongside you." Nuis, glancing at the group of dazed dog-headed pups, hesitated in his response. The other human youths murmured among themselves. Despite increasing interactions with the dog-headed creatures, the villagers still subconsciously regarded them as inferior. These young pups often faced bullying from the village children, and had it not been for Aalawes' diligent care, they could have easily been killed in secret. Some villagers had lost family members at the hands of dog-headed creatures. How could they possibly regard these beings favorably? Rather than tolerating the existence of dog-headed individuals, it was more about enduring Lieo's penchant for mischief. Lieo, known for his outrageous antics, had committed more absurd acts than the entire village combined. Even if he brought back a bear as a pet, what could be done? They would still have to swallow their grievances. Observing the youth's evident lack of discipline, Lieo raised his voice. "I do not care what thoughts you harbor. Keep them to yourselves, and conduct yourselves according to the militia's regulations. Those who disobey orders shall never enter the militia." With his stern words, the atmosphere grew solemn, and no one dared to express any dissent. Joining the militia was the goal of every youth in Huon. Looking at the current benefits, each militia member had already received an acre of tax-exempt land, while other adult men in the village would have to wait until the following year for their allocations. The food distribution was prioritized for the militia, and they also received extra rations. The continually updated weapons and armor were first issued to the militia, and while they often faced the front lines in combat, resulting in casualties, the passionate youths did not see it that way. Rather than hide and await death, they preferred to charge forward and protect their families. Nuys, you are responsible for training the dog-headed creatures. Teach them everything you learn: slingshots, throwing spears, crossbows, sword and shield. All of it. Treat them equally. If anyone causes trouble, discipline them accordingly. These dog-headed beings are of great importance to me. Nuys, characterized by his maturity and stability, having been trained by Liao himself, nodded earnestly, understanding the assignment. Training the young dog-headed pups in militia techniques was merely the beginning. Liao had also prepared additional courses, including scent and sound training, as well as reconnaissance and search training. However, due to current limitations, progress would need to be gradual. The dog-headed species naturally faced disadvantages in size and strength, ranking near the bottom in the wild. Even an ordinary brown bear could easily chase a dog-headed hunting party across the mountains. Despite reaching their fullest potential, they would only match the strength of werewolf warriors, unable to contend with a wild boar hunter. Yet, upon realizing their unique talents, Liao envisioned utilizing them in alternative roles, such as dog-headed scouts. As human and other races' reconnaissance units advanced, they would invariably resort to training dogs. Liao had made it simpler. He could merge man and canine into one. Chapter 65. The Adorable Hakimi. A cadre of well-trained dog-headed beings serves as sentinels and scouts, diligently guarding Huon from potential marauders. Moreover, their training extends to foraging for herbs and discovering minerals, which may burgeon into a significant industry in the future. This is a fantastical realm, wherein numerous rare minerals and herbs emit a faint luminescence and exude magical energy when harvested. Clearly, these are valuable commodities, and to assert otherwise would be incredulous even to a dog. Why do adventurers from other worlds persist in venturing into the wilderness? Is it merely a quest for folly? Huon has scarcely established itself when adventurers have already begun to inquire about the surrounding geography. Currently, the militia has been organized into 3 squads by Liao. The first squad forms the core of the combat force, effectively the official militia, enjoying the highest level of privileges contingent upon their willingness to sacrifice their lives. The second squad comprises militia reserves, training half as much as the first, should casualties arise in the first squad. The most capable from the reserves will be selected to replenish it. The third squad consists of the youth of Huon, now accompanied by a multitude of dog-headed beings. The first 2 squads provide the current martial strength of Huon, surpassing that of most knightly domains. As not every noble is willing to invest in their militia as Yulian does. In the north, militia members supply their own weaponry, with those from impoverished backgrounds wielding pitchforks and those from wealthier families donning breastplates. The south is even more absurd, lacking any militia, relying solely on the lord's private armies and serfs. When conflicts arise among lords, they are reluctant to sacrifice their private soldiers, instead sending forth the serfs clad in simple garb and armed with pitchforks. The knights, adorned in full armor and mounted on steeds from the north, charge into the fray among the defenseless serfs, showcasing their valor. Rather than a war, it resembles a game among nobles. The third squad represents the future of Huon. If nurtured appropriately, they may yield not only elite soldiers, but potentially knights. After arranging the dog-headed beings, Liao returned to the Lord's manor, where he found Facia and the little mouse seated on the steps, enviously observing the distant children at play. Among the trio known as the 3 Fools, Facia is the youngest yet the most mature. However, the intelligence of dog-headed beings is akin to that of a human child of 10 years. Their maturity slightly more advanced, but not by much. Although Facia is cleverer, she often inadvertently reveals a childlike innocence. Indeed, Furia resembles a precocious child of 8, playful and mischievous. In contrast, Facia, akin to an adult of 4 or 5, has taken on significant responsibilities, managing the dog-headed valley with impressive order. In this comparison, only the little mouse appears entirely normal. At this moment, a tome belonging to the monk Lawrence rests on the little mouse's lap, indicating that she was just instructing Facia in literacy. Facia's eagerness to learn is not mere pretense. She seizes every opportunity to acquire knowledge. Upon witnessing the educational exchange between Olivia and the little mouse, Facia promptly assumed the role of a student. compared to the village rascals and Liao's own foolishness. Feisha's speed in mastering literacy far surpasses that of Liao, likely surpassing his own proficiency. However, Liao harbored doubts about the practicality of this skill in the wilderness. Still here? Are you waiting for dinner? The ogre. It is evident that Feisha is anticipating Liao's return. I have already sent word to Bun, requesting that he bring 10 wild hunters to assist us. We are somewhat overmatched against the ogre with just ourselves. The crossbow lacks sufficient power, and the spear is too close range. Facing an ogre, both seem inadequate. The only high-powered ranged weapon Liao could conceive of was the wild hunter's longbow, which he regarded as akin to a bolt-action rifle, suitable even into modernity. Without the support of wild hunters, they would have to rely on sheer manpower, which is not Liao's style. The wild hunter tribe of the Great Waterfall has always served as a protective umbrella for the dog-headed beings, and Feisha naturally holds them in high esteem, wagging her tail joyfully at the thought. Wonderful, she exclaimed, bounding down the wooden steps to wave at the little mouse, saying, "Farewell, dear Hakimi." The little mouse replied, "Farewell, clever Feisha." In earlier gatherings of the three fools, Feisha would often boastfully declare herself clever Feisha, while Furiya would retort with brave Furiya. The little mouse, feeling insecure, would often pester Liao to help her come up with a nickname, resulting in the endearing moniker Hakimi. Liao, on the other hand, was dubbed Ruthless Halasheo. Though too bashful to proclaim it herself, she felt a thrill at being addressed thus. After 2 days, Bun finally arrived at Hewan with another 10 wild hunters, following the joint efforts of the Great Waterfall's wild hunters and Hewan's militia to weaken the Boerfolk tribe. Their hunting grounds expanded significantly, affording them a period of comfort. However, the words of Elder Zurwan and Liao soon proved prophetic. With the Boerfolk tribe diminished, their power contracted, leaving vast territories in the north unclaimed, where signs of other foreign races began to emerge. At least 3 types of scouts had crossed the territory of the Boerfolk, leaving traces along the northern banks of Anzino River. Thus, Elder Zurwan's assertion holds true. The wilderness is rife with unending threats, for after defeating the Boerfolk, there will inevitably be wolfmen and minotaurs. Even with formidable units like the wild hunters, humanity remains a disadvantaged race in the wilderness. Nonetheless, Liao's words were equally valid. As the orc invasion escalates, unrest in the wilderness becomes increasingly pronounced, and the wild tribes further north have begun to relay troubling news, even preparing to migrate southward. Any communal race possesses a profound attachment to its homeland. Migration is not a decision made lightly, especially in dire circumstances. The fact that the northern wild tribes are contemplating migration indicates the severity of the situation. At such a juncture, survival hinges not only on bolstering one's strength, but also on seeking suitable allies. Thus, Bun readily acquiesced to Liao's request. The ogre tribe in the wolf-driving plain is scant in number. These hulking behemoths, over 2 meters tall, are lazy and cold-averse, ill-suited to the northern climate. The vast majority of ogres hail from the southern and western regions, making it improbable for them to traverse human blockades in large groups. Hence, the occasional appearance of a few is understandable. Bun had previously dealt with an ogre, noting that it was only marginally stronger than a brown bear and likely less intelligent than a dog-headed being. With simple bait and traps, it could be easily dispatched. 2 ogres should pose no challenge. Chapter 66. The ogre tribe. The lair of the ogres lies a few miles north of the abandoned watchtower. Had that band of marauders not encountered Liao, the harbinger of doom, and established themselves at the watchtower, a confrontation with the ogres would have been inevitable. Here, the cliff slopes inward, creating a shallow cave at its base, where a small pool of water has collected. Over a dozen ogres lay sprawled lazily on the rocky ledge below, basking in the sun. A mile away, on the hillside, Liao, Feisha, and Bun stand together, observing the enemy from a distance. Bun's expression is inscrutable, his gaze directed at Liao, as if demanding an explanation. Liao, equally perplexed, realizes that, based on Feisha's intelligence, he has brought only 20 militiamen, primarily tasked with digging traps and drawing fire. A considerable number of dog-headed beings have arrived, nearly 70 or 80, all fully armed. Yet, in the presence of the colossal ogres, these small creatures resemble mere children, posing no real threat. An adult ogre towers nearly 3 meters tall and weighs over a ton, wielding a wooden club as thick as that of an adult human. The skin of the ogre is rough and thick, comparable to that of a rhinoceros, serving as a natural armor that can withstand most arrows and crossbow bolts. Should even a single ogre charge into a crowd, it would result in a massacre. Had he known there were over 10 ogres, he would have never dared to approach. Is this what you refer to as 2 ogres? Feisha counted on her fingers once more, joyfully exclaiming, Indeed. 15. Two-headed. The ogre tribe before them consisted entirely of members with two heads. During the Second Tri-Alliance, Phaecia deployed the most troops, clearly the main force, which made her exceedingly happy, feeling her international status had risen significantly. Her tail wagged with excitement. If it weren't for Phaecia's muscular guard surrounding me, I would have nearly delivered a significant blow to Rio. What now? What else can be done? Let us withdraw, Bjorn replied curtly. The wild hunter, seasoned in the wilderness and having encountered formidable foes more frequently than Rio had engaged in fights, was adept in survival tactics and felt no psychological discomfort regarding tactical retreats. To contend with such an ogre tribe, one must, like last time, assemble all the archers from the wild tribes to rain arrows from a distance, leaving them no chance to retaliate. I'll observe a bit longer, Rio lamented. Yet he hesitated to return home. Bjorn, without a moment's hesitation, led his men away, vanishing into the wilderness. Phaecia, still oblivious to the situation, stared at the wild hunter's departing figure and asked in confusion, "Why are we leaving? Why stay? Are we to wait for the ogres to fill their bellies with us?" Rio retorted impatiently, "You should leave too. We're not fighting anymore." As Phaecia walked away, she turned back reluctantly, hoping Rio would change his mind. If wild boars can be fought, why not two-headed ogres? They seemed to be in limited numbers. At that moment, it seemed that the commotion had alerted the ogres, as over 10 two-headed ogres sat up to survey their surroundings and promptly rolled into the nearby grass. Some of the larger ogres, unable to conceal themselves behind the grass, draped prepared bushes and grass over their bellies and heads. To be fair, these ogres displayed quite impressive camouflage. Had Rio not been watching intently, one could hardly discern their presence. Rio found it amusing, growing more audacious. A lad who dared to tease a snow bear at 15, what was the harm in provoking an ogre? He sauntered near the cliff, gauging the distance to ensure an escape route, and then called out loudly, "Is anyone there?" After 3 calls, a deep voice responded from a short distance, "No one." "Oh." Rio sighed in disappointment. "I thought I might find someone to invite for a meal." Instantly, several ogres sat up, peeling back the grass covering them. And one ogre eagerly exclaimed, Someone. Ogres. We count as people too." Rio disagreed. "Do ogres count as people? Aren't they known for eating humans?" "Ogres. As humans refer to us, we are the Algai people." One ogre stood up excitedly, towering at nearly 3 meters high and resembling a mountain of flesh. Freya, while similarly large and heavier, lacked such long legs and often appeared more endearing when crouching, thus seeming less intimidating. In truth, Freya's speed was remarkable, outrunning wild boars. "Oh, so you are Algai people. Do you consume humans?" The ogre immediately lowered his head, mumbling. He was not ashamed, but rather disappointed and frustrated, knowing that because of their cannibalistic reputation, this human would surely not invite them to dine. "Wait a moment, let me fetch some food for you," Rio boldly decided. Observing the group of ogres, he returned to the hillside, instructing all the militia to bring forth their rations, placing everything onto a donkey. Since seizing fast horses from bandits, the agricultural capabilities of the River Bay had increased significantly, with many militia learning to ride. While they could not engage in combat like bandits on horseback, they could at least serve as mounted infantry, greatly conserving energy and enhancing marching speed. However, riding in the wilderness proved inconvenient, and donkeys excelled in cross-country climbing. So the militia brought along several mules for alternating riding and transporting spoils and the injured, leading the donkey laden with food. Rio approached the ogre den and handed the reins to the foremost ogre, smiling. "A meal for you." "Thank you." The ogres were overjoyed, and one large ogre grasped the donkey's head, effortlessly twisting it, leading to the unfortunate donkey's demise. Several female ogres hurriedly approached, expertly dismantling the donkey without iron tools, relying solely on their immense strength to tear it apart. Tossing pieces into a large pot and skewering its forelegs onto wooden sticks over the campfire to roast. Quite civilized, at least they weren't consuming it raw. The militia's rations were also tossed into the pot to be boiled. The poor donkey, lively just a minute ago, was now destined for the pot. Seizing the opportunity while the food cooked, Rio scrutinized the ogre den, frowning. "Your living conditions aren't very good. Is it cold at night? Does it leak when it rains?" "Cold. Leaks. Then allow me to arrange a place for you to stay. After the meal, you shall come with me." The ogres exchanged glances, astonished. Food and shelter? Are the northern humans really this hospitable? Having enjoyed a feast of donkey meat, Rio, of course, did not partake, as the entrails remained unwashed. Rio led the ogre tribe to an abandoned watchtower. After a few days, the corpses of the bandits had vanished, leaving only charred remnants and scattered fresh bones. In the center of the main entrance, a rope was tied to a decayed human skull, barely connected to a vertebra, with the rest long gone. Terrifying. Blood-soaked. The ogres gazed upon it all with delight, finding this decor style quite appealing. Chapter 67. Ogres can be friends too. Rio entered the abandoned watchtower with the ogres, behaving as if he had returned home, introducing the residents as he walked. You can set up a shelter in the open area within the walls and reside there. The rooms inside are too small for your kind, but they can be used for storing food. In truth, this watchtower is not small, though many areas have collapsed. You may repair it when time allows, but I wouldn't recommend it to avoid further collapse. Rio continued his narration, while the ogre leader followed behind, nodding continuously. Good. The leader of the ogres, the largest among the 15 two-headed ones, had one robust and vigorous head with bright eyes, while the other was withered and small, looking quite lethargic. The robust head engaged with Rio, while the smaller one squinted, as if sleeping. The sturdy head of the ogre leader constantly grinned, clearly fond of this new abode. The northern humans are incredibly hospitable. He initially thought it was a trap and was ready to wield his club at any moment. After settling the ogres, Rio, still somewhat anxious, advised, "Once here, try not to engage in robbery. It would reflect poorly." The ogre leader scratched his head. Troubled. "If we don't rob, what shall we eat?" Quite a reasonable point. Rio could only gently persuade, using both cunning and flattery. "The races around here are all my friends. If you rob them and they come seeking justice, whom would I support? Besides, the human lord's military here is no pushover. With several hundred armored knights, if you rob them today, they will come to exterminate you tomorrow. Hunt instead. Try hunting. Or if that fails, plant some crops." The ogre leader displayed a hint of fear. After all, no wild creatures were unafraid of the human lord's military, or they wouldn't have been driven into the wilderness. The ogres are indeed a peculiar lot, possessing an insatiable appetite that makes it impossible for a single location to sustain a large number of them. As a result, they continuously fragment into smaller tribes of 10 or 20, wandering aimlessly until they encounter formidable foes that bring about their demise. This propensity for division is also the reason behind their remarkable skills in disguise, in contrast to the exaggerated portrayals found in past games, where hundreds or thousands of ogres congregate. Such scenes are largely mythical. The voracious appetite of a single ogre surpasses that of 10 humans, and their lack of agricultural prowess means they rely solely on hunting and pillaging. Within a year, they can ravage the land for miles around, leaving it barren. Should hundreds or thousands of ogres gather, they would resort to cannibalism in no time, leading to their total extinction. Thus, despite their formidable individual strength, ogres remain a marginalized race, only able to prey upon smaller tribes in the wilderness, and must avoid even moderately sized groups. The ogre chieftain clearly resonated with Liao's words, nodding vigorously and exclaiming, "Yes, hide, hunt, farm." Feeling the goodwill from Liao, the ogre chieftain placed a heavy hand on Liao's shoulder, solemnly declaring, "You, friend, cannot eat." "Yes, we are friends." Liao felt his heart momentarily stop as the weight of the ogre's hand pressed down. He sensed that a slight increase in pressure could result in his being crushed. After ensuring the ogres were settled, Liao exited the dilapidated watchtower and sighed in relief. On their way back, Ivan regarded him with a strange expression and finally asked, "Liao, can you become friends with anyone?" Liao shrugged, questioning why not. These ogres, being lazy and indulgent, would inevitably resort to cannibalism, wouldn't they? First, he must pacify them and establish rules. If they can abide by them, he would leave them be. If they cannot adhere to the rules, he would simply muster the effort to eradicate them. Liao expressed his true thoughts. "This area is the domain of the dog-headed ones, so I will have Facia keep a close watch. As long as they do not prey upon our He-Wan people, everything else can be negotiated. Furthermore, dealing with bandits is not solely our He-Wan's responsibility, should war break out. I will summon the Night Lords from the south and the garrisons from the western watchtowers to share the burden." As Ivan pondered, he nodded, feeling that there was much for him to learn. In truth, Ivan was a year older than Liao, but had become his subordinate. Previously, this was due to Liao's impressive strength, making him the second best in He-Wan after Yulian. Now, it was because Liao had gained insight and accomplished numerous reliable feats through unconventional means, opening Ivan's eyes and prompting his willing companionship. The following morning, upon returning to He-Wan, a piercing horn sounded from the aqueduct watchtower. Liao quickly climbed to the top of the Lord's Manor's watchtower and glimpsed the situation outside the aqueduct, calling down to the gathered crowd, "All is well, all is well. The alarm has been lifted." Although he announced the alarm's cessation, Liao still gathered over 20 militia members before heading towards the aqueduct. The ogre chieftain, accompanied by 2 ogre warriors, stood across from the aqueduct, facing off against several militia members. The militia appeared pale and trembling, yet did not flee. Instead, they brandished their swords and shields, refusing to allow the ogres to cross the aqueduct. Their bravery was commendable. Indeed, defending their homeland had significantly bolstered their morale. Should they run, it would be the villagers who would suffer. Delaying for even a few minutes to allow the militia to regroup was worth any sacrifice. Liao looked on with satisfaction at the station militia. They had finally been forged into a competent fighting force. Once equipped, their courage and combat prowess would rival that of the Empire's regular infantry. A single soldier could easily chase down 10 peasant soldiers. However, before the ogres, this was still insufficient. Even the finest heavy infantry of humanity would struggle to withstand a single blow from them. Only awakened warriors could hope to stand their ground. The 3-headed ogre did not become enraged by the militia's resistance. Rather, it remained calm outside the aqueduct, awaiting Liao's arrival. What brings you here? Are you here as guests? Liao stepped past the stiffened militia to stand before the 3-headed ogre. Hunt. Success. The stout-headed ogre explained, while the other, gaunt head added, friend. Gift. As he spoke, one of the ogres dropped a deer it had been carrying on its back, tossing it across the aqueduct. The immense carcass landed at Liao's feet, kicking up a cloud of dust and producing a dull thud. This was an immature stag, roughly the size of a donkey. While there were many stag herds near Hewan, they were notoriously swift and alert. It was unclear how these ogres managed to capture one. Relieved, Liao accepted the gift with joy and instructed Ivan, quickly, take some men to fetch a few sacks of wheat. I must return the favor. Seeing Liao's delight, the ogre chieftain was equally pleased and turned to leave. As it departed, the 2 heads continued to converse loudly. Humans, so fragrant. Friends, cannot eat. Stealthily capture. Stealthily eat. The militia members nearby turned pale, sharing a collective sense of dread about their uncertain fate. Chapter 68. Recruiting the dispossessed, yet another foreign tribe, through Liao's persuasive words. Transformed from foe to ally. However, the dog-headed one Facia was not particularly pleased. The sudden presence of an ogre tribe in her hunting grounds was certainly unwelcome. Although their diets did not conflict, ogres hunted animals like brown bears, stags, and saber-toothed tigers, which were beyond the capabilities of the dog-headed ones. The dog-headed ones were still on the ogre's menu. Moreover, it seemed that Liao was amassing more friends, while Facia was receiving fewer alliances from him, which struck her as profoundly unfair. Consequently, Facia had been coming to Hewan to quarrel with Liao. Ogres are not humans. They are called Ao Air Guy people. Ogres eat dog-headed ones. I have already told them not to eat dog-headed ones. She huffed, storming off in anger. Liao had no desire to engage her. Yulian and Rusev were occupied preparing to receive the dispossessed, having gone to Isenbal for a field inspection, leaving Liao and Olivia to manage Hewan. When the settlers first migrated to Hewan, communication with the outside world was nearly severed, and their thoughts were much simpler, focused solely on unity and survival. Now that stability had been achieved, however, a plethora of disarray had emerged. Someone was leveraging their numbers to bully their neighbors. Someone was allowing lust to cloud their judgment, taking advantage of widows and orphans. Someone secretly spent their hard-earned savings to buy a feather from a merchant, only to be beaten senseless by their husband. Truly, it is difficult for even the most just of officials to resolve domestic affairs. The kind-hearted Olivia found it challenging to address such trivial matters. In contrast, Liao thrived in such situations, leveraging his imposing presence to ensure that both villains and tyrants behaved respectfully in his presence. Many disputes that Olivia struggled to mediate were quickly resolved when Liao stood firm, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, casting a disdainful gaze. Most individuals would prioritize harmony, offering apologies where necessary and acknowledging their mistakes, all smoothly done. Should Liao, in his fury, decide to wield his sword, what could be done? Even Yulian, for all his fairness, could not resurrect the dead. Moreover, in this feudal manor society, the lord's authority exceeded that of the king. Liao, having promoted himself to the role of sheriff, wielded the power of life and death. Beyond the restless villagers, there were even shrewder merchants and con artists who required Liao's wit and courage. It was not until Liao had hanged his 5th con artist at the Hewan dock that the incoming traders began to exercise caution. Yulian and Rusev returned from Isenbal after a week, bringing with them the first wave of dispossessed individuals. This group consisted of 100 people, the majority being young and vigorous men, with a small portion being young women. They were situated at the lumberyard across the river, separated from Hewan Ling by the wide Anzino River, which spanned over 100 meters. They traversed the waters using rafts and small boats. The cleared land surrounding the lumberyard served as their temporary encampment. As the area expanded, Yalian instructed the displaced persons to utilize local materials to construct a wall and watchtower, thus forming a small military camp, which had been part of the initial plan. Although the land in the frontier belonged to the lord of the territory, the 300 villagers brought by Yalian had essentially transitioned from free citizens to serfs. However, Yalian himself hailed from humble beginnings, subconsciously perceiving himself as a village leader and clan patriarch, lacking the exploitative mentality of a feudal lord. Most of the villagers from the northern region shared blood ties. Aside from a few refugees from other villages, Yalian not only refrained from treating them as serfs, but also allocated them tax-exempt plots of land, aspiring to ensure their lives were better than those spent by the cold banks of the northern ice river. However, the newly recruited refugees were not afforded such privileges. The north was not devoid of a slave system, and it was already considered merciful to treat them as anything but slaves. Therefore, the new arrivals became serfs of the frontier, without their own lands, solely responsible for farming and logging for their lord. The military outpost constructed around the lumberyard served as their dwelling, isolating them from potential diseases. In times of necessity, it could also function as a forward base for Hewan Ling, repelling the first wave of attacks from the northern tribes. The lumberyard outpost, acting as a focal point for firepower, allowed for a retreat to Hewan should the battle turn unfavorable. This was preferable to allowing the tribes from the north to invade Hewan and trample the northern farmlands without a fight. The new refugees were required not only to log and construct shelters, but also to participate in militia training, learning the fundamentals of marching formations and weapon handling. As an incentive, the outstanding individuals would be inducted into the militia reserves, specifically the 2nd Squad, participating in the allocation of tax-exempt land the following year. Liao observed these new subjects with the same scrutiny one might apply to livestock, as most of the refugees from Eisenbor had gradually fled the chaos of the north, with those reaching Eisenbor being either robust or from privileged backgrounds. Yalian naturally selected the finest laborers among the former, and although they had lost weight during their journey, they were still superior to the original villagers of Hewan. The initial villagers were frail, with a high proportion of the elderly and weak. And aside from the key militia members being trained, the rest resembled a skeletal army, as if summoned by some undead lord. In contrast, 2 months of ample food and labor had collectively increased the weight of the villagers, filling them with vitality, making them more appealing than the current batch of pallid refugees. Yalian stood beside Liao, observing them with a look of care akin to that of a farmer regarding his newly acquired livestock, remarking, "A bowl of porridge in the morning, a cake in the evening, and meat every 3 days. Let them start with light work to build up their strength." The porridge was a thick gruel, a large ceramic bowl containing a full 1.5 liters. The cakes were wheat cakes, the size of basins, far too large for even the smallest stomachs to finish. As for the so-called meat, it was primarily various meat broths. Yet each individual would receive at least a piece of bone, all aimed at nourishing the serfs, showcasing authenticity without pretense. Rizufu gazed enviously, exclaiming, "What a fortunate existence! I ran a grocery store in my old village in the north, and even as a well-off peasant, I never lived like this." Yalian sighed. "We can't afford not to. The world is harsh, and food is scarce. If we don't nourish them, all our provisions will fall into the hands of the tribes." He understood the necessity of transforming supplies into combat readiness. Without such insight, relocating an entire village 1,000 miles away would be unthinkable. Many noble lords on the southern banks of the northern ice river clung to their coffers until their last breath. As the refugee group entered Hewan, the news of the frontier's development spread across Eisenbor. In the wilderness, 2 months had already felt excessively long. Those unable to endure had long since retreated, and those destined for annihilation had met their fates. Having weathered the initial 2 months, the essential defensive structures were nearly completed, and provided they did not face an assault with triple their numbers, the risk of annihilation was significantly diminished. Regardless of future prospects, from an external perspective, the frontier at least seemed to have established a foothold. Following the refugees was a small caravan of merchants traversing the various nightly territories of Eisenbor. A few days later, a diminutive adventurer group appeared at the southern gate of the Hewan Peninsula. At long last, Hewan welcomed its first adventurer group. Chapter 69. The First Adventurer Group. The adventurer group consisted of merely 6 members, yet each possessed 2 exceptional steeds from the north. For their profession, this was rather extravagant, yet it indirectly highlighted their formidable prowess. After circumnavigating Hewan, they chose to camp on the riverbank between the village and the southern gate rather than entering the village. The southern end of the water channel on the Hewan Peninsula led to a river mouth, marked by a riverbank less than 20 meters wide, with a slope rising 4 to 5 meters on the inner side. Yulian erected a gate here, placing wooden barricades and assigning several militiamen to stand guard. Though their defensive capabilities were minimal, and there was no intention to set up tolls, it at least served to alert potential intruders, creating an illusion of strict vigilance that might deter many. Liao, with both facets of his persona filled with curiosity about the adventurers of this fantastical world, eagerly took the little mouse to observe the spectacle. 6 individual tents were already erected, and mere meters away, freshly felled trees had been fashioned into hitching posts, with 12 warhorses lined up in an aesthetically pleasing row. An elderly man, well past 50, was distributing fodder to these horses. Liao, lacking a warhorse of his own, cherished the sight and remarked, "The Lord's mansion has stables," squeezing in a few more wouldn't he hurt. "It's pitiful for the warhorses to endure a cold night like this." The old man, holding a handful of fodder, scrutinized Liao and scoffed, "Can you make such decisions?" In this world, the attitude of knightly lords toward adventurers resembled that of local authorities toward street urchins, naturally adversarial, with mutual disdain. Unless the adventurer group was notably renowned or exceptionally well acquainted with the area, ordinary adventurers were seen as troublemakers in the Lord's eyes. The fact that they had not sought any excuse to take action was already a sign of the Lord's magnanimity. At that moment, Liao, still clad in his tattered linen shirt, remained oblivious to the chill in the spring air, standing in stark contrast to the little girl beside him, who was bundled in snow bear pelts. His golden hair had been carelessly cropped short, leaning against the girl, presenting a disheveled appearance. To others, he appeared merely as a carefree country lad wandering about. Liao boasted, "Of course, in this place, my word carries the most weight." The old man shook his head. "I don't believe you. Uncle Peter, since he claims so, why not ask the local lord?" At that moment, a melodious voice emerged from within one of the tents, followed by a brown-haired girl climbing out from the adventurer group's small encampment. She was slightly older than Olivia, a strikingly beautiful young woman wearing a deep brown cowboy hat and a bright yellow, exquisitely tailored leather jacket. Between the intricate laces adorning her chest and sides, a glimpse of a snow-white shirt peeked through, with lace trimmings at the collar and cuffs. Her lower half was clad in thick denim trousers, complemented by knee-high leather boots that accentuated her long legs. Liao nearly mistook her for a Western cowgirl who had crossed into another world. Or perhaps she was simply portraying the female lead from a Caribbean pirate tale. Yet, her finely crafted attire seemed more suited for a stage production in the city. Once in the wilderness, she would quickly transform from a phoenix to a common hen. Without further ado, the intricately laced leather boots, cinched waist, and leather jacket must take an hour to don and doff, I suppose. Observing Liao appraising her from head to toe, the astute and elegant young woman, quite pleased with her attire befitting an adventurer, tolerated his unabashed gaze. She had encountered many such impetuous and brash country youths before. There was no need for it. The northern steeds were not so difficult to tend to. After a moment's contemplation, old Peter shook his head in refusal of Liao and his companion's proposal. It was easy to bring horses into the Lord's stable, but when it came time to leave, it was uncertain who would claim the war horses. Though seasoned in adventure, old Peter was not afraid of the nights in these small regions, yet he preferred to avoid unnecessary troubles. Unlike old Peter's cool demeanor, the astute and graceful young woman seized the opportunity to converse with the locals. "Hello, my name is Danis." "Hello, I am Liao." "Liao, are you familiar with the local lord? Could you introduce me to him?" Liao waved his hand. "Very familiar, follow me." The other 4 members of the adventuring party, each with their distinct physiques, were gathered around the center of the camp, preparing a bonfire while observing the unfolding scene. The adventurer, known as Barrett, towering over 2 meters and nicknamed the Giant, teased the young Ranger Lynch. "Why don't you hurry and chase after her? Your beloved is running off with someone else." Lynch smiled shyly, choosing not to respond. This country youth resembled himself before he left the village. In a bid to gain the attention of a beauty, he would shamelessly approach the Lord only to receive a cold shoulder. In the end, he might end up displeasing both sides, and perhaps even receiving a beating. There was no real threat. Liao brought the female adventurer Danis to the entrance of the Lord's mansion, where they saw Yulian lounging in the sun with a chair. "There you go, our Lord. Feel free to ask any questions." Danis smiled and thanked Liao before bowing to Yulian, respectfully saying, "I have the honor of meeting you, my lord." "Greetings, adventurer." Yulian, too lazy to rise, remained slouched, looking down at Danis and inquired, "What is it you need?" "Our adventuring party plans to explore the Kulianjuan region. We require some preliminary reconnaissance, so we would like to stay here for a while and purchase essential supplies such as food and fodder." "No problem." Yulian extended his hand, pointing to Liao. Just consult with him. Danis, surprised, glanced at Liao and asked, "Respectful lord, do you have a map of the vicinity? Preferably one that leads towards Kulianjuan. If so, I am willing to pay for it." Yulian turned to Liao. "Do we have a map of Kulianjuan?" "No." Yulian replied to Danis. "We don't have one." Danis cast another look at Liao. "Respectful lord, do you have a guide familiar with the terrain of Kulianjuan? I am willing to pay for their services." Yulian turned to Liao again. "Do we have a guide familiar with Kulianjuan?" "No." Yulian stated to Danis. "We don't have one." Danis lost her patience, glaring at Liao, feeling as though she was being toyed with. "Who really is the lord here?" "Don't look at me." Liao shrugged helplessly. "He is the lord, and I am merely a local." Danis angrily declared, "If you have a qualified map, I am willing to pay 5 gold coins for it. If you have a suitable guide, I am willing to pay 1 gold coin per day for their services. If not, our adventuring party will have to find our own way." Before she could finish, Yulian tumbled from his chair, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes. We have everything. The best map. The finest guide. Satisfaction guaranteed." Liao regarded Yulian with disdain, deeply dissatisfied with his obsequious demeanor. "Is such a meager sum enough to sway you? Where is the backbone of the northern folk? After all, he is a lord." Yulian pulled Liao aside and urged in a low voice, "Hurry and draw a map." Liao was reluctant to budge. Was it worth his while for such a paltry sum? Yulian, exasperated, insisted, 5 gold coins. Imperial gold cello. "Do you have any idea how valuable that is?" Liao uncertainly replied, "Is it really worth 5 gold coins? The steel sword you possess could buy at least 2. If converted to food, it would be at least 100 bags of wheat." Though Liao had little concept of the currency and prices in this world, he had often observed Olivia tallying accounts and gathered a smattering of knowledge. Previously, the standard gold coin of the Orlantis Empire was known as cello, a currency typically reserved for significant transactions such as purchasing estates, land, or ships, and was held primarily by nobles and wealthy merchants. With the empire's expansion over hundreds of years and economic development, numerous gold mines had been discovered and exploited, leading to the wider circulation of gold cello, eventually appearing in the hands of commoners. Naturally, most people also became accustomed to referring to their silver and copper coins as silver cello and copper cello, providing a sense of psychological wealth appreciation. 1 gold cello equated to 100 silver cello and 1,000 copper cello. In Istanbul, a standard bag of wheat typically cost around 5 silver cello. Liao's hybrid sword, needless to say, was a product of military-grade quality, scarcely circulating in the market and considered a private collection among the nobility. Upon hearing Yulian's simple comparisons, Liao suddenly realized the implication. This was not merely a map. It was akin to a treasure map. 5 gold coins exchanged for 100 bags of wheat would be enough for the entire village to feast for a week. Not only Yulian, but Liao himself felt a surge of excitement. At this juncture, Liao recalled the gold and silver coins he had acquired from executing Lawrence during the last campaign against the bandits. At least 20 of those coins were gold. He collected the pouch of coins and tossed it to Yulian. After all, the original Liao had never handled money and had little interest in it. However, now he suddenly comprehended that this sum might equate to several 100,000 in his previous life, and he felt on the verge of tears. "Return my previous funds." He had thought that such a small pouch of coins would only be worth a few hundred or 1,000. "What money? Where is it?" Yulian feigned ignorance. Staring at Liao, both locked in a moment of confrontation before conceding. "All right, fine. You draw the map, and once you earn this sum, I will return it to you. I am merely safeguarding it for you." Liao chose to ignore him and turned his gaze toward the wealthy Danis, his expression gradually softening. Not only that, but he aimed to profit from the guide's fee as well. Approaching Danis, Liao introduced himself anew. "I am Rio Mundo, the militia captain of Huanling, the most elite scout of Kulianjuan, your best guide." Danis displayed significant skepticism. "Previously you claimed there was none, and now you assert you are?" "Trust between individuals is built on effective communication," Liao earnestly explained. "The prior communication was not optimal." Danis, observing the unreliable local lord and the even more dubious local figure, felt overwhelmed and finally stated, "I can provide the funds, but they cannot be given freely. I need to return to discuss with my companions and will respond to you tomorrow." "No rush, no rush." Yulian rubbed his hands together, resembling a simple, honest farmer. "You are welcome to dine with us this evening." "Thank you, my lord, but I must decline." Watching Danis depart, Yulian reluctantly withdrew his gaze and instructed Ivan, who had been a mere spectator throughout, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry to the storeroom and fetch some meat for our esteemed guest." He then elaborated to Liao. "Guiding them could yield a substantial profit. This is no mere adventurer, but a young lady enjoying an outing. If you take them across the river for a tour, They will likely tire and demand to return home. But the season for spring sowing is fast approaching. Can you make it back in time? Liao retorted. What do I need to return for? As though I am capable of farming. Leading this adventuring party on an outing, earning 1 gold coin a day, would suffice to sustain our 400 people. Is there any need to farm? Yulian fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. In the northern village where agriculture sustains life, the spring sowing season is of paramount importance, akin to a significant festival. The Lord, accompanied by his family, graces the fields to inspire the hard-working farmers and bestow blessings for a bountiful harvest in the year to come. In such moments, Wulian subconsciously desires for Liao to be at his side, akin to his progeny, continually affirming his status as the heir. Although many villagers are aware of his intention to marry his daughter to Liao and cultivate him as the successor of Huanling, the growing population of Huanling invites an increase in those with ulterior motives. Wulian, a man of humble military origins, lacks political acumen, relying solely on the wisdom gained from a lifetime of struggle to navigate his current role. While he may excel as a village leader or a bandit chief, the mantle of a noble lord still feels somewhat burdensome. Despite his inability to articulate his concerns, he harbors a deep-seated desire to eliminate any potential threats before they can manifest. After rejoining her fellow adventurers, Danis briefly recounted her recent experiences. When she declared her willingness to pay 1 gold coin per day for a guide, her 5 companions gazed at her with expressions of concern. Was 1 gold coin too extravagant? Danis, though lacking in social experience, was far from foolish. Rather, she quickly recognized the inappropriateness of her offer. 1 gold coin was sufficient to entice a villager who had never left the confines of his home to falsely claim to be a world-traveling adventurer. The leader of the adventuring party, the heavily armored warrior Hawkins, sighed and remarked, "What shall we do? Yet you have stated that a guide in the wilderness is of utmost importance." "Indeed, a trustworthy guide is essential," Hawkins elaborated. "A reliable guide can help the adventuring party avoid most of the risks and save a considerable amount of time scouting. The insights of the locals cannot be purchased even with wealth. Often, one must risk their life to learn through trial and error. However, in this newly established territory, we may struggle to find the right individual. Without a dependable guide, we might have to stay here and explore slowly, familiarizing ourselves with the terrain first." A scoffing voice from the shadowy figure of Fisher interjected, "Time waits for no one, my friend. I understand. Time is of the essence. Isn't there a map? Let us acquire it first. If we can confirm its accuracy, it would indicate that the locals possess at least some knowledge of the Howling Wolf Plains. Only then should we seek out a guide. If he proves trustworthy, a gold coin a day may not be unreasonable. If nothing materializes, we shall rely on ourselves. With our Firefly adventuring party reunited, we need not fear a mere Howling Wolf Plains." Indeed. Chapter 71, Night of the Flag, Hawkins. Early the following morning, Danis returned to the Lord's Manor with old Peter, seeking out Liao. Liao produced a hastily drawn map he had worked on throughout the night, extending his hand. 5 gold coins. Upon seeing the crude map, Danis felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. In her mind, a map was an adventurer's quintessential tool, an aged, dusty parchment imbued with an air of mystery, complete with markings of perilous regions and layers of formidable beasts, perhaps even adorned with the silhouette of a dragon in the margins. Instead, she faced a mere scrap of paper adorned with wavy lines and triangles, and the ink was hardly dry. Conversely, old Peter, who had remained silent, took the map from Liao, scrutinizing it carefully before nodding towards Danis. Danis showed no inclination to negotiate. She promptly produced 5 gleaming gold solars and handed them to Liao, all the while glaring with a warning. "You had better not be deceiving me. I am an experienced adventurer." Liao maintained a serious facade, solemnly assuring her, while inwardly he chuckled. "Your extensive experience is likely drawn from the ballads of bards and tales of adventure, isn't it?" In the following days, the small adventuring party fell silent. During his leisure, Liao would check in on Danis, only to find her either perched on a stone by the riverbank, basking in the sun while engrossed in a book, or accompanying old Peter fishing. Occasionally, she would venture into Huanling to assist old Peter in procuring food, observing villagers constructing homes, or playfully engaging with the village children and the young kobold pups. Danis exhibited an unusual affection for these diminutive humanoid creatures and harbored a desire to adopt one. However, when the troubled Olivia revealed the fearsome visage of the kobold blacksmith, Danis promptly abandoned her wish to acquire a pet. It truly felt like a day out in the countryside. With her serene demeanor, she radiated the essence of an artistic young woman, far removed from the life of an adventurer, resembling an inexperienced university student. her eyes sparkling with naive wonder and longing for adventure. In contrast, her fellow adventurers often vanished from sight. They may have journeyed across the river to survey the terrain, verifying their maps. Yet, it was equally possible they were merely indulging in leisure before returning home. Days passed, and just as Liao believed his guiding fee was secure, Danis once again sought him out. Your map is indeed accurate, though its coverage is somewhat lacking and not sufficiently detailed. We still require a guide. Are you certain you are the best guide available here? Absolutely. It is worth every penny. Liao boasted. Very well, my previous offer stands. I can hire you as a guide for 1 gold coin per day, and I will pay you 5 gold coins in advance. Once this venture concludes and we return, I shall settle the remaining balance. But this agreement requires the endorsement of your lord. Deal. Prepare yourself. We shall depart tomorrow morning. Regardless of whether Danis's proposal was her own or imparted by her companions, Liao had no objections as long as there was money to be made. Even if the adventuring party had not materialized, Liao intended to scout the northern shore, while Bjorn and his band of wild hunters roamed the northern foothills. Disseminating news from the wilderness, nothing could compare to witnessing the sights firsthand. The wild folk, long isolated from the world, spoke a dialect that was difficult for Liao, a foreigner who had migrated from afar, to comprehend. He wished to avoid the misunderstandings he had faced previously with Fisha. 2 ogres. How could she even conceive of that? The next morning, Liao donned the full set of armor he had acquired from Lawrence's armed retinue. The exquisite leather-lined chainmail shirt, steel pauldrons, iron gauntlets, and visored helmet, complemented by a round shield and a longbow slung across his back, along with a steel sword and quiver, presented him in a fully equipped manner before the adventuring party's encampment. With an abundance of iron supplies in the territory, Liao had Valerie enhance his double-layered round shield with a ring of iron strips and rivets, significantly bolstering its defensive capability. The infantry shield previously crafted by Woollien possessed only one merit: its thickness, while its quality paled in comparison to the genuine round shields of the Imperial infantry. Lacking iron resources and refined craftsmanship, the militia's round shield resembled nothing more than a pot lid fashioned from several thick wooden planks. While it could withstand arrows and blade strikes, it was prone to splintering and breaking under blunt force. After having iron bands and rivets affixed, the shield could withstand several more blows from even the mightiest Boorman warriors. Indeed, one's attire speaks volumes. Liao's tall and robust physique, nearly akin to that of an adult northerner, was accentuated by his armor, transforming him into the visage of an elite warrior, which instilled a sense of security among those around him. At least among the village women, eyes sparkled with admiration as they watched Liao stride forth. The weight of his armament was substantial, nearing 70 or 80 pounds, approaching that of a heavily armored elite infantryman. Yet, Liao, blessed with natural strength, felt no hindrance in movement, akin to an ordinary person donning an additional layer of bulletproof clothing. However, he soon realized that Hawkins, the leader of their adventuring party, was even more extraordinary. He donned a complete set of standard knightly plate armor. In this realm, heavy plate armor is indeed forged from steel. Rather than mere thin iron sheets, it resembles the battle suit of Iron Man. The leader of the Firefly adventurers, Harkins, is a handsome and charming middle-aged gentleman. He cradled a visored knight's helm in one hand, greeting Leo with a warm smile and extending his hand for an introduction. I am Harkins, a knight of the Empire's banner and the leader of the Firefly adventurers. The Banner Knights are a noble rank within the Orlantis Empire, as well as a military title. Individuals like Julian, who are junior pioneering knights, are known as pennant knights, derived from their triangular family banners. Should his lord, Count Freylove, summon him to assemble a legion, Julian would lead his subordinates into battle without needing to display his own banner on a grand battlefield. After all, a lowly knight commands only a handful of knightly retainers, a dozen professional soldiers, and perhaps a few dozen conscripts, totaling at most 100. The presence of an additional standard bearer would reduce the number of combatants. Thus, he and his soldiers would be assigned under a banner knight, forming a military unit alongside other pennant knights, akin to the concept of centurions not carrying banners while the 1,000-man commanders do. Julian's former superior, Rigolav Petahov, is a banner knight of the Empire. If one day the orcs approach Isenbor, it is likely that Julian will find himself once again under Rigolav's command. Chapter 72, The Remarkably Extraordinary Firefly Adventurers. A banner knight, even if not a distinguished commander, is at least a large landowner. Such a figure should be living in comfort, yet here he is, adventuring in the wilderness, which greatly surprises Leo. Moreover, the weight of his full suit of plate armor is nearly equivalent to that of the wearer, even heavier than the armor of the Empire's heavy cavalry. Heavy cavalry dismounts with a movement speed penalty, yet he appears unaffected in his mobility. No ordinary person, regardless of their strength, could achieve such a feat. He must surely be an extraordinary being. Leo's mind became animated as he extended his hand to shake Harkin's hand. Greetings, Sir Harkins. The customary greeting among the Northerners is an arm clasp, as the region is impoverished and rugged, with people traversing mountains and rivers, clasping arms to signify mutual support. In contrast, the Southerners prefer a handshake. In the Orlantis Empire, where martial prowess reigns, individuals don armor and wield weapons, removing their helmets and gauntlets to shake hands with friends and family as a gesture of peace. Upon meeting the adventurer party's leader, the remaining members of the group approached one by one. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall, bulkier than an orc, stepped forward and chuckled. I am Barrett. This giant wore battle-scarred leather armor, with large tears in the chest revealing a thick mat of chest hair. Over this, he donned a large chainmail shirt and a bear fur cloak. His arms, thick as an ordinary man's thigh, were bare, and he wielded 2 heavy battle axes. The double-handed executioner axes, weighing dozens of pounds, seemed like mere single-handed axes in his grip. Behind him stood a small man, less than 1 meter and 60 centimeters tall, entirely cloaked in black, with only a hint of black leather armor and a quiver of crossbow bolts visible. He spoke coldly, Fisher. Beside him was the young ranger, Lynch, who appeared reluctant to speak to Leo. This is Lynch, our young ranger, old Peter cheerfully introduced. As for myself, I am old Peter, the cook of our adventurer group. As Leo gazed at the 6 members of the adventurer party, he felt as though he were standing at the character selection screen of a role-playing game, brimming with a sense of fantasy. With keen interest, he introduced himself. I am Rio Mundo, the militia captain of the Riverbend territory, and I shall be your guide. It is a pleasure to meet you all. In the time to come, I hope we can assist one another and coexist harmoniously. Danis observed the fully armed Leo with satisfaction, nodding in approval. The ability to move freely while wearing 70 to 80 pounds of gear indicated that he was at least a competent warrior in terms of physical fitness. Even if he were merely a facade, he would still be a robust one, capable of keeping pace with the adventurers. Moreover, his eloquence and quick wit alleviated concerns regarding communication or potential blunders. This was a far better first impression than she had anticipated. Thus, Danis extended her hand and reintroduced herself. I am Danis, a historian and the initiator of this adventure. Mr. Mondo, welcome to the Firefly Adventurers. With that settled, let us prepare for departure. Leo acted decisively, immediately organizing the logistics. First, let us send your steeds to the Lord's Manor stable. We shall retrieve them upon our return. I can arrange for a few donkeys to carry our supplies. He instructed them to thoroughly check tents, sleeping bags, weapons, gear, food, and medicine, compiling a list to ensure nothing was overlooked. The adventurers exchanged glances. Was this truly their new leader? As the captain of the militia, Leo was accustomed to leading troops into battle. These preparatory measures stemmed not only from Julian's teachings, but also from the carefulness instilled in him by his past life. At this moment, it was an instinctive response. Old Peter was the first to react, showing no discontent, urging his companions to check everything thoroughly. Leo called a few militia members to lead the steeds to the stable, exchanging them for 3 donkeys to pack their tents, food, and other supplies into 3 loads on their backs. Noticing Danis's puzzled expression, old Peter quietly explained, in the wilderness, donkeys are more useful than steeds. Traversing mountains and rivers can easily injure a horse's hooves. If danger arises, a donkey can be sacrificed as a shield, while a steed cannot. They are faster than men, and it would be a shame to lose one. Following his advice was wise. It was only March, and the temperature difference between day and night in the north could be significant. It might even snow. You should leave that box of clothes behind, apart from what you wear, and bring only 2 extra warm coats. Danis grew anxious and quietly inquired, what will I do about changing clothes? Old Peter hesitated, then finally replied, that is for you to figure out. Once everything was in order, Leo led the adventurers through the village, heading north along the riverbank, preparing to cross the river upstream. A few miles upstream, where the river branched, there was a shallow area where the water barely reached the knees, making it ideal for crossing. Leo had previously led the militia to ambush the Boer men by crossing the river at this very spot. As for taking a boat to the lumber yard across the river and continuing north, they would encounter 2 ravines along the way. These small ravines, less than 5 meters wide and 7 to 8 meters deep, could be navigated by a person, but not by donkeys. There were no roads in the wilderness, and such 3 to 5 meter wide ravines and 7 to 8 meter high cliffs were ubiquitous. If Leo were alone, he could easily leap over such minor obstacles. However, With a larger group and more supplies, it became quite troublesome. They would need to rely on their familiarity with the terrain to navigate around them. This exemplified one of the roles of a wilderness guide, to prevent the adventuring party from wasting an entire day due to encountering a small ravine. Leo was already quite familiar with this forested area, having traversed it with the militia once before, and he navigated it with ease. Leading a donkey while guiding the adventurers felt akin to a picnic. As they walked, he engaged in conversation. "Sir Harkins, is that armor of yours heavy?" "Not at all," he replied. "With such a robust physique, you must certainly be an extraordinary being, correct?" Harkins glanced at Leo, sharing a knowing smile with his companions, yet did not respond. Instead, Danis, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "In the Firefly Adventurers, we do not recruit ordinary folk. We are all extraordinary beings." Leo was taken aback. This was something he had not anticipated. In his mind, extraordinary beings were prominent figures, at the very least, rare talents. In the North, the extraordinary beings who pledge allegiance to the Earl are generously bestowed with a manner, instantly transforming into landed knights without the need for personal endeavor. This sudden abundance invokes a sense of cheapness. Are they all extraordinary beings? Even you? Danasi replied with modesty, "I am a mage." Leo regarded her with skepticism. With a smile, Danasi raised her hand and gently rubbed her fingers together, and between her thumb and index finger, a ball of flame erupted. Chapter 73, The Courtyard. This fireball, the size of a ping-pong ball, hovered in the air, radiating heat. It showed no signs of extinguishing despite the absence of combustible material. Leo felt a pang of envy, realizing that this naive little darling was, in fact, a hidden powerhouse. A mage, indeed. How could an elite adventuring party possibly lack one? Yet, he stubbornly remarked, "Surely, this is merely a parlor trick? Can you conjure a fireball spell, or perhaps a portal?" Danasi rolled her eyes and retorted, "A portal spell is a spatial magic that only a grand mage of the Holy Order can master. You cannot ask if I can do it. You can only inquire if I have seen it, and the answer is I have not even seen it. As for the fireball spell, I am merely a newly awakened low-level mage. Casting such offensive fire magic requires a certain guiding time. But I am prepared, look." With that, she lifted her hem, revealing a row of small glass vials on her belt. These vials, reminiscent of bottled oral solutions, contained colorful powders and liquids. "This is fire oil, which I use to enhance the ignition effect of my fireball spell. This is the saliva of a lizard man, which I use to enhance the paralysis effect of my ice arrow spell. These casting materials not only augment the potency of my spells, but also shorten my casting time. After all, igniting air cannot compare to igniting fire oil directly, and freezing air is not as swift as freezing liquid." Observing Danasi enthusiastically presenting her casting materials like a little online influencer, Leo felt somewhat speechless at her innocence. "If I were a villain, your trump card would be completely exposed." He glanced back at the members of the adventuring party, the Iron Man powered solely by human strength. The giant wielding two 50-pound execution axes, the black-armored assassin, silent as a shadow, and the young ranger, whose green longbow faintly glowed, his gaze sharp. Each one appeared exceptional. "So, it seems I am the only ordinary one. This adventuring party does not seem to be here for mere amusement." Leo suddenly sensed a heightened danger in this adventure. "So do you have a specific objective in Drivwolf playing?" Previously, Danasi's request was merely for him to lead the adventuring party through the pine forest to the foot of a mountain north of the Shattered Hills. But she had not mentioned what they were to do. "The truth is, I am actually a student at the Imperial Capital University. My mentor, the renowned historian Mr. Zilluode, has dedicated his life to studying Elven civilization. 2 years ago, he finally discovered information about the city of the Elven Lord Chisek, known as the Courtyard, within ancient scrolls. The highland at the center of the Grand Barrier is referred to as Talaxir by the elves. At the heart of the Talaxir highland lies the capital of the elves, known as the High Court. This is the birthplace of the elves and the place where they resided during the Elven Age. Over 1,000 years ago, the Elven Lord Chisek led his kin away from the High Court, migrating from the Talaxir highland to the foothills of the north, establishing the second Elven city known as the Courtyard, which is also the only Elven city founded beneath the highland, and simultaneously a city of all races. A city of all races advocates for the equality of all beings, allowing all races to coexist as long as they abide by the laws of the Courtyard, permitting any race to live and trade within its bounds. Although the current free islands are also referred to as the Second Courtyard, it is predominantly human, with most non-human races still living as slaves. After the establishment of the Courtyard, countless races migrated to the north along the World Tree Avenue, settling in Drivwolf Plain, under the protection of the Elven Lord. Unfortunately, about 1,000 years ago, the savage Orcish tribes were the first to violate the laws of the courtyard, brazenly attacking the various races of the north, leading to the slaughter of many elves. However, the powerful elven lord Chisiai did not lead the multitude in resistance. Instead, he chose to retreat with his kin back to the Talaxier highlands, sealing off the city. The brilliance of the courtyard vanished in an instant. The alliance of all races crumbled, and chaos ensued among the factions. The once illustrious city-state transformed into the orcs' pasture, and later, under the disturbances of magic, devolved into a perilous wilderness. Drivwolf Plain was ruled by the orcs for over a century, and then it remained a desolate wasteland for even longer, with all traces of city-state ruins buried beneath ancient scrolls and age-old poems. Why did the powerful elven lord flee without a fight, transforming from a revered figure into a diminished character in a 1,000-year-old poem? This profound enigma has been the focus of my mentor's lifelong research. As Danacy spoke, her eyes sparkled with fervor. Unfortunately, my mentor, Mr. Zilluode, is now too old to personally search for the remnants of the courtyard in Drivwolf Plain. As his academic successor, it is my duty to shoulder this responsibility, and it will also serve as the theme of my graduation thesis. Leo nodded repeatedly. His initial intuition was correct. Danacy truly was a university student. Danacy clearly became animated in the conversation. Uncle Hajinsi is a friend of my father's. He was once a formidable adventurer and the leader of the Firefly adventuring party, but after marrying and having children, he became a guardian knight in the imperial capital's garrison, thus concluding his adventuring career. My father, concerned for my safety on this journey, hired Uncle Hajinsi as my protector. The giant Baelite, the shadowy Fascia, and the Cookold Pit are all former companions of his adventures, and Linchi's father is among them as well. Although it cost quite a bit, it was undoubtedly worth it. Each companion is exceptionally strong. So, this entire group of extraordinary beings is here to work for you? That makes perfect sense. How could a seasoned elite adventuring party bring along such an inexperienced little darling unless they had a benefactor? Leo felt an immense envy. This is true wealth. In light of this, it seems my salary is likely the lowest. As they walked and talked, Leo gradually pieced together the purpose of their journey. This group had come seeking the so-called ruins of the Elven City, the courtyard. Ordinary adventuring parties would flock to wealth, but for extraordinary beings, reputation clearly held greater significance. Even without additional earnings, merely being the first to discover the ruins of the courtyard would suffice as ample reward for this expedition. Unfortunately, Master Bobake had been unreachable for quite some time, and Leo could not obtain any information regarding the courtyard from him. This 500-year-old elven archdruid certainly knew far more than any human historian. However, even if the call were successful, whether he would be willing to share was another matter. Leo had no extravagant thoughts. He simply aimed to fulfill his basic role as a guide and earn his due salary. Just then, a commotion erupted in the jungle, as a large group of fully armed dog-headed men emerged. Chapter 74, The Language of the Dog-Headed Men. Sir Hajinsi immediately stepped forward, retrieving his knightly kite-shaped shield and drawing his knightly sword, readying himself for battle. Before him stood over 20 dog-headed men, each larger and sturdier than any he had encountered in his adventuring career, and they formed an orderly line, many wielding crossbows. These dog-headed men sported wildly styled combs atop their heads, adorned with beastly tooth necklaces, and their lower halves were clad in small leather skirts. The front half of the dog-headed men brandished small round shields, measuring 1.5 feet in diameter, in one hand while holding short spears in the other, with several more short spears strapped to their backs, clearly capable of both throwing and engaging in close combat. The dog-headed creatures lurking in the rear carried small round shields on their backs, armed with crossbows, ever ready to take aim and fire. Although this band of dog-headed beings could pose a threat to ordinary adventurers, they were no match for Hakon's defenses. However, based on Hakon's seasoned judgment, this well-trained foreign contingent could not have been cultivated by a mere wilderness tribe. Behind them, there must certainly be more of their kin. Once entangled, they would face a veritable horde of dog-headed creatures. Even the extraordinary would tire. Relentless combat would deprive them of rest and recovery, ultimately forcing them to retreat from the wild with their tails between their legs. This had barely been half a day in the wilderness. While preparing for battle, Danny shot a reproachful glance at Leo, clearly blaming him for not timely informing the group about the nearby large dog-headed tribe. Leo barked, provoking a stir among the dog-headed beings across from him, who dropped their shields and began barking back fiercely. Leo, with a hand on his sword hilt, took a step forward. The dog-headed creatures immediately huddled together, exchanging glances before scampering away, whimpering. The notorious reputation of Leo for having slain the dog-headed leader had only grown over the past 2 months, transforming him into a figure of dread, a demon of annihilation among the dog-headed folk who had witnessed that battle. To dare bark at him was a mark of extraordinary bravery. Danny's watched in astonishment as the dog-headed beings rushed in and out in less than a minute. Unable to contain her curiosity, she whispered to Rio, "Mundo, do you speak their language?" Leo modestly nodded, replying, "A little." "What about just now?" That was telling them to scram, with a thirst for knowledge. Danny's attempted to mimic him. "Woof? No, that implies courtship. The dog-headed beings would take offense. They do not fancy human women." Danny's instantly blushed, retreating silently to the side. Old Peter and Barrett burst into laughter, finding the young woman amusing. Since the abandoned watchtower had been occupied by ogres, the dog-headed hunting parties were reluctant to enter ogre territory. Splitting their hunting teams, they ventured east across the river to hunt squirrels, wild rabbits, foxes, and the abundant deer-horn cassava in the pine forests on the opposite bank. This pine forest had once been the hunting ground of the Boer tribe, but after their retreat, it had defaulted into a logging area by the river bend. Wilderness hunters preferred the grandeur of the mountainous regions, unless feeling threatened. They rarely ventured into the plains. The sentinels by the river bend regarded the dog-headed beings much like one would view their own domesticated dogs capable of mining, generally turning a blind eye to their presence. Unlike the naive Dannies, Old Peter and the others quickly deduced the close ties between the river bend territory and the dog-headed tribe from their previous encounters with dog-headed pups and blacksmiths. The young guide before them evidently held considerable authority within the dog-headed community, indicating that he was a genuine local native of notable esteem. The journey resumed, reverting to a leisurely state as Leo guided the adventurers along the border between the Dry Wolf Plain and the foothills of the mountains. From the river bend territory to the rugged hills of the Boer tribe, spanning thousands of square kilometers, Leo had explored this area countless times, practically considering it his own backyard. The route he chose now was even more navigable than the pine forests of Dry Wolf Plain. Though Dry Wolf Plain was predominantly a vast flatland, it also contained numerous scattered hills and small mountains, shrouded in ancient trees, dark and mysterious, serving as habitats for various beastly clans, filled with ravines, swamps, waterholes, and earthen slopes. Conversely, the foothills provided ample flat riverbanks, meadows, and sparse groves, offering a clearer view to adjust their course and avoid canyons, sparing them the worry of getting lost. After an entire day of travel, they had yet to encounter a single spot necessitating a halt. By evening, Leo led the adventurers to the valley where they had previously encountered Bjorn and hunted the Boer tribe's hunting party. This valley had once been a base for the Boer hunting team, later occupied by wilderness hunters, serving as an excellent windbreak. The valley boasted ready-made campfire sites, clear mountain springs, and a dry cave for shelter or storage. Danny's, exhausted from the day's journey, spread out a blanket on the ground, sitting down and rubbing her sore calves, finding it difficult to rise. Old Peter and Barrett busied themselves unloading supplies, setting up tents, and preparing a campfire dinner. Leo and the ranger Lynch ascended to the highest point of the valley, surveying the surrounding terrain. Lynch's sharp gaze scanned the area when suddenly he froze. Lifting his green longbow, which now sported a steel arrow, Leo placed his thumb and forefinger in his mouth and blew sharply, producing a whistle that resonated back from deep within the forest 300 meters away. Echoes of whistles rang out from the surrounding woodland before falling silent once more. Lynch, fixating on the direction of the sound, coldly inquired, "Who is that?" "Wilderness hunters," Leo explained. "Don't worry, they are our people." Descending from the hilltop to the camp, it was evident that everyone had heard the commotion. Fisher and Lynch regarded Leo with a hint of wariness. Tales of native guides leading small adventuring parties into bandit lairs and cleaning them out were not unheard of, so suspicions about Leo's intentions lingered. In contrast, Old Peter, Barrett, Hacken, and Danny's appeared unfazed. The former three were seasoned adventurers, having seen it all. If the guide brought them into a bandit lair, it would merely result in a skirmish and perhaps some profit. As for Danny's, she was completely oblivious to such concerns, her mind occupied with observing the valley, preparing to document her experiences in her adventure journal. Chapter 75. Weathered stone pillars seated before the campfire, Leo savored the soup concocted by Old Peter, singing its praises. Truly, the seasoned chef who had traversed with adventurers far and wide had mastered the culinary arts to an extraordinary degree, reaching a level of mastery akin to that of a grandmaster. With merely simple rations and some homemade seasonings, he had crafted a broth that was rich and aromatic, stirring one's appetite immensely. The villagers of River Bend merely knew how to fill their bellies, What a village woman could manage was to boil food until it was cooked. The finest culinary skills belonged to Leo, the indolent little savage. Even the myriad industrial flavorings of his past life could not replicate such delightful aromas. Old Peter, basking in Leo's compliments, beamed with joy, serving him an extra helping. In comparison, the other adventurers felt somewhat out of place, having grown accustomed to his cooking without offering a single compliment. Danny's, however, was much sharper. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, she swiftly launched a verbal onslaught of praise, effortlessly luring old Peter back to her side. As a student of the Imperial University hailing from a scholarly family, her eloquence surpassed Leo's. The other adventurers, witnessing the two young individuals showering old Peter with compliments, wore expressions of envy. They were either tongue-tied or too aged to lower their pride. Yet, Leo and Danny's, both in their 20s, bore no such psychological burdens. After finishing their meal, Leo's expression turned serious as he warned, from this point onward, heading north. I'm not too familiar with the territory. The journey ahead will undoubtedly grow more arduous and perilous, so I urge everyone to remain vigilant. Not far ahead lay the stony hills where the Boer tribe resided, with the adventurers' destination nestled amidst the mountains beyond. The area is rarely traversed, even by wild folk, and Liao has only recorded the terrain from a distance at nearby vantage points, never having conducted an actual exploration. The notes from Danis's mentor documented several landmarks that seemingly differed from those illustrated on Liao's map, which is why the adventurers requested him to serve as their guide. During casual conversations on the road, Danis revealed that their initial plan was to enter Kalangiwan from the northern town of Walonga, exploring southward along the majestic barrier. Walonga is a renowned gathering point for adventurers, with a river flowing into the heart of Kalangiwan, where adventurers have established forward bases. Entering Kalangiwan from there would not only be more convenient, but also safer. However, Walonga has now become a front line against the Orc forces, and those with extraordinary capabilities, like them, would be forcibly conscripted into the military, embroiled in conflicts with the Orcs. Thus, they opted to approach Kalangiwan from the south via Yasinboer and paused at the river bend, where they encountered Liao. This was inevitable. You have performed remarkably well, Hajins reassured, as he retrieved Liao's map and marked it, noting that reaching this point in a single day exceeded their expectations. The other adventurers nodded in instinctive agreement. The journey through the wilderness is fraught with uncertainty. One might traverse 10 kilometers in a day, or perhaps 20. Moreover, the straight-line distance of 1 kilometer on the map could translate to an actual distance of 5 or even 10 kilometers. This merely accounts for the journey. More critically, is the intelligence regarding the wilderness's factions, where other races dwell, where wild folk reside, and where magical beasts roam, all of which are matters of life and death for adventurers. The journey on the following morning proceeded as leisurely as before, but by afternoon, the path became perilous and rugged. The adventurers found themselves frequently halting, consulting the map, while inquiring Liao for specific geographical information and deliberating on their next course of action. Ranger Linchi and Assassin Facia began to stray from the group to scout ahead. By evening, they had only covered half the anticipated distance, and the party camped by a riverbank. After gazing at the towering stone pillars in the distance for some time, Danis lowered her head, packing her tent while addressing Liao. Outside the legendary city of the elves, 24 soaring elven watchtowers are said to be scattered, each equipped with powerful elven mana cannons capable of striking over 100 square kilometers. This region has become a sanctuary for myriad races. Her tone betrayed her excitement. If the stone pillars before them were indeed remnants of ancient elven watchtowers, perhaps the ground beneath them had once been inhabited by many races. Liao looked at the stone pillars and retorted. These are clearly naturally formed weathered pillars, with visible signs of erosion from flowing water. They have nothing to do with elven watchtowers. The distant pillars resembled the stone pillars of Zhangjiajie from his previous life, albeit fewer in number, scattered amidst the mountains. These conspicuous landmarks were marked on Liao's map, thus capturing the adventurer's attention. Although Danis was a historian, she had dabbled in geography, and listening to Liao's terminology made her feel as if she were conversing with a peer from the Imperial Capital University. Engaging with those outside the university felt tiresome, as they incessantly spoke of miracles. To them, the majestic barrier, the World Tree Avenue, the weathered stone pillars, and even the towering trees were all divine wonders. There was no artistry of nature nor the ingenuity of mortals. Everything was merely a gift from the gods. This boy, younger than herself, exuded a spirit of rebellion and skepticism, occasionally revealing wisdom far beyond his years and status, which was why she enjoyed conversing with Liao. Danis couldn't help but chuckle. Liao, you possess quite a wealth of knowledge. Honestly, you ought to pursue your studies at the imperial capital university rather than languishing in a small mountain village. Your noble progeny speak as if they have never tasted the hardships of life. Liao internally scoffed, but refrained from retorting, only jesting. As for further studies, I would rather be invited to teach. As they chatted, a sharp whistle suddenly pierced the air. It was Linchi, stationed not far away, who had climbed to the crown of a giant tree, evidently having observed something alarming. Just as the group armed themselves, the treetops of the nearby pine forest began to tremble, followed by an increasingly intense low growl emanating from the thicket. With a rustling sound, it appeared as though a colossal hand was parting the towering trees on the opposite bank, sending countless broken branches and pine needles flying, revealing a massive shadow before the group. The Zwalong, the beast after which Kalonguin is named. Its fur shimmered with a black sheen akin to silk. Its form immense, yet not cumbersome, embodying the epitome of a wolf, towering even above the battle steeds of the northern realm. In terms of both strength and agility, it far surpassed ordinary wolves. Without any movement, the bloodthirsty scent of the corrupted beast enveloped the entire area. Chapter 76. The Assault of the Zwalong. The Zwalong, also referred to by the wild folk of Kalonguin as the forest giant wolf, is a demon of the woods, said to be a war mount bred by the orcs and a formidable advanced magical beast in its own right. Centuries ago, the orc wolf cavalry were a nightmare for human cavalry. The massive Zwalong bore stout orc warriors, traversing mountains and valleys with ease, and their charges on the plains rivaled that of human heavy cavalry. The growl of the Zwalong could instill terror in warhorses, and its sharp claws could effortlessly slice through steel barding, eviscerating the innards of horses. It was only when the supreme king of the north, the first Duke of the North, rallied all the extraordinary knights to form the legendary Gale Knights, that they managed to withstand the onslaught of the wolf cavalry. After the orcs retreated to the Arctic snowfields, some Zwalong remained in Kalonguin, hiding within the sea of trees, and it was unexpected to encounter one here. However, the members of the adventuring party were not mere novices. The giant Baelite stepped forth first, brandishing 2 executioner's axes and striding into the shallow waters of the river. He raised his weapons and boisterously declared, "Come here, little wolf cub, and face me in single combat." It was just as Zwalong, after all. He had once fought with the earth-shattering bear. The enormous black Zwalong fixed its gaze on Baelite and let out a low growl. Behind it, from the dense forest, more Zwalong revealed themselves. 1, 2, 3. A total of 6 Zwalong lined up on the opposite bank of the river. Baelite lowered his arms, scratching his head as he glanced back at Captain Hadjins. Before Hadjins could give any instructions, he suddenly bellowed, his battle spirit ignited, and charged towards the 6 Zwalong. With his heavy executioner's axes wielded in one arm, he brought one down upon the skull of a Zwalong. His other axe swept in a great arc, forcing back the other Zualangs that attempted to attack him. Simultaneously, an arrow flew from above, instantly piercing the skull of a Zwalong that failed to evade in time. Following that came a barrage of arrows raining down, as if the trees above the Zwalong were filled with longbowmen. Several Zualangs were struck by arrows, emitting pained howls. The diminutive assassin Fascia appeared above one of the Zualangs, having somehow leapt onto its back, brandishing twin daggers as he plummeted down. The slender blades plunged fiercely into the sides of the Zwalong's neck, leaving only the hilts protruding outward. The wounded Zwalong thrashed wildly, blood splattering everywhere, yet could not dislodge Fascia from its back. It was only when another Zwalong lunged at him that Fascia elegantly leaped, executing a graceful somersault in midair, landing with his feet against the trunk of a large tree, and swiftly drew his hand crossbow to shoot from an elevated position. Liao gazed in astonishment, filled with envy. Were it an ordinary brown bear, he might dare to provoke it, but in a life-or-death confrontation, he was not certain he could match even a brown bear. The strength of an adult brown bear's swipe is 4 times that of the boxing champion Tyson, and its charging speed exceeds 50 yards. Colliding with a human would be akin to a vehicular accident. However, such statistics pale in comparison to the formidable Zwalong. Though Barrett exhibited valiant fearlessness and Fisher moved with the grace of a swallow, their numbers were insufficient, and the battle soon fell into a stalemate. Hawkins turned back to old Peter and instructed, "Protect Miss Danny's." He then raised his knightly kite-shaped shield and armed sword, striding through the river to support his comrades. Old Peter, still clutching a frying pan, exchanged glances with Liao. Reluctantly, Liao drew his shield and positioned himself before old Peter and Danny's. With Hawkins's arrival, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, as 3 of the 6 Zwalong were swiftly slain. At that moment, the black giant wolf let out a low howl, and Liao sensed movement behind him. He quickly turned and raised his shield. A A Zwolong had stealthily approached from the other side of the camp. Leaping from the forest with its gaping maw nearly over Danny's head, Liao charged forward with his shield, successfully intercepting the wolf's pounce. The massive wolf's head collided with Liao's round shield, its sharp teeth carving deep grooves into the surface, sending splinters flying and metal bending. Failing to land a hit, the Zwolong landed and swung its forelimbs towards Liao. He blocked this powerful strike with his shield, feeling as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. His entire arm nearly incapacitated. A distinct cracking sound emanated from the shield, and fissures appeared on its back. The specially reinforced ironclad round shield could only withstand one of the Zwolong's blows. Without a moment to ponder, Liao bore the pain and thrust out his sword. The sharp steel blade sliced through the Zwolong's neck fur, sending sparks flying. The wolf's fur felt like fine steel wires, and its hide was tougher than that of a rhinoceros. In comparison to the extraordinary beings, the combat prowess of ordinary humans seemed woefully inadequate. As the giant wolf's claws swept toward him, Hawkins bravely charged forward with his shield, deflecting the wolf's strike and leaving a gash on its body in the process. Barrett's massive axe, upon contact, could easily carve a great gash into the Zwolong or even sever an entire paw. Why then did it prove so difficult for Liao? He felt like weeping. In contrast, his strength was too feeble to breach the Zwolong's defenses. With the emergence of this Zwolong, new Zwolong appeared around the camp, launching themselves at the evidently outmatched trio of Liao, Hawkins, and Danny's. These Zwolong were clearly luring the main force of the adventurers across the river to hunt the weak. Old Peter, wielding his frying pan, struck it with a wooden spoon, creating a clatter reminiscent of an avid football fan urging Danny's, "Quick, cast your fireball. Where is your fireball?" Only then did Danny's come to her senses. She lifted her leather jacket, deftly retrieving a small glass vial, uncapping it, and pouring out the incendiary oil within. In her other hand, she raised what Liao had always believed to be a trekking pole, but was in fact a staff. The fire element rapidly coalesced at the staff's tip, igniting the oil without falling, forming a floating orb. Efair, Efalama, Fuji, Bo. As she softly chanted, the fireball, centered around the oil, drew in surrounding fire elements. Liao felt a wave of heat wash over him, and in an instant, a fireball the size of a soccer ball materialized atop Danny's staff. Upon the completion of her incantation, she thrust the staff forward, and the suspended fireball shot forth in an arc, striking a Zwolong. The fireball exploded, sending a violent wave of heat outward. The Zwolong staggered, half its body ignited, and it howled in agony as it plunged into the river, rolling to extinguish the flames. Yet the specially concocted oil and magically condensed fire elements were not so easily quenched. As the Zwolong emerged from the shallow water, the nearly extinguished flames reignited. The fireball spell Danny's cast utterly shattered Liao's preconceived notions of such magic. Having witnessed countless animations and played numerous games in his past life, Liao had regarded the fireball as a relatively weak, low-tier spell. However, this display was akin to a cannonball. Upon further reflection, it made sense. If the fireball's potency were weaker than that of an arrow, there would be no purpose in its existence. The terrifying power of a mage was fully revealed. Under Liao's valiant protection, Danny's became a moving artillery piece, conjuring a fireball every 5 seconds, capable of injuring and igniting a Zwolong. In just a minute, the area surrounding Liao and Danny's was cleared, with the Zwolong retreating, preferring to cross the river to engage the frenzied warrior Buffett or to bite Hawkins's metallic canister rather than confront Danny's. As for old Peter, he remained sheltered behind Liao and Danny's, playing a game of eagle catches chicks with the Zwolong, instructing Danny's and advising the other companions. After leaving 3 Zwolong corpses in their wake, a horn suddenly sounded from afar, causing all the Zwolong to abandon their adversaries and flee toward the source of the sound. Of the 11 Zwolong, 6 perished and 5 escaped. One was slain by the ranger Lynch's precise shot, another by Fisher's ambush, while the remaining 4 met their end at Barrett's blade. The Zwolong possessed formidable vitality. Danny's fireball, Fisher's daggers and hand crossbow, Hawkins's shield strikes, and armed sword, and Lynch's rain of arrows could only inflict heavy damage upon them. They weakened their combat capabilities and restricted their movements, but could not deliver a swift death. Fisher's initial successful ambush resulted in 2 daggers deeply embedded in a Zwolong's neck, despite suffering a fatal injury. The Zwolong continued to battle the adventurers for several minutes before succumbing to blood loss. Only Barrett's executioner's axe could decisively end its assault. Watching the Zwolong retreat, old Peter, with not a drop of soup spilled from his frying pan, exclaimed with a TSK, "Thank goodness for my skilled command and effective coordination. This is how we repel the Zwolong. I am indeed an experienced adventurer." Liao rubbed his sore arm, standing upon the shattered remnants of his round shield. Gazing at old Peter's triumphant demeanor, uncertain whether to admire his hidden talents or to resent his luck. After all, an adventurer past 50 could either be a master or a harbinger of fortune. Hawkins and Barrett, however, cast grave glances in the direction of the fleeing Zwalong. Danny stepped forward, stating that horn was clearly the beastman's wolf-taming signal. Could it be that these Zwalong are secretly raised by the beastmen here? They might also have been brought from the northern snowfields. The Zwalong of the wolf-driving plains have likely been free-range for centuries and wouldn't be so well-trained. Legend has it that after the sealing of the courtyard, the beastmen dominated this area for 100 years, leaving many ruins, with numerous locations still serving as war fortresses. The beastmen may wish to re-establish their presence here and seize the initiative. Listening to their conversation, Liao couldn't help but interject, "Shouldn't we notify the military of this information?" Hawkins smiled slightly, replying, "Child, the one who currently commands the Northern Territory is none other than the legendary Grand Lord, the high-ranking knight, Duke Mitchell Odoloff. Known as the Sword Saint of Humanity, he is the greatest and most powerful lord since the first Duke of the North. Before him, these mere beastmen are inconsequential. They are but a band of marauders seeking to descend south, unable to survive in the far north. We need only concern ourselves with our own affairs. If the beastman clans truly reach this place, the journey ahead will likely be exceedingly perilous." Liao remained silent, as Hakon's perspective represented the prevailing sentiment among the southern nobility, with few considering the orc invasion a significant threat. Liao had even heard Sir Roman and Julian mention that many southerners outright dismissed the news of the orc incursion as false. If it were truly a concern, why had there been no invasions 200 years ago, or even 100 years ago? It seemed rather convenient that the orcs chose this tumultuous moment when the empire was in disarray, with warring nobles, to launch an invasion. Clearly, this was merely an excuse to demand military funding from the western and southern realms. The garrison at Fengshan Fortress was originally part of the empire's standing army, directly governed by the royal family. However, currently, from soldiers to generals, hardly a single southern individual could be found there. The ranks were filled with northern barbarians. The empire had lost control over this so-called standing army, which in reality functioned as a private military force of the northern duke. Nevertheless, a substantial military salary was still allocated each year. Of course, to claim that the Southerners were unwilling to guard the borders in the frigid lands by the northern ice river would be met with vehement disagreement. Thus, the empire's continuous reduction of the standing army resulted in gaps in the northern ice river's defenses, allowing a few small orc clans to slip through, which was entirely reasonable. The astute Danyes discerned the cause of Liao's silence and gently reassured him, "Do not fret. The journey through the wolf-driving plain is arduous. Even if orcs were to invade here, they would only be minor clans, causing disturbances in small villages, unable to influence the larger battle." As a student of the Imperial Capital Academy, Danyes possessed more insightful information than the average person. As students and mentors often engaged in grand discussions and strategized on the chessboard of war, compared to the power struggles among the Empire's three realms, the orc invasion was merely a topic for casual conversation. Even Danyes understood a well-known truth. As long as the Fengshan Fortress upstream on the northern ice river and the military stronghold of Aeolianic downstream at the Storm Gorge remained unconquered, the orc invasion would amount to little more than minor skirmishes. Yet she was comforting Liao, not a noble heir who could retreat to the south at will. Liao retorted in disbelief, "Am I worried about the battle? I am concerned about those small villages you mentioned." Danyes was momentarily rendered speechless and eventually managed to apologize. On the battlefield of noble heirs, towns like Ysymbol were mere pawns. The fate of small villages like Yuanling hardly mattered to anyone. After a restless night that weighed on Danyes' conscience, Liao returned to his previous demeanor. He continued to jest with old Peter and sought knowledge from Hakon and Barrett regarding the extraordinary beings, as though nothing had transpired. At this juncture, he learned that extraordinary beings were also categorized into tiers. Newly awakened extraordinary beings were referred to as entry-level or what was known as initial-tier extraordinary beings. All members of the adventurer group belonged to this level. In terms of strength classification from 3 tiers and 9 levels, Barrett was considered an initial advanced warrior, while the others were at the initial intermediate level, and Danyes was classified as a newly awakened initial low-tier extraordinary being. Duke Mitchell Odolov was regarded as a high-tier advanced level 9 powerhouse, one of the few formidable individuals among humankind, second only to the saint tier. Liao calculated on his fingers: initial, intermediate, advanced, saint, demigod, true god. 6 tiers? A total of 18 levels? It seemed only at the intermediate advanced level could one awaken a talent combat skill. To put it simply, does that mean one must reach level 6 to achieve greatness? Chapter 78. The storm altered Danyes interjected. That's generally the case, but in the southern regions, it is calculated differently, only 5 tiers. The teachings of the Holy Light Church explicitly state that mortals cannot become true gods. The tier of true gods is supreme and immeasurable. Typically, once a powerful individual reaches the saint tier, they no longer concern themselves with levels. Which is why historical strong beings among humankind are simply referred to as saints. If you ever have the chance to visit the South, be careful not to let slip any words that could bring you trouble. With a playful tone, she added, so one day, even if you become a true god, you would still be known as Liao Sai, not Liao Ding. In the imperial refined language, the names of saints are appended with the suffix Sai, while those of true gods bear the suffix Ding as a mark of reverence. However, the imperial refined language is fundamentally an ancient tongue, and it is primarily the Holy Light Church that still adheres to these conventions. Outside of the church, hardly anyone is inclined to use such terms, especially in the northern regions, where one would not refer to their ancestors as Tilding. At this moment, the team had finished their preparations and was ready to embark. The slain mountain wolves lay discarded on the riverbank, with only the best parts of their pelts and some fangs stripped away as spoils for the adventurer group. Old Peter took a piece of wolf liver, intending to fry it for everyone that evening. Hakon approached Liao and spoke solemnly, Liao, as we proceed, the journey will become increasingly perilous. If you wish to withdraw, now is the time. Danyes added, indeed, your guiding task has nearly concluded. You could return alone from here. If we proceed further, you will be committed to accompanying us until the end. To be honest, the attack by the mountain wolves had left Liao somewhat apprehensive, as these formidable beasts were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person like him. Yet, he was unwilling to retreat at that moment. Unlike the adventurers portrayed in the films he had seen, the Firefly Adventurer Group demonstrated formidable strength and experience, not resembling a band of reckless, greedy fools charging blindly into danger. Thus, traveling with them provided a measure of security for his life. Danger always accompanies opportunity. Returning now would undoubtedly be the safer choice. But Liao feared he would be confined to a life of obscurity, merely serving as a militia captain. His greatest achievement would be marrying Olivia and inheriting Yulian's territory as a knight. Moreover, earning 1 gold coin a day equated to a daily wage exceeding 10,000. Taking some risks for such a reward seemed quite reasonable, did it not? No, I will accompany you forward. Liao firmly declined, asserting that the disturbances in the wolf-driving plane were of great importance to him. Even if he did not travel with them, he would still need to scout around. Hakon nodded in agreement, stating, very well, you are tasked with protecting Danyes. Always remain vigilant. As they ventured onward, the scout Lynch discovered traces of gnoll tracks. Yet they never encountered the creatures themselves. After traversing 2 mountain peaks, the group finally arrived at the base of a stone column. From a distance, these columns appeared like slender candles standing between the mountains, but upon closer inspection, their true size was colossal, with a diameter of at least 20 meters. Danyes approached the column, examining it intently, but ultimately found nothing of significance. Finally, she expressed her disappointment. It truly is just a weathered stone column. Lynch and Fisher, agile in form, had already climbed atop the column to investigate. Upon descending, they shook their heads. There are no signs of human craftsmanship. This was anticipated. The middle court ruins were not so easily discovered, hence they were unlikely to find them. At that moment, Barrett, who was sitting at the cliff's edge, enjoying the cold wind and the view, suddenly pointed at a location below among the mountains and shouted, look, what is that? The group gathered at the cliff's edge and beheld, nestled in the midst of the mountains, a series of ancient artificial stone columns scattered midway up a sheer cliff. These columns, rising over 10 meters tall, had only a few remaining intact. The cliff behind the columns was adorned with colossal stone statues. Yet gigantic vines emerged from the crevices, nearly obliterating them. The remnants of shattered tiles and crumbling walls were bathed in the glow of the setting sun, exuding an aura of desolation and decay. After observing for a time, Hakon concluded, these are buildings of the orcs. Judging by the specifications, it could very well be an orc storm altar. The storm altar served as a place of worship for the orcs, with only the heroic tribes among them possessing the right to construct such altars. The orcs referred to the holy tier strong individuals within their tribes as heroes, and any tribe with a holy tier powerhouse was classified as a heroic tribe. Smaller tribes lacked the resources to cultivate a holy tier warrior. Nearly all heroic tribes were large factions among the orcs with populations exceeding 10,000. This signified that even if this site was not the legendary Middle Court ruins, it was at the very least an orc city-state. Let us go take a look. Barrett exuberantly lifted 2 donkeys and made his way down the mountain. The others exchanged glances and followed suit. Although the rarity of the orc relics pales in comparison to that of the elven relics, it is nonetheless a significant discovery. The orc storm altar stands majestically amidst the sheer cliffs of a great canyon, without standing atop the mountain or venturing into the canyon. One would remain entirely unaware of its existence. The adventurers rested within the canyon overnight, savoring the carefully prepared fried wolf liver by old Peter. And it was only the next day that they found the path leading to the cliff. Through a narrow passage hewn by human hands, they reached the summit of the canyon cliffs. Here lay a clearing of approximately 300 to 400 square meters, strewn with massive stone columns entwined with withered vines. The foundation of these columns rose several meters above the ground, yet was penetrated and ruined by the springing vines, reduced to a chaotic pile of rubble, making it nearly impossible to traverse. These stone columns merely served as the entrance to the altar. The main structure lay within the cliff, buried beneath fallen columns and colossal statues, with only a few dark holes visible. The diminutive fissure squeezed into one of these holes and emerged moments later, declaring the area safe. Hawkins glanced at the size of the hole, then at Barrett, instructing, "Barrett, you shall stand guard while we exit." Disappointed, Barrett nodded. The narrow opening could only accommodate one person at a time, and his large frame would risk a collapse if he attempted to widen it. The others set down their luggage, taking only their weapons for protection, and entered the hole, delving into the interior of the altar. After crawling several meters through the constricted passage, Leo felt a sudden expansion before him, a vastness that surprised him. He landed on the ground and helped Denise stabilize herself upon entry, as she raised her staff to emit a radiant light. A sphere of magical energy floated upward, illuminating the entire interior of the altar. To their astonishment, the inner sanctum was remarkably spacious, as if the entire cliff had been hollowed out. Regrettably, it was utterly devoid of anything, vast and desolate, lacking even the most basic sculptures and decorations, resembling an emptied warehouse. Denise muttered while inspecting the surroundings. This shouldn't be the case. The storm altar is a sacred site for the orcs. Even if it were stripped bare, the fundamental structure should remain intact. There isn't even a mural. As the group reached the altar's end, they encountered a stone wall with no further path. A massive crack slashed diagonally from the upper left corner to the lower right. The stone wall towered 20 meters from the ground to the ceiling, seemingly cleaved by a single sword strike, with the widest part of the fissure measuring a meter across and unfathomably deep. Within the entire interior of the altar, this crack was the sole feature of note. Hawkins stepped back a few paces, surveying the enormous fissure with a sense of wonder. This crack does not appear to be of natural origin. It resembles the work of a sword. He drew his armed sword, tracing the line of the crack as he spoke. The power behind this strike is beyond that of mere mortals. It could very well be the mark of the Blade Clan's Sword Saint. Noticing the curious gazes of his companions, Hawkins elaborated. It is said that among the orc tribes exists a formidable clan known as the Blade Clan, distinct from other orc factions, all of whom are masters of the sword. The heroes of the Blade Clan are acclaimed as sword saints, wielding great swords capable of cleaving mountains and parting seas, even tearing through space. Only an orc sword saint could deliver such a blow. Leo listened intently, increasingly convinced of Hawkins' assertions as he gazed at the crack before him. It was unmistakably a sword mark, narrow at both ends and broad in the center, with a smooth edge and an imposing aura. However, a sword mark measuring 20 meters in length and 1 meter in width seemed rather exaggerated. The members of the adventurers, all common folk, could only exclaim in wonder, "Wow." And me too. Only Denise could engage in the conversation with Hawkins. She lamented, though human literature often extols the ancient and profound history of our race, the truth is otherwise. Both elves and orcs possess a cultural legacy that far surpasses that of humanity. A millennium ago, when humans still relied on rudimentary agriculture, both elves and orcs had already established advanced civilizations. Many martial techniques of the Northern Territories originated from the orc tribes. The dual-wielding swordsmanship of the Odaloff family is said to be a legacy of the Blade Clan. Hawkins nodded in agreement, stating, 1,000 years ago, the people of the Northern Territories inhabited the southern banks of the Anzino River, while the orcs resided to the north. The exchanges between the two races were far more frequent than those of today's divided empire. The prevalent shamanic doctrines of the orcs and the ancestral worship of the Northern Territories share a common root, both venerating strength. This storm altar serves not only as a religious site, but also as the training ground for the Sword Saint. The two functions harmoniously coexist. This sword mark is likely the handiwork of the orc ancestor sword saint, where young swordsmen of the clan practiced and sought enlightenment in the essence of their forebears' swordsmanship. As Denise and Hawkins engaged in a lively exchange, the heavy weight of history and the allure of ancient legends filled the expansive interior of the altar, and the expressions of the group turned solemn. Denise looked towards Leo and smiled. Leo, you wield a sword as well. Take this opportunity to observe closely. You may just grasp the essence of the orc sword saint's swordsmanship. Leo, unable to endure their boasting and feeling out of place, unsheathed his sword with a clatter, caressing the blade, and recited in the elegant tongue of the empire, "Death is like the wind, always at my side." Denise was instantly taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. The surrounding companions, one and all, regarded Leo with wide-eyed surprise. Leo internally reveled in their reaction, his expression becoming even more stoic as he elegantly performed a flourish with his sword, completing a smooth and fluid Japanese-style sheathing motion, and declared, "The long road is endless. Only the sword accompanies me." The profound sense of history and ancient legend dissipated, leaving behind only Leo's overwhelming charisma. For a fleeting moment, the group even felt as though the sword saint had possessed Leo. Just as he was about to burst into laughter, Leo suddenly noticed the immense sword mark on the wall bearing down upon him. A colossal beam of sword light swiftly engulfed Leo, before the eyes of his companions. Leo became as rigid as a puppet, his body stiffening as he fell backward. It was as if the mountains themselves were collapsing, as if the earth were splitting apart. Like a colossal ship laden with 1,000 tons, it bore down upon Leo. Like the shockwave of a nuclear bomb, it carried with it a gale of destruction, obliterating Leo's very form. If the mental lash unleashed by the monk Lawrence had been akin to a blade striking Leo's forehead, then this sword strike was nothing less than a thunderous assault. In summary, this unmatchable sword intent could extinguish Leo's very soul in an instant. As Leo succumbed to darkness, he could still hear Denise's exclamation of alarm and felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual power emanating from behind him, safeguarding the flickering flame of his fragile soul. He also sensed a distant, ethereal voice questioning, "Huh?" When he awoke once more, the day had turned late, and Leo felt an excruciating headache and a parched throat. So, was it his own arrogance that brought about the divine retribution? Leo looked up and found himself moved to the stone platform outside the altar, resting upon a prepared blanket. Denise looked at him with concern, offering a cup of water. "You have finally awakened. Here, drink some water." "What happened?" Leo inquired. Denise shook her head. "Nothing happened. You simply fainted suddenly." She hesitated before adding, "Before you collapsed, you seemed a bit strange, as if possessed by something." Old Peter, busy cooking nearby, turned at her words and confidently remarked, "It was the sword saint possessing you. That expression, that aura, is beyond what a mere mortal could possess." Denise's eyes sparkled as she scrutinized Leo from head to toe. "So, did you truly grasp the essence of the orc sword saint's swordsmanship?" Leo felt as though the two souls he had painstakingly fused were once again cleaved apart, leaving him with a splitting headache. At present, his mind was in utter disarray, leading him to question whether the recent events had merely been a figment of his imagination. Leo refrained from answering Denise's inquiry and instead turned to old Peter, perplexed, and asked, "Didn't you say that every member of the adventurers group possesses extraordinary abilities? What kind of extraordinary talent do you possess?" Old Peter, holding a frying pan, responded uncertainly, "Does culinary skill count?" Once old Peter moved away, Denise chuckled softly, saying, "Do not underestimate Uncle Peter. He is quite remarkable." As she continued, she counted on her fingers. "He can fish, cook, provide first aid, care for horses, identify herbs, skin animals, gather resources, and even repair armor. He is proficient in everything an adventurer can do, and he excels in many areas that adventurers do not." Leo, ever attentive to details, was well aware of old Peter's capabilities. During every combat encounter, old Peter remained unfazed, displaying a calmness uncommon among others. Using a small skinning knife, he could remove the fur of a dire wolf with greater ease than catching a fish. However, he had yet to engage in a proper battle, leaving Leo particularly curious about his skills. Just as they were conversing, Fisher, who was on guard, raised his hand and signaled. Instantly, the group fell silent and, under Fisher's guidance, approached the edge of the precipice. The gorge in which they found themselves towered several hundred meters high on both sides, with the storm altar situated in the midst of the cliff, towering 100 meters above the gorge's bottom. At that moment, below in the gorge, a large group of orcs was ascending against the current of the river flowing through the canyon. This band of orcs numbered around 50, with half mounted on dire wolves and the other half advancing on foot. A few hulking, humanoid bears appeared upstream in the gorge, blocking the path of the orcs. Chapter 80. The Thunder Clan. These humanoid bears, with their grayish fur, stood as tall as ogres, their physiques even more robust. With arms thicker than the waist of a grown man, their taut muscles exuding unmatched strength. They possessed hands similar to those of humans, albeit with fingers transformed into half-foot-long claws. Sporting manes reminiscent of male lions, their hair was intricately braided and bound with polished bone beads at the back. Although there were only 5 of them, they formed a line, effectively obstructing dozens of orcs. Danny's gasped, "It's the bear people." According to the ancient elven scrolls deciphered by her mentor, the bear people were the most steadfast allies of the elven race and one of the indigenous tribes of the Tlasher Plateau. Not only were the bear people formidable in individual strength, but they also possessed an innate mastery of magic, able to manipulate elements to cast spells. Though they excelled even more in infusing their claws with elemental power for close combat. The powerful bear warriors wielded the might of the earth, their claws imbued with thunder, frost, and fire, capable of easily shattering rocks and cleaving through steel. Some scholars even believe they were the progenitors of the orc shamans. As Lord Chisel led his kin down the mountain, a faction of the Bear Clan followed closely behind. The guardians of the central court were none other than the Thunder Clan among the bear people. At this point, Danny's became animated, exclaiming that the presence of bear people might indeed indicate that they were near the central court. While Danny's recounted tales from the mountaintop, the orcs below were not idle. The orc leader, mounted on a massive dire wolf and wielding a formidable black greatsword, which was more accurately described as a longsword, approached the bear people and spoke to them in an ancient, peculiar tongue. "Great guardians of the Thunder Clan, we are of the equally ancient Blade Clan, your former allies. Please allow me to extend our most sincere greetings." Among the 5 bear guardians, the most robust, a snow-white bear, growled, "Orc, state your intentions. 700 years ago, our clan was betrayed by humanity and exiled to the northern snowfields. Now, we merely wish to return to our homeland. When you betrayed the elves, you should have anticipated this day." The bear guardian scoffed, adding, "And this place is not your homeland." The orc leader raised his longsword, pointing toward the storm altar where the adventurers stood, causing them to recoil in fear. He bellowed, "Above the mountain lies our altar. Below the mountain is our burial ground. Here is our homeland." The bear guardian crossed his massive arms over his chest, gazing coldly down at the orc, remaining silent. 1,000 years ago, when the orc race was at its zenith, they swept across the lands, enslaving and slaughtering nearly half of the races, claiming the entire Howling Plain as their own. The elves and bear people retreated to the central court, ultimately sealing it away to escape. The turmoil persisted for 3 centuries, culminating in a victory for humanity. The storm altar, erected 900 years ago, stood upon the bones of countless races from a millennium past. After the orcs retreated, the Howling Plain, under the magical influence of elven druids and orc shamans, transformed into a vast forest, the majestic foothills restored to tranquility. The bear clan that remained in the central court had lived in this region for centuries prior and continued to do so for centuries thereafter. Now looking back, they claimed this as their homeland. If an orc army were to encroach, the bear people might retreat. But the mere presence of a few dozen orcs would not instill fear in them. Seeing the bears remain unmoved, the orcs grew agitated, brandishing their long swords and shouting, "Home. We are going home." Danny's watched from above, anxious and worried. What should she do? They were on the brink of conflict, standing against the malevolent orc wolf riders. She clearly sided with the bear people. Although the bear guardians were powerful, the orc wolf riders outnumbered them, giving them a greater chance of victory. What could be done? Perhaps they would simply watch. These orc riders were formidable, and even in one-on-one combat, defeating them would pose a challenge, let alone against dozens. Barrett, in disbelief, sat cross-legged, producing a snack as he prepared to observe the unfolding drama. As he spoke, he raised his arm, striking a powerful pose, boasting, "As a strong individual such as myself, I could barely contend with 2 of them. For you all, even one would be a struggle." Leo nodded in agreement, realizing he could not breach the defenses of even a single dire wolf, much less contend with the fearsome wolf riders. The term wolf rider is merely a colloquialism. The precise translation should be dire wolf knight. They are the elite of the orc legions, their strength comparable to that of human extraordinary knights. The Windrider Knights of the Odalov family were established specifically to counter the Wolf Rider legions. The orcs typically rank their military ranks based on individual strength, from lowest to highest: orc laborer, orc warrior, orc valiant, orc sergeant, orc battle commander, and orc general. Orc sergeants belong to the awakened magical tier, essentially making them the orc extraordinary beings. Within the orc infantry, sergeants are already considered officers. However, within the Wolf Rider Legion, sergeants are merely the lowest tier of dire wolf knights. After all, those of lower ranks cannot even best a single dire wolf. How could they possibly become dire wolf knights? Dire wolf knights wield heavy long swords weighing dozens of pounds, and, leveraging the momentum of their dire wolves, can cleave through a thick tree with a single strike. Even heavily armored elite infantry find it difficult to withstand their blows. Leo was certainly not inclined to test the edge of their blades with his own body. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated within Leo's mind. The voice was ethereal and mechanical, seemingly emanating from the lofty heavens, devoid of emotional fluctuations. Each word struck Leo like a thunderbolt. Ding. You have activated the Civilization Lord system. Loading system now. Chosen one. You have activated the Civilization Lord system. Lead your people towards civilization. Beginner task. Assist the Thunder Clan in repelling the invading orcs. Task reward. Gain access to the central court. Stunned, Leo stood rooted in place, listening to the voice in his mind, feeling as though he were caught in an unreal haze. So, I have activated a system? The system may arrive late, but it will never be absent. With no time for further contemplation, Leo spoke up. The orcs are our enemies. We must devise a way to repel them. Upon noticing the group's gaze upon him, Leo clarified. With such a large host of orcs, they could discover us at any moment. If we do not strike back, do you think they will simply leave us unharmed? Rather than this, it would be more advantageous to seize the opportunity to eliminate a few, thereby weakening their strength, ideally compelling them to retreat from this territory. Ha-Jin-Si contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Liao's words. The presence of this band of orcs has significantly heightened the difficulty of our exploration, potentially forcing us to withdraw entirely. Moreover, engaging in battle at this juncture might earn us the friendship of the Bearmen and provide valuable information regarding the Midgard. What course of action shall we take? Chapter 81. The Rock Assault. Liao scanned the surroundings and observed the dilapidated altar behind him. Centuries of erosion and the encroachment of vines had reduced the altar's outer structure to mere rubble. Move the stones. The group quickly came to their senses and began to labor, transporting the altar's floor tiles and shattered columns to the cliff's edge. The young lady, Danis, also joined the effort, carrying a stone the size of a head to the precipice. Upon seeing the hundreds of pounds of stone brought by her companions and the massive pillars hoisted by Barrett, she felt her small stone resembled an incongruous cub. Discreetly, Danis set the stone down and plopped herself onto it, feigning a moment of rest. Liao, having moved a few stones, felt a wave of dizziness. The soul strike endured earlier still left him with severe aftereffects. He crouched beside Danis, observing the commotion below, and quietly raised a hand, signaling for patience until he could give the command. He picked up a stone the size of an egg and gently dropped it over the cliff, counting silently as he watched it tumble. The small stone landed in the river between the orcs and bearmen, creating a splash that, while not insignificant, failed to attract anyone's attention. As the group continued to transport stones, the standoff below came to an end. Following an unfruitful negotiation, the orc leader raised his long knife and bellowed, "Warriors of the Blade Clan, reclaim our homeland." The wolf riders simultaneously raised their long knives and charged towards the bearmen guards. The enormous white bearman sneered, raising his paws as immense currents of electricity enveloped him, causing his fur to stand on end and his body to seem even more formidable. In this electrified state, the bearman guard concentrated the energy in his palms and pointed at the orc leader. A massive arc of electricity surged through the air, leaping over 20 meters and striking the orc leader with precision. The charging mount, a dire wolf, instantly stiffened, rolling forward, its fur singed, toppling the orc leader to the ground. Not only that, the electric arc continued to leap, connecting with 5 wolf riders in total. In a single strike, 5 wolf riders were unseated. The dire wolves and orcs tumbled on the ground, their bodies charred and twitching, rendered momentarily incapacitated. Only the resilient orc leader managed to struggle back to his feet and press the attack. Behind him, over 20 wolf riders roared as they charged forward, leaping over him to confront the 5 bearmen guards. The bearmen bared their fangs and growled low, their bodies coiling as they prepared to withstand the oncoming assault from the wolf cavalry. Following the wolf riders were another 20 to 30 orc infantry, wielding long knives and great swords, surging forward alongside their mounted brethren. Liao, observing their speed, silently anticipated their movements, raising his hand and suddenly commanding, "Throw." The adventurers promptly pushed the stones before them over the cliff. The stones transported by the extraordinary beings weighed at least 100 pounds, with some exceeding 1,000. These massive stones tumbled down the steep cliff and, upon impact, shattered into a rain of debris. The fragmented stones, akin to cannonballs, carried tremendous momentum as they struck the orc infantry, causing chaos and scattering them in disarray. Even among the orcs, those with extraordinary abilities could not withstand the force of these falling stones. Any orc struck by a stone larger than a fist would suffer severe injuries. Moreover, the intact stones, each over 100 pounds, were akin to projectiles launched from a catapult, capable of demolishing walls, transforming the orc infantry into mere pulp. The wave of rolling stones claimed at least 10 orc infantry lives and 1 wolf rider, effectively splitting their forces into 2. The trailing group was impeded by the continuous barrage of falling boulders, forced to retreat and unable to advance further. 1 wolf rider, looking up at the cliff's sheer face, spotted Liao and his companions at the source of the rock slide, roaring commands to his subordinates. Charge! Eliminate them! 2 wolf riders and the remaining orc infantry swiftly turned and charged up the narrow path leading to the storm altar, intent on assaulting the adventurers. Observing the approaching orc forces, Hajin-Si readied his sword and shield, calmly stating, 15 orc infantry and 2 wolf riders, prepare to face the challenge. He took the lead, positioning himself at the path's end. The narrow route to the cliff allowed only 1 person to pass at a time, with him blocking the way. No matter how numerous the orcs were, they could only engage him one-on-one. However, the orcs were far from foolish. They were seasoned warriors. The 2 wolf riders urged their mounts to leap, propelling themselves off the cliff and landing directly behind the adventurers. 1 wolf rider swung his long knife midair, only for the massive arc of the blade to dissipate against Barrett's colossal axe. Although Barrett managed to deflect the blow, the overwhelming force forced him to stagger backward. Hajin-Si was compelled to retreat from the path, turning to confront another wolf rider's attack. The remaining members of the adventuring party lacked the strength to face the wolf riders in singular combat. With the path cleared, the orc infantry surged forth. Weag, the first orc infantryman, emerged, raising his weapon and roaring as he charged, only for his voice to abruptly cease. 3 arrows had pierced his chest and face, nearly half the shafts embedding themselves in his body. As he fell to his death, plummeting off the cliff, the second orc infantryman appeared. A larger, thicker arrow swiftly penetrated his chest, not only piercing through him, but also forcing him back into his comrades. Having successfully executed a 3-shot sequence, Lin Chi glanced at Liao beside him. Liao's longbow was no less formidable than Lin Chi's green longbow, albeit slightly heavier and slower in firing rate. The latter utilized lightweight arrows with steel-tipped heads, allowing for greater range and penetration, ideal for showcasing various archery skills. However, at close range, Liao's heavy bow and arrows functioned like a sniper rifle, capable of severing an orc's arm. Under the onslaught of Liao and Lin Chi's longbows, Fisher's hand crossbow, and Danis's fireballs, the first 5 orc infantrymen to charge were effortlessly dispatched, cascading down the cliff. Indeed, ranged attacks proved to be the ultimate strategy. These orc infantry were warriors and champions, the backbone of their kind. If the strength of a formal imperial infantryman could only be compared to that of the orc laborers, the orc warriors, equipped with minimal gear and often just a single weapon, were far superior to human heavy infantry. Without a shield, Liao knew that defeating an orc infantryman would come at a significant cost, and he might not emerge unscathed. Yet, against the might of long-range arrows, all were equal. Mere hulking orcs, regardless of their ferocity, would be gravely injured or slain by a single arrow. However, long-range attacks also had their lulls. And after the loss of 5 warriors, the following 10 orc infantrymen finally breached the open space, lunging towards the adventurers. Chapter 82, The Sudden Sword Technique. Observing the oncoming orc warriors, Lin Chi gritted his teeth, drawing his short sword as he charged alongside Fisher. The berserkers and shield-bearers in their ranks were engaged in a fierce struggle with the wolf riders, leaving only the mages and support, rangers, and assassins to confront the challenge head-on. Liao concealed himself and unleashed 3 arrows, vanquishing an orc warrior, yet he was compelled to confront the orc's longsword. Unlike other orc clans, which favored hefty clubs and colossal axes, this particular clan wielded long swords and great swords. To forge such elongated weapons demanded not only exceptional skills from the blacksmith, but also a substantial quantity of iron and labor. Even though these orc warriors were the elite of their clan, not every orc was fortunate enough to be assigned a brand new weapon. Many still wielded ancestral blades. These ancient arms, though of decent quality, suffered from age, their blades riddled with nicks that rendered them nearly impossible to sharpen. The orc warrior, with arms thicker than Liao's thigh, wielded them as mere clubs, relying solely on brute strength to shatter foes. Before the nearly 1.5 meter long, 10 centimeter wide, half-inch thick longsword, Liao's steel sword appeared as nothing more than a diminutive dagger. After evading 2 powerful slashes from the orc warrior, Liao was forced back several steps, compelled to engage in a direct confrontation. When their swords clashed, the immense force sent Liao's blade careening off, nearly wrenching the weapon from his grasp. Had it not been for the substantial weight of the northern-style steel sword, this clash could have shattered it. At that moment, a sudden epiphany struck him, as if a technique had been unlocked in his mind. Following the force that had dislodged his sword, he spun his body, as if swinging a massive ball and chain, rotating with the long sword in his hands before abruptly releasing one grip. The long sword, propelled at double its usual speed and triple its might, swept across the orc's neck. One swift stroke severed the head. Just as the orc warrior had split his opponent's weapon and was preparing to strike again, he found himself bifurcated, his head soaring into the air under immense blood pressure. Another rushing orc warrior, momentarily stunned alongside Liao, watched the severed head ascend before plummeting to the ground. Regaining his senses, he let out a furious roar of "Wyak" and charged towards old Peter. Liao gazed in astonishment at the aftermath of his strike, a chill running down his spine. Am I truly this powerful? The force of this blow far exceeded Liao's strength. As if the long sword had independently claimed the life of the orc, rather than being a conscious choice of his. The immense power that coursed through the sword, after vanquishing the orc, did not dissipate, nearly causing him to lose his grip and send the sword flying. In his moment of bewilderment, 3 more orc warriors surged past Linshi and Facia, charging towards Liao. Be careful, whispered Danis from her distant vantage point, softly chanting a spell, her raised staff accumulating fire elements. With her spellcasting materials depleted, she had to rely solely on her inherent magical energy to gather the elements, significantly slowing the pace of her attack spells. After 10 seconds of concentration, the fireball still had not formed. Seeing Liao in peril, she gritted her teeth, and while her left hand continued to channel fire elements through the staff, her right hand unsheathed a water pouch, directing a stream of clear water into the air. The water swiftly crystallized into a sharp ice spike, approximately a foot long. With a push of her palm, the ice spike shot towards the orc besieging Liao. The razor-sharp spike struck the orc warrior in the abdomen, plunging deep into his entrails, eliciting a roar of agony. In the next moment, a fireball exploded upon his face, transforming his horned helmeted head into a blazing torch. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 orc warriors found themselves locked in combat with Liao, the struggle proving to be evenly matched for the time being. Previously, Liao's combat style had been one of caution, where his sword accompanied his movements, always reserving some strength for unforeseen circumstances. Now, however, he had transformed into a being that moved with the sword, grasping the long sword. It felt as if he were wielding a heavy ball and chain, or perhaps a spirited husky, his entire being dragged along, his steps unsteady, as if he might be flung away at any moment. This sacrifice of bodily balance yielded an extraordinary force, with his tossed longsword proving equally formidable against the orc warriors. Additionally, the longsword's dexterity far surpassed that of the orc's longsword, leaving several gashes upon the orc warriors in mere moments. Yet, Liao too felt the strain. The instability from his unbalanced stance made it difficult to evade attacks that he would ordinarily sidestep with ease, rendering the experience akin to a harrowing roller coaster ride. In this chaotic exchange, both sides found themselves flustered and perilously close to defeat. Danis's magical energy had been entirely spent, leaving her unable to cast further spells. With a serious expression, she approached Liao, raising her staff, aiming the end at one of the orcs while the curved grip rested against her shoulder. With a thunderous crack, a flame burst forth from the staff's end, resembling a foot-long gun barrel. Amidst the explosive sound, a gaping wound erupted from the orc warrior's chest, sending him staggering backward before collapsing onto his back. Liao's other opponent, startled by this peculiar attack, began to flail his weapon in panic, overwhelmed by fear. Seizing the moment of distraction, Liao struck at the orc's calf before delivering a decisive blow to his neck. At that moment, a horn sounded from the canyon as 2 wolf riders, entangled with Barrett and Harkins, abandoned their foes, growling in frustration as they retreated. The remaining 2 orc foot soldiers hurriedly followed the fleeing wolf riders. The adventurers, having exhausted their strength, chose not to pursue. The orc leader, who had sounded the horn from the mountain's base, regrouped with his fellow wolf riders and companions before vanishing into the wilderness. Having fought the bearmen guards, their forces were significantly reduced due to the adventurers' interception, resulting in a defeat where they lost over 10 wolf riders to the formidable bearmen, forcing them to retreat. If the orc warriors were akin to low-tier extraordinary human fighters, then the wolf riders represented mid-tier combatants, while the bearmen guards ranked among the upper mid-tier. The snow-white bearman, capable of unleashing immense chains of lightning, possessed strength comparable to high-tier extraordinary humans. After incapacitating 5 wolf riders with a single strike of electricity, he, like his companions, summoned the thunderbolt into his claws for battle. Each strike upon the wolf riders sent them tumbling, leaving them paralyzed and incapable of combat. His formidable claws could effortlessly rend the wolf's hide and the orc's chest, his roars echoing deafeningly, instilling fear in the hearts of those who heard. In just a quarter of an hour, more than half of the 20 wolf riders had suffered casualties. As the orcs retreated, before old Peter could voice his thoughts, Liao interjected, "Fortunately, my command was astute and my maneuvers effective, enabling us to repel the orcs. I am indeed a seasoned adventurer." Chapter 83, Danis' Fireball Spell. Old Peter, having his line stolen, retorted in annoyance, "I contributed significantly as well." Earlier, he had been chased by the orc warriors, circling the altar ruins, effectively drawing some of their fire. Among the 15 orc foot soldiers, 6 had been killed from a distance at the outset. Liao slew 2, Danis incinerated 1. Another was shot down, while Facia and Linchi combined forces to take down 3. The orc foot soldiers that had pursued old Peter and his last companion fled the moment the retreat horn sounded. As for the wolf riders entangled with Harkins and Barrett, with the advantage of their mounts, they were superior in power, dominating the two throughout the confrontation. Thus, after the orcs departed, the group not only refrained from pursuing, but also expressed their relief at their narrow escape. The brief yet intense battle concluded, and all were utterly spent, unable to withstand the mighty blows of the wolf riders any longer. Liao examined Danis' staff with great care. This gentlemanly cane, crafted in the English style, was made of solid metal, rather weighty, and adorned with a fire-type magic crystal embedded in the curved grip. Liao had initially thought it merely a flashy hiking stick, yet it complemented Danis' exquisite attire splendidly. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a staff. At the top, embedded with a fiery magic crystal, it was evidently capable of amplifying Danis' fire spells, from which her fireballs were entirely conjured and projected. When Liao initially assumed it was merely a staff, he was taken aback to discover it was a blunderbuss. The end of the staff revealed a dark, gaping muzzle, and the entire staff was essentially a hollow barrel. Moreover, its power was formidable, comparable to modern shotguns. The slain orc bore a palm-sized gaping wound on its chest, a result not of a single bullet but of over a dozen large steel pellets being densely discharged, creating a gruesome scene. Danis explained with a smile, "This is an alchemical firearm crafted by the renowned alchemist Freeman, gifted to my mentor. It has been modified from the latest dwarven gun, and since it is fired using magical energy, it does not require a trigger. Knowing I was to embark on a long journey, my mentor bequeathed it to me for my protection." Danis mischievously added, "Since it requires magical energy to fire, one could say it is a form of fireball magic. So I call it Danis' Fireball." As she spoke, she twisted the curved grip of the staff to reveal the chamber within, inserting a cylindrical bullet. This was indeed a shotgun. With such a single-shot firearm, and being a low-tier mage herself, Danis was not a burden as she ventured into the wilderness with the Firefly adventurers. Liao's mouth watered at the sight. While the overall technological prowess of the Atlantis Empire hovered around the medieval level, he was still struggling in an antiquated region with the villagers. Meanwhile, the capital of the empire had already entered the Renaissance. The civilizational gap between them seemed to span a millennium. This slender alloy barrel, which could scarcely be found among the craftsmen of the north, was a marvel. Even if he presented the blueprints to the blacksmiths of Yasinbowar to replicate a similar firearm, the thickness of the barrel would need to be at least 1 centimeter to ensure it would not burst. Compared to the alchemical firearm before him, Liao found the dwarven gun even more intriguing and could not help but inquire, "Do dwarven guns possess such tremendous power?" Danis shook her head. "I cannot say, for I have not encountered many firearms. Most of them were ancient relics displayed in the Imperial Museum, and their power was minimal, inferior even to that of a bow. Since the Western territories fell into turmoil, dwarves from the West seldom visit the capital for trade, with only occasional sightings of dwarven craftsmen from the southern archipelagos." Liao nodded in disappointment, as his dreams of long-range firepower were dashed once more. At that moment, a grand and indifferent voice echoed in his ears. You have aided the Thunder Clan in successfully repelling the orcs. You have completed the novice task and gained access to the Central Hall. Liao pondered. Access to the Central Hall? Where is the Central Hall? He was not particularly enamored with this sudden system. The rewards were meager. There was not even a novice gift pack. He wondered if there would be a eureka moment to have the duration of his nuclear fusion research. If he had to choose between this cumbersome system and the venerable Master Bobek, he would undoubtedly opt for the latter. With this thought in mind, Liao simultaneously queried while inwardly calling, Master Bobek, are you there? Regrettably, there was no response. As Liao asked, a series of data appeared before his eyes. Suddenly, a succession of glowing points emerged on the ground. Activate automatic pathfinding. Activate minimap. Activate quest guidance. Activate health bar. Faced with the array of interfaces and markers that popped up in his vision, Liao was left bewildered. His once incredibly vivid experience of traversing this world had abruptly transformed into a game. Observing the fluctuating expressions on Liao's face, Danasi expressed concern. Liao, what is wrong? It's nothing. I believe I have discovered the Central Hall. Danasi exclaimed, looking around in search of it. They found themselves in the middle of a vast canyon. Beyond lay the boundless wolf-driving plain, while inward loomed the magnificent cliffs of the Great Barrier. The towering cliffs stretched endlessly to the north, and on clear days, one could still glimpse the snow-capped peaks above. To the south, the distant Enzinuo River waterfall was in sight. Due to its enormous size and height, it did not appear too far away. To the naked eye, there were no remnants of any city to be found. Follow me. Unable to explain further, Liao led the way. On the opposite side of the storm altar, a narrow cliff path led all the way to the canyon's end. The canyon narrowed as they ventured deeper, and the river within grew increasingly turbulent. With each step Danasi took, her anxiety escalated, and she could not help but voice her concern. Where have the bear guards gone? Did they simply allow us to enter? These bear guards are formidable, and the adventurers are not as resilient as the sturdy wolf knights. This group of delicate members would be utterly annihilated by a single chain lightning. Liao dismissively replied, perhaps they are hiding due to injuries. Danasi pressed further. Liao, how did you ascertain the location of the Central Hall? I have yet to find a single clue. Unable to provide an explanation, Liao could only clutch his head and exclaim, my head hurts. I feel as though I am gaining wisdom. This morning, being struck by the sword intent from the altar had left him somewhat dazed. His complexion pale as if still recovering from an injury. Moreover, during the battle with the orcs, his dual-wielded drunken sword technique had allowed him to hold his own against two opponents, which was nothing short of miraculous. Perhaps the soul of the orc sword saint had transcended into him. The others hesitated to press for more details. After walking several miles, they finally descended from the narrow path to the riverbank of the canyon. The scenery here was breathtaking, with crystal-clear pools reflecting hues of blue and green, complemented by the azure sky and verdant mountains on both banks, making Liao feel as though he had stepped into a painting. The glowing points on the ground extended towards the waterfall ahead. Chapter 84. The waterfall before them obstructed the passage through the canyon. Due to winter, the water flow was minimal, resembling a sparse curtain more than 20 meters wide. This marked the end of the canyon, with the magnificent cliff barrier just beyond the waterfall. Scarcely 100 meters away, gazing past the waterfall, one could see the water converging and cascading down through the cliff crevices. The members of the adventuring party halted in disappointment on the riverbank, but Liao refused to give up and approached the waterfall alone. Following the guidance of the glowing points, he waded through the shallow river to stand before the waterfall, gently parting the curtain of water, and then vanished behind the stone wall. The companions of the adventuring party gasped in astonishment, with Baylight being the first to rush towards the waterfall. Feeling behind the water curtain only to touch the cold rock wall, he followed the line of the waterfall, exploring until the water's depth submerged his chest, before returning to the shore in disappointment. Soaked through, Baylight shook off the water and shook his head. There is no entrance. Danasi gazed at the waterfall, straining to find any signs of human intervention, yet found nothing. Ultimately, she could only speculate. It must be some sort of magic, perhaps requiring special permission to enter. Excited yet disheartened, she thought, this truly seems to be the Central Hall. Yet it was disappointing to reach the entrance without a means to enter, unable even to catch a glimpse. Upon entering the waterfall, Liao's vision broadened. Before him lay a vast circular lake, with a wide white stone bridge spanning over 20 meters across, stretching like a rainbow directly across the lake to the opposite shore. The cliffs on either side of the canyon gradually lowered, enclosing the circular lake, ultimately converging at the end of the stone bridge, revealing a circular natural archway below. The once nearby majestic cliffs suddenly receded several miles back, unveiling a towering, elegant elven city before Liao's eyes. This elven-style city, established upon the cliffs beyond the stone bridge archway, is intricately divided into several layers of architecture, with the lowest structures perched at least 100 meters above the rocky precipice, while the palace at the pinnacle soars to a height of no less than 500 meters. At the vantage points on either side of the canyon, towering elven watchtowers stand sentinel, extending their reach beyond the gorge. Indeed, those stone pillars. Deniasai's intuition was correct. The massive weathered columns explored by the adventurers atop the canyon yesterday were indeed elven watchtowers, cleverly concealed by magical disguises that rendered them indistinguishable. This grand and fantastical city was a sight that Liao had only encountered in fantasy films in his previous life. The courtyard, the ancient elven city. Struggling to assimilate the overwhelming visual impact of this metropolis, Liao took a few steps forward and then glanced back. Behind him, there was no waterfall. The external river and the internal circular lake formed a parallel unity, serving as the tranquil outlet for the lake's waters. From within, the waterfall's cascade appeared merely as a veil of rain descending from the heavens, resembling the rivulets of water trickling down a glass pane on a rainy day, rendering the outside world somewhat obscured. Baylight's figure futilely groped beyond this glass barrier. System prompt. Welcome to the magnificent elven city of the courtyard. Now, embark on your greatest exploration. Observing the disappointment etched on his companions' faces, Liao inwardly inquired, System, can you unlock my companions' permissions? No, but they also aided in repelling the orcs. After a silence of more than 10 seconds, the system's indifferent voice returned. Task update. Remove all clothing and run naked around the lake 3 times, then kiss your companions. Task reward. Unlock access permissions for your companions. Liao lowered his head, incredulous. Are you jesting with me? The system offered no reply. Resigned, Liao continued forward to explore alone. However, he found himself unable to traverse the stone bridge, for at its end, beneath the immense circular archway, a fearsome giant bear lounged, obstructing the path to the courtyard. Task update. Encapsulate the malevolent giant bear in a sack and deliver a resounding thump to its forehead. Task reward. Unlock access permissions for your companions. Frustrated, Liao approached and seized the bear's ample jowl, exclaiming, Freya, were you not supposed to be traveling with Master Bobuk? Why are you lazing about here? Freya, her jowls held in Liao's grip and drooling, rolled her eyes like a slumbering husky. It took a full 10 seconds for her to awaken, and upon recognizing Liao, she excitedly struggled to rise, poised to leap at him. Liao, I've missed you terribly. Liao quickly pressed her forehead down. He could hardly withstand the weight of her 2-ton form. You still haven't answered my question. Where is your teacher? Why are you hiding here? Freya's eyes brimmed with tears as she lamented, My teacher is a wicked one. He never feeds me. I haven't eaten in ages. Look, I've grown thin. Upon closer inspection, Liao noticed that Freya indeed appeared somewhat leaner than when they were at the river bend, and she seemed a tad shorter. At that moment, the system in Liao's mind continued to update tasks, and its tone lost the previous ethereal indifference, infused with a hint of emotion. Task update. Kick the malevolent giant bear into the moon lake and feed her to the fish. Task reward. Unlock access permissions for your companions. After pondering, Liao suddenly delivered a swift kick, successfully sending the unprepared Freya tumbling into the lake. System, oh, you really went through with it? Freya thrashed about in the lake, panicking and sputtering before finally managing to sit up. The water was not deep. Freya's massive form submerged only to her belly. Observing Freya's bewildered expression, Liao admonished, How can you speak ill of your teacher behind his back? He is the highly esteemed great druid Master Bobuk. Freya, feeling guilty, lowered her head, clutching her belly, and murmured, But I am so hungry. The teacher went to the northern snowfields and said it was too dangerous to take me, leaving me here all alone without food. Liao internally shouted, Master Bobuk. Hey. The appearance of both the system and Freya felt exceedingly suspicious. If Liao had once been like any ordinary person, oblivious to his own soul, his prolonged link with Master Bobuk's spirit, coupled with the Sword Saint's sword intent, had sharpened Liao's mental acuity. He vaguely sensed that within his mind, there seemed to be an elusive veil, blocking his inner cries from reaching beyond it, echoing within his consciousness, yet failing to escape its confines. The simplest evidence was that although Freya stood before him, their soul link had failed. At this moment, a gentle yet resilient external force pried open a fissure in the veil of Liao's mind, and Master Bobuk's soothing voice floated in, Ire, enough playing around. System, Chapter 85, The False System. I'll bubble tea kettle you. In an instant, Liao comprehended that he had been deceived. From the onset of his arrival in the courtyard, the system had revealed its abnormality, with its erratic task updates and the urgency in its tone betraying its true nature. Yet, who would not desire a personal system? Deep within, Liao still harbored hope that the entity was indeed a system, even if it were a whimsical one. Upon uncovering the truth, immense disappointment enveloped Liao, and he shouted in anger, "You are a great fraud. Hee. So, you are not a system at all. What on earth are you? What on earth? Ah, I've heard that when a person dies, they become a ghost. So what about me? I should be a little spirit, right? But I have no life. Perhaps you can call me a little spirit ghost." Master Bobuk's gentle voice interjected, "Ire is not truly deceiving you. She is indeed a so-called system. But she is the system of the courtyard. The courtyard is not merely a simple city. Its core is a complete alchemical creation responsible for the operation of all magical devices, with Ire serving as the control system of this alchemical construct. Over 1,000 years ago, Lord Chai's Ire built the courtyard and simultaneously created Ire. Although the courtyard has been sealed, its core, much like a human, ceases to function and thus equates to death. It has merely entered a state of dormancy. The voluntarily remaining bear folk of the Thunder Clan have become the guardians of the courtyard, while Ire continues to oversee its operations. As Master Bobuk elaborated, Liao came to understand Ire's existence. She was essentially an artificial intelligence responsible for the functioning of the city. After the courtyard was sealed, most of its functions entered dormancy. But certain magical devices required ongoing operation, which Ire was tasked with monitoring and maintaining. Furthermore, this ancient alchemical construct created by the great druid possessed formidable soul power, allowing it to easily pry into Liao's thoughts, invade his mind, and even block Master Bobuk's soul link. The so-called civilization system was merely an illusion conjured from the desires and remnants of memories within Liao's subconscious. I merely wish to assist Valhai in repelling the orcs. I fortuitously discovered you. You not only want me to repel the orcs, but you also want me to sack Freya. Once her identity was revealed, Ire's voice took on a lively quality. Bobuk, his soul is truly fascinating. What is artificial intelligence? Is it me? Ire. Master Bobuk sighed gently, as if admonishing the mischievous junior, do not pry into the hearts of others without cause. With that, a powerful force of spiritual energy enveloped Liao's soul, imparting an immediate sense of mental tranquility, banishing the sensation of being scrutinized. Liao pondered. It is likely that Master Boba could easily delve into my psyche and rummage through my memories. Yet this venerable elder chooses not to do so. This thought deepened Liao's respect for Master Bobaku, while simultaneously amplifying his awe at the elder's inscrutable prowess. Such formidable and extraordinary mental fortitude transcends the capabilities of mere mortals. The path from the extraordinary to the sacred is separated by the vast expanse of 3 tiers and 9 levels. Although these 3 tiers and 9 levels, referred to as the extraordinary ones, signify the breaking of physical limits, resulting in significant enhancements to one's physical constitution and lifespan, they remain confined within the realm of flesh and blood. The lower tiers can be slain by an ordinary arrow, while even the higher tiers may lack such miraculous strength. This Master Bobaku, clad only in a single pair of beast-skin shorts, remains inconspicuous, yet has he already attained the sacred tier? As Liao turned to see his companions from the adventuring party beginning to set camp along the riverbank, he called out, "Hey, foe system, I have completed the task. You ought to allow my companions to enter now." The system responded, "De Ben Xiong has not been fed fish, hence your task remains incomplete." Liao retorted angrily, "There are no fish in this lake." Unexpectedly, AI Air became even more furious, exclaiming, "There used to be. Yet this lazy glutton, De Ben Xiong, has devoured them all." With a hint of a sob and a tinge of sorrow, she lamented, "I, a little sprite who has lived alone for 1,000 years, finally managed to nurture some fish, watching them grow each day. They were my dear little ones. I named each one of them, and now they have all been consumed by De Ben Xiong." The tone of her grievance and sadness made Liao feel a pang of sympathy, and he turned to question Fu Leia. "Did you not say you had not eaten for a long time?" Fu Leia feigned ignorance. "Huh? Does fish count? But those are fish." At last, Liao understood the reason for AI Air's animosity towards Fu Leia. It was likely that during their time in the courtyard, Fu Leia had squandered AI Air's possessions. At this moment, Master Bobaku spoke. "AI Air, let them in. As a form of recompense for your teasing of Liao." After a while, AI Air's reluctant voice finally emerged. "Ding. Your companions have unlocked access to the courtyard." Liao, accompanied by the still-drenched Fu Leia, made his way back, whispering, "Your teacher is quite esteemed. Even the courtyard system must heed his commands." Fu Leia beamed with pride. "My teacher is the Grand Druid, the guardian of the forest of Te La Chiere, the patriarch of the wild cult." She contemplated for a moment and compared. "If Lord Chi Cai Air is akin to a Grand Duke of the human kingdom, then my teacher would be comparable to your Pope. It is beyond my imagination," Liao thought, realizing he could not fathom it at all. At the riverbank outside the waterfall, the adventuring party, preparing to camp while awaiting news from Liao, suddenly spotted him emerging from the curtain of water. Behind him trailed a large, damp giant groundhog. Seasoned adventurers could easily identify the species of this magical beast. Liao, sidestepping Fu Leia's playful splashes, spread his arms wide and proclaimed, "My friends, welcome to the courtyard." Under Liao's guidance, the members of the adventuring party finally traversed through the waterfall's veil and entered the magical barrier. Even Liao, who had been steeped in the influences of film, television, and literature, was profoundly struck by the breathtaking beauty of the courtyard. The local inhabitants of this otherworldly realm, reminiscent of medieval simpletons, had never encountered such scenery. While the courtyard may not be the most magnificent city, it is a creation born from the ancient Grand Druid Chi Cai Air's pursuit of life's ideals. Every statue, every corner, every area strives for refinement, perfection, and the comfort most cherished by elves. The entire city, built against the mountains and characterized by its undulating landscape, is imbued with the beauty of elven artistry and the harmonious essence of nature. The group passed through the Moon Lake and the Moon Gate, entering the courtyard and following the main road uphill. Chapter 86. This city feels so empty. The entire city is broadly divided into 3 sections. The first level is the Trade District, which features numerous commercial streets branching off from the main thoroughfare, as well as an open-air market perched on the cliff's edge, a domed auction house, and even a grand theater that Danny C. spotted. Of course, statues of various ethnic styles, viewing platforms, and resting areas are also indispensable. As the group traversed, they could almost envision the days when myriad races converged here, bustling shoulder to shoulder. The wealth of half of the morning light continent flowing through this place. The second level comprises the residential area, separated from the trade district by a drop of several dozen meters. Here, stone staircases and various brick courtyards, wooden lofts, stone houses, and tree houses began to appear. These structures were nestled among lush trees, yet many had fallen into disrepair due to the passage of time. The third level is home to the Elven Palace, situated atop a high plateau. This elevated land is a small fault in the Grand Barrier, with approximately 500 meters of drop to the Moon Lake below, which itself marks the beginning of a canyon, towering several hundred meters above the boundless Wolfbane Plains. Thus, the position of the Elven Palace is even more elevated than it appears from below. After exploring the residential district, the adventuring party, noticing the sky growing dim, chose to set up camp here. Liao gazed at the desolate city with a hint of regret, remarking, "Such a multitude of buildings. It's a pity they remain uninhabited. Look, if they are not repaired soon, that courtyard will collapse." AI Air retorted, "Let it collapse. I wouldn't want you all to stay there anyway. I have no interest in such unsafe dwellings." A small deer bounded down from the mountain, curiously observing the adventuring party as they set up camp in the square. Everyone found it amusing and chose not to disturb it. This is the sacred courtyard, and the group preferred to nibble on their rations rather than hunt the local fauna. As the small deer watched the adventuring party settle in, its gaze met Fu Leia's. Fu Leia, crouched on the ground, was vigorously gnawing on the jerky that Liao had procured, savoring each bite. Liao felt a surge of paternal affection and couldn't help but internally chastise Master Bobaku. As a guardian, how could you just leave? The child is at a stage of physical development. She ought to eat more. Master Bobaku's gentle voice drifted in. The transformation magic of the elven druids does not require food to sustain. Merely absorbing natural magic is sufficient for survival. When Fu Leia claims to be hungry, it is simply a matter of gluttony. Then did I waste 3 large cakes on a single meal? Liao was taken aback. Master Bobaku's warm voice carried a hint of laughter. Not at all. That was payment for labor. As the two conversed, the small deer suddenly reared up on its front legs, leaning back and speaking human words, calling out to Fu Leia, "Come catch me, de Ben Xiong." Lala. With that, it pranced away. "I will eat you," Fu Leia exclaimed, chasing after it. The others exchanged glances, and Liao reassured them. "It's nothing. Just children at play." Danny C could not help but inquire, "Liao, have you been here before?" "Not at all," he replied, "but you seem quite familiar with it." Danny C pointed to Fu Leia's retreating figure. To their eyes, this giant groundhog, resembling the earth-shattering bear, undoubtedly played a role akin to that of the guardians of the courtyard, yet it appeared to have a close rapport with Liao, even exhibiting a sense of dependency towards him. Ah, this is an elven druid. I once visited Hewan as a guest. Liao could only provide a perfunctory explanation. How marvelous. I envy your life, Liao. It seems like you live in a fairy tale. Danny expressed her genuine admiration. Liao, reluctant to shatter the noble lady's delightful illusion, merely smiled without responding. In the wilderness, when life is prosperous, it indeed resembles a fairy tale, with neighbors who are warm and hospitable, singing and dancing. When life becomes precarious, however, the fairy tale turns into a horror story, where one can quickly become the neighbor's meal. Of course, encountering Fu Leia is undoubtedly a heartwarming tale. Yes, and the little mouse too. The following day, the group ascended the layers of stone steps, reaching the elevated plateau where the palace was situated. The palace exudes warmth rather than grandeur, embodying the classic style of the elven treehouse, with only its marble foundation and entrance revealing the nobility of the court. Nestled against the majestic cliffs, countless interwoven giant trees and vines emerge from the snow-white stone base, forming the essence of the palace. Vines spread around the palace, weaving into suspended bridges leading to various areas carved into the cliffs. Regrettably, the snow-white furred bare-headed chieftain stands at the palace entrance, declaring to all, "This is the Lord's palace. Entry is forbidden." Thus, the visitors can only explore the gardens outside the palace. Standing at the cliff's edge, one can gaze across the sprawling foothills that extend over 100 miles downward, offering a panoramic view of the entire Chulang Yuan. 800 miles of mountains lie beneath the morning light, with mountain streams cascading like silver ribbons. Amidst the vast wilderness, smoke rises from the tribes of either foreign races or wild folk. If it were not for the faint mist that perpetually shrouds Chulang Yuan, Leo might even glimpse the rooftops of Yizimboer. Danny's excitedly remarked. Historically, most adventurers venturing into Chulang Yuan began their journeys from the northern Valanche, delving southward after entering. Yet I never anticipated that the central courtyard would lie at the southern foothills of Chulang Yuan. Undoubtedly, anyone standing here would comprehend the reason behind Lord Chisai's choice to establish a city in this location. It is simply breathtaking. The entirety of Chulang Yuan stretches over 1,000 miles north to south and over 300 miles east to west. When including the majestic cliffs that extend for hundreds of miles, that totals nearly 500 miles. With an area exceeding 100,000 square kilometers, it is roughly the size of Fujian province. To traverse such a vast expanse on foot in search of a magically sealed ancient relic is indeed akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Despite the adventurers having journeyed several days through mountains and rivers, the linear distance to the river bay is only about 100 miles, with the Anzino River waterfall visible in the distance. Leo even discovered a suspended aqueduct that extends from the high ground of the Elven Palace directly to the large lake at the foot of the waterfall. Unfortunately, the channel is broken after several hundred meters, with the remaining portion lost to the passage of a millennium. It appears that this location is parallel to the large lake at the waterfall's base. Had the aqueduct remained intact, we could have traversed it directly to the Wild Folks tribe, which would have been a direct route. The adventurers spent an entire day in the central courtyard before Danny's reluctantly suggested, "Let us return." Leo, equally enchanted by the place, could not help but inwardly inquire of Master Bobuk. "Master Bobuk, is it truly impossible for anyone to reside here?" Bobuk, evidently aware of Leo's thoughts, slowly explained, "After the central courtyard was sealed, entry can only be permitted through L's operation, allowing a select few to come and go. To completely unravel the seal requires an enormous expenditure of magical energy to activate the city's core, something beyond your current means. Moreover, after Lord Chisaier returned to the High Court, he slumbered for centuries. Without his consent, no one can claim dominion over his city." Realizing his secret thoughts had been discerned by Bobuk, Leo offered an awkward smile. Acquiring a city for free is indeed rarer than a pie falling from the sky. Leo did not seek such fortuitous encounters. He was already content to have had the opportunity to explore and expand his horizons. Chapter 87. Returning home early the next morning, the group began packing their belongings in preparation for their return home. Danny's, who had been exuberantly excited from the outset, became somewhat taciturn. As the initiator of this adventure and a university student from the imperial capital, she was not one to be described as chattering, yet she was usually a talkative girl, eager to partake in any topic, unconsciously showcasing her erudition. Today, however, she was uncharacteristically quiet, hardly uttering a word throughout the morning. Curious, Leo asked. Why leave so soon after finally discovering the central courtyard? I thought you intended to stay here for an extended period. Danny smiled wryly and shook her head. Were the central courtyard an abandoned relic, I might have lingered for a long time, conducting necessary archaeological excavations and explorations. However, it remains perfectly sealed, guarded by bear folk, and is as beautiful as a dream. Any human intervention would constitute an act of destruction. My mentor once said that history is the eternal treasure of civilization, and the pursuit of history must also involve its preservation. Now, the central courtyard has appeared before me, yet I lack the capability to engage with it. Capability? The ability to protect it. Danny's expressed her concerns. I even hesitate to inform my professor of this discovery. If I were to publish it as a paper, adventurers, opportunists, and plunderers would undoubtedly swarm in, shattering the tranquility of the central courtyard that has endured for a millennium. Were I a king or a duke, I would send a team of professional mages and scholars to engage in exploration. Alas, I am not, and I can only stand by helplessly. Leo felt a profound respect for Danny's. She was indeed a noble and selfless scholar. Her thoughts made him, who had only considered the prospect of acquiring a city, feel exceedingly ashamed. He reassured her, "You are thinking too far ahead. The sealed central courtyard is not as easily entered as you presume. Without the internal permission of the courtyard, even if the entire Chu Lang Yuan were turned upside down, it would not guarantee finding a way in. Do share your findings with your professor. I trust they will make the right choice." Danny's managed a faint smile, hoping that would indeed be the case. Meanwhile, Freya clung to Leo, feeling envious as she noticed him laughing and conversing with Danny's while ignoring her. She suddenly embraced Leo, glaring at Danny's and shouting, "Leo has a wife. Her name is Sister Olivia." Danny's burst into laughter, returning to her playful self, joking, "Humans can marry many wives. Unlike you elves." Huh. Freya fell into contemplation, hesitating before asking, "Then, can you bake pancakes?" Danny's was momentarily taken aback by this question, struggling to follow the logic of the conversation. Leo chuckled, prying Freya's hands away, and asked, "Are you not coming with us? Come back to River Bay with me. I'll treat you to some delicious food." Freya frowned, her voice tinged with sadness as she replied, "My teacher won't let me go." Leo had anticipated this outcome. Master Bobuk had left Freya in the central courtyard, partly because it was sufficiently safe. Moreover, Master Bobuk was situated in the northern snowy plains, and this location was the limit of the sole link between him and Freya. If she ventured further south, even 100 miles to River Bay, they would lose contact. Although Master Bobuk often misplaced Freya, causing her to tumble from cliffs, endure hunger, and face various creatures, he still loved his disciple. "Very well, once your teacher returns, you must come and visit River Bay." Leo was powerless. If it came to a matter of combat, as an ordinary human, he could not even defeat Freya, let alone assure Master Bobuk that he could protect his disciple. After escorting the adventurers to the Moon Lake exit, Freya gazed longingly at Leo as he departed, repeatedly reminding him, "Be sure to have Sister Olivia save some pancakes for me." Upon leaving the central courtyard and exiting the canyon, the chaotic interface set by El in Leo's view gradually dissipated. It seemed that El's formidable mental power was confined within the canyon where the central courtyard resided, unable to extend far beyond. Having traversed the route once, the journey back was particularly smooth, and they encountered no further assaults from foreign races. Once they passed the rocky hills where the wild boar people's nest was situated, the journey became even more leisurely. Some elusive wild folk hunters generously shared their surplus fresh game with Leo, treating the adventurers to an outdoor barbecue. Since they had defeated the wild boar tribe alongside their allies, the enmity from both the wild folk and the dog-headed people towards River Bay had significantly diminished, leading them to frequently engage in trade. As the commander, Leo had garnered both prestige and respect. At the very least, the wild folk hunters no longer regarded him as an outsider, and some of the younger hunters looked at him with awe. By the time they returned to Huan, it was already the evening of the third day. The brief adventure spanning 8 days had come to an end, with the 7 adventurers returning unscathed, and the 3 donkeys, which were always on the verge of being abandoned, had successfully made their way back to their pen. It is worth noting that the donkeys and supplies prepared by Liao were initially intended to be discarded at any moment. However, the adventurers' formidable strength exceeded Liao's expectations. The giant Barrett, even disdainful of the donkey's slow pace while climbing, often carried 2 of them across mountains and rivers. The sturdy Northland donkey, who had labored all its life, could never have imagined a day when it would be ridden by a human on an outing. Had they known that the donkeys could have been left behind, they would have had Barrett carry the supplies directly. A suspension bridge had also been constructed over the canal north of Huan Peninsula, where several timid dog-headed creatures stood guard, clutching wooden spears. They mustered the courage to question returning villagers or militia. Some boorish villagers would impatiently kick the little dog-headed creatures aside and walk away, leaving the aggrieved pups whimpering with their tails between their legs. Nevertheless, most villagers maintained a playful demeanor, responding to the inquiries of the dog-headed creatures. As for Liao's orders, Nua Ec executed them with precision, within just a few days. These dog-headed scouts had learned to stand guard and keep watch. Raised by Olivia, these creatures lacked the ferocity of their counterparts from the dog-headed valley, appearing even more timid than human youths, not daring to retaliate even when struck, resembling little mice. Upon seeing Liao's arrival, these small dog-headed creatures seemed to find their backbone, straightening their spines and gaining the courage to wave their wooden spears at the irritable villagers, baring their teeth. After all, Olivia was their mother. And since Liao and Olivia were a pair, in a roundabout way, Liao was considered their father. As the adventurers approached, the little dog-headed creatures raised their wooden spears and pretended to shout, "Registration! Registration!" The members of the adventuring party erupted in laughter. Barrett stepped forward, feigning ferocity and glaring at the little dog-headed creatures, bellowing, "I am Barrett, and I feast on doggies." Two at a time, standing before the diminutive dog-headed creatures, Barrett, towering over 2 meters, resembled a deity. The little dog-headed creatures dropped their spears in fright, huddling together, seeking protection from Liao while shouting, "The flavor is off! The flavor is off! They are outsiders! Woof woof woof!" "All right, don't scare them," Liao chuckled, but he recognized that this was a consequence of his own creation. He could only soothe the little dog-headed creatures while leading the adventurers into Hewan. Chapter 88. The first exploited of Hewan during Liao's absence. The patrol force in Hewan had been significantly strengthened, not merely bolstered by a few ineffectual dog-headed creatures. The 50 militia members had formally transitioned into full-time soldiers, engaging in round-the-clock patrols, standing guard, and training. The stirrings in the wilderness had grown increasingly pronounced, and the newly recruited refugees in Hewan, along with the ogres Liao had briefly pacified, not to mention the dog-headed creatures from the valley who were gradually becoming well-fed, all represented unstable factors. It must be said that Uli Yang had an effective military strategy that far surpassed Liao's half-hearted efforts. He had organized the 50 militia members with clarity. Every high point in Hewan was manned by pairs of sentinels. In any area with a concentration of people, one could readily observe a fully armed patrol of militia passing by. This instilled a sense of security in the villagers, while simultaneously deterring any ill intentions from outsiders. Imperial soldiers and civilian officers were not easily made. Without some skill, Uli Yang would not have commanded such respect from Roman's father. Dressed in a silk outfit of uncertain origin, Uli Yang resembled a farmer masquerading as a wealthy gentleman, wandering idly through the village. With the warming weather, he finally shed his stinky wolf fur coat. Standing at the village entrance, he spotted Liao and was surprised by their swift return. Those who dared to venture deep into the wolf's den for adventure were no ordinary adventurers, even if accompanied by a noble lady for a leisurely outing. It would typically take at least 10 days to quench their enthusiasm. To his astonishment, they had returned in just 8 days. The village's spring planting had yet to commence. Uli Yang's initial concern for Liao swiftly morphed into disdain. With such lavish spending, how could one possibly save money? They were back already? Why not linger for a few more days? Uli Yang greeted the adventurers with a smile, while quietly grumbling to Liao about taking them for a few rounds near the wild boar's den and perhaps slaying a few wild boars. They could take risks and clear out monsters, accomplishing 2 objectives at once. Liao, being a straightforward individual, thought better of it. What if they were discovered? That would certainly put him in a precarious position. Not to mention, Liao himself had not anticipated returning home so swiftly. He had imagined a grand adventure akin to the Fellowship of the Ring. Instead, the plot had progressed only a short chapter, with a few days spent traversing to an elven city, only to return home after a day of exploration. Nonetheless, it was not so bad. At least they had not incurred any injuries or fatalities, and wages would still be paid. A daily wage exceeding 10,000, totaling 80,000 over 8 days. What a delight! Uli Yang could see through Liao's modest aspirations, lamenting his lack of ambition. With such trivial pursuits, he would never become a proper lord. That evening, the adventurers settled into the village, residing in an unfinished longhouse. This longhouse, situated to the left of the lord's estate, served as the barracks for the militia. Previously, the limited conditions required militia members to return home after dinner, leaving their equipment haphazardly strewn about, making it challenging to assemble in the event of a nighttime emergency. Thus, Uli Yang constructed a barracks, intending to rotate a portion of the militia members to reside there to respond to nighttime threats. However, it had yet to be completed, remaining vacant for the time being. A newly established territory was indeed impoverished, lacking even excess reeds and straw, necessitating temporary collection or procurement. As for tiles, they were out of the question. The Lord's estate could not afford them. Providing accommodation for the adventurers, they set up tents and started a fire, which was certainly preferable to braving the cold winds by the riverside. That night, Danis visited the Lord's estate to deliver Liao's wages. By this time, the Lord's estate had been fully completed, with 3-inch thick oak planks firmly nailed to the robust beams, showing no signs of wobbling when stepped upon. The unicorn boars beneath the oak boards had grown accustomed to their surroundings, remaining quiet and nestled beneath the wooden steps, sleeping in the warmth radiating from the central fire pit. The 4 corners of the upper part of the estate had also been partitioned into storage areas for grain and other supplies. As for the center of the estate, it led straight to a vent in the roof for smoke from the central fire pit. Valeri had crafted a lord's throne against the wall, directly above the fire pit steps, large enough for a person to lie down comfortably, adorned with a massive saber-toothed tiger pelt. The enormous head of the wild boar chieftain had been made into a trophy and hung directly above the lord's throne to showcase the lord's valor. Many structures in the Northlands share this design, resembling Viking longhouses, though this one in Heiwan was more massive and stable. After the completion of the lord's estate, its popularity soared. Thanks to the presence of the fire pit, the warm interior was far more comfortable than the outdoor bonfires. Thus, after dinner, the chieftains frequently gathered around the fire pit to discuss matters, while their children took the opportunity to run and play inside. The dog-headed cubs from the stable would also sneak in to warm themselves, rolling around on the floor. Many supplies that could not withstand rain were temporarily stored in the hall, sorted by Olivia, appearing chaotic yet harmonious. As it was Danis's first experience as an employer dispersing wages, she appeared somewhat reserved. Besides the deposit of 5 sul, there was an additional 5 sul, 3 of which constituted the agreed-upon commission, while the remaining 2 sul served as a reward for discovering the courtyard. Thank you, generous Miss Danis. Liao joyfully accepted 5 gold coins, yet before he could examine their quality, they were snatched away by Yulian. In despair, Liao exclaimed, "My money." Grasping the coins, Yulian resolutely returned one to Liao, glaring as he proclaimed, "I am the lord, and you are the subject. If you wish to work here, you must pay your taxes. Do you understand?" With a tax rate of 90%, his ruthlessness was evident. As the first exploited individual of Heiwan, Liao clutched the lone remaining gold coin, only for it to be swiftly taken by Olivia. Not only his, but Yulian's as well, Olivia gleefully declared, "I will keep these safe for you." The 2 burly men could only silently resent one another, embroiled in internal strife. Denise sat before the warm hearth, roasting by the fire while smiling at their family dynamic. They bore little resemblance to a lord's household, disregarding customary decorum, and instead emanated a warmth surpassing that of many common families. In contrast, though she was the daughter of a viscount from the imperial capital, her own family atmosphere was cold and unfeeling, and she found true companionship only in her scholarly pursuits and adventures. After collecting the coins, Olivia rummaged through her belongings and presented some dried fruits to Liao and Denise, inviting them to eat and chat. A true scholar from the Imperial University, Denise's knowledge far surpassed that of anyone present. She could effortlessly engage in any topic. After some time, Liao suddenly inquired, "I have heard that people from the imperial capital all have black hair and black eyes. How is it that your hair is brown?" Chapter 89. Her Highness the Princess Denise chuckled and explained, "The Orlantis Empire originated from the southern coastal province of Orlantiri. Only pure-blooded Orlantirians possess black hair and black eyes. Currently, less than a third of the population in the imperial capital fits that description." Her gaze fell upon the little mouse nestled beside Olivia, her voice faltering momentarily before she continued, "The Orlantis Empire has existed for 1,000 years, particularly since the North joined 700 years ago and the West 500 years ago. The population residing in the imperial capital has become exceedingly diverse, with golden-haired, green-eyed northerners, brown-haired, blue-eyed westerners, and black-haired, black-eyed southerners. The traditional classification has become less applicable. It now merely indicates a portion of one's ancestral lineage. Most of the original Orlantiri nobility have experienced changes in hair and eye color due to countless generations of intermarriage." Liao nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, even in our village, there are many with brown hair." The village's militia member, Vici, was a young man with brown hair, possessing the robust physique typical of a northerner, coupled with the curly brown locks of a westerner and sharp, dark brown eyes. In their remote mountain village by the northern ice river, various hair and eye colors existed, making the diverse shades of the imperial capital seem less surprising. As they engaged in this discussion on ethnic traits, the little mouse nestled against Olivia began to appear anxious, subtly moving closer to Liao and clutching his clothing tightly. Denise had seen the little girl who often trailed behind Liao, but had not paid much attention. After all, 700 years ago, when humanity repelled the orcs, many imperial citizens migrated north across the Anzino River to occupy the former orc territories. Although the northern clans held dominance, the imperial standing army stationed at various military fortresses included soldiers from the west and south. Therefore, several centuries later, northerners exhibited a variety of hair colors: gold, brown, black, and even the peculiar green, rumored to be a result of orc blood. However, pure Orlanterians with black hair and black eyes were exceedingly rare. Noticing the little mouse, Denise smiled and asked, "What is your name?" The little mouse hesitated, her pale face turned towards Liao. Liao's primary purpose in broaching this topic was to encourage the little mouse, so he urged, "Do not be afraid. Speak boldly." Finally, the little mouse timidly replied, "My name is Gu Airway Gu." Denise smiled. "What a lovely name. Your parents must be educated, for it is a rather uncommon name among northerners, symbolizing royalty and strength." The current emperor's father-in-law, Duke Michel, named his granddaughter Gugu. As Denise spoke, a realization seemed to dawn upon her, her expression growing tense, her complexion paling to match that of the little mouse. The little mouse buried her head in Liao's embrace, mustering her courage to declare, "My full name is Gu Airway Gu Cha Lia Li Xiang de Ao Gu Si Du Jin Gu Lei Fun Bai Ku." With each surname uttered, Denise's complexion grew increasingly pale. Hearing this string of illustrious names, Liao could discern that the little mouse hailed from a distinguished lineage and anxiously asked, "Miss Denise, have you heard of this name?" His inquiry stemmed from desperation, as he found himself surrounded by unsophisticated individuals in the north and sought Denise's insight. At the very least, he hoped she could inquire upon her return to the imperial capital. Life in the frontier appeared idyllic, yet the environment was harsh, barely sufficient for sustenance, with danger lurking at every turn. Even a mere cold could prove fatal, as there was not a single doctor available. Previously, Liao had been indifferent, but now he genuinely regarded the little mouse as a daughter and wished for her to have a better life. Denise remained silent for a moment before recovering her composure. Exhaling slowly, "Of course I have heard of it. This is the title of the imperial princess, the only daughter of King Charles VII, the heir to the Orlantis Empire." Liao's mouth fell agape as he grasped the little mouse's head, scrutinizing her with suspicion. "I simply picked you up along the way. And now I've found a princess? Do imperial princesses often hide beneath carriages?" Denise sighed softly, the truth of the situation still uncertain. Approximately a year ago, the queen had taken Princess Gu Airway Gu to visit her father, the Duke of the Northern Territory, when their airship met with disaster, and all aboard perished. The Imperial Griffin Knights, the Rose Knights, and the Gale Knights were all involved in the investigation, yet the cause of the accident and any survivors remained undiscovered. Over the past year, numerous impostors claiming to be the princess had emerged, with at least 100 sentenced to execution by hanging. Denise scrutinized the little mouse with a serious expression. If this is true, it would indeed be monumental news. However, if it is false, not only will you face execution, but I, as an accomplice, would also be implicated. Liao asked the little mouse to retrieve her nightgown, inquiring, "Can this prove her identity?" Denise took it, examining it closely, and felt the hidden pattern of the griffin embroidery. This magical fabric, made of silk unique to the Orlantiri province, had been a royal tribute for a millennium and was virtually unobtainable in the market. The griffin emblem was indeed the royal insignia, unmistakable. However, this alone could not confirm her bloodline. "What shall we do?" Liao comforted the trembling little mouse, wrapping his arms around her. "I am indifferent. If you cannot return, then you can be my daughter, and I shall take care of you." The little mouse, previously terrified after revealing her identity, gradually calmed upon hearing his words. Denise's gaze shifted between the little mouse and Liao, finally stating, "Liao, over our time together, I have come to understand your character. I believe you would not deceive me, nor do you possess the capability to orchestrate such a grand scheme. However, this world is rife with deceit, and one could easily fall prey to trickery. I cannot, nor dare I, bring a girl suspected of being a princess back to the imperial capital. Nevertheless, I will depart immediately, return to the capital, and leverage my connections to verify her authenticity. In the meantime, please ensure her safety." Seeing her seriousness, Liao nodded. "Very well. Go ahead, but do not disclose this information carelessly. Regardless of the truth, I do not wish to see anyone harmed. Denise affirmed, of course. Whether or not the little mouse is truly a princess, revealing this information would only bring considerable risk to her, and he won. Liao felt a twinge of regret, realizing that he had acted rather hastily. Although he had sensed the extraordinary nature of the little mouse's identity upon seeing her pajamas, he had not anticipated the magnitude of her background. The difficulty of this side quest was evidently designed to be unlocked much later in the game. After bidding farewell to Denise, Liao gazed at the little mouse nestled in Olivia's embrace and called out, "Your Highness, why not come and attend to me?" Chapter 90. The strong boy. That evening, Olivia, unable to shake her concern for the little mouse, stealthily climbed into Liao's bed. The two lay side by side, observing the sleeping little mouse between them. In her slumber, the little mouse appeared to be trapped in a nightmarish dream, her breathing quickening and her body trembling slightly. Olivia gently caressed her, attempting to soothe her troubled sleep, and whispered to Liao, "How can someone so small be a princess?" Liao chuckled at her remark. "Must a princess be large?" Olivia envisioned a princess modeled after the widow Agatha, adorned with opulent garments, radiant as an angel, noble and majestic, sacred and untouchable. As a girl from the countryside, she had never even encountered a proper noble, let alone imagined what a princess might look like. In her eyes, luxury meant clothing without patches, and nobility implied not having to toil in the fields. In the entire Bay Area, only the widow and she could barely meet these criteria. The widow possessed a few silver ornaments as part of her dowry, which she occasionally displayed among her sisters, forming Olivia's sole understanding of glittering treasures. Yet, the little mouse still left her with the image of a starving waif, with sunken eyes, who had once approached her, gazing with pitiable eyes, silently begging for a piece of bread. If she truly were a princess, what would that entail? If she were a princess, he would return her. If not, then he would cherish her as a princess. Olivia wrinkled her nose in jealousy and huffed, "You have such a good heart. You are my princess too." As Liao spoke, his hands wandered. "Stop that." Olivia joyfully seized Liao's hand and placed it on the little mouse's belly, and together they snuggled around her, falling into a deep slumber. Despite being mere youths, the presence of the little mouse transformed them into an old married couple. In his dreams, Liao beheld a peculiar alchemical airship, its rear spewing thick smoke as it spiraled downward through the sky. A violent explosion, spreading flames, and engulfing darkness surrounded him. The sounds of wails and cries for help echoed around him. Covered in blood, the little mouse stood dazed before the inferno, while a colossal griffin thrashed in the flames. And several human torches stumbled in every direction. Armored female knights shielded the little mouse, fending off the encroaching dark-clad figures. One bloodied knight turned abruptly, blood streaming from her hollow eye sockets, and shouted to the little mouse, "Run." A wave of terror washed over Liao, jolting him awake. Perhaps this was the little mouse's dream? After being struck by the sword saint's intent, Liao's mental fortitude had grown stronger and more sensitive. Observing the little mouse's furrowed brow and pitiful expression, he sighed. He had sensed that the little mouse had endured some profound emotional trauma. She was undoubtedly a clever little girl, yet she often behaved in a dazed and timid manner, as if merely a shell of a person, driven only by the instinct to survive. When he awoke again, daylight flooded the room, and the little mouse knelt on the bed, staring intently at Liao. "Good morning, Your Highness," he teased. "Shall I kneel before you?" The teased little mouse let out a small yelp and pounced onto Liao, biting his arm and then wiping her saliva on his sleeve. Liao sprang up, instinctively tucking the little mouse under his arm. Olivia, who had been awake for quite some time, saw him carrying the little mouse like a toy and exclaimed in annoyance, "Put her down." Not everyone was as carefree as Liao. After discovering the little mouse might be a princess, Olivia had become somewhat reserved in her demeanor towards her. Feeling displeased, Liao set down the equally displeased little mouse, as they both stood there, heads bowed as if they had committed some wrongdoing. Once Olivia walked away, Liao and the little mouse exchanged glances, and he once again tucked her under his arm before happily stepping out. The adventurers had packed their belongings and retrieved their steeds from the stable, ready to depart. Denise, still preoccupied, quietly questioned the little mouse until her expression shifted to one of anxiety, at which point he ceased his inquiries. "Well then, we shall take our leave." A distracted Denise bid Liao farewell. Liao escorted the group to the waterway south of the bay, waving as he said, "Take care, everyone. Come back to visit soon. Next time you embark on a quest to drive off the wolves, I shall grant you a 20% discount." The ranger Linshi, mounted on his steed, couldn't resist glancing back at Liao before bowing his head. He perceived that Denise's somber mood stemmed from parting with Liao. After spending time together, Denise had found much joy in their conversations. The rustic youth he had initially thought uncouth and reckless had proven to be surprisingly mature and quick-witted. Moreover, he was shrouded in mystery. Without him, the group could not even enter the courtyard. As an early admirer, Linchi had yet to share a single word with Danes. The young ranger, still new to the adventuring life, felt he had much to learn. Once the adventurers departed, tranquility returned to the bay. Liao resumed tinkering with his various inventions, gathering materials that others deemed useless. In his leisure time, he practiced swordsmanship, drawing upon memories embedded within the sword saint's intent, which offered him profound insights. It felt akin to an ultrasonic wave penetrating his brain. Had it not been for Master Bobek's protection, Liao feared his mind would have shattered. Yet, enduring the experience allowed him to gradually unravel the knowledge contained within, and even the smallest fraction enriched him immensely. His technique for slaying orcs was not truly a drunken sword style. Rather, it was due to his physical inadequacies that he could not fully master the technique. After an entire week of strenuous practice, he finally managed to avoid stumbling and falling during his sword training. Concurrently, his appetite had increased significantly, requiring him to consume double the amount of food compared to before. Liao had always been a formidable eater in the bay, but now he outpaced them all, his eating habits drawing fearful glances. His strength had also surged, changing almost daily. The 3-kilogram thick blade, which once caused his wrist to ache after prolonged use, now felt as light as a wooden plank when wielded with one hand. Once known as the brawny youth of the village, he had now ascended to the rank of a strong boy. It is essential to understand that with his physical constitution already at its peak, akin to a world champion, such improvements could not be achieved through mere daily training. Liao felt both elated and anxious about these changes. However, the only one who could provide guidance, Master Bobek, was nowhere to be found, and the common folk of the bay offered no advice whatsoever. Not only Liao was changing, after revealing her identity, the little mouse seemed to have lowered her defenses, becoming much more lively. She not only assisted Olivia with her tasks more diligently, but also gathered around Olivia after dinner to secretly report on Liao's latest antics. Before bed, she would lean close to Liao's ear to inform him about how many resources Olivia had collected that day, how much money she had earned, the total in the little treasury, and what she had discussed with her friends. The dual role of a spy evidently did not satisfy her needs. She also took Faisa along to scale walls and spy on Liao's inventions, collaborating on research. 2 individuals stood atop the shoulders of a dog-headed man's guard, peering over the fence, revealing their small heads, only to scurry away in embarrassment upon being discovered by Liao. It wasn't until a day when a tremendous sound echoed from the dog-headed man valley that Liao learned of Faisia's invention of black powder. Chapter 91. The Spring Sowing Ceremony. As the resounding noise emanated from the dog-headed man valley, Yulian was accompanying Liao and Olivia to the spring sowing ceremony. The ceremony by the Anzino River took place a full month earlier than that by the Northern Ice River. During this time, the Northern Ice River was susceptible to sudden cold waves, reverting to a frigid landscape. Even in a month's time, the climate would not be as warm as that of Yuan. Consequently, the villagers in the north could only sow rye and oats at the beginning of April, covering the fields with a layer of straw for warmth, praying to avoid a severe cold front. However, in Yuan, the cold winds from the northern snowfields were repelled by the majestic mountain ridges, their breath weakening, yielding at most a light snowfall that could not extinguish the tenacious vitality of the seeds. Regardless, Yulian felt a sense of anxiety. Planting in unfamiliar territory was not solely dependent on warm weather for a bountiful harvest. Timing was equally crucial. To this end, he employed several local farmers to guide the villagers in their agricultural endeavors. According to the local farmers, those in nearby villages of Ysenbal would sow barley, oats, and legumes at the beginning of March, harvesting in September, and subsequently planting wheat and rye. Barley, oats, and legumes planted in the warm season guaranteed a harvest, while wheat and rye sown in the cold season would face considerable fluctuations in yield. However, this was of little concern, for to the lower-class farmers, barley, oats, and legumes were for sustenance, whereas wheat was for profit, and rye was for livestock feed. The superior wheat from the southern regions diminished significantly in yield upon crossing the Anzino River. For the free farmers, the risks of large-scale wheat cultivation were too great. They would only treat it as a cash crop, planting a modest amount in winter to exchange the harvest for necessities. Only those noble estates unconcerned with famine would cultivate wheat abundantly in both seasons for market transactions. After all, only the wheat used for making soft white bread served as the staple for the townsfolk. Other grains hardly commanded a price. Was wheat unpalatable? Why then consume barley? Wasn't barley meant for brewing? Due to these disparities in class perception, Yuan's territory, through grain ingot transactions with the Petahov family, had at least reached the dietary standards of the townsfolk ahead of schedule. The steward of the Petahov family was willing to sell only the wheat produced on their estate. Refusing to assist, he won in procuring other cheaper grains from the market. Yulian, for reasons of his own, did not alter this arrangement. However, when it came to his own farming, he could not afford to take risks. Yulian resolved to adhere to the local farmer's wisdom and first plant barley and legumes. This marked Hewan's inaugural sowing. Should any issues arise, it would be more devastating than 10 bandit raids. Under the guidance of several elderly villagers, Yulian grasped a handful of seeds, reciting prayers to Teal and the spirits of his ancestors, beseeching the winds from the 4 cardinal directions, as well as the spirits of the earth and nature. He then scattered the seeds into the soil and carefully covered them with a spade. Then, in his capacity as the Lord of Hewan, he bestowed blessings upon the villagers, wishing them a bountiful harvest and good health for their families. Originally, this task fell to the village shaman, but over time, it had gradually been assumed by the lord or village chief. Liao and Olivia stood behind Yulian, signifying their status as heirs. This was a crucial ritual, as the Northerners placed great emphasis on lineage. The number and quality of offspring signified the prosperity of the family. Rigolov harbored doubts regarding his old subordinate becoming a pioneering knight, partly due to Yulian having only one daughter. During their time in Hewan, Liao had established sufficient respect among the villagers, while Olivia's conduct was equally commendable. Thus, they stood behind Yulian, representing a reliable future for the villagers, extending beyond Yulian alone. Yet not every villager and later arriving refugee was aware that Yulian intended to marry Olivia to Liao, allowing him to stand behind her at critical moments as a subtle indication of his succession. Just then, a tremendous sound erupted from the Dog-Headed Man Valley, reverberating like thunder throughout the gorge. The villagers participating in the spring sowing raised their heads in alarm, some displaying visible fear. Yulian hastily concluded the ritual and instructed Liao, "Quickly go check what mischief that Dog-Headed Man is up to." Without armament, Liao made his way toward the Dog-Headed Man Valley, followed closely by Ivan and Little Mouse. Feisha, known for her cleverness, often provided surprises or scares, a fact Liao had grown accustomed to. Having spent considerable time together, they had formed a bond of sorts. The explosion in the Dog-Headed Man Valley concerned Liao, as he feared that the clever Feisha might inadvertently bring harm upon herself. The Dog-Headed Man Valley was as chaotic as ever, and with the increase in the number of dog-headed men, it appeared even more disordered. The ground was littered with the scrambling and tumbling of dog-headed pups, while adult dog-headed men moved about in groups, seemingly busy with some unknown task. Each time Liao beheld the procession of dog-headed men, he was reminded of the small demons from Journey to the West who captured Tang Sung. They almost seemed ready to sing, "The king calls me to patrol the mountains." These beings, possessing the intellect of a 10-year-old human, lacked complex logic and emotions. They found joy in being well-fed and were contented, yet extremely irritable and impulsive when hungry. While they might display hostility toward strangers, baring their teeth and threatening to attack, they behaved like domestic dogs toward familiar faces. Some antagonistic dog-headed men would bark at them, only to flee in embarrassment upon the prodding of their companions, while those friendly toward humans would wag their tails, stick out their tongues, and obediently crouch in reverence. Although Feisha was considerably more intelligent than her kin, she often displayed a childlike demeanor. Of course, this was Liao's perspective. To the dog-headed men, Feisha's might was unparalleled, making her their queen without a crown. At that moment, Feisha, adorned with a crown of thorns and draped in a feathered cloak pilfered from the dog-headed shaman, stood atop a large stone, grasping the cloak, arms outstretched, proclaiming loudly, "I, the clever Feisha, queen of the dog-headed men." Below her, hundreds of dog-headed men lay prostrate, barking fervently, their eyes filled with fervent adoration. Behind them, the cliff, already riddled with gaping wounds, had collapsed halfway, leaving behind massive fissures, poised for further collapse. A dozen or so dog-headed men lay in disarray at the base of the cliff, their fates unknown, clearly victims of the explosion's shockwave. Liao approached, gazing up at Feisha upon the stone, jesting, "Are you preaching here?" Feisha looked down at Liao, making an effort to rise on her toes, expanding her form with outstretched arms, and reiterated, "I, the clever Feisha, queen of the dog-headed men. You get down here." Feisha promptly jumped down from the stone, her black tail wagging excitedly, as she lifted a small wooden barrel, declaring, "The clever Feisha has invented boom boom. Powerful. Invincible." Liao took the barrel, lifted its lid, and was astonished to find it brimming with black powder.